We began our journey to the Barenruth Empire. First, we would go back to the Nymphs River to reorient ourselves, restock our water, and enjoy a bit of a rest inside the monster-calming aura of the Nymphs' two-way empathy. And then we'd start the trek to Kingdom's Edge. Gonna be a long walk back to the river, I said as we hiked through the forest. Think we should figure out Angelic Shield on the way. I was hoping you wouldn't suggest that, she laughed nervously. But yeah, I guess. All right, I hesitantly grabbed her forearm. Do you need to do anything to turn it on? No, it's not toggled or anything. I wouldn't be able to shut it off, even if I wanted to. Okay, ready? She nodded. Hoping for the best, I activated Noxious Grasp. Immediately, right as the familiar mist floated from my fingertips, the spot I was touching on Irani's arm began to glow. A soft white light shone from her skin where I was touching it, and I could feel it tangibly harden, like Angelic Shield was forming a physical wall preventing me from actually affecting her with my spell. A bright matrix of wires covered her arm in neat lines, forming squares across the part of her skin I was touching. After half a second, I deactivated the spell. You have struck level 10 human sorcerer for 0 damage and drained 0 stamina over the course of 0.6 seconds using Noxious Grasp. 2.26 mana cost. Your mana is 493. Hugh, she shuddered, rubbing her arm. That felt weird. Her arm's glow slowly faded back to normal. The matrix of wires also faded away, seeming to sink back into her body. So it worked, I asked. Yep, 9.3 damage prevented, minus 18.6 mana. Well, whenever I practice Noxious Grasp, I'll just do it while I'm touching you. Sound good? Yeah, Irani held out her arm again and I grabbed it. We walked like that for some time. I would cast a small burst of Noxious Grasp occasionally, which would activate Irani's Angelic Shield. The hard matrix of wires that manifested whenever I damaged her felt strange, like a soft force field. One time, I accidentally cast for a bit too long, which broke the shield. She only took a small amount of damage, but that wasn't what surprised us. Upon breaking, a loud shatter filled our ears as the magical threads covering her forearm spun apart and were flung into the air, dissolving after a couple seconds. I apologized, embarrassed at my causing a scene, but we eventually got back to practicing after her Angelic Shield finished the cooldown following the break. Within only a few minutes, her spell rose to rank 6, which was where her soft cap was at. At that point, the spell could handle a bit over 25 damage before breaking, and it would only be offline for about 30 seconds in that situation. Not amazing by any means, but it was at least useful at this point. Lots of fights were won by means of many small attacks, not one huge burst of damage hells. Tiny increments of damage was normally how I killed anything. Because of the frequent need for physical contact between us, we didn't want to keep grabbing on and letting go over and over, so we just walked through the forest hand in hand. Occasionally, I'd tell her I was about to cast. She said she didn't need any warning, but I felt bad just dropping it on her, and then activate Noxious Grasp for a second or so. We acted like the hand-holding was just for the functionality of practice, but I couldn't help smiling when she interlocked her fingers with mine, and I caught her blushing occasionally, too. Luckily, the way Noxious Grasp worked, if the damage got prevented, the stamina drain got prevented, too. It was good that Noxious Grasp worked that way, because if it always drained her stamina, that'd be a problem. We probably wouldn't be able to use Noxious Grasp to practice at all, and instead have to repeatedly stab her with a knife or something. That would be a bit more unfortunate to accidentally cause a break with. At some point, we encountered another wood wraith. Instead of killing it immediately, Irani said she wanted to get some practice using Angelic Shield in live combat, so I stepped back and let her handle it. First, she shouted at the monster, and it immediately whipped its head around and made eye contact with her. She didn't double over in nausea like normal, though. The signature glowing matrix of Angelic Shield spread around her eyes and face, protecting her from the poisonous glare. This didn't dissuade the wood wraith, though. Seeing its glare attack did nothing. It charged forward, its mouth wide and ready to bite into Irani. She stepped to the side, but she wasn't as experienced with close combat as she was with ranged, and while she dodged the bite, she left herself open for a claw swipe. The beast scratched its claws against her leg, but again, the glowing wires formed around her skin, protecting her from damage. She stood her ground, completely unfazed by the force of the strike, as though she hadn't been touched at all. The wood wraith, on the other hand, tripped over itself and fell on its face, expecting to knock her aside with its strike instead of hitting an immovable wall. Irani stood and waited for the monster to get to its feet. It was obviously furious at this point and charged at her again. This time she took a step back, readying herself. Right when the beast got close, she turned, pivoting on one leg and kicked the monster in its mouth. This would have worked perfectly, but she was still a bit slow, and it managed to turn its head just in time for her to kick her shin into its open mouth. The monster was still knocked aside from her attack, but I heard a shatter and saw bright strings fly from her legs. It seemed the damage on her leg was too great for the spell. Og, Irani grunted, bending over to hold her shin. Okay, enough practice. She pointed her hand at the monster and unleashed a barrage of explosive firebolts, immediately killing the wood wraith. That was enlightening, she said as she shook the battle jitters from her body. Think you're getting the hang of it. The real trouble is trying to figure out how much damage something's going to deal before it even hits me. And guess it'll just take practice. Yeah, killer headache too. Oh, this is your second ever spell, right? Yeah, I noticed that too. It's way harder to train a new spell than it is to train the ones you have experience with. Hopefully it fades quickly, she sighed. I was just starting to get used to Firebolt. Well, the only way to get rid of the headache is by practicing more, I laughed. Yeah. She walked over and grabbed my hand again, smiling. I smiled too. It was another few hours before we finally got to a place I recognized as being near the river. At that point, Noxious Grasp spell XP was at 271,355, and my health had risen a bit more, up to 166,210. Irani's Angelic Shield hadn't quite got to rank 7, but it was close. So sorcerer classes get a spell strengthening every second level, right? I asked as we walked hand in hand. How does that work when you have multiple spells? Oh, so whenever I get a strengthening, I choose one of my 2 spells, and it gets a free rank without getting any more expensive to get its next rank. Wish it affected both spells, but unfortunately I can only pick one. So which are you gonna choose then? Probably sticking with Firebolt for now. Doesn't matter as much for us right now, since getting Firebolt to rank 20 or Angelic Shield to rank 10 won't give me an upgrade. I don't have any spell crystals, but we might end up coming across some way to get them in the future, so I want to stick with the books, and the books say that improving my main way of dealing damage is the best play here. While we were approaching the river, I listened carefully for the sound of rushing water through our conversation. That way we would know when we were getting close and could head toward the sound. But as we got closer and closer, a different sound came to my ears. Well, I also heard the river, but another sound was louder, the sound of fighting. Thrashes, crashes, and slashes were being thrown through the forest from the direction of the stream. Irani met my eyes. Part of me wanted to flee in the opposite direction, but I also needed to know what was going on. If it was a group of infernals, we would need to go in a large radius around them in order to avoid any other infernal groups that could be nearby. But if it was just some random animals fighting each other, we could wait the fight out and cut through like normal. Besides, if the infernals were fighting so ferociously, what could they be fighting against? Irani seemed to arrive at the same conclusion. We slowly crept forward, keeping our senses sharp for anything that might attack us. Sneaking through the wood, we eventually saw the familiar sight of the river we slept at poke through the trees, and next to the river was the source of the sound. On the riverside were the 2 nymphs we'd befriended, beaten and battered, fighting against a trio of infernals. As I watched, I realized they weren't just fighting against the 3 infernals. Hellions burst from the ground throughout the fighting, attacking the nymphs anytime they left their guards down. Thankfully, the Hellions were the normal-sized kind, only 3 or 4 paces long and a bit wider than my thigh, but they were still dangerous. The nymphs fought valiantly, and it seemed like they were truly giving the infernals a struggle. I could see each of the hulking demons leaking blue blood from their many wounds, and even the Hellions, occasionally bursting from underground to ambush the nymphs, were cut up in places. The shorter nymph struck out with its whip, fighting from a distance and never letting the demons close, and the taller one with its long claws was moving from enemy to enemy, stabbing and slicing and fighting for its life. However, despite their brave efforts, they were losing. The shorter nymph couldn't keep all of the demons back with its single whip, and constantly had to move back, getting chased by the infernals, and the clawed nymph had obviously taken a few hits. Due to the severe disadvantage both in numbers and in raw power, it was obvious that the nymphs would lose this fight. They'd be slaughtered, however. I'll admit it was a greedy thought. I remembered the amount of XP I'd gotten from the infernal Irani and I had killed in the past. A single one was enough to level me up, and here were 3 badly damaged infernals and 2 extra allies to help me kill them. I had time looped back from the night's passing, so even if we died in the process, the XP gain could very well be worth it. I'll also admit I was reluctant to let the nymphs die. They'd let us stay with them for safety, and even given us a parting gift. And if I just stood by to allow them to be killed by the hands of an enemy that I brought here in the first place, well, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. A Hellion burst from the ground, chomping into the leg of one of the nymphs, the shorter one with the whip, before it could bite the nymph's leg clean off, though the other nymph, the taller one with the claws, dashed forward and sliced at the giant worm. It screeched and let go, burrowing back into the earth, but the distraction allowed one of the infernals to lumber up behind the clawed nymph and swing its hand out in a gigantic, powerful backhand, striking the nymph and launching it backward into a tree. The infernal took another step forward, now bearing down on the shorter nymph, which was still nursing the wound in its leg. The giant demon raised its fists high, preparing a smash to end the nymph's life. I couldn't let it happen. Thinking quickly, I raised my hand and fired a ray of frost at the attacking infernal. You have struck level 26 Infernal for 47 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 26 Infernal with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.38, 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 472. The moment it connected and applied its effect, I cast Crippling Chill on the same target. You have cursed level 26 Infernal with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, it loses 6.38 health and 5.1 stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 12.8, 50.9 mana cost. Your mana is 422. Even against a monstrous threat like the Infernal, the stacking dexterity debuffs caused it to stumble and slow, giving the nymph the time needed to get to its feet and scramble away from the monster. The Infernal turned toward the source of the newfound curses, looking straight into my eyes and roared in rage. Irani grabbed my arm. Are we seriously fighting them? We have to at least try. Seeming to understand my resolution, Irani nodded, and we charged. I charged forward into the battlefield of nymphs and infernals, and Irani scrambled behind a tree. She may have gotten a defensive spell, but her health was still abysmal. The infernal I'd shot had already noticed me and turned to face me, and the second infernal saw me during my charge out of the forest. It began running along the muddy riverbank to intercept me, brown sludge splashing across its red skin as it stomped along. The third infernal turned and went to pursue the two nymphs that had fled into the forest. The nymphs had been able to handle themselves for at least a bit against all three, though, so just one shouldn't have been a problem for now. I cast Crippling Chill on the infernal that was approaching me. You have cursed level 26 Infernal with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, it loses 6.38 health and 5.1 stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 12.8, 50.9 mana cost. Your mana is 371. However, I didn't worry too much about it catching me, just as it got close. Boom, an explosion blasted against it, firebolts pelting out from the trees against the demon's head. It turned and roared in anger at Irani, who was supporting me from the back lines. It charged toward her, and I was just left with the one infernal. Not exactly an easy fight, but judging from the many cuts and wounds, slash marks and stabs from its previous fight with the nymphs, hopefully it would be doable. As I neared the hulking demon, it held out its arms out in preparation to grab me. Just as I got within its reach, though, I shot a ray of frost directly into its eyes, blinding it with the bright blue light and strafed to the left. You have struck level 26 Infernal for 50 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 26 Infernal with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.38, 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 348. It roared and flailed its arms wildly while it blinked away the flash. However, by that time, I'd already scrambled behind it. From there, I leapt onto its back, wrapping my arms around its meaty neck and activating Noxious Grasp. It roared and tried to reach around and throw me off, but its thick muscles worked against it, ruining its flexibility. It roared and flailed, trying to buck me from it, but I held strong, the few extra points I'd gotten in strength aiding me. Eventually, the demon grunted and gave up on trying to throw me from its back. Instead, it crouched, then leapt up, leaning backward so it would land directly on its back and consequently me. I immediately pushed off, jumping to the side as it landed on the ground. You have struck level 26 Infernal for 175 damage and drained 88 stamina over the course of 11.3 seconds using Noxious Grasp, 42.4 mana cost. Your mana is 306. It slammed into the muddy ground with a thud and began clambering to its feet, taking wild swipes at me as I continued to back away. As it got to its feet, I received a notification. Crippling Chill has worn off of level 26 Infernal. You have struck level 26 Infernal for 96 damage and drained 77 stamina over the course of 15 seconds using Crippling Chill. I quickly cursed it once again with Crippling Chill, bringing my mana down to 255. It may have been damaged, but I didn't want to deal with this thing at full capacity. In the background, I could hear signs of the other two scuffles going on. The explosions of Irani's firebolts combined nicely with the roars of pain from the infernal she was firing them at. As for the nymphs, I could hear faint thwips and slices from their respective weapons coming from the surrounding forest. I kept my distance from the infernal in front of me, raising my hand in preparation to cast Ray of Frost. It was likely pretty low on health at this point, and its stamina must have been dragging after all it had been through. So if I just kept out of its melee range and pelted it with spells from afar, I could kill it with little effort. But before I could even get my first spell off, a rumbling came from the ground below me, and the dirt burst apart, a hellion jumping from beneath the earth. Its head-sized mouth chomped onto my thigh, the circular rings of fangs digging into my skin. You have been bitten by teeth. 57 damage. Your health is 109. I screamed in pain as the worm longer than I was tall ripped into my flesh. Panicked, I aimed my hand at it and cast a barrage of rays of frost, the cold beams burning into its skin and coating it with ice. You have struck level 11 Hellion for 41 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 11 Hellion with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.38, 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 232. You have struck level 11 Hellion for 44 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 11 Hellion with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.38, 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 210. You have struck level 11 Hellion for 39 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 11 Hellion with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.38, 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 187. You have offered major contribution toward the slaying of level 11 Hellion. You have earned 48 XP. Your XP is 210. The Hellion fell limp off of my leg, its body splayed twitching on the dirt. I fought back the urge to lie on the ground and nurse my wound, struggling back to my feet as the dozens of tiny tooth marks in my leg leaked blood. The Infernal was on its feet at this point and running toward me. I limped backward and cast yet more rays of frost at the Infernal. The many beams shot into its skin, spreading patches of sleet across the areas of impact. After the many castings, my mana had gone further down to 97. The demon didn't slow though, stomping toward me, and considering my crippled state, it would reach me soon. Irani, I called to my right, where I could still hear the explosions from her fight. I watched as she burst from the tree line, an Infernal of her own chasing after her. Its entire body was smoking and covered in scorch marks. She reached out as she ran toward me, launching a firebolt at the Infernal pursuing me. It exploded against the beast's head, knocking it aside and causing it to roar in surprise. Could use some help of my own, she yelled back to me as she arrived at my side. Understanding what she meant, I cast Crippling Chill on the Infernal that had been chasing her. You have cursed level 25 Infernal with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, it loses 6.38 health and 5.1 stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 12.8. 50.9 mana cost. Your mana is 46. Obviously not expecting the sudden loss of mobility, the monster tripped and fell into the mud. In fact, it looked like it was almost dead from the countless cuts and burns across its body. Watch out for Hellions, I said to Irani, who now stood beside me. Got my leg earlier. She nodded and cast another firebolt on the still-standing Infernal. It fell back, running low on mana. How are you looking? About 50. Need to stick to Noxious Grasp for damage from now on. Sure, I'll cover you. I took a breath, bracing for pain, and then ran forward at the Infernal that had been chasing Irani, the one that seemed to be lower on health. As it took the labored movements to get onto its hands and knees, I tackled it, knocking it back into the mud. We were close enough to the riverbank that its impact into the ground caused a splash in the water. I activated Noxious Grasp and began draining away the remainder of the Infernal's health. It roared in pain and swung its arm at me. I tried to lean out of the way, but my position on top of the monster was awkward, and I couldn't move as much as I needed to. Its oversized hands smacked into my body. You have been knocked aside. 31 damage. Your health is 78. You have struck level 25 Infernal for 104 damage and drained 52 stamina over the course of 6.7 seconds using Noxious Grasp. 25.2 mana cost. Your mana is 20. I flew off the Infernal, landing a few paces away. Hurriedly, I got to my feet. If the Infernal got up, it'd be that much harder to take down again. So as quickly as possible, I ran back over to it. As I half sprinted, half stumbled, I scooped a handful of mud into my hand and flung it into the demon's eyes. It grunted and tried to wipe the gunk from its face, but just as it did so, I grabbed onto its arm, and using every bit of my strength, I dragged the gigantic monster over a pace so that its head was in the water. Still blind, it roared and swung around at me, but I was able to dodge the wild strikes. Its head was floating in the water splashing onto the spluttering beast's face. Let's get that mud off you, I said and lifted my foot, then stomped down onto the Infernal, pushing it completely underwater. You have struck level 25 Infernal for 12 damage using your foot. Before it could grab me, I lifted my foot again, staying out of its reach. But just as fast, I kicked down again, hitting it for more damage and keeping it beneath the water. You have struck level 25 Infernal for 5 damage using your foot. The drowning demon flailed out at me, but I kept at it, stomping my foot onto its face repeatedly while keeping far away when it tried to reach for me. My still bleeding leg ached in pain with each kick, but the adrenaline kept me steady. The other Infernal had got to its feet by now and started to run toward me, eager to save its drowning kin, but before it reached me, an explosion launched it off its feet and back into the mud. Irani nodded at me as I finished the job, and soon enough the Infernal stopped moving. You have offered minor contribution toward the slaying of level 25 Infernal. You have earned 122 XP. Your XP is 332. By the time the Infernal drowned, the other one had got to its feet once again, but Irani blasted it once again. It groaned, but didn't seem like it was capable of getting back to its feet again. I trudged over to it and grabbed onto its head with noxious grasp active. Its bloodshot eyes shot open as the last of its health drained away from it, and it slumped over. You have offered moderate contribution toward the slaying of level 26 Infernal. You have earned 304 XP. Your XP is 636. Threshold reached, 450 XP. Your level has increased to 9. Due to achieving level 9 in the Minute Mage class, you have been granted the following benefits. You have gained 1 Endurance. You have gained 2 Conjuration. You have gained 1 Intelligence. You have gained 3 Stat Points. Recursive Growth has activated. You have gained 1 Dexterity and 1 Conjuration. Time Loop Talent Rank has increased to 9. You may choose a spell to learn. I smiled at the level up, but the battle wasn't near over. In fact, before I could even take a solid breath, I heard a noise from the trees. As I glanced over, I watched the 2 nymphs leap through the tree line, coming toward us with desperate looks on their faces. They'd done some damage to the Infernals too, so they must have gotten kill notifications for the 2 demons and realized it was safe to come over now. Not that Irani or I would be a lot of help to them, we were both too low on mana to cast many spells. Still, I had some, and now I'd have the 2 nymphs to back me up. I ran forward and stood next to them, all 3 of us preparing to fight the Infernal. The 2 nymphs were covered in bite marks. I guessed that was where the other Hellion had been. The demon slowed down when it saw me and Irani. In fact, it came to a complete stop when its eyes met mine. I remembered that the entire reason these Infernals were out here was because they were looking for me, so seeing me would have given them pause. Why didn't the other Infernals have a reaction like that, though? Were they seriously so dumb that they didn't recognize me? This Infernal was doing something strange, though. As it stood, it seemed to be struggling to do something. Its sunken eyes were shut tight and its forehead wrinkled. Did the Infernals have an ability I wasn't aware of? Well, if the demon wasn't going to approach me, I'd take the fight to it. I wasn't going to just stand by and let it do whatever it was trying to do. I ran forward at the Infernal, but before I could get to it, its eyes snapped open. Whatever it was trying to do, it seemed to have done it. I didn't notice any change, though. Whatever. I'd figure it out eventually. The nymphs charged behind me, the taller one with its claws held out, and the shorter one with its whip in its hand, wound up and ready to strike. Just as we reached the demon, the clawed nymph leapt high, soaring over my head and stabbing its claws into the Infernal's chest. It hung there by its claws, but the Infernal grabbed the nymph and flung it away. The nymph landed on its feet, though, and dashed right back at the Infernal as the other nymph with the whip lashed out at the Infernal, strafing to its side. The Infernal grabbed the nymph's whip and flung it in the other direction, the nymph going flying into the ground, but as it did that, I collided with it and activated Noxious Grasp. It didn't seem bothered by me either, though, and kicked me away. You have struck level 38 Infernal Commander for 22 damage and drained 11 stamina over the course of 1.4 seconds using Noxious Grasp. 5.26 mana cost. Your mana is 15. Oh shit, I thought. Infernal Commander. The thing was level 38, over 10 levels higher than the other Infernals I'd faced. It made sense that it didn't seem bothered by our attacks and why it had been giving the nymphs so much trouble. Still, why was it going so easy on us? It almost seemed disinterested, like it was just waiting for something to happen. I backed away. In our state, it wasn't likely we could take on an enemy like that. But as I backed away, it followed, its eyes locked onto me. We need to go. I called back to Irani. It's level 38, something called an Infernal Commander. The demon still just looked at me. I turned and ran. The nymphs seemed to get the message and they fled too, but the Infernal chased after us, jogging along as we sprinted at top speed. It was obviously holding back. Its sunken, beady eyes stared on with a scowl, and then there was a crash, and another, and then the entire forest felt like it was collapsing. Through the trees, dozens upon dozens of Infernals came charging straight at us. My eyes widened at the sight. It called in reinforcements. Run! Irani and I ran into the river, the strong water tugging at our feet and threatening to topple us. The demons chased after us, wading into the pool. At this point, the Infernal Commander had stopped running and was just standing by, watching our struggle. I realized what it had been doing. It was lazy. It just didn't feel like killing me, preferring for its underlings to do so instead. The river slowed down the horde of Infernals, but it slowed us down just as much. The rushing water tripped us, sticks and loose rocks knocked into our legs and tripped us, and the loose footing underneath the water made it impossible to move quickly. The 2 nymphs were more easily able to move through the water, their nimble bodies cutting swiftly through the river, but even they were having trouble. Eventually, we made it to the other side, panting from the effort. The water and sticks made my leg hurt more than ever. Just as we stepped onto dry land, there was a familiar rumbling from beneath, and a Hellion burst from the ground. Not just one, actually 2. One of them, a big one, came from directly underneath my leg, its gigantic maw enveloping my foot, then shin, then thigh as it moved up my skin like a sleeve. Then just as it reached the top of my leg, it bit down. You have been bit. 65 damage. Your health is 13. You have been dismembered. My entire leg had been eaten by the Hellion. I screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground as the limb was carried off into the ground by the gigantic worm. The other hellion had aimed itself at the taller nymph with the claws. It had burst out of the ground from afar and was currently soaring through the air, aimed so that it would fall with its mouth directly around the nymph's head. The nymph didn't seem to notice, too distracted by the attack on me, and I watched as the nymph's demise headed straight for it. But the shorter nymph didn't let that happen. It lunged forward, pushing the taller nymph out of the hellion's arc, but in the process it became the new target. The hellion completed its arc, falling directly into the nymph's chest, pushing it to the ground and then tearing a hole straight through. It burrowed back into the ground, leaving a gigantic wound behind that let you see more internal organs than external. The nymph gasped, its white eyes fading darker and its grip loosening on the handle of its whip. A sickly yellow sap leaked from the massive hole in its torso. The taller nymph fell to its knees, cradling its companion's face in its hands. I could see a white liquid leaking from its eyes. The dying nymph tried to say something to the taller one, but it could barely move its mouth, much less speak. Instead, it just settled on a smile, one that was loving, but tainted by the intense pain it must have been experiencing. The taller nymph had burst fully into tears at this point, and choked out a phrase that I couldn't understand, repeating that phrase over and over as it cradled its companion's bleeding body. The shorter nymph's pained smile grew at that, its own ever-darkening eyes tearing up, and then they went fully black, and it stopped moving. I was snapped back to reality by the roar of an infernal as it crossed the halfway point of the river. The pain in my leg, my stump, shocked back into my brain, and I realized I'd been groaning in pain that entire time. "Mana," I gasped to Irani. "100, she answered. "About enough for 2 firebolts. Use them on their legs," I said. "Try to knock down the nearest ones once they get close." I didn't have enough to cast Crippling Chill. I may have regenerated a couple points in the time we'd been fighting, but it wasn't nearly enough hells. Even if I had 1,000 mana, I wouldn't be able to curse them all, let alone kill them. I used my one good leg to start pushing away from the riverbank. The still-living nymph didn't even seem to remember its surroundings. Instead, it just crouched, cradling the corpse of the other. There was an explosion as one of Irani's firebolts blasted the legs of one of the infernals. It tripped and fell into the rushing water, but was quickly overtaken by 5 more. My leg hurt more than anything had ever hurt in my life. We weren't going to win this fight, and I wasn't interested in seeing it through to the end. I looked over to the grieving nymph. I wasn't interested in prolonging the suffering of my companions, either. I was going to do this again, and I'd do it right. I activated Time Loop. And then I was back 9 minutes beforehand, walking through the forest with Irani before we'd ever heard any signs of fighting. I immediately had a decision to make. I'd leveled to 9 during the fight beforehand and had gotten a spell choice. However, in order to make changes to my status, I'd need to meditate for about 10 minutes, and by the time 10 minutes had passed, there was no doubt in my mind that the nymphs would be killed. However, it could still be possible to catch up and kill a couple of the infernals after the fight, if we were careful about the infernal commander. Again, the nymphs would die, but we could likely get a substantial amount of XP. Yeah, no, even though it was technically an option, sacrificing these nymphs that had been nothing but kind to us for the chance at a measly level or 2 wasn't a decision I was comfortable making. Besides, gaining the nymphs as allies could be hugely beneficial to us. I'd already begun forming a plan to save the nymphs without getting ourselves killed. Now I just needed to put it into action, and to do that, we needed to get there fast. I grabbed Irani's hand and started running. "Wah, Arlen," she shouted in surprise. "Time Loop," I said. "There are infernals at the river and they're going to kill the nymphs." "What?" She stumbled, trying to keep up with my pace. "I really wish I could keep my memories after you use Time Loop like you do. This stuff is bad for my heart." I filled Irani in and explained the plan to her as we ran. Within a minute or 2, we could hear the fighting, and within another, we could see the battle. We'd gotten there a bit earlier due to our quick movement, so the situation wasn't as bad as it had been before. The 2 nymphs didn't look quite as exhausted, at least. "You ready?" I asked Irani. "Not really, but sure." We burst through the tree line, rushing into the riverside clearing and headed straight for the 2 nymphs. The 3 infernals noticed us and moved to intercept, but I slowed them down. "You have cursed level 26 infernal with crippling chill. For the next 15 seconds, it loses 6.38 health and 5.1 stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 12.8, 50.9 mana cost. Your mana is 444. You have cursed level 25 infernal with crippling chill. For the next 15 seconds, it loses 6.38 health and 5.1 stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 12.8, 50.9 mana cost. Your mana is 393. You have cursed level 38 Infernal Commander with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, it loses 6.38 health and 5.1 stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 12.8, 50.9 mana cost. Your mana is 342. The Infernals stumbled but didn't fall. One of them stayed back to continue the fight with the nymphs, trying its best to deflect their quick slices and slashes, while the other infernal and the commander moved in to attack us. There were still around 30 paces between us and the nymphs, and the two enemies were directly in the way. Left, I called to Irani as we approached the infernal and commander. The weaker infernal was on that side, and we strafed in that direction. Just as we got to it, Irani shot a firebolt directly into its face. The ball of flames exploded in a loud blast against its head, and the infernal stumbled back, roaring in pain. The commander ran to intercept us, but I shot a ray of frost at it, slowing it down enough that we could slip past. You have struck level 38 Infernal Commander for 51 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 38 Infernal Commander with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.38, 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 320. The third Infernal's back was to us, still fighting the nymphs, but it heard the explosion and turned around, seeing us charging forward. Behind us, the Infernal and Commander chased. The only reason they hadn't already caught up to us was because of the dexterity debuffs they were under, I suspected. Plus, it still didn't seem like the commander cared much to catch us. I didn't think it had recognized me yet, and it was running with more of a lazy jaunt than a true sprint. It also hadn't stopped and closed its eyes to call in reinforcements yet. Surrounded by us and the nymphs, the third infernal didn't seem to know where to face, turning back and forth between us with a confused expression. Before it could settle on a decision, Irani blasted it with a pair of explosive firebolts, knocking it back and allowing us to reach the two nymphs. The nymphs were obviously surprised at the sudden rescue operation, but we didn't have time for that. Irani and I each grabbed one of the nymphs' hands, and we started dragging them with us, heading for the rushing riverside about a dozen paces away. I glanced back to see how close the pursuing trio of demons were to us, and in that moment my eyes connected with the infernal commanders. Its lazy expression changed to one of surprise, and its run slowed. It barked something at its two subordinates, and they looked surprised too. I didn't have to guess at what they had just realized. Let's pick up the pace, I said to Irani. Pretty sure they're about to start trying a lot harder. Just as I said that, the infernal commander stopped and closed its eyes, just like it had done last time. It was calling in reinforcements. We've got a minute or two before this place will be swarming with demons. We arrived at the edge of the river, but didn't jump in to start crossing. Instead, I grabbed the two nymphs and pulled them in tightly against my chest. Luckily, they didn't do anything to resist, confused, but at least understanding that we didn't mean them harm. Well, we'd harm them a bit here, but for the greater good. I stood next to Irani as the infernals closed in on us. Ready? I asked. I don't think this is a good idea, she said. Maybe. Too late, just shoot. She squinted and aimed her hands directly downward at the ground in front of us and cast explosive firebolt. The projectile flew into the ground and blew up just as we jumped into the air. You have been blown up. 49 damage. Your health is 117. I heard a shattering sound as Irani's angelic shield broke from the damage. The nymphs yelped in surprise and pain, and suddenly we were in the air, sent flying from the explosion. We ragdolled into the sky and over the river before gravity pulled us back down to the ground, and we landed with a heavy thud. Coughing, I stumbled to my feet. My arms burned from the explosion, and I had to fight the urge to dunk them in the cold water. The demons were stranded on the other side of the river, with us safely on the opposite side from where we started. But the two infernals quickly waded into the pool, eager to catch up to us. Let's go. I shouted and started to dash away from the demons. Irani followed suit, and after a moment's hesitation, so did the nymphs. They were obviously dazed and bewildered, but they at least knew who was trying to kill them and who was trying to save them. We ran into the forest, weaving between trees as we put distance between us and the river. I glanced behind us at the quickly disappearing infernals who were still wading through the rushing water. Behind them was the infernal commander, which had just seemed to finish its call for reinforcements. It opened its eyes and saw us quickly escaping, then looked at the slowly pursuing subordinates clumsily stomping through the water. It didn't seem satisfied with their efforts. It took a few steps back and then charged forward, heading straight at the river. And then, just as it got to the river's edge, the demon leapt. It soared over the entire river, no explosion necessary, directly over the heads of the other two infernals, and landed on the other side with a massive boom as the ground shook under its weight. Then, it took off after us, pounding through the trees and knocking aside the same obstacles that we had to avoid. Freak, run! I shouted and pushed my legs even faster. The crippling chills had worn off the demons by now, so I reapplied the curse on the infernal commander, bringing my mana down to 269. I frantically shot a ray of frost over my shoulder and missed. I shot again and missed. I grunted and steadied my arm, shooting again and hitting the infernal commander square in the chest this time. You have struck level 38 Infernal Commander for 48 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 38 Infernal Commander with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.38, 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 201. The demon slowed a bit, but not nearly enough for it to stop being a threat. It was quickly gaining on us, and I was out of ways to slow it down. The nymph seemed to understand the circumstances and turned around to face the monster. The taller, clawed nymph took the lead, baring its blades and charging headstrong into the arms of the beast. The nymph leapt up and slashed at the infernal's face, but the demon blocked the strike with a thick arm, the blades sinking into its muscled flesh instead. The shorter nymph lashed out with its whip from afar, the thorned vine striking into the infernal's torso and ripping into its skin. It roared and grabbed the whip, but before it could fling the shorter nymph away like it had done last time, I shot it in the eyes with another Ray of Frost. You have struck level 38 Infernal Commander for 50 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 38 Infernal Commander with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.38, 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 178. The demon roared and covered its eyes as the bright, cold light spread ice across its skin. The clawed nymph, sensing an opportunity, charged back in and slashed at the Infernal Commander's stomach. Its blades sunk deep into the beast's muscle, spilling bright blue blood onto the ground. Despite its many wounds, though, the demon seemed relatively unfazed. It snatched the nymph off the ground, lifting it up with its massive hands and squeezing tightly. The nymph yelped in pain as its body was crushed. I raised my hands to try and shoot at the Infernal Commander, but the nymph doubled as a hostage, blocking any shot I might try and take. The nymph with the whip didn't hesitate to move into action, though, jumping up on the back of the demon, whose hands were now occupied, and wrapping the thorned whip around its neck. The Infernal pelted the clawed nymph into the ground to free up its hands and smacked the nymph off of its back. The clawed nymph, who had just been thrown hard into the dirt, struggled back to its feet, obviously having taken a significant amount of damage. We weren't getting anywhere with this fight. The Infernal Commander barely seemed tired, the nymphs were tiring out, and I suspected Irani and I could run our mana pools dry before we killed this thing. We need to keep running, come on. I yelled to the nymphs as Irani and I turned and sprinted away. I knew they couldn't understand our language, but they'd get the sentiment of us running away and gesturing for them to come along. They followed, but I could see the clawed nymph looked frustrated at our retreat. The thing had taken the most damage out of all of us. How was it the one that wanted to stay and fight? We fled, but the commander was still faster. Irani shot firebolts behind us as we ran, doing her best to ruin the demon's footing. It stumbled as the explosions blasted against its legs, roaring in anger. If we could continue with this for a bit longer, maybe the damage would finally pile up enough, and crippling Chill's stamina drain could tire it out enough that it would give up. I took a deep breath as we ran. There was a chance we could all make it out of this alive and okay. The Infernal Commander looked like it was getting angrier and angrier as the fireballs tripped it and burned its ankles, until finally it snapped. It roared loudly, stopped running, and stomped its foot on the ground repeatedly. I didn't stay to watch. Was it having a tantrum? The ground was shaking under the weight of its stomps. Every time its foot impacted the ground, a tremble went through the earth. In fact, the ground was even trembling when it wasn't stomping. Wait, what? 2 hellions burst through the ground beneath us. That bastard was masking their traveling through the ground with its stomping. One of the hellions was aimed at Irani, and the other at the clawed nymph. Irani tried to sidestep the one aiming for it, but it managed to glance along her arm. But as the monster's teeth scraped against her skin, a matrix of glowing wires appeared, protecting her from harm. The Infernal Commander, satisfied with its actions, continued its charge forward, and now we had an injured member. I cast Crippling Chill once again on the demon, the spell already having worn off. You have cursed level 38 Infernal Commander with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, it loses 6.38 health and 5.1 stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 12.8. 50.9 mana cost. Your mana is 105. Despite its deep wound, the clawed nymph charged to meet the Infernal, limping ahead. It clearly didn't want to get carried along by us. It stood in front of the demon, baring its claws and prepared for a fight. As it approached, the Infernal grabbed a tree branch from the ground, the massive implement seeming like a simple club in its grip. It swung the tree branch in a wide arc at the nymph, but the nymph leapt up over it, landing on a single leg so as to not agitate its wound, and swiped at the Infernal with its long claws. The Infernal raised the branch to block, but the shorter nymph was on it once again, lashing out and cutting the branch clean in half, letting the claws strike their target. The demon grunted and swung again with the cut branch. The clawed nymph tried to backpedal and dodge, but it stumbled once it put weight on its wounded leg, and the branch hit it squarely in the side, sending it flying. The shorter nymph rushed to its side, and I stepped in to distract the Infernal Commander in the meantime. I was aware of the time we were moving quickly, but so were the reinforcements, and soon they'd catch up with us and the commander. Once we could slow down the demon a bit, we'd be able to escape, but for now we were playing with borrowed time. I barraged it with rays of frost, keeping it on the back foot while the shorter nymph tried to help the clawed one to its feet. I could tell Demon was at least somewhat tiring out at this point. I was also noticing our attack sinking deeper and deeper into its skin, which meant its health was lowering bit by bit. I didn't think we'd be able to kill it, but it was possible we'd escape with our lives. As the shorter nymph knelt beside its badly wounded companion, I felt the ground rumble in that same familiar way. I glanced around, preparing myself for a hellion attack, but none came. At least none near me. Right where the clawed nymph lay, a hellion burst out of the ground, instantly removing its arm from its shoulder. It screamed as yellow sap poured out of the wound, and the hellion quickly burrowed back into the ground, its meal still stuck in its mouth. The shorter nymph gasped and panicked, trying to stem the bleeding from the wound as the clawed nymph groaned and glared at the commander with hatred in its pitch-white eyes. It said something to its companion, who was still trying to stem the bleeding, which stopped it in its tracks. The shorter nymph seemed to argue with its wounded counterpart, and a short conversation ensued. Eventually, the shorter one seemed to concede to the clawed one's suggestion. The wounded taller nymph stood up and looked at Irani, making wild gestures that I didn't immediately understand. I cast another ray of frost at the infernal commander, and my mana hit 15. I couldn't cast any more of them. The demon quickly realized this and smugly walked over to a tree to grab a new branch weapon. It clearly wasn't in a rush. It knew we were wounded and depleted. The nymph continued trying to communicate with Irani. It pointed at the ground behind itself with its remaining arm, mimicking a huge explosion, and then drawing a line between itself and the infernal commander. I wasn't entirely sure what it was suggesting. Was it asking Irani to kill it so that the infernal wouldn't be able to? It kept pointing to the ground behind it, though. Irani lit a firebolt in her hand and then pointed to the ground behind the nymph. It nodded frantically. The shorter nymph began crying once Irani understood her role. "You think this is a good idea?" she asked me. "It obviously seems to know what it's doing," I said. She shook her head and prepared to cast. The shorter nymph backed away, wiping its eyes. The clawed nymph held its remaining arm close to its chest and bent its legs, a resolute look on its face. The infernal commander snapped a branch off a tree and looked back to see the wounded nymph staring at it hatefully. Then, Irani shot the firebolt. It impacted the ground directly behind the nymph just as it jumped forward, just as we had done at the river. The explosion propelled it toward the infernal and the nymph flew through the air, but its two legs were also completely destroyed in the process. It's likely incredibly low health, doing nothing to protect it like it had last time. There was nothing left below its knees by the time it arrived at the demon. Its remaining hand of claws held out in front of it. The blades impaled the infernal's neck, piercing all the way through and coming out the other side. The momentum the nymph carried punched the demon backward, and its throat was nailed to the tree behind it, the beast completely pinned in place. It shook in pain and shock as the nymph, stuck to the tree alongside the infernal, screamed at us in its language. Its companion hesitated, obviously torn between helping the nymph and doing as it had said. I didn't understand what the clawed nymph was saying, but I understood what it was doing. It was buying us time. Despite the damage we dealt to it, the infernal commander looked nowhere close to dead, but if we got far enough away, maybe it wouldn't be able to track us anymore. The demon at least looked stunned, and the nymph would do its best to keep it there for as long as possible. I grabbed the shorter nymph's hand and looked at the other. I wasn't able to save that nymph. I was too weak, but I could at least save one, so I ran. We ran for what felt like hours, keeping up the fastest speed we could manage for as long as we could. The nymph we managed to save ran along with us gracefully, seeming barely tired from the gauntlet of hills to ascend and fallen logs to leap over. Its whip bounced against its thigh as it bounded through the forest with us. At first I was impressed, but eventually, as my legs felt more and more hollow and powerless, I was just jealous of its seemingly endless stamina. The nymph didn't just run with us, though. It led us. As we fled from the infernals we'd left behind us, it took a sudden turn to the left, toward what seemed to be a massive hill that be hell to climb up. But then it took us behind a tree, through a squeeze between two rocks, and into a tunnel that'd been bored through the hill long ago. Maybe it was a digging monster, or a classer that used some spell to bore through the hill, but the hole was still here. The nymph led us through, and suddenly we were on the other side, moving straight through an obstacle that would have taken 10 times as long to traverse otherwise. And then we came across a massive ravine that split the earth in two. We'd have to go around it, I thought. A detour, but one the demons would have to take as well. It was too long to jump across, and too deep to go down and back up. But then the nymph grabbed a vine that clung to a nearby tree and split it off, and used it to swing all the way across the ravine. We did the same, and suddenly we were that much further ahead. Over and over, the nymph used its seemingly infinite mastery of the terrain and environment knowledge of every tree and rock, of every monster territory, of every single shortcut that one could think of to eke us further and further ahead. The constant movement and climbing and crawling and ducking under this, and jumping over that only served to tire me more, though. The exhausting sprint helped keep my mind off the sacrifice we'd made to escape, though. I couldn't forgive myself for letting someone die there, right in front of me. Sure, I'd also left behind the citizens of Karth, but it was completely impossible for me to have stopped that invasion. The Supreme Hellion, the legions of Infernals, they were more of a force of nature than something I could have stopped. This time, I couldn't shake the feeling that if I'd just been a bit stronger, gained one extra level, I could have gotten out of that encounter with everyone alive in the end. Maybe I'd chosen the wrong spells and talents. I'd raved to Irani about recursive growth's infinite potential, but I sure as hells wasn't feeling that power now. And her angelic shield hadn't been very useful in that fight either. I'd known it wouldn't be very good for a while, and yet I still convinced her to take it. What was I thinking? I set my jaw as we ran. There was no use in condemning myself for my past actions. At the end of the day, the reason we had to leave that nymph behind was because the demons decided to attack us in the first place. They were the ones to blame. My legs screamed at me, begging me to lie down for even a moment. My ankles jolted in pain with every footfall, and my feet chafed and blistered from rubbing against my shoes. But I kept running. If the Infernals caught up to us, we'd be dead, and that nymph's sacrifice would have been for nothing. But eventually, after pushing myself to a physical limit past that limit, and then up to a second physical limit that I didn't even know I had, I received a system notification. Your stamina has reached 1. You can no longer physically exert yourself. Immediately, I collapsed onto the ground as I felt all strength leave my legs. I gasped for air, suddenly realizing just how out of breath I was. It was as though all of my physical stats had left my body. Shit, are you okay? Irani gasped. She crouched down and helped me sit back up. At 1 stamina, I managed to get out, need to rest. She looked around the area. We were still in the middle of the forest, but there weren't any signs of demons around us. I guess we should all rest, Irani said, breathing heavily. I don't like being out in the open, but well, at least we have the nymph with us to keep the nearby monsters calm. She collapsed against a tree. Both of us had sweat drenching our skin and dripping from our face. The nymph was still standing. I could tell it hadn't entirely mentally recovered from the attack. I reached over and took its arm, pulling it down into a sitting position. It looked at me, but I couldn't entirely parse what it was thinking. I knew humans, but the emotions of monsters were another thing entirely. Its large white eyes stared into me, and its green skin with its shifting vines and leaves never quite seemed like it was still. I closed my eyes while I continued gasping for air. Before long, without realizing it, I fell into an exhausted trance. I didn't know how long I rested, head laid against a tree trunk with my eyes closed, but eventually I awoke to the noise of a snarl. I opened my eyes and saw a panther charging out from the treeline at us. Its teeth were bared and its eyes had an unquenchable rage in them. Instinctively, I shot off a couple rays of frost, freezing and killing the enemy. You have slain level 2 panther. You earned 6 XP. I looked at the nymph. It was obviously stressed and traumatized. Didn't even react to the attacking panther. As things were, we probably wouldn't get any rest. The nymph's empathy would automatically agitate any animals or monsters that came nearby, and it didn't seem like it could turn that off. Currently, the nymph was sitting still, staring at nothing. Mustering as much energy as I could, I sat back up and leaned over to it. My stamina was regenerating now that I was resting, but that didn't make my exhaustion go away. Irani was still fully asleep on the ground next to us. It didn't seem my scuffle with the panther had woken her up. "Are you okay?" I asked the nymph. It didn't respond or react to my words. I knew it wouldn't understand, of course, but I hoped a calm tone and a little interaction with another person might help get its mind off things. I gently touched its arm. It flinched but kept staring at the distant point in space. I know it must be hard. Losing a friend or a lover, or whatever it is that the other nymph was to you, is always difficult to bear. And so is losing a home. I don't know how attached nymphs get to their homes, but we humans care a lot about where we live. That's where we put our lives. The nymph seemed to realize I was speaking to it and turned to look at me. Its eyes were empty of feeling. "I'm sorry I dragged you into this. I knew I was being hunted, and I stayed with you and took advantage of your kindness anyway. And I'm sorry that I wasn't strong enough to take responsibility for the consequences of those actions when the time came. I put you in danger. I didn't realize I wasn't thinking about that in the moment. I'm sorry." The nymph tilted its head. I wondered what it was thinking now. Could it at least understand the intentions of my words? It at least seemed a bit calmer, which was the point of all that. It looked down at the ground and began tracing its finger across the dirt, making lines in the soil. After a moment, I realized it was drawing the riverbed. The winding river cut through the ground, trees and rocks scattered along the side. Every detail was perfect, each bend in the stream and root of the trees in the exact place they were in reality. The nymph had a wistful look on its face, as though it were making a true attempt to bring itself back to its home. Every time I felt like it was done, it would only go back and add more detail to the perfect picture. A vine on a rock here, a patch of moss there, tiny dots in the dirt to represent pebbles scattered across the dirt. When its fingers were too large to draw the details, it would use a stick from the ground, and when the stick was too large, it would use the sharpened tip of its fingernail. Eventually, it seemed to get to a point where it was satisfied with its drawing. Then it put its finger to the area of the drawing that contained the makeshift table that it had been sitting at when Irani and I first arrived at the stream. It traced careful lines above the rock sitting next to the stump, and by the end I recognized it to be the nymph itself, sitting at the table, cheerfully laughing at an unsaid joke. The nymph put its finger to the rock on the opposite side of the stump, but it never drew its conversation partner. Its finger stood there, stuck in the dirt, shaking. I looked up to realize the nymph was crying. I wasn't sure what I could even do. I gently lifted the nymph's hand from the dirt, careful not to ruin the beautiful illustration, and turned the nymph around so it was facing me. Then I leaned over and began drawing a picture of my own in the dirt. I wasn't sure what to draw at first. My room in the inn back in my village wasn't very interesting, and I probably wouldn't be able to draw it very accurately anyway. I never really paid much attention to my material possessions. Eventually, I settled on the landscape of Karth from the top of the clock tower. I wasn't sure if I could do it justice, but I'd do my best. I drew out the city streets and the boxy houses lining them, the distant market squares and the walls surrounding the city. The nymph watched, intrigued. As a monster, it had probably never seen anything like this before. Once I was done with the larger picture of the grid-like roads, though I had trouble with smaller details, I found my people walking the streets were more like little blobs, and the lines I meant to be straight were instead shaky and slanted. When the nymph noticed me struggling, it reached out and began helping me with my lines, detailing my scene more accurately than I ever could. However, it seemed to misunderstand what it was I was trying to draw. Instead of the people I'd meant them to be, the nymph detailed my blobs into tiny boulders peppering the streets. Instead of windows in the houses, it drew vines covering the square buildings. My roads were turned into gigantic roots protruding from the tree that it interpreted the clock tower to be. I guess it made sense it had only ever known the wilderness, so it wouldn't be able to see anything else. In the end, the picture looked like one straight out of the Bard's Tales, a city taken over by roots and vines, rubble scattered in the streets. Even though it was a misunderstanding, it was strangely beautiful. Eventually, the nymph yawned, clearly tired. I understood the feeling. It glanced at me and then lay down on the ground next to Irani, closing its eyes. I was glad I'd managed to help it. I leaned back too, remembering my exhaustion, and closed my eyes. Before I knew it, I fell into a sleep. I awoke to a gentle stirring by Irani. It was dark out. I'd apparently slept through the rest of the day and all the way into midnight. The nymph was still on the ground, sleeping soundly. "You doing okay?" Irani asked me. I checked my status. Noxious Grasp 9 XP 332 355. Yeah, pretty much. Health still only around half, but my stamina's full now. Irani flicked my forehead. "I can assume that much, dummy. I mean outside of your status. You feeling all right? It got a bit intense back there. I got worried when you collapsed." "Oh yeah, I'm doing fine. Sorry, got a bit distracted when I checked my status. I leveled up earlier and completely forgot about it. Got a spell choice and everything." "Oh, congrats," she smiled while I closed my eyes to begin meditating. While you get focused to make those changes, mind discussing what we're gonna do with the nymph. I winced, keeping my eyes closed. "Yeah, sorry. Guess from your perspective, I just appeared and declared what was happening with no discussion or information." "Yep," she laughed. "Don't worry though. I've been getting used to that sort of thing lately." "Yeah, well, I'm not exactly sure what the plan is from here. I guess it depends on what the nymph wants to do. It's just I saw them back there, fighting for their lives against the enemies. I brought and I saw that I could do something about it. I didn't mention that my reasoning also included the XP from killing the infernals. The second timeline, at the very least, I spent all my effort on saving them. If the nymph wants to go, it's not like I'm gonna do anything to stop it. And if it wants to stick with us, I say we need all the help we can get. Makes sense to me. After a few minutes, I was able to open up my spell choice and look at the options. Choose one spell to learn, Betrothed of Fire. School Fire. Type Toggle. Cost 6 mana second. While active, douses you in an aura of flame, dealing up to 10 damage per second, depending on how close they are to you, to any being within 5 paces of you. Intelligence information. If you choose this option, your next spell options will be Solar Blaze, Energy Bolt, Force of Will, Spiritual Guardian, School Divine. Type Passive. Cost 10 of your mana regeneration. All damage you take is reduced by 5. Intelligence information. If you choose this option, your next spell options will be Holy Day, Parasitic Bonds, Vlashfree, Gravity Well, School Arcane. Type Toggle. Cost 10 mana second per being affected. While active, increase gravitational pull by 25 for any number of beings within 30 paces of you. Intelligence information. If you choose this option, your next spell options will be ethereal armor. Abrupt decay. Stasis. It wasn't immediately obvious which one I should pick. Betrothed to Fire had obvious synergies with the spells I'd been taking. It was basically a longer-ranged Noxious Grasp, but its damage left something to be desired, especially in situations where I only had one enemy in range. Spiritual Guardian would be interesting, simply consuming some of my mana minute to reduce any damage I took. However, as a passive spell, I wouldn't be able to ever turn it off, so that mana minute consumption would be permanent. And Gravity Well seemed like a great spell to control a battlefield and keep opponents weakened, but it would be expensive to use and not always useful on smaller or lighter monsters. I read them all out to Irani. Which do you think? She asked. I'm not sure. I was honestly hoping you'd recognize one of those intelligence information spells as something we desperately needed so I wouldn't have to figure it out myself. I don't think I do, she said thoughtfully, but just from hearing all of their effects, I'd say Betrothed of Fire is the weakest. I was thinking the same thing. If I'm up close with a monster, Noxious Grasp already does what it does, but better. The main situation it would be good in would be fighting a gigantic swarm of weak enemies, but I don't see that happening soon, and your explosive firebolts handle situations like that just fine. Right, so it's between the other two them. Yeah, it's hard to choose. Gravity Well would work very well with Crippling Chill and Ray of Frost's dexterity debuffing effects, but it's mana intensive. It'll be good against the slow and heavy infernals, sure, but against any other smaller, more agile monsters, it doesn't seem like it'd be as good. Yes, but Spiritual Guardian's lack of flexibility worries me. Since it's a passive spell, you can't ever turn it off. So even if you desperately need the mana for something else, you'll have to always use up some of your mana on the spell. I nodded, but it seems useful to have some sort of protection for me, right? It's been a very long time since I've seen myself at full health, and I need something to keep me safe. Irani hummed. Well, from before when you were picking your talent. Recursive growth came with the intelligence information that in your next talent choice at level 10, you'll be offered a talent called Regenerate, right? Yeah, why? Well, I don't know exactly what it will do, but judging from the name, it probably regains health. So if you know you'll be offered some healing in the future, you know that you'll get another option to fill that role of keeping you alive. I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, you're right. I guess if it's still desperately needed at that point, I can always look into Regenerate. So Spiritual Guardian isn't quite as unique in its effect, it seems. Still, think Gravity Well is better here. I'm not sure. I mean, against an enemy like the Infernals, it's obviously pretty useful since they're so heavy. Especially against something that jumps around like the Infernal Commander. But in the long term, I could imagine you going up against all kinds of things that it's borderline useless against. I pursed my lips. Did I really have the luxury to think in the long term right now? Gravity Well would be an immense help in keeping those massive Infernals off us, and that was exactly what I needed right now. If I kept taking things that would only work in the long term, I'd just die in the short term. So while Spiritual Guardian would probably always be at least a little useful, it was also likely that it'd just get me killed here. Gravity Well it is. You have learned the spell Gravity Well. Your next spell options will be Ethereal Armor. Abrupt Decay. Stasis. I also went ahead and put my stat points into Conjuration. With the new high-cost spell, I'd need that mana more than ever. You have used 3 stat points to increase Conjuration. Your Conjuration value is now 51, and with that I was settled, a new spell in my arsenal and some additional stats to help use it. Now I've just got to get the damn thing to rank 5 like the rest of them. A devil sat at a desk in a damp, dark room. Long-forgotten papers were scattered across the floor, covered in so many dirty footsteps it was impossible to tell what was written on them anymore. The devil leaned, hunched over the empty desk, chewing on one of his fingers. It had become a bad habit of his, biting down on a thumb or pinky any time he became stressed. It had gotten so bad, in fact, that he regularly bit down hard enough to accidentally draw blood. But some small wounds on a finger were the least of his worries. For now, he listened intently to a report being given to him by an underling, eyes focused on an arbitrary bump in the desk. 506 overworld losses in the past 24 hours. Of those, 255 Infernals are currently comatose in the underworld, along with 40 Hellions, and a Hellion has perished due to complications in the awakening process, as well. 11 human settlements have been completely destroyed, and 16 classed humans of level 20 or more have been killed. We suspect there are still at least 112 with teleportation capabilities and the ability to track our forces, of which 111 are currently being combated or tracked. There are 291 individuals which we suspect might be capable of the same, of which we are investigating 257, 18 human settlements. Tondao the Devil interrupted. He looked up from his desk and into the underling's eyes, or rather eye. This particular demon was a Balor, a large, one-eyed race of demons. They stood tall and wide, so the Balor Tondo had to hunch over to fit in the devil's office. Its body was covered in patchy hair, tiny groups of strands sprouting up along random spots of the demon's brick-red, muscled body. Its face was covered in folds as though there was twice as much skin than necessary on its head. The devil fought back a scowl as he looked across the Balor's ugly form. Is Arlen Noda dead yet? No, superior ex Hagdulin Ithara Babidukne Sentapadun Torberg Tondau said in a deep, rumbly voice. Its sentences were stilted, a pause just barely too long after every phrase in its speech. He has been spotted 2 times, though, and we have diviner squads working around the clock to locate him. His constant movement proves him a difficult target, but you haven't done it yet. The devil sighed and rubbed his eyes. Freaking worthless. What level is he? Formal expression of apology, but that is currently unknown. He has dispatched one infernal that we know of, utilizing the help of another classed individual, so our estimates say above level 5. That you know of. Can you not keep track of your own troops? No, superior, that is not the case. It is just that we do not know if he has killed any in alternate timelines. So what you're telling me is that we have just been feeding our own enemy power in the form of gift-wrapped units for him to kill, and we don't even know how strong he is. Listen, Tondo, I have about 30 different meetings that I need to go to after this, so I'm going to have to cut this one short. Just tell me this, why in your own opinion is this taking so abysmally long to do? How incompetent can these soldiers be that they can't even kill a scared little boy hiding in the woods? We control the entire freaking kingdom he lives in. How in the name of the Lord below has he survived more than 10 freaking minutes? It has been 72 hours, Tondo. We outnumber him tens of thousands to 1. The Balor scratched his head, obviously confused at the devil's emotional outburst. Such things were rare to see in demons. Well, in my opinion, the main problem is the rest of the humans. We cannot mobilize the majority of our forces because anytime we try, the humans will attack and try to kill our troops. There are groups of individuals in law enforcement who are focused on keeping the peace in the cities. These individuals posed problems at first, but now that we are searching for Arlen Noda in the forest, they are not as problematic. However, there are also humans who call themselves adventurers, who will go into the wilderness to kill any demons they see. We are fighting a war on 2 fronts, and if we attempt to focus too much on Arlen Noda, the infernals will be slaughtered. The devil bit down on his index finger once again and soon tasted blood on his tongue. He looked down at the bleeding finger, blue ichor dripping from the wound onto his desk. He scowled and closed his eyes, trying to bring his stress under control. And why haven't you spoken with the humans? I do not have an overworld form currently. I mean you the whole. Just freaking any of you, a single demon ever. Why has nobody spoken with the humans that are attacking you? The devil waved hands angrily as he spoke. They aren't freaking brainless, you know. They are capable of conversation, same as the rest of us. If they killing our men and sending soldiers to slaughter the infernals, maybe you should have considered freaking diplomacy, or are you so freaking meat-headed that your first instinct was punch your way through the problem? I do not possess the power to speak with the humans or to ask others to do so on my behalf. I am once again talking about you the whole, you freaking dumbass. Tens of thousands of demons in this operation, and not one person thought, oh hey, maybe we should freaking, I dunno, try saying words. The devil groaned. This shit is going to be the death of me. I swear my chest is just going to implode one day and I'll be dead. Formal expression of apology, superior, but what should we say to the humans? What should you say? Listen, we are only going to be in the overworld for as long as Arlen Noda is alive. Once Arlen Noda is dead, we leave. So all you need to do is to point out to the humans that it is within their best interest to ensure Arlen Noda is dead. Would they not want to ensure the survival of one of their own? We're killing hundreds of humans every day. Do you think they don't know that? Every day Arlen Noda remains alive, more humans die. All that needs to happen to ensure those humans don't die is for them to let one single human into our hands. It is simple negotiation, but the humans do not want us to kill humans. If humans will die either way, they will fight us like they are doing now. They aren't a monolith, moron. The devil groaned into his palms, rubbing his face. Listen, talk to the ruler. Be diplomatic, be convincing. Be threatening, be friendly, be whatever. It shouldn't be difficult to convince the humans to save their own lives. I do not understand. Which of those should I be? Freak this shit, I'm doing it myself. The devil stood. Tondo, are you busy after this meeting? Yes, superior. I will be reporting to 14 other higher-ups with the information I have told you, and then going back to reconfigure troop arrangements, assign commanders to key locations, gather intelligence on significant enemies, and yeah, you're not doing any of that anymore. You're in charge of canceling or rescheduling the 30 meetings I have after this one. I'm going to be busy. Yes, superior. The devil walked out of his office, squeezing past the Balor's oversized body. He stepped into the main complex office, hundreds of desks pushed together with ember mites and gargoyles working away, trying their best to uphold the duties that the devil had been forced to abandon in order to focus full-time on the Arlen Noda project. He looked around the room, trying to catch the eye of one of the workers, but all of them seemed to perfectly avoid his gaze. He shook his head. He was too overworked for this dumb office mind game shit. Who here can manage an overworld trip? He projected his voice across the large room. Nobody answered. He rolled his eyes with a scowl. If nobody volunteers within the next, let's say, 5 seconds, I am going to kill all of you. A few dozen hands went up. Once they got there and got through the inordinate amount of bullshit bureaucracy necessary to get assigned a projector demon, the devil laid himself down in a projection pod, impatiently readying himself to be transported to the overworld. It was strange. He normally never felt like the amount of paperwork or checks and balances that had been put into place in the underworld was unnecessary, but in his recent days, he felt himself becoming more and more critical of the way things were run down here. When he was on such a tight timetable, there were a lot of things he realized were completely unnecessary. The amount of time needed to get confirmation for a simple troop reassignment, the fact that he was expected to read every single report of all the meaningless information given to him, it was ridiculous. But at least he was able to take some actions in a reasonable timeframe, like his traveling to the overworld. He'd have to use a weaker projection of his true self because of his lack of scheduling ahead of time, but it was fine. He was going in for negotiations, not to fight on the front lines like the rest of those brutes. The pod he lay in was stone on the bottom and a clear, refined quartz covering the top. The gargoyle that took him there was still outside the projection room, making preparations and arrangements. The devil could hear its sniveling voice through the walls. Eventually, a projector demon came in. It was short and shriveled, its skin sagging from its body and back hunched dramatically. It walked with a wooden cane. None of this was testament to its age, however that was just how the projectors were born. A simple rucksack of a hood covered most of its face, but a long snout pointed from it, whiskers coming from its nose. Its snout was wrinkled, too, formal expression of greeting. It will be a pleasure to project you. Ex Hagdulin Itharababi Dukne Santapodun Torberg Sixinx Haxintep. It spoke with an old man's voice as well, a crotchety croak of a sound. My name is Arden Alandinum Winton. What kind of body can you get me? The devil intentionally ignored the greeting. He'd been doing so more and more often recently. Once again, he was busy and didn't have time for those formalities. It wasn't like he was being urgent about the issue of the body to be difficult on purpose, though. Bodies were an important part of negotiation. They dictated your looks and thus people's first impressions of you. They created the sound of your voice and the tools you would have available to you. Some people could yell threateningly, others could only whimper. Some could make themselves look pitiful and inspire empathy, others only looked brutal. If the devil was to be an effective negotiator, he would need an effective body. I am a newer projector. I was the only one they had on hand when you came in. Normally, there is a waiting list, but we understand some matters are urgent. You didn't answer my question. Yes, of course. I will be able to project you into a form that is, and pardon my rounding to only 6 decimals 3.942517, as powerful as your true self. The devil sighed. That wasn't exactly ideal, but it wasn't the worst either. It seemed he wouldn't be very imposing, but at least he'd have a face and a voice that had a good range of emotion. Some projectors could only put demons into formless wisps of smoke that couldn't do anything but observe the world around it. At least this way he'd still look like himself. That's fine, take me there. Well, we first need to get initializations set up on paper. Just start projecting, I don't have the patience for this. The projector demon looked at the devil for a moment before sighing. Yes, ex Hagdulin Itharababi Dukne Santapodun Torberg Sixinx Haxintep. I will do so immediately. Good. The devil leaned back and closed the quartz top, creating a casket of sorts that the devil lay inside. He allowed the projector to do its work, weaving spells with the utmost accuracy. They'd already worked out the general area that the devil would be projected to and the other mundane details. The devil had been mentally working out a plan for how he'd go about his discussion with the humans, and he was confident. After the preparatory spells had been cast, the projector spoke up, its voice coming muffled through the quartz and stone case. Are you ready? Send me in. I have some people I need to speak with. A devil stood outside of a city on a bright, sunny day. Or, it wasn't really a devil that stood there, a false body of the devil being projected from the underworld. The devil looked down at his hands and body, finding that he felt much weaker than he did in his original body, and almost lower resolution. Like his skin wasn't as detailed as it used to be, and his black shirt and pants didn't have as many fibers. His eyesight was worse and his hearing was lower definition, and he could feel in his mind that he didn't have access to many of the racial abilities he was used to having. Let's get this over with, he thought as he walked up to the city walls. The stone barriers were tall and intimidating compared to his individual personage, but the devil didn't pay them any mind. He could get them open easily. An arrow flew at him from the top of the wall, perfectly aimed to strike right between his eyes, but he tilted his head to the side, allowing the arrow to fly right by. Another arrow came, and he did the same. He continued walking calmly forward. While the devil was technically an office worker and had been one all his life, that didn't mean he didn't know how to fight. Like many other demons, when he was young and naive, he got interested in combat and tried to learn how to fight on the front lines like the rest of the soldiers. He'd been disillusioned of that stupid fantasy by now, but he still had the training he'd received, so even when he wasn't in his much more powerful true body, his instincts remained. Even so, the arrows were annoying, and his plan involved diplomacy, so he raised his hands in a gesture of peace. The arrows stopped coming after that, but the gates didn't open. In fact, after a moment, a voice came from the top of the walls. "Demon, do not approach any further." It was a human male. It was difficult for the devil to tell smaller details, things like a human's sex, especially just from their voice. The devil cleared his throat and called back, "I am." He coughed. His new voice gargled and was uncomfortable to speak with, like his throat was full of phlegm. With a grunt, he cleared it and got a bit used to the false vessel's way of speaking. He'd never actually been projected before, so he hadn't ever experienced how uncomfortable it was. "I am a diplomat. I come to discuss the state of our relations with your king. Your kind is not welcome. Get out or we will shoot." The devil resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "Idiots. I wish to establish a mutually beneficial relationship between humans and demons. If you do not like what I have to say, you may kick me out or kill me, but please hear me out first. At least inform your king that I wish to speak with him." There was a pause. "Fine, stay there. And his name is King Koinkar. Do not disrespect the Lord's title." The devil sighed and plopped down, sitting in the grassy field surrounding the city walls. In his time with the assault on the overworld, he'd become incredibly familiar with the strange land where there was no ceiling, but it was still strange to be there physically. There was something that thousands of magical depictions and illusions couldn't depict. It was the smell. Yes, it smelled like absolute shit here. Disgusting. It was also loud. Was that the wind, making the trees' leaves rustle? What an irritating noise. And the grass was too soft. Why couldn't they have stone floors like normal people? This place was terrible. After waiting for much too long, the gates finally opened. A dozen human soldiers walked through, on guard with weapons bared. They wielded swords and spears, and one of them even had a magical shield surrounding themselves. What an overreaction. The devil would barely be able to hurt even one of them in his current state. "If you try to pull any tricks, you're dead," one of them said. Did they even know that dying in the overworld wasn't true death for a demon? That wasn't much of a threat. The devil nodded, of course. The humans led him through a city. Citizens were crowded in, bustling around the roads in what was obviously overpopulation. Some were napping on the sides of the streets, too, apparently homeless. Many of them were probably refugees from nearby destroyed towns and settlements. Since the city housed the king of this place, it made sense that it would also be the best protected, and thus the most in demand for housing. The humans strayed away from the devil as he was escorted through the city, parting before him as though he were surrounded by a magical force field. They looked at the devil with disgust and fear. Good, the devil thought, they should be afraid. Eventually they got to the main castle which held the king. It was impressive compared to the rest of the city, with huge marble walls and pillars, intricate statues and fountains. Of course, it would barely be worth mentioning if it were next to the underworld palaces and castles. Where was the brimstone, or the rivers of lava? Oh well, the devil thought. It was no surprise that the humans had no taste. They entered the castle, and yet more guards surrounded the devil. At this point, it was like he was the eye of a maelstrom of blades and armor, all aimed at him. He didn't pay them any mind, though. After many halls and rooms full of meaningless decoration, they got to the audience chamber, a gigantic set of double doors gated entry. The guards opened the doors slowly, revealing a massive room within which a throne sat. The golden white chair shone with brilliance, and the devil realized the shining wasn't by accident. The entire place was enchanted, full of lights that were perfectly aimed at the brilliant seat. The whole place seemed tailor-made to intimidate anyone who entered. And then, of course, there was the king himself. The man was old, incredibly so, and draped in multiple layers of furs, cloaks, and jewelry. It was all enchanted, most likely with magic to help the frail man stay alive. The devil had researched general human anatomy and knew that an unclassed person normally wouldn't ever survive past 80 or 90 years of age, but with the help of the endurance stat, that number could be expanded out incredibly far. Of course, the body would still become frail and clumsy with age, which was normally mitigated by equally high strength and dexterity stats, but it seemed like this king wanted to live longer above all else, and had put every stat point he had into endurance, simply relying on magical items to allow him to move around. Standing beside the king was a group of 4 highly decorated soldiers, each with well-crafted, enchanted gear that would likely rival the cost of the entire room. The royal guard, the devil guessed. One of them, a human in silver plate armor with blue accents and a spear on her back, stepped forward. "You are in the presence of King Koinkar." Reluctantly, the devil obeyed. He normally would never bow before someone with such a pathetic, short name, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Say your name, demon. The armored human, a female, perhaps commanded. Formal expression of greeting, King Koinkar. My name is Ex Hagdulin Ithara Babidukne Santapadun Torberg Haxintep. The humans looked at the devil strangely as the time it took for him to speak his name dragged on and on. One of them even took a step back, guarding themselves like he was reciting some sort of ancient magic. Idiots. We will call you demon, the woman said. The devil fought back a scowl, completely disrespectful. That is fine, he said with gritted teeth and looked at the frail king. I am here on a diplomatic mission on behalf of Demonkind. We wish to negotiate with the humans. You are the king of the human species, correct? No, the king finally spoke. His voice was strained and hoarse. I rule the Koinkar kingdom, not humanity as a whole. Have you perhaps attacked the wrong place? Are you here to announce your departure from our lands? The devil, of course, knew that this Koinkar was not the king of the entirety of humanity. The intentional misunderstanding was strategic. By forcing the king to clarify himself as lower in authority than the devil had said, he put the man on the back foot. His job was paperwork, but the origins of the race of devils was in deception and cunning above all else. These were his roots. No, we attacked here intentionally, he said. As I am sure you are aware, we hunt for Arlen Noda, and for as long as he is located within your borders, so will we be. Foul beast, the woman spat. The red feather coming from the top of her helmet swayed back and forth as she shook her head in rage. Murderer, what I propose, the devil continued unfazed, is that we work together to achieve our common goal. We have no common goal with demons, the woman said, but the king held up a hand to silence her, nodding the devil along. Neither you nor I want the demons in the overworld. We would like to leave as soon as possible, and we will leave you be the moment Arlen Noda has been killed, he explained. So if we work together to kill this fugitive, it will make both sides happy. No more valuable resources spent on a war that has nothing to do with you. What would you propose we do? The king asked. The devil smiled. He had the man hooked. Simply lend your soldiers to our cause for the time it takes to rid ourselves of our problem. If you help us, we will have no reason to fight. Perhaps it would be possible for us to simply step aside and allow you to do what you must. After the fighting our soldiers have already gone through, we do not have the numbers to be able to assist with such a task. Sire, the woman looked at the king incredulously. You are not truly considering siding with the demons. This is an innocent man. He has committed no crime. Need I remind you the demons attacked us without warning? They had the opportunity to ask for passage before a single human life was lost, but they did no such thing. They have no regard for human life, and working with them will only allow more tragedy in the future. Now is not the time for ideals, Camilla, the king said tiredly. Wars require sacrifices. We would not be at war if not for them, the woman Camilla replied. It would be a complete betrayal to our people to work with the same beings that killed their families. It would be a betrayal to allow more to die. Then fight. Where is the guarantee that these fiends will not attack us the moment our backs are turned? That's enough, Camilla. Do your job and stand guard. Camilla hesitantly got back into position. The king looked back to the devil. So would it be possible for our forces to let you pass, but not directly contribute to the hunting of this person you are hunting? Regrettably, that is not so, the devil said. He wished it would have been possible to just take that deal and leave, but he really did need the humans to help. Not because his forces were lacking, of course, but because he needed to ensure the humans with the power to hinder their operation were busy. Any human with access to teleportation and a way to track the demons might interrupt their hunt at any moment, and he couldn't let that happen. It is only one person we are looking for, however, so we would not require many soldiers. Perhaps we could use any individuals with teleportation spells or any enchanted items that allow for teleportation. That way we can more effectively mobilize our forces in an efficient fashion and dispatch the fugitive as quickly as possible. The king hesitated. Allow me to privately speak with my advisors so that we may reach a decision. Of course, take all the time you need. The group of 4 royal guards stepped forward and escorted the devil out of the audience room, standing there with him while they waited for the king to finish his discussion. The woman, Camilla, turned to face him. Her silver and blue armor shimmered in the torchlight. I have half a mind to strike you down right here. Doing so would hurt you more than it would hurt me. Killing an innocent diplomat is cause for us demons to destroy your kingdom, if not the entire overworld, the devil lied. I was not the one that decided to attack your kingdom anyway, he lied once again. I am simply a messenger, carrying out the wishes of my leaders. What did this fugitive of yours do so wrong anyway? He attacked and killed a very valuable demon unprovoked. We are simply taking back what he stole. And why would I believe you? You don't have to. Camilla looked over her shoulder at one of the other guards. What do you say, Ragavan? Think the demons'll get mad if I just maim him? Once the time waiting was over, thankfully with nobody getting stabbed by Camilla's spear, the doors opened once again and the devil was escorted back in. From the way the king looked at him, he could tell he'd received good news. I have discussed it with my advisors, and we have agreed that it would be beneficial for the kingdom to work alongside you in this endeavor. What? Camilla interjected, "You're siding with them. You'd rather slaughter an innocent man than fight back against the enemy that razed our cities to the ground." A soldier put a hand on her shoulder, and the king reprimanded her. "Now is not the time. We can discuss this later." He looked back to the devil. "Would you like to discuss the specifics of our agreement?" "Yes," the devil smiled. "I look forward to building a mutually beneficial relationship between our sides." After our rest, Irani, the nymph and I got up and started on our way, heading to Kingdom's Edge. It would be a long journey, but heading anywhere away from Karth would be a good development in our situation. On our way, I worked to rank up my new spell, Gravity Well. Gravity Well. School Arcane. Type Toggle. Cost 10 mana second per being affected. While active, increase gravitational pull by 25 for any number of beings within 30 paces of you. I had to choose at least one target for the spell in order for it to spend mana so I could get spell XP for it, so I ended up choosing myself as I activated the spell. Herc, my feet sunk a bit into the soft dirt at the sudden extra weight. It felt like a backpack full of rocks had been dropped onto my shoulders from the top of a tree, and I almost fell to the ground from the pressure. It was mostly the surprise that caused me to stumble, though, and after a bit I almost felt used to it. Throwing an extra quarter of my weight on top of me was certainly rough, but it was spread all throughout my body, so it wasn't as bad as it could have been. At 10 mana second before I hit the soft cap of rank 5, I was getting 5 spell XP per second, so in relatively little time I got there. Threshold reached. Gravity Well XP has reached 10. Gravity Well rank has increased to 1. Due to Gravity Well rank reaching 1, it has undergone the following changes: mana cost from 10 to 10.3. Gravity Well rank has increased to 5. Due to Gravity Well rank reaching 5, it has undergone the following changes: mana cost from 11.2 to 11.5. Gravity increase from 37 to 41. Due to Gravity Well rank increasing to rank 5, Gravity Well has reached a soft cap. Spell XP gain for Gravity Well is 50 times slower until your level increases past the soft cap. Increase your level to 10 to increase your soft cap. I finished ranking the spell up in about 15 seconds and switched it off. Phew, I laughed. That's a good workout. I'm glad you decided to use it on yourself and not me, Irani smiled. We were still holding hands as we walked, the pretense of it being for training having completely left our heads. At this point, it was just nice to know she was there. I wasn't sure how I would have survived so long without her high-powered artillery, her tactical advice, or her good conversation. The nymph wordlessly watched us as we talked. I still wasn't sure how I felt about it sticking with us. I was thankful to have the extra companion, of course, but not being able to fully communicate with it was irritating, and even got a bit scary when I would occasionally look over and see it staring through me with its large, glassy eyes. I swore, it noticed it made me jump every time it did that, and now it was just doing it on purpose because it thought it was funny. Irani didn't believe me, though. She said it was cruel of me to pin such intentions on an innocent thing that can't defend itself. The nymph's glowing white eyes weren't made any less unsettling while we walked through the night-lit forest. We'd woken up from our rest in the middle of the night, and the sun was only just now beginning to rise. And so we kept on with our journey, doing our best to move fast and keep our eyes out. By the time the sun rose and set again, we traveled far and I was getting tired. Practicing Noxious Grasp helped take my mind off of things, though, and I wasn't just casting it to help my mind. Noxious Grasp 9, XP 350, 355. At my current rate of practice, I'd be able to finally get Noxious Grasp to rank 10 in about another hour, and with that my main weapon would receive a huge boost in power. Irani's Angelic Shield had also slowly been gaining XP and had even ranked up to 6, but the thing I was most excited about was my next level. I checked my intelligence information. Minute Mage Basic Progression Path. Every 1 level plus 1 endurance plus 2 conjuration plus 3 stat points, time loop rank up. Every 3 levels, spell choice. Every 5 levels, talent choice. Every 10 levels, time loop usage increase, time loop upgrade. It said that every 10 levels, I got what was called a time loop usage increase and a time loop upgrade. I didn't know exactly what that would entail, but I sure as hells was excited for it. So I was eagerly keeping an eye out for any monsters I thought I might be able to kill as we walked. We didn't find much, though. It seemed like the demons clearing out the forest was making it harder and harder for me to level up. And the longer it took, the fewer monsters would be out here for me to kill. But at least I still had Noxious Grasp's next rank to look forward to. We continued walking, and I continued eagerly practicing, slowly shortening the intervals I took to wait before casts as I got more and more impatient. I was even forced to let go of Irani's hand every now and then while I practiced, as my Noxious Grasp was beginning to threaten her mana pool from preventing all the damage with Angelic Shield. She asked me what was up, but understood when I told her how close I was to rank 10. Eventually, I finally got there. I could feel Noxious Grasp spell XP had passed 355, but nothing happened yet. For a second, I was confused, but then I got a notification. Threshold reached. Noxious Grasp XP has reached 355. Consume a poison spell crystal to increase Noxious Grasp rank to 10. After being reminded of the additional requirement for getting a spell to every 10th rank, I fished the green orb back out of my pack and held it in my hand. Despite never having used one before, I felt some sort of innate instinct guide me through using it. I pushed my mana into the object, feeling it wrap around inside the crystal and pull it toward my inner self. The crystal didn't move at all in my hand physically, but I could feel its essence slowly being tugged into my body. Within moments, the spell crystal emptied, losing its color and becoming a gray hunk of rock. Inside my body, the poison spell crystal's magic was consumed by my consciousness. And then, threshold reached. Noxious Grasp XP has reached 355. Noxious Grasp rank has increased to 10. Due to Noxious Grasp rank reaching 10, it has undergone the following changes: mana cost, from 3.76 to 4.7. Health drain, from 15.5 to 16.2. Stamina drain, from 7.76 to 8.15. You may choose an upgrade for Noxious Grasp. The first thing I noticed was the large increase in cost. Compared to the tiny intervals I'd seen before, increasing by an entire mana per second was quite the leap. The health and stamina drains each went up by a more regular amount though, but I understood why there was such a large increase in cost. Those words at the bottom, Noxious Grasp upgrade has become available, more than made up for the markup. I just have to meditate like normal to choose the upgrade, right? I asked Irani. Yeah, that's all, but wait, it'll take you 10 minutes to get there. You sure you want to do it now? Why would I wait? Well, not wait, but why not go back with time loop? You could arrive back in time before you'd ever use the spell crystal and keep the upgrade while also keeping the crystal. That way you won't have to buy another in the future. Or you could just sell it. Shit, you're right, I mused. We'd been walking for enough time that it was already approaching night, so using time loop here wouldn't make me vulnerable for very much time. I guess I always think about the talent in terms of combat, but it can be used for other reasons too, huh? Yeah, she laughed. So are you going to use it now to get back your poison spell crystal? It would be pretty irresponsible not to, yeah. How does it work then? I've never actually seen you do it. Well, I just kinda use it. And then I'm back a few minutes in time. So I just disappear. I blinked. I knew where this was going. I'd already had the conversation with Irani in a previous timeline, and she didn't even know I'd already had it. You don't disappear, you just go back a bit in time with me. It's only a few minutes, and I promise I won't change anything. You'll come back to this point with no changes, all right. She just stared at me, a mixture of fear and confusion in her eyes. I stepped forward and wrapped her in a hug. She jumped, clearly startled by the sudden gesture. Does this happen often? She looked up and asked with a teary smile. Seems like you already know what to do. Once or twice, I laughed. Just go ahead and do it. I don't want to think about this anymore. I nodded and activated time loop. When I got back, already holding the poison spell crystal in my palm and prepared to consume it, I closed my hand around it and put it back in my pocket. Irani watched me put the sphere away. Why aren't you using it? I already did, I said. Just went back so I'd still have it while also having the upgrade. Oh, good idea. It was yours, actually. Irani blinked. Didn't think I'd come up with that. Oh, right. Let me know what you get. I eagerly sat down to meditate and look at the options I had available to me. Choose one upgrade for Noxious Grasp, Venomous Grasp. School plus Curse. Noxious Grasp festers beings it damages. While they are festered, beings lose double stamina from all sources. The fester remains for 5 seconds after you stop contact with the being, draining grasp. School plus Necromancy. Noxious Grasp now drains 25 as much health and stamina. Currently 4.05 health and 2.04 stamina. 50 of the health and stamina the target loses is given to you. Currently 2.03 health and 1.02 stamina. Annulling Grasp. School plus Arcane. Noxious Grasp now drains mana equal to the amount of health it drains. Currently 16.3 mana second. I read my options out to Irani as I looked them over myself. Well, she said, in a normal situation, I'd say Annulling Grasp would be the strongest option here. Really? I asked. I feel like it'd be the weakest. Sure, for us it is. But that's just because we know none of the demons we're fighting are magic users. Right, but it's not like other people are constantly fighting magic using monsters, or even fighting them half the time. Yes, but think about it like this. If you're in a party of adventurers, and each one is specialized against a specific type of monster, then you'll most likely always be facing off against a monster that someone fights best against. And think about how powerful that upgrade really is. If you choose Draining Grasp, it'll start healing you for 2 health every second you use it on something. But with Annulling Grasp, it drains 16 mana. Firebolt, for example, uses 30 mana to deal 75 damage, so 16 mana is worth about 40 health's worth of damage dealt. It's literally 20 times as good at preventing damage, as long as your opponent uses mana to hurt you. Plus, it doesn't lower your damage dealt at all. I wondered, you make a fair point, but it really doesn't do much at all for us right now. I don't want a repeat of the fight we had with the Infernal Commander. I was completely helpless to do anything against the thing, and ideally, this upgrade will help keep situations like that from happening in the future. What do you think then? Seems like you made a pretty compelling argument against draining. Yeah, healing is incredibly useful, sure, but I'm not sure how I feel about crippling your main source of damage like that. Plus, it can only heal you when you're damaging something. If you need the healing and there isn't anything around to kill, you're out of luck. So Venomous Grasp, that's what seems good to me, at least in this situation. With Venomous Grasp, they'll always be festered while you're draining them, and stay like that for the next 5 seconds. Seems worth it. Since they're always losing double stamina while you're using Noxious Grasp on them, the upgrade pretty much just doubles the amount of stamina that Noxious Grasp drains, plus it helps your crippling chill in a huge way. Yeah, I nodded. And with Gravity Well, reducing stamina is becoming easier and more effective than ever. Don't need the healing if my enemy never moves, right? Yeah, she laughed. Let's not get too cocky though. I selected the upgrade. Noxious Grasp has gained the upgrade Venomous Grasp. We got back up and continued walking once I was done. The poison spell crystal was safe and sound in my backpack once again, ready to be used again once Noxious Grasp reached rank 20. Not that I felt like that would come anytime soon though. The next spell XP cost was 461, and it would only get even higher with each rank. I asked Durrani, and it turned out most people never got a single spell to rank 20 in their entire lives. The spell XP requirements got so high at that point that most people who stuck to the lower levels didn't ever practice enough to get there. By rank 15, the cost would already be well into the thousands, apparently. I wasn't sure if I wanted to dedicate myself to that kind of long haul so early, though, so I decided to start focusing on practicing another spell. It'd take forever to rank it again, and for so little benefit. But with another spell, I could get that benefit with much less work, and those small increments in power were what I sorely needed right now. Choosing which of my 3 new spells, Crippling Chill, Ray of Frost, and Gravity Well, to start practicing was a surprisingly tough decision. Crippling Chill was an integral part to my ability to weaken my enemies. Ray of Frost allowed me to deal with enemies while staying far away from them, and I anticipated Gravity Well being a huge asset to stack on top of Crippling Chill and Ray of Frost's debuffs. They all seemed like they were equally important parts of my fighting style. Choosing one to prioritize just seemed wrong, like choosing a favorite child, but I had to do it. I considered my options once again. When thinking about the upgrade that Noxious Grasp had just gotten, I felt I should really prioritize anything that drained stamina, so I could maximize what I gained from Venomous Grasp. And well, there was only really one spell that did that, Crippling Chill. So that was the spell I started to spend my time practicing. It had the added benefit of also being able to damage Irani in small increments. That way she could continue to practice Angelic Shield, too. The shield blocked the stamina drain, but unfortunately it couldn't do anything about the lowered dexterity. And with only a 10 in the stat, she would get completely paralyzed by the spell. So should we just sit and take a 15-second rest every time you cast it on me then? Irani asked when I explained that I was going to be focusing on Crippling Chill from now on. We could, but sitting around and doing nothing for 15 whole seconds sounds like a waste of time to me. No, not really, she looked at me, confused. It's just 15 seconds, and the amount of damage I'd have to prevent would drain enough mana that we'd only have to do it once, like every 20 minutes. Right, but I think it would be better if we kept moving while practicing, I smiled. And how would you propose we do that? I'd be paralyzed, like this. You have cursed level 10 human sorcerer with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, she loses 6.38 health and 5.1 stamina each second, and her dexterity score is lowered by 12.8. 50.9 mana cost. Your mana is 509. Before Irani could collapse, I caught her and lifted her off the ground in a princess carry, one arm under her back and the other under her legs, so that she was looking up at me. I knew she couldn't say anything due to the paralysis, but I could see in her eyes a mix of rage, embarrassment, and something else I couldn't really identify. She blushed hard though, and that was the goal. The nymph looked at us strangely, but eventually shrugged and continued forward. Isn't this so much more efficient? I snickered to her. When I got no response as expected, I just kept walking forward. I probably wouldn't ever hear the end of this, but I'd take the time to enjoy it for now. Over the course of the next couple days, we continued on our path toward Kingdom's Edge with surprisingly few complications. The forest was normally a relentless predator, full of monsters to constantly keep watch for, but the combination of the nymph's calming aura and the demons clearing out of the surrounding forest meant there weren't many aggressive things left in the woods. We'd even had occurrences of things like wood wraiths walking up to the nymph and rubbing affectionately against its leg, paying us no mind. The only other threat to our safety, the demons, were few and far between. I wasn't sure if it was because we were leaving the immediate area of Karth, or if the demons were up to something, but we hadn't seen them at all in the last 2 days. But I hadn't let my guard down. In fact, I felt more on edge than ever, constantly anticipating the next attack. I was still level 9, and I already knew from experience that wasn't enough to beat an infernal commander. Over the days of travel, and consequently, a lack of barber's tools, I ended up growing the beginnings of some facial hair. I taught myself how to shave and trim a beard and how to cut my own hair in order to save money, back when I was in my home village, but I didn't really have the time or means to do that now. Granny said the scraggly beard made me look like I'd aged 3 years over the course of 3 days, which I felt was ironic, considering my class. My already shaggy hair hadn't really been given time to grow out yet, but it had definitely been given time to get gross and messy at some point. I just gave up on trying to fish out all the sticks and leaves that got stuck in there. Natural camouflage. And of course, to try and get stronger, I'd spent the couple days looking for monsters to kill. Since we were in the presence of the nymph, I felt it wouldn't be a good idea to blatantly kill everything I saw in front of it, so I would occasionally separate from the group and go out, hunting for monsters. Problem was, as I mentioned before, there were no monsters around anymore. I'd found and killed a couple, but only enough to get me an extra 22 XP, bringing me up to 209, which wasn't even close to the sum of 500 I needed to get to level 10. What I had made progress with was Crippling Chill. In the days I'd spent in unending casting of the spell, I'd already brought it up to rank 9. I'd found that, ever since I started focusing my practice on Crippling Chill, I started casting that spell in my sleep instead of Noxious Grasp. All it took was a change in habit and mindset, and it seemed like my unconscious mind took care of the rest. Really, the hardest part of the change was the fact that my castings were much fewer and further between. I'd gotten used to Noxious Grasp, which I would cast every 20 or so seconds, but Crippling Chill was more a matter of minutes. To anyone else, this would be an upside, decreasing headache and pain, but to me, it just meant I was more stressed and anxious than ever, the calming effect of the frequent castings suddenly taken from me. But it was worth it. I looked over Crippling Chill's current effects. Crippling Chill 9. School Cold Curse. Type activated. Cost 56.2. Mana, choose a being within 40 paces of you. It becomes coated in frost for the next 15 seconds. For as long as it is coated in frost, it loses 7.76. Health and 6.21. Stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 15.5. Compared to the spell's previous numbers, this was a huge improvement. It dealt an extra 1.38 damage per second, drained 1.11 more stamina, and of course the main improvement was that it lowered dexterity by almost 3 more points. Now, it obviously also cost a bit more, but that was barely anything compared to the more than 20 increase in effect. The main benefit was locked away, though. At rank 9, that would normally mean I was close to another rank 10 upgrade, but in order to get it, I'd need either a curse spell crystal or a cold spell crystal, and unfortunately, all I had was poison. Part of me wanted to try and sneak into a nearby city and try to get a new spell crystal so I could get the upgrade, but Irani was against it. We didn't know what was going on in those cities, she said. Logically, I agreed. The entire kingdom could have been forced into martial law under the demons for all we knew, and we'd be caught immediately upon trying to enter. But emotionally, I was stressed and restless, and I was itching to improve our situation in some way. I felt my mana finally hit full after what felt like hours of waiting, and I eagerly cast Crippling Chill again. You have cursed level 10 human sorcerer with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, she loses 7.76 health and 6.21 stamina each second, and her dexterity score is lowered by 15.5. 56.2 mana cost. Your mana is 504. Irani yelped and fell, but I caught her and picked her up like I'd done many times in the past, carrying her in my arms. Turns out she wasn't opposed to the idea, after all. When the paralysis wore off after the first time, she muttered something about efficiency and a well-needed break from walking, but I was pretty sure I knew the real reason she liked it. I looked down at her furiously blushing face, enjoying the feeling of serenity that washed over me after the cast of my spell. For a moment, the unnatural feelings of stress and restlessness washed away, and it felt like someone had finally loosened an invisible vice clamping down on my chest. I knew it would be back soon after I went a minute or two without casting, but I relished it while it lasted. On Irani's end, we did end up needing to slow down the rate she was practicing. She got used to the headaches, sure, but they never stopped messing with her, and it really only seemed to get worse the longer we pushed it, contrary to how it worked for me. We each had our theories as to why my case was so different. Maybe Noxious Grasp was special, maybe it was because it was a toggle spell, Maybe something about my experiences in the forest helped, but at the end of the day, we just accepted it and moved on. So every now and then I'd just find something else to practice my crippling chill on instead of casting it on her. Still, we were doing our best to train her angelic shield up, and it was currently approaching rank 9. But at this moment it was Irani's turn. After crippling chill wore off, she got back to her feet, making a show of straightening her long-since ruined and dirty clothes. You really should warn me before you do stuff like that. Sorry, I smiled sheepishly. I've just been getting a bit impatient. I'm used to Noxious Grasp's constant casting, so this is a pretty uncomfortable shift. She grimaced. Are you sure you're okay? You've seemed restless ever since you started with crippling chill. I'm starting to get worried. Don't worry about it, I reassured her. It's just a bit of discomfort. I wrapped my hand around hers, pulling close. I'm fine, I promise. We kept walking, chatting the hours away. We normally foraged for food, eating wild plants and any animals we could find, and so when the time for lunch came around, we kept an eye out for anything edible. However, as we searched, we found it more and more difficult to find an animal to kill and eat. The nymph normally didn't care when we killed animals as long as we ate them, but it didn't seem interested in helping us lure anything to us, so we were on our own here. She and I split up to cover more ground, ensuring we each stayed in earshot and didn't stray too far from each other. The nymph went with Irani when we split up, leaving me on my own. I was beginning to think it favored her over me, since any time we separated it always chose to stay with her. Eventually, as we wandered in search of food, I heard a squawking from above. I looked up and saw a large hawk perched on a branch above me. It seemed big enough that it could sustain Irani, and for a meal the nymph didn't need to eat since it drew its nutrients from the ground. I couldn't identify the bird, though, so to stay safe, I decided to get Irani's analysis before attacking it. I didn't want some gigantic mama hawk to come and crush me for killing its baby. Hey, Irani. I called, ensuring I didn't scare the bird away. Think this'll work. Coming, she replied. I looked back up at the hawk. It stared down at me. In fact, I didn't think I'd seen it take its eyes off me once in all the time I looked at it. It had curious yellow irises that almost glowed, trained directly on me. What's up? Irani said as she arrived by my side. Right up there, I said, pointing up at the strange bird. You recognize it? No, she said, squinting as she looked up at it. It almost looks like. Suddenly, the bird wasn't there anymore, replaced by the whip of the nymph. It had lashed out so suddenly I didn't have time to react. Just as the whip had cut into the bird, the animal just disappeared. It faded away into dust and threads, kind of like how Irani's angelic shield unraveled whenever it broke. The nymph had a look of disgust on its face. A magical familiar, Irani said, glancing around. Someone was spying on us. Almost immediately, a cacophony of sounds erupted from around us, like if someone had pulled open a hole in space and allowed all the air to come rushing out. Flat, circular things opened in the air in front of us, objects that I realized to be teleportation portals, incredibly high-level magic. Out from the portals stepped a group of 4 soldiers, each dressed in silver plate mail with blue accents. I felt a bit relieved upon seeing them. They were humans, not demons. Who are you? I asked, still a bit on guard. I am Camilla Bennett, noble captain of the throne's royal guard. One of the soldiers stepped forward. She was different from the other 3 in that her helmet was open-faced as opposed to the closed helmets covering the others' faces, and it had a red feather sprouting from it. There was pain in her voice, like she desperately wanted to be doing anything but this. Arlen Noda, you are under arrest for crimes against humanity. The penalty is execution without trial. Immediately, all 4 soldiers drew their weapons. The woman Camilla held a decorated spear, another had a thick battle axe, a third held a traditional sword and shield, and the 4th a bow and arrow. I blinked, and then immediately cast crippling chill on all of them and jumped back to put distance between us. You have cursed level 27 human spearman with crippling chill. For the next 15 seconds, she loses 7.76 health and 6.21 stamina each second, and her dexterity score is lowered by 15.5, 56.2 mana cost. Your mana is 504. You have cursed level 25 human berserker with crippling chill. For the next 15 seconds, she loses 7.76 health and 6.21 stamina each second, and her dexterity score is lowered by 15.5. 56.2 mana cost. Your mana is 335. My eyes widened when I saw their levels. Monsters were one thing. Each monster species power scaled differently from humans and from each other, so it was common to see monsters that were weaker than a human while still technically being a higher level than them. But a human with a higher level than another human, the one with the higher level would win almost every time. And when the gap was this big, plus we were outnumbered. Run, I shouted and backed away, pulling Irani and the nymph along with me. But the swordsman banged his sword against his shield, echoing a deafening shockwave around him and over us. You have been browbeaten. For the next 23 seconds, your strength, endurance, and dexterity have been reduced by 10. Irani immediately fell to the ground, paralyzed from the effect. She didn't die instantly or anything, despite having 0 endurance though. Even when your endurance was lowered to 0, and thus your maximum health was lowered to 0. It wouldn't actually lower your current health. Maximum health really just dictated where you'd stop regenerating at, so even if your max was lowered below your current health, you wouldn't actually lose any, you'd just be unable to regenerate. I stumbled too, suddenly barely able to hold myself off the ground. The nymph seemed the least affected out of the three of us, but it was still obviously weakened. It turned and lashed out with its whip at the 4 soldiers who had still only just begun walking forward from where they stood. All 3 seemed completely unaffected by my crippling chills. I grabbed Irani and dragged her up from the ground, then manually grabbed her wrist and moved her hand so that it was aimed forward at our enemies. She got the message and cast an explosive firebolt at the group of people. The berserker woman with the battle axe swung the blade and cut the ball of fire clean in half before it could even explode, dissipating the magic. Must have been enchanted. Panicked, I shot off a barrage of rays of frost at the group. Some of them hit, but the decrease in stats was apparently so negligible that it still didn't seem to do anything to them. By the time I got below 100 mana, they were still approaching at the same speed. I tried to shoot another ray of frost at the archer, but just as I raised my hand at her, she scowled and drew her bow, faster than I could react, and shot. The arrow flew with a green glow behind it and impaled straight into the palm of my hand. It continued in its path, flying through my hand and into my straightened forearm. The bones in my arm were pulverized by the magically infused arrow, and it flew out the other side of my elbow, unfazed, embedding itself in a tree behind me. You have been shot. 126 damage. Your health is 94. I screamed in pain as my arm fell limp to my side, my hand more of an abstract explosion of red than anything resembling what was once a limb. Trying to get my breathing under control, I gripped my teeth and looked at the plate-armored soldiers. W, what's wrong with you? Relishing in our struggle. Just wanted to see some low levels flounder before slaughtering them. To my surprise, this actually seemed to give the soldiers pause. Camilla stopped and shook her head. I do this because I must, not because I want to. The king has ordered it. I coughed, struggling to hold Irani up with my remaining hand and slowly dragging her away. Just because some man in a crown tells you to do something doesn't mean you have to do it. People are dying, she shouted, breaking her composure. The demons are killing them, and it's because you're still alive. So your solution is to kill more innocents. My only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was unlucky, and now I'm being killed for it. How noble, I spat. If the king ordered it, he's a shitty king. Camilla tightly gripped her spear. Do not dare insult the leader of our kingdom. This discussion is over. You have been afforded no trial, and thus there is no reason for conversation with you. Ismo. Yes, Captain, the woman with the bow and arrow said. Carry out our duty. Yes, Captain. She raised her weapon, drew, and released. You have been shot. 191 damage. Your health is 0. You have died. And then I was back searching for food in the forest before I was ever shot and killed by that woman. The spot on my palm tingled where it had been pierced. I took a deep breath, trying to think the situation through. The moment that familiar died, they teleported in. But it had been watching me for at least a few minutes beforehand, if not longer. In fact. I glanced up as discreetly as I could. The familiar falcon stood there, looking down at me. They were watching me right now. There was no escaping them then. They already knew I was here and were probably just waiting for us to go to sleep or otherwise fall off guard before attacking. And once we took out their spy, they chose that as their time to attack. I gripped my teeth. What could I even do? We were obviously no match for them, and they apparently had a magic user with access to familiars and teleportation magic, so it wasn't like we could escape either. I thought back to my discussion with that woman, Camilla. She didn't want to kill me. She said so herself even. And in the end, she didn't. She ordered the archer to kill me. She didn't even hurt me over the course of that entire situation. I glanced around. Irani was a few paces away, examining a berry bush. I walked over and leaned up to her ear. Listen, I whispered, we're being spied on by a bunch of people who want us dead and are way more powerful than us. I can't take the time to explain or will look suspicious, but I have a plan. Just go along with it, please. She paused, then sighed and nodded. I was sure she was getting very tired of having things like this dropped on her, though I was getting tired of being the only one truly knowing what was going on too. It was lonely and terrifying. I hated my plan and wanted more than anything to get a second opinion, but there was no time. They were probably already getting suspicious of us, and for all I knew, they could hear what I'd said to her anyway with magically enhanced hearing or something. I turned around and looked directly into the hawk's eyes. Camilla, I shouted at it. I know you're watching me. Come out here. There was a moment where nothing happened. The falcon continued to stare at me. Irani looked at me like I was crazy, and the nymph sat on the ground to look at an anthill, blissfully unaware of what was to come. But then the familiar sounds of the portals ripping into reality echoed around us once again, and the 4 soldiers stepped out. Before any of them could say anything, I stepped forward. I am Arlen Noda, the man you've been ordered to kill. And Camilla, I request a duel. There was a moment where nothing happened. Irani still looked at me like I was crazy, but for a completely different reason this time. The nymph stood up in shock at the sudden appearance of our enemies, and the 4 soldiers looked at me like I'd just said I was about to kill God, which, considering our relative strength, I pretty much had just declared my intent to. I won't pretend to know how, but it seems you're aware of the order that has been placed on your head, Camilla eventually said. Very well, I will grant you your duel as a final request. To the death, no interference from outsiders. One of them, the man with the sword and shield, put a hand on Camilla's armored shoulder. Boss, his voice echoed from his helmet. This is obviously a trick. We should just... If it is a trick, I grant him that too, she interrupted him. This man has had a fair legal trial stolen from him. A trial by combat is a fair replacement for that. You know, King Koinkar wouldn't approve. I am in charge of this operation. Perhaps you will not tell King Koinkar. Perhaps the divination wizards won't either. She glanced up at the falcon that was watching us. If the demons are going to bully us into killing him, I don't see why it would be unfair for me to at least do it in an honorable way. She just stared at me. I breathed, trying to calm my nerves, then looked back at Irani. If you wouldn't mind counting us down. Sure, I guess, she said, obviously still in shock at the entire situation. She took a few steps back, pulling the nymph along with her. 3. I got into a combat stance, and the other 3 armored soldiers stepped back away from Camilla. 2. Camilla drew her spear, taking a step forward and lowering it at me. 1. I mentally prepared myself for what I was about to do. It was maybe the dumbest idea I'd ever come up with, but... Go! Camilla stood, waiting for my attack. Spears were a defensive weapon, so she'd wait for me to approach before attacking. And I was obviously acting suspicious, so she'd want to avoid stepping into a trap. She stood with the spear leveled against me, prepared for me to strike at any second. But I didn't. Instead, I got down on one knee, then on both, then put one hand behind my head, then the other. I knelt before her, completely and utterly defenseless. What is this? Camilla demanded, her battle-ready stance breaking a bit. I refused to fight you. What? Why you requested the duel? Yes, I did request a duel, one that we're still in. By your own rules, nobody can kill me except for you. The woman scowled. You think I can't kill you? Are you calling me weak? Do you have any idea? I'm not calling you anything. I'm just asking you to kill me. That's what you're here for, isn't it? You're here to kill me. That's okay, I'm sure you've made your peace with it, and I won't hold it against you. So I'm asking you to do it now. It's no different from that sham of a duel you agreed to, right? You're triple my level. We both know you would have killed me before I could blink. I'm just removing the extra parts. You're here to kill an innocent man, and when you do that, there's nothing there but the life you're ending and you, so I won't give you the trouble of fighting me, because you're innocent too. You're stuck in a shitty position and I get it, so I won't fight. I'll just kneel here and wait for you to end it. Camilla squeezed the handle of her spear and took a step forward, pointing it at my neck. If you think I won't do it, you're wrong, and I don't doubt you. I mean, I don't know everything here, but I have to assume you're doing this because you truly want to. You really think this is the best thing to do. I could hear her breathing inside of her helmet. I can't imagine you'd personally take on the guilt of killing an innocent just because someone else told you to, after all. She stood there, motionless for a second. Then 2, 3. In a sudden motion, she whipped her spear back, slamming its butt into the ground. She turned around. Well, soldiers, it seems we couldn't find the fugitive after all. Nothing here. Captain the Archer, Ismo, started but was cut off by Camilla. We couldn't find the fugitive. We're leaving. She walked toward the portals, and after a moment the 3 other soldiers followed. She glanced up at the falcon as she walked through the portal. I don't suspect we'll find the fugitive in the future either. In fact, I'd go as far as to say that we're incapable of doing so. If the demons want Arlen Noda dead, perhaps they should do it themselves. The portals closed behind them. The moment they were gone, I let out a breath and collapsed to the ground, my heart pounding in my ears. Are we okay? Irani asked as she knelt beside me, helping me up. We're safe, yeah, I breathed. Oh, thank the gods. What in the hells were you thinking? How'd you find out that she wouldn't kill you? Well, I didn't really know, just a feeling I got from the fight beforehand. We didn't really have any other options. They had familiars and teleportation, and their levels were all in the 20s. 20s, all of them. What did they want with us anyway? Seems like the demons got to the king or something. Said the only way to stop their assault is if I die. So they caved, and now the kingdom is against us too. Irani scowled. Really, that bastard King Koinkar. I always thought he was a coward, but not this much. Yeah, well, not much we can do about it now. I got up and dusted myself off. We absolutely need to get more powerful. We were lucky she was sympathetic to us, but what happens when they start recruiting adventurers who just want a paycheck, or threaten people's families? Yes, we do, but we also need to stay safe. Right, sure, I said. Come on, I'm freaking stressed and need something to fight. I don't think you're listening to me, Irani said as I walked away from her. My heart still felt like it was beating out of my chest, and I just needed a release. That freaking king, sixing his guards on us like we were some kind of monsters, forcing them to kill an innocent like that he was the monster. No, he wasn't. He was a useful idiot, manipulated by the demons. They were my enemy, and I'd make sure they knew it. After stomping through the woods for another hour, I eventually found something I could kill. Anacap lay in wait, stalking a wood spirit that was happily wandering the forest. Its blue and black, chitin-covered body was crouched over, its unnaturally tall form now on all fours as it slowly approached its prey. Normally, we would have avoided something like that, trying to conserve our slow to regenerate health pools for any more serious fights we encountered, but I felt like this would be the perfect thing for me right now. "Don't help me," I said to Irani as I approached the monster. "It's mine." Gods, I just needed to cast something. My mind felt so clouded. "Arlen, wait," Irani grabbed my shoulder. "Are you sure this is a good?" I shrugged her off, continuing my march forward. She sighed and grabbed the nymph by its arm, preventing it from moving forward to help me. Once I got close to the monster, it turned and looked at me, jumping to its feet in alarm and revealing its towering height, head and shoulders taller than I was. I broke into a sprint toward the monster, and it charged at me in turn. The moment it got in range, I activated Gravity Well and cast Crippling Chill on it at the same time. You have cursed level 11 Anacap with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, it loses 7.76 health and 6.21 stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 15.5, 56.2 mana cost. Your mana is 504. The combination of the forces on its back and the sudden loss of stats forced the monster to the ground, and I immediately pounced on it, landing on its back and holding it down as I activated Noxious Grasp. I felt the spell's new Fester upgrade take effect. While normally only my skin gave off the poison mist while it was active, now I could see the dark smoke coming out of the monster's skin where I touched it, causing everything to start sapping its stamina at twice the normal rate. It sluggishly swung its claws at me, obviously feeling the effects of the many stacking curses, but I easily dodged. I got to my feet and grabbed it, picking it up off the ground with me. Then I slammed it back down, cracking its exoskeleton on a rock in the dirt. "You have struck level 11 Anacap for 16 damage using ground." It hissed and struck out at me again, and this time I was caught a bit more off guard and forced to let go of the monster to dodge. "You have struck level 11 Anacap for 125 damage and drained 125 stamina over the course of 7.7 seconds using Noxious Grasp. 36.2 mana cost. Your mana is 379. The moment I dropped it, it got to its feet and scurried away, fighting through the curses and heightened gravity to flee. I held out a hand and shot it with a ray of frost. "You have struck level 11 Anacap for 49 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 11 Anacap with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.38, 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 356. It collapsed to the ground once again, trying its best to struggle back to its feet, but obviously lacking the power to do so. With such low stamina reserves and such a weakened dexterity, it could barely move at all. I walked up to it and grabbed it, but before I could even activate Noxious Grasp, the thing died on its own from Crippling Chill. "You have slain level 11 Anacap. You have earned 116 XP. Your XP is 325. I breathed heavily, but not from exertion. My mind was still racing from a combination of the fight from now, the situation from earlier with the soldiers, and the stress from the deprivation from casting I was under. Part of me just wanted to switch back to Noxious Grasp, but it would just take some time and I'd get used to it. It was completely ridiculous that simply not casting spells as often was affecting me so much anyway, and I wanted to bust the habit. But for now, I was stuck dealing with this. "Are you okay?" Irani touched my arm. "What's going on?" "Come on," I said. "We need to find something else to kill." Ripley Tennant, member of Squad Minor of King Koinkar's Royal Guard, stood in one of the war rooms housed within the Imperial Castle. It was in this room that she was having a discussion with her squad captain, Camilla Bennett, her other squad mates, Ragavan and Ismo, and a few of the divination-focused magic types that were supposed to be helping them find the demon's fugitive. Except, of course, they already had found him, and had let him escape. Ripley wasn't exactly pleased with her captain's decision. Camilla had essentially decided to go rogue, disobeying orders from Koinkar in favor of her own personal feelings, and in doing that, she dragged Ripley and her other squad mates down with her. Even if Ripley went and told someone about what was going on, it was still possible she'd be punished alongside everyone else to make an example out of them. The Imperial Castle was enchanted against divination magic and most other forms of surveillance, so Ripley wasn't too afraid to be discussing the incredibly unlawful act they'd just committed, but it still made her nervous to do it in the same building as King Koinkar. The Imperial Castle was one of many castles located throughout the Koinkar Kingdom. They were all linked through teleportation circles for quick movement, so once you were in one castle, you effectively had access to the rooms and resources of all of them, but these circles were costly to activate, so there were protocols in place to prevent overuse. So really, she would have preferred to be doing this in any of the other castles throughout the kingdom. At least then she wouldn't be so physically close to the man that could order her death. Others may have had blind allegiance to the king, but Ripley knew better than to immortalize him. Well, he was near immortal, but that didn't mean he was infallible. We still know where the fugitive is, one of the magic types said to Camilla. She was a woman wearing enchanted robes to help with her mana regeneration. We believe it would be wise for you to go back in and get this over with, or at least tell King Koinkar to send someone else. There is no shame in not being able to. It is not about shame, Camilla interrupted her. It's about what's right. Ripley cleared her throat. It would be right to end this demon invasion once and for all. More innocents die if we let the fugitive go. Human life is not a numbers game, Camilla scowled. Murder is indefensible. Doing nothing is effectively murder. We hold the key to stopping this violence, and all we have to do is turn it. To do nothing would be the same as killing those people ourselves. No, it would not. Killing and letting die are different actions, especially when there is another person choosing to kill the people that we are letting die. It is not the same as killing those people ourselves. It is the demons killing them. And the demons do not deserve to be rewarded for their murders, nor am I interested in carrying out their dirty work for them. If I am to try and stop this senseless killing, it will be through justice, not through carrying out yet another senseless murder myself. Ripley just looked at Camilla. She wouldn't take her advice, there was no helping it. Arguing would just increase tensions more than they were already at. Asmo the archer spoke up in her usual monotone voice. Let it be known that I disagree with the direct disobedience of our king's orders. Camilla glanced over. Do you intend to inform King Koinkar of my disobedience? She paused before saying no, Captain. It would likely impact our team performance if you were executed. Ragavan, Camilla said to her swordsman companion. Are you going to tell anyone? He sighed, leaning up against a wall with his arms crossed. His armor clanked against the stone bricks behind him. Whole thing's bullshit, and I get where you're coming from, but I still don't think we should let him go. Then. But I don't think you should be killed for doing what you think's right. I won't say anything. Some other squad can handle it. If you think it's an immoral order, it's not your job. Maybe the damn king's gone senile after all the years, allying with the demons after they. Do not speak about King Koinkar that way, Camilla scolded him. Have respect, he frowned. Didn't you just directly go against his orders? Not sure you get to talk about respect after that. Camilla looked like she was about to retort, but then realized she didn't have anything she could say to her squad mate. She really couldn't say anything about respect after what she'd done. Camilla took off her helmet and placed it on the table, sweeping the long brunette hair from her face. Ripley wasn't sure how she dealt with such long hair under the helmet. She kept her hair short, so it wouldn't get into her face mid-battle. After a pause, Camilla eyed the 3 divination users in the room and turned back to Ragavan, saying, make sure the magicians understand what's going on, and what they're not to say. I'm going to inform King Koinkar of our failure. Once Camilla was gone, Ripley and her 2 remaining squad mates talked to the magic types and made sure they wouldn't snitch. It still made Ripley feel shitty to let the fugitive go, but at this point, self-preservation kicked in. Koinkar wasn't known for being the kindest of rulers, and Ripley could be pretty certain he'd kill her even if she was the one to tell him what happened. Even if Camilla had ordered her to, by walking through that portal, she was technically disobeying a royal command. The damage was done. She was officially a criminal. So there she stood with Asmo and Ragavan, her fellow squad mates and at that point partners in crime. A few moments passed in silence. Welp, Ragavan leaned forward, and off the wall he had his back against. I'm heading out. Gonna catch some Z's. See y'all. Freaking idiot, Ripley rolled her eyes as she spoke to Asmo. It's 4 p.m. Asmo just nodded. She wasn't much for conversation. Ripley took a breath and shook her head. I need to get my mind off this shit. Wanna spar? Asmo nodded again. Ripley stood against Asmo in the wide, open-aired sparring fields. They were absolutely massive, a couple hundred paces in diameter, especially considering they were supposed to only facilitate a single duel at a time. The reason, of course, was because these were high-level duels. Those could get pretty big on the whole collateral damage thing if people weren't given their space. The hard dirt ground crunched under their plate armor boots as they walked away from each other, getting into their starting positions. They got in place about 50 paces apart and prepared for the fight. 3, Asmo called in her robotic tone. Ripley drew her battle axe from her back and gripped it tightly. This would be a nice release of pressure. 2. Asmo drew her massive wooden bow from her back and swiped the shoulder-length hair out of her eyes. 1. Each adopted a battle-ready stance, Ripley holding up her axe and Asmo knocking an arrow in her bow. Ripley did one more once-over of her status, making sure everything was up and ready. Her health was topped out at a solid 2200. Her berserk talent and her martial arts were all off cooldown. Her stamina was looking good. It all seemed up to snuff. Considering the matchup, she was definitely the one with the favored class between them, plus she'd recently pulled a level ahead of Asmo, so this fight was most likely hers to take. 0. Ripley dashed at Asmo, getting ready to activate Berserk the moment she was in melee range. Meanwhile, Asmo pulled back the drawstring, activating her spectral arrow martial art, and... Soldiers, stand down, a voice called out, interrupting their fight. Ripley stopped her charge and Asmo lowered her bow, each of them looking over at the source of the noise. Camilla stood at the sparring grounds entrance, watching them. "How'd it go?" Ripley asked as Camilla walked over. "Fine enough. King Koinkar probably didn't believe me, but he didn't say anything either. He informed me that he'd try to find a new way to catch the fugitive, though, so we shouldn't need to worry about still being on this job. You sure he isn't going to secretly order our executions or something?" "No. I mean, I'm currently the only person in line for the throne, so I doubt he'd kill me off just from suspicion." Freaking pampered princess, Ripley rolled her eyes. Koinkar's probably not dying for another half a millennia anyway. Why's he need to name a successor that's just gonna die before him? In case he dies by means other than natural processes. There could be an assassination, or... How in the 13 hells could someone assassinate him? How many hundreds of points does he have in endurance? He's a paladin, so that's 3 per level, and he's been putting all of his stat points into endurance since level 0, so... Camilla hushed her. "You know it's rude to speculate about someone's status like that, especially when it's King Koinkar." Ripley just rolled her eyes. "You royal types and your formalities. Anyway, what's up? I was kinda in the middle of something here. Well, so you know how King Koinkar said he'd find a new way to catch the fugitive. He's planning on instating a bounty. So whatever city kills him gets a monetary reward, okay? And that reward is our annual salary." Ripley blinked. "We're not getting paid." That seemed to get Asmo's attention. She snapped her head over to Camilla. "I'm quitting if I don't get my gold." "Yeah," Ripley knitted her brows. "I get that you did what you had to do back there, but you can't take my entire year's pay and expect me to be fine with it." "King Koinkar made the decision," Camilla said. "I had nothing to do with it. Listen, if that bounty does end up getting paid out, I'll figure something out. I'll talk to him when he's not as upset or try to make it up to you myself." "Yeah, you freaking better. Please consider this my formal complaint," Asmo said. "Listen, it'll only be a problem if the bounty actually gets paid out. If he dies from anything else, you'll be fine. Or if he escapes. Where's he going? I don't know, but you saw the divinations. He was obviously headed in some specific direction. Listen, the point is, if he dies, or if these god's-forsaken demons leave our lands, you'll be okay. Well, I'll be rooting for either one. I just want this shit to be over. I don't want to ever see that damn demon that keeps coming to talk to us ever again. Yes, hopefully it won't be an issue for much longer." We continued walking for Kingdom's Edge. It had been enough time that I was pretty confident we were getting close, but I really had no way to tell. Not only were we lacking a map, but because of the forest's constant tall thicket of trees surrounding us, we wouldn't even be able to see the mountain range in the distance until we got close. I was still itching to kill something by the end of the day, but I wasn't so lucky as to find another animerecap or anything like that. No, by the time the sun had set, we hadn't found anything at all, much to my annoyance. I needed to get stronger. "Think we should go ahead and set up for the night?" Irani asked. "You don't look too good. I think you need some rest." "I'm fine," I said. "And no, there's still some daylight left. The whole kingdom's hunting for us now, remember. We should go further while we still can." "Yeah, but you really..." I said I'm fine. Need to level up, that's all. I'm at 325 out of 500 and I'm tired of being level 9. "Are you sure? You sound like you need to rest." "Yeah, I'm sure. Just can you distract me? Tell me a story from your life or something. I really need to get away from myself for a bit." Irani sighed and looked at me worriedly. We walked in silence for a moment before she finally spoke up. "Did I ever tell you about how I ended up becoming a sorcerer?" "No, you didn't." "Okay, so I just recently turned 20, and I wasn't actually planning on getting a class. I mean, I'd thought about it as a kid and everything, who hasn't, but it's not like I had any big ideas about my life as a classer at that point." "Don't tell me you got yours on accident too," I laughed. No. I mean, that isn't really possible for sorcerer. You know the requirements for getting it. You have to kill a monster of at least level 10 while holding a spell crystal in your hand." "Oh yeah, that definitely takes some pre-planning." "Yeah, so at this point my sister had already got her class as an enchanter and picked up some work in Karth, but she still came to visit me often back in Ordensville. Only this time, as a celebration of me turning 20, she decided to take me to Karth for the first time. I'd never been before, but after hearing her stories of the big city, I knew I just had to go. Now she had friends of her own in Ordensville, so she went partying with them, hitting up the local tavern while she was in town before she was ready to take me, and by the time she was sobered up it was already dark out. But she wasn't worried about it and decided to take me to Karth regardless of the night. "Really? Through the forest at night? Okay, so maybe she was only a little sober," Irani laughed. But she did have a good reason for her confidence. She was young, but already a damned good enchanter, and had built herself a wand of lightning strike. It only had 3 charges, but being able to cast lightning strike 3 times is generally enough to get you through any fight with a monster you might find on those public roads. "Yeah, lightning strike, isn't that like a 150 mana spell?" She nodded. 165 to be exact. So in total that wand had almost 500 mana stored in it. Hell of a protection, if I do say so myself. Anyway, we headed out to Karth. It was my first time really going outside those town walls, so I was scared out of my mind, but my sister really comforted me. I'm sure the wand did a bit of that comforting too, I laughed. Well, yeah, that too. But as we were walking, I started seeing these eyes appear in the dark. One set, then two, three, until on one side of the road there had to be at least a dozen of them. My sister noticed them too, and we backed off so that the road was between us and these things. I could only barely see what they were in the dark, a pack of stripeks, just these sets of yellow glowing eyes, staring at us and pacing back and forth. They didn't seem to want to cross the road, though. I guess they didn't know how strong we were yet and didn't want to risk attacking us. But whatever those things were, I could tell they were hungry. What you do? Well, my sister readied the wand and cast lightning strike. The bolt of lightning tore through the forest and hit a few of them. Killed them instantly, of course, but there were still a lot more. They backed off some, but didn't flee. They still just sat there. We didn't know what to do, so we just kept walking and the stripeks followed us. They stuck to their side of the road and we stuck to ours. We stayed facing them as we walked. Every now and then, one of them would test the waters a bit, putting a foot on the road for a moment, or charging for a couple steps, then backing off, but we held our ground. But then one of them got confident and charged at us for real. So my sister shot another one at it, killed it, but there were still at least a half dozen left. And then you only had a single charge left, right? Yep, not nearly enough to handle them. When we were moving, they got more confident, so we hunkered down, kneeling down right there on the ground and facing the monsters. They stopped too, just kept staring at us. My sister told me that they were just waiting for us to show weakness, that they were waiting for us to get too tired to stay awake or to take a moment to lay down and they'd strike. So we had to stay up and ready. If they attacked us, we'd die for sure, but a couple of them would die too. And they probably just wanted to wait until they were sure none of them would. Well, how'd you escape? I'm getting there, she laughed. So there we were, facing off against the stripeks, the eyes in the dark. They just wouldn't leave us alone. And so we faced off like that for what felt like forever. Must have been hours. We sat there freezing our asses off in the night, waiting for these stripeks to attack. Because I knew that if they attacked us, we were taking at least one of them down with us. And how else could it end? It was the middle of the night on a road coming from a small town. No reason for anyone to come and help us, no way for us to get out of it. But we sure as hells weren't going to make the first move. So, well, I'm not sure if you'll believe me when I say this, but so okay. We're sitting there, lightning wand in hand, waiting for the stripeks to attack, right? Dead of night, dead silent. And in the distance, I can just barely start to make out a noise. Sounds like this weird, steady banging, like metal on metal, and it's getting closer and closer. And then, coming from around a bend in the road, I see this bright, flashing light. It's flashing over and over again with that banging coming along with it, and whatever it is, it's just charging down the road. We all look over me, my sister, the stripeks, and as it gets closer, I can make out what it actually is. It was a person. This big armored guy, buckler in one hand and hammer in the other, just banging his weapon on his shield over and over as he sprints down this road at top speed. Just this bang, 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 and every time his hammer hits his shield, there's this blinding flash of light. Must have been a talent or a martial art or something. What in the hells? That's exactly what I thought, she shook her head. But once he got close, that loud banging and the bright flashing lights, it scared the stripeks off. They just ran off into the woods, and the guy kept sprinting down the road past us. Didn't even look at me as he ran by. Just kept banging his hammer on his shield and sprinting along till he was out of sight. And after that, we just got up and kept walking to Karth. Didn't know what to think of it. I don't think I'd even believe my own memory if my sister hadn't seen it, too. It was such a strange sight, it still burned into my head. Just this guy sprinting down the road in full plate armor with a hammer and shield, hitting them together as hard and fast as he could, a huge flash of light bursting out every time. Can't forget it. Did you ever see him again? Nope, never, and you know what? I don't think I ever will. I mean, do you believe in divine intervention? What, like the gods coming down to the material world to interfere with our lives? No, not really. I've always felt like they probably don't care about us. Compared to them, we're like ants in the dirt. Why? Well, I didn't buy too much of that stuff either until that night. But I've thought and I just can't think of a single explanation for what happened other than a god deciding to save us. Why's that? Don't think it was just luck. No, I don't. I mean, think about it. Why was that guy running down the road with his hammer and shield, banging them together to make all that racket? There'd be no reason to do something like that if it wasn't because he saw what was going on between us and the stripeks. He had to have been doing that to scare them off on purpose. But then, if he was trying to help us, why not stop and stay with us to make sure we were all right? Or in case the stripeks came back, what if he was in a hurry to get where he was going and didn't have time to stop? Even then, he didn't even look at us while he was running. Seriously, not a glance. Anyone would at least look over, give a nod, something. And besides, I mean, I believe that you can get lucky, but really, that someone would come by just in time, ready to save us, just sprinting along like that. Unlikely things happen every day, I shrugged. Well, you think it's unlikely it was divine intervention, right? Maybe that was the unlikely thing that happened that day. Okay, I laughed. Fine. But this was a story about how you got your class, right? What happened from there? Well, we got to Karth unscathed, but I felt mentally traumatized. I really thought I was gonna die there, made my peace with the world and accepted it and everything. And well, I just didn't want to feel powerless again. Sure, I was thankful that the guy came and saved us whether it was really a god or not, but I didn't want to rely on chance like that ever again. So well, I decided to get classed. Funny thing is, she laughed, I actually chose Sorcerer to begin with because I knew you could get Lightning Strike with it. But you only get offered Lightning Strike if you choose Dark Blast as your first spell, so I'll never even end up getting it. It was because of that requirement to get the class killing a monster while holding a spell crystal. I knew I'd need a crystal, so I decided I'd grab one that would work with the first spell I'd choose for my class, and then I decided I'd need to look into the different options given to the sorcerer class, and so I bought a book, and then another one, and suddenly I knew everything there was to know about any choice you could make, and its strategic implications before I'd even gotten the damn class, and I ended up going with the classic Firebolt. Well, that's as good a reason as any to go with a class, I guess, I said. Yeah, I guess. But listen, she got serious. I told you that story for a reason. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to feel powerless and like your life is hanging on a single gamble in someone else's hands. And I know that dig for power that you do afterward, that desperate search for a solution, so that you never have to put your life in another person's hands again. She clasped her hands around mine. I want you to know that it's going to be okay. I'll always be here, and I hope you can think of me as a part of you, not as another chance you sometimes have to take. I need to get stronger because sometimes the entire situation relies on me, but if you keep pushing yourself like this, I'm going to be okay. I just freak. My head hurts so bad and I feel so out of it sometimes. I just need an outlet. It feels like I'd be pushing myself more if I didn't take it out on something every once in a while. What? That doesn't sound normal. Are you sure it isn't? SHH, I held out a hand in front of me, eyes wide. Scuttling through the trees, I saw something. A large brown insect, familiar in shape and size. It moved again and I got a better view. The same monster I'd fled from when I arrived at Ordensville when I met Irani for the first time. The gigantic scorpion monster moved through the trees. We must have stumbled into Bainstinger territory without realizing it. With a sudden movement, it turned its body, spotting us and readying itself for a charge. Its gigantic, sword-length stinger dripped with deadly venom. It was time for a rematch. Bainstinger charged at us, and Irani and I leapt to the side, dodging its massive stinger. If the sword-length injector didn't kill me, the venom surely would. We need to run. Irani grabbed my arm as the massive monster turned around, recovering from its mischarge. No, we can take it, I argued, and the amount of XP it'll give us will definitely be enough to level me up. We can kill something else. You already used time loop today. We can't take this risk. This is faster. We're on a time limit here. The Bainstinger turned around and charged again, ready to strike. Don't have time to argue, I said. Follow my lead. Irani grunted and backed up, readying an explosive firebolt while the nymph grabbed its whip, standing next to me. I didn't know how much I could rely on its help. The individual power of a nymph varied a lot from one to the other. I knew that when I first saw a Bainstinger. I'd also seen a nymph kill one single-handedly, but that one had obviously been incredibly high level, and I wasn't sure how ours compared. Just as the Bainstinger got to me, I cursed it with crippling chill, activated gravity well, and shot it with a ray of frost all at the same time. You have cursed level 44 Bainstinger with crippling chill. For the next 15 seconds, it loses 7.76 health and 6.21 stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 15.5, 56.2 mana cost. Your mana is 504. You have struck level 44 Bainstinger for 51 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 44 Bainstinger with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.38. 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 481. Under the combined effects of all three spells, the beast's two front legs gave out in the middle of its sprint toward me and it collapsed, sliding across the ground from its momentum. I jumped up and landed on its back, standing unsteadily on the giant monster while the nymph dashed off to the side and lashed out with its whip. The Bainstinger hissed in anger, now unable to reach either of us with its massive claws. I felt a blast of heat from above me and looked up to see one of Irani's firebolts smacking the Bainstinger's stinger tip tail away from stabbing me through the back. The explosion rocked the unsteady platform I was standing on, forcing me down, lying prone on the scorpion's hard shell. I activated Noxious Grasp the moment my skin touched its body, beginning the process of sapping away its massive health pool. I also deactivated Gravity Well. The spell was costly, and in a fight like this, I needed to prioritize spending my mana on dealing damage to the monster, rather than protecting myself. Otherwise, I'd end up with no mana left and a monster still standing, and be forced to flee, and I couldn't have that. The Bainstinger, no longer hindered by the increased gravity, immediately got back to its feet and started violently shaking its body, trying to throw me off, while it thrust its stinger at the nymph, which was forced to dash away to avoid being stabbed. I held on as tightly as I could, trying to fit my fingers into the chinks in its chitin. Once the Banestinger aimed its stinger at me once again and struck down, Irani shot it with another firebolt, saving me, but the explosion throwing me off in the process. You have struck level 44 Banestinger for 104 damage and drained 104 stamina over the course of 6.4 seconds using Noxious Grasp, 30 mana cost. Your mana is 405. The Banestinger snapped out with its claws as I fell, pinching them into my torso. I quickly struggled away, tearing my shirt and skin in the process. You have been ripped open. 29 damage. Your health is 191. The monster, seeming to be done dealing with me, instead turned to face Irani, who was trying to stay further away in the forest. It charged full tilt at her, seeming to completely disregard the explosive firebolts she shot at it in an attempt to push it away. I chased after, shooting a couple rays of frost of my own at the quick-moving beast while the nymph chased it alongside me. You have struck level 44 Banestinger for 44 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 44 Banestinger with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.38, 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 383. You have struck level 44 Banestinger for 47 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 44 Banestinger with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.38, 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 360. It slowed down just enough for Irani to dodge one of its strikes, but not the other. Its claw pinched around her arm, and I saw the wire frame of Angelic shield light up around her, protecting her from the damage. She tried to tug her arm away, but it had a solid grip on her and she couldn't escape. It readied its pointed stinger to skewer it through her. But just before it could strike, I leapt forward, tackling the monster's tail, right as the nymph also swung its whip so that it wrapped around its tail at the same time. Together, we pulled back, keeping the Banestinger from stabbing Irani with its massive stinger. I activated Noxious Grasp, refreshing the fester that had been placed on the Banestinger from before and draining away more of the monster's health. It turned around to face me, and Irani got out of its tight grip as it did so, but now I had to deal with its head-on attack. I tried to stay gripped onto the scorpion's tail, but I was thrown off, just barely managing to catch onto one of its legs as it stomped around. It jabbed its stinger at me, but I dodged out of the way, flattening myself against the Banestinger's side to do so. It stabbed downward again, and I barely managed to lean back once again, desperately trying to keep in contact with it while it attacked. It jabbed down at me one more time, and this time I had to reach up to physically parry and redirect the stinger away from me. Arlen, Irani shouted, "Just let go, I can get it from a range. I need the contribution." I yelled back. "You can't get it if you're dead," she replied. "Survival, then." XP, the Banestinger interrupted our conversation with a roar, turning suddenly and throwing me from its body. I tumbled and rolled across the ground. You have struck level 44 Banestinger for 177 damage and drained 178 stamina over the course of 6.4 seconds using Noxious Grasp, 51.2 mana cost. Your mana is 354. It charged at me and I shot off a few more rays of frost at it to slow its approach as I scrambled to my feet, dealing another couple hundred damage and dropping my mana down to 270. The nymph leapt in between us, baiting out an attack from the Banestinger before stepping back, just barely dodging its pincers and stinger, then lashing out with its thorny whip and striking a hard blow against the creature's chitin, creating a crack in the shell. It stumbled back, stunned from the blow, and I rushed in, realizing my opportunity. At this point, it had to have been getting low on health and stamina. I cursed it once again with Crippling Chill, reactivated Gravity Well, and jumped up to get on the beast's back. You have cursed level 44 Banestinger with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, it loses 7.76 health and 6.21 stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 15.5, 56.2 mana cost. Your mana is 213. The suddenly incapacitated beast couldn't do anything to stop me, trying to pick itself up after being suddenly crushed by its own weight, as I landed on its hard back and started ripping at the crack made by the nymph's whip. I dug my hands in, tearing off small piece by small piece of the hard armor to reveal a gushy interior. You have struck level 44 Banestinger for 7 damage using your hands. There was an explosion as Irani shot another firebolt to hit away the monster's stinger, once again trying to stab me while I was preoccupied. The nymph continued to fight at its front, tying up its legs with its whip and tripping it so that it couldn't shake me off. I got notification after notification of damage being done to the Banestinger every time I ripped off another piece of its chitin, exposing more and more of its vulnerable interior. Another explosion as Irani fought back its deadly stinger, dripping with venom. Once I felt like I was steady on top of the monster, I deactivated gravity well again. I was getting really low on mana at that point. Herg, I grunted as I tore off one last big piece, bug guts flinging all over me. With that, I jumped back off the monster. You have struck level 44 Banestinger for 19 damage using your hands. You have struck level 44 Banestinger for 228 damage and drained 230 stamina over the course of 14.1 seconds using Noxious Grasp. 66.3 mana cost. Your mana is 21. By this time, it was moving sluggishly and stumbling more. We had to be close. Irani, I called over to her, explosive firebolt at the weak spot. I need to focus on its stinger. She yelled back. I'm the only one keeping it from cutting us in half. Another way to keep it from stabbing us is by killing it, I argued. Just shoot it. It'll kill the nymph if I stop hitting its tail. Those two are still fighting. I groaned. Nymph, I called. It didn't respond. Of course it didn't. We didn't speak the same language. It was still locked in intense combat with the oversized arthropod, dodging claws and striking out with its thorned whip, too. I shook my head and ran forward, trying to pull my companion away from the monster, but it was moving so quickly I couldn't safely get to it. I looked back at Irani. Just shoot it. I'll handle things if they go bad. Irani sighed. Fine, she said as she changed targets and shot off 3 rapid-fire firebolts at the Banestinger's now exposed fleshy interior. They slammed and exploded against its insides, each one ripping a burnt hole further and further inside of its body. It stumbled and screeched in pain as they tore apart its insides. The nymph stood in shock at the spectacle. You could even see the fire rippling throughout the beast's organs through the semi-transparent exoskeleton. But as it spasmed in pain from the devastating attack, it twitched one last time, shooting its sword-length stinger right at the nymph. Shit, I shouted as I rushed in to intercept. I pushed the nymph out of the way, but the stinger was now headed straight for my heart. Thinking fast, I activated gravity well with the last of my mana on the barely alive Banestinger, causing the monster's stinger to suddenly shoot downward in its arc, missing my chest and instead just grazing my thigh. You have been cut. 22 damage. Your health is 169. I sighed in relief. Good thing it worked out. That could have been bad if I hadn't. You have been poisoned. 88 damage. Your health is 81. Venom is coursing through your veins. You will lose 44 health every hour for a number of days equal to 44 minus your endurance 22 days. I doubled over in pain. It felt like a tiny person was casting lava darts through my veins, tearing through my leg and boiling my blood. I gasped as I felt the venom rise into my hip, and then my stomach, and then my chest, and then, just as it touched my heart and the pain reached its peak. Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 80. Then the pain receded just a bit. I felt the venom drop back down into my thigh where the wound was, but it had already started rising again, traveling its way up to my hip. It'd take another minute and a half to hit me for 1 again, I realized. 1 damage every 90 seconds for 22 days. Arlen, Irani ran over to me. You okay? She looked over my body, looking for what was causing me pain. Venom, I gasped, breathing heavily. Sweat began forming all over my body and I fell fully into her arms, now unable to hold myself up. I looked at the notification I'd received. 44 damage an hour. I took a breath. Every hour. Another breath. It was so hard to talk, I felt like my lungs were malfunctioning, spasming randomly as the venom rose further and further, closer to my heart once again. For 22 days, I finally got out. Gonna kill me. Shit, Irani looked around. The Banestinger had collapsed to the ground, but had still not technically died. Will the poison end if we kill it? Don't know, I groaned. Doesn't say, we have to try. She gently set me down onto the ground and ran over, readying an explosive firebolt to end the monster. The nymph crouched down next to me, holding me with a worried expression on its face. It didn't seem to be panicking, though. It just held me and massaged my leg. The massage eased the pain somewhat. Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 79. The massage obviously didn't reduce the damage, though. Part of me wondered how the nymph knew to do this in the first place. The massage was a specific combination of rolling and pressing that obviously been born of practice, so where did it learn this? At first I was confused, but then I realized it had probably seen tons of animals die in the exact same way I was, and this was what it did to comfort me as they lost their lives. Yeah, what was going on didn't comfort me. An explosion rippled out from behind me, and I heard the sound of bug guts splatting against the ground in a rain of goop. You have offered moderate contribution toward the slaying of level 44 Banestinger. You have earned 431 XP. Your XP is 756. Threshold reached, 500 XP. Your level has increased to 10. Due to achieving level 10 in the Minute Mage class, you have been granted the following benefits. You have gained 1 Endurance. You have gained 2 Conjuration. You have gained 1 Intelligence. You have gained 3 stat points. Recursive growth has improved from reaching a 10th level. You now gain 4 random stats each time your level increases. Recursive growth has activated. You have gained 2 Strength, 1 Dexterity, and 1 Conjuration. Soft cap has increased to rank 6. Time loop talent rank has increased to 10. Time loop has received a usage increase. You may choose an upgrade for time loop. You may choose a talent to obtain. I didn't even look through my level benefits, the things I did this whole fight for. Instead, I waited, eagerly anticipating any sort of notification that I was no longer poisoned. None came. We had no way to cure the poison. I was going to die. The poison isn't going away, I groaned to Irani. Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 78. 78 health left, I continued. I was a freaking idiot. Why did I fight that thing? Freak, she muttered as she approached me, crouching by my side. The wound where the banestinger grazed me was swollen and purple. Do you know what can stop it? Not sure, I said. Do we have any antidote potions or spells that cure poison? No, she said and stopped to look around. We're near a city, they should have healers, but we're wanted criminals now, I said. I probably can't get in, much less get treatment. We have to try. You're dead otherwise. Working together with the nymph, she helped me up, and I was able to barely stand with the assistance of both. It felt like fire in my veins, putting weight on my leg, but I pushed through. I was on a time limit now and couldn't afford to move slowly. With their help, I limped along, heading for the nearby city. There was one ray of hope still in my mind, though. I'd gotten a time loop usage increase from the level up. It was possible that could help to take me back before I'd ever been poisoned. I hurriedly scanned over the system message explaining it. Time loop usage increase. You may now use time loop 1 additional time per day. This takes effect starting the next time the talent comes off cooldown. My eyes widened in excitement when I read the first sentence, but then the second line came. I'd already used up my 1 use of time loop for today, and this second use wouldn't be given to me until the next time midnight rolled around. Sure, midnight was in a few hours, but I didn't have a few hours. I'd have normally been ecstatic about this benefit doubling the potential uses of time loop, but I was about to die. For all I was concerned, it did absolutely nothing. What were you thinking? Irani broke me out of my thoughts. You know, we need to be more cautious than that. You can't do shit like that, okay? I'm sorry, I said. I know it was reckless, I was being stupid. It wasn't just stupid, it was thoughtless, Irani interrupted. Her voice was shaky. You can die, Arlen, it seems like you feel you're invincible sometimes. But you're not, and I'm certainly not either. I know you feel like you can push through anything and you'll always end up fine, but I don't. You can do what you want, you can put yourself in danger. I don't want you to do that, but I can't stop you. But I need you to understand you can't just pull me into these situations and fights for no reason. I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking clearly. It's arg, I stumbled over a fallen branch and groaned. It feels like it's getting harder and harder to think. Ever since I stopped practicing Noxious Grasp, the headaches have been getting worse, and... You need to start back up with Noxious Grasp, then she interrupted again. You're going through some sort of withdrawal, and we cannot deal with that right now. But it would be inefficient to work on ranking it, though, the other spells. You almost got us killed, and you still might die yourself. Efficiency doesn't matter when you're dead. I groaned. Fine, fine. What do you mean by withdrawal, though? Am I addicted to Noxious Grasp or something? No idea. But if it's messing with your head when you stop, just stick with it for now. We can figure out a better fix later. I just breathed and focused on putting one foot in front of the other. While we walked, my health ticked downward and downward, eventually passing below 40. Ironically, though, I felt better than ever physically. I'd been practicing Noxious Grasp for about an hour and a half now, and my mind felt so much clearer that the relief wrapped back around to being anger. I had seriously allowed myself to live like that for days on end. I'd been miserable, I realized. That said, the intense pain in my leg had certainly put a damper on my relief. Also, the mental pain was another aspect of it. I felt embarrassed and ashamed of myself. I hadn't even realized it, but I'd been taking riskier and riskier steps over time. Part of that, I suspected, came from the cloudiness in my head from not casting Noxious Grasp, but I could recognize that some of it also came from myself. Hey, I said as I limped through the forest, helped along by Irani. I'm sorry. I know, she responded, looking ahead. Her voice was cold. You already said that. No, I sighed. I put you in danger. And I didn't say anything to you or ask you for your opinion, and I don't have any good excuse for that. I was in some sort of withdrawal, sure, but that wasn't all of it. She glanced over at me with a hard expression. Listen, we need to get to this city. Don't worry about it for now. We can talk once you're not dying. No, I said. That's the problem. I might not make it out of this. And I know that me dying would technically be a good thing for you, the demons would probably leave if I was gone. But I just can't die without at least saying sorry. For dragging you into this, it's fine. You weren't thinking right when you attacked the Banestinger. No, this whole thing, the demons and shit. It's my fault that they showed up, and it's my fault they attacked Karth, and it's my fault that you were with me when they did. You got mixed up into all this because of me. You had a life. And I took that away from you. I'm sorry. She kept walking with me in silence for a while, to the point where I began to worry she was just ignoring me. But eventually she spoke up. You didn't do that. It happened because of you, but it wasn't your choice. You had no idea what would happen. The demons were the ones who chose to attack. They took my life away. And Arlen, if you die before you have the chance to help me make every single demon alive regret that decision they made, I swear to the gods I will find a way to revive you just so I can kill you myself. Well, I choked out a laugh. At least I'll get to die by the hands of a beautiful woman. She just rolled her eyes. No, seriously, that Bainstinger was ugly as shit. I saw it up close. Really put a damper on my day, and it would have been going so well otherwise. She half sighed, half laughed. Your last words better not be some shitty joke. Well, gotta give the people something to laugh at during the funeral. Well, let's try to give you some more time to come up with better material. Otherwise, you'll just make them cry harder. So no more reckless stunts, okay? Yeah, I nodded. Sorry again. For putting you in danger, I mean. I'm kind of used to doing things on my own. Not just with me getting lost in the forest before either. I've always been pretty self-reliant. After my parents disappeared, I was pretty much on my own and had to do things myself. And I think that made me forget what it's like to have a partner like this. I've been used to needing to take charge because of time loop, but that doesn't mean I get to have de facto final say on this stuff. We're in it together, and I'll be sure to get confirmation with you before doing something like that from now on. Irani's hard expression finally broke. Her frown began to shake, lips quivering. Please don't die, okay? Please. Yeah, I'll do my best. By the time we got there, my ever-decreasing health had fallen to 30. As we approached the city and the walls entered my sight, we began to see posters nailed up on trees with my face on them, detailing my bounty and reward. Never mentioned any list of crimes, though how interesting, I thought with a scowl. Okay, Irani said. I'm the less infamous one between us two, so I'll go in alone first. I'll figure out how to disguise myself, then run in and see if I can talk to anyone with poison-curing spells. Maybe someone has some potions or enchanted items that can cure you. Be right back. I sat on the ground as Irani left and motioned for the nymph to sit with us. I kept my eyes open and kept my head on a swivel, constantly checking all around us for enemies. We were close enough to a city that a troop of soldiers could come by at any moment, or gods forbid, an infernal. More than anything, I wanted to just close my eyes and rest, but I didn't have that luxury. I'd gotten used to the venom for the most part, but I still winced every time it reached my heart and hit me for another point of damage. Sweat from the stress on my body glistened my forehead. The nymph sat with me and gazed at the walls of the city. This one, its name was Oakenside, was located in the bottom of a large valley, and we were sitting up at the top, so we could almost see over the walls as we were. I wondered if the nymph had even seen a city before. Its original home was somewhat near Karth, but how much did nymphs explore their surroundings? Maybe it never ventured far enough from that river to see the city walls. I felt oddly calm, despite the fact that I was quite literally dying. Maybe it was because I couldn't really do anything to stop it. I wished I could have talked to the nymph at least once. I'd die sitting right next to it, but without ever hearing its voice. I'd die without ever getting to know Irani better. I felt close to her due to our circumstances, but we'd only known each other for a matter of days, and I didn't know much about her past. I was so busy escaping and trying to survive, but now that I was going to die, all of that stuff suddenly felt unimportant. I was going to die anyway. Why didn't I just do some stuff that mattered instead of bothering with that survival shit? Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 24. My breath stuttered at the sudden pain. I could die before she even got back out here. I barely even had an hour left. Was I seriously going to die without even saying goodbye? I chuckled. The infernals hadn't even been the ones to get me. Done in by my own actions. How freaking poetic. If I hadn't been so obsessed with getting stronger, maybe I could have survived longer. Even if the demons eventually killed me, at least I'd have been able to live to see a few more days. But I'd shortened it with my own mistakes. I breathed, still glancing around and keeping myself on as high alert as I could. The minutes went on, and soon enough my health had fallen into the low 20s, then the high 10s, then the low 10s, until finally. Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 9. I had 9 left. The nymph was simply sitting next to me, seeming to just be waiting for me to die. It knew there was no hope for me, and I'd die without a single person I could even speak to. But no, I couldn't let that happen. I searched through my status, trying to find anything that could save me, or at least prolong the inevitable. 461 plus Venomous Grasp. There was one possibility. I remembered back to when I had chosen Recursive Growth as my level 5 talent. The intelligence information had told me my next 3 talent options. I struggled to remember. They were Temporal Fold, Expedited Recovery, and Regenerate. They just might be able to help me. But to choose one, or even to see my options, I'd have to meditate for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, during which I'd have to sacrifice my awareness of my surroundings while so close to a city. If a patrol of infernals saw me, I'd just have to take the risk. I wanted to wait for Irani, but she obviously seemed to be taking more time than I'd hoped to find something to help me. So I reluctantly closed my eyes and sat quietly, trying my hardest to clear my mind and ignore the painful poison in my veins. My health ticked downward, and before I knew it, it was at 7, then 4, then 2. but just then, I finally got to the point where I could see my talents and choose one. Choose one talent to obtain, temporal fold. Type activated. Creates a stitch in time, causing an hour's worth of mana regeneration to happen in a single instant. Currently gains 693 mana. This talent may only be activated once per day. Intelligence information. If you choose this option, your next talent options will be emergency reserves. Typhoon. Land on your feet. Expedited recovery. Type passive. Allows unused health regeneration to contribute to mana regeneration. As long as your current health is equal to your maximum health, your mana regeneration is increased by 100. Intelligence information. If you choose this option, your next talent options will be breakneck. Restore balance. Intensify. Regenerate. Type activated. Cost 20 stamina, plus 20 minutes worth of stamina regeneration. Currently 34.28 stamina. Greatly increase your body's recovery speed at the cost of your stamina. When activated, your health minute is multiplied by 1000 for 10 seconds, then returns to normal. Intelligence information. If you choose this option, your next talent options will be status reconstruction. Precognition. Exponential reclamation. I glanced over all three until I saw what I needed. Regenerate didn't cure poison, but it'd keep me alive for a bit longer, and that was good enough. It was a shame to lose out on the other two options, but I had no choice here. You have obtained the talent Regenerate. Your next talent options will be status reconstruction. Precognition. Exponential reclamation. Immediately I opened my eyes, left the meditation, and went to activate the talent. It was a bit different than a spell or time loop, but after letting the system briefly guide my mind to the right action, I felt a mental switch flip. You have activated Regenerate. You will gain 14.3 health over the next 10 seconds, 34.3 stamina cost. Your stamina is 67. The stamina that was part of its cost drained from my body, and I immediately felt a bit more tired and my eyes a bit heavier. That said, though, I also felt a sudden rejuvenation. My health minute had increased 1,000-fold, going from 0.0846 to 84.6, and I could physically feel my health total increasing. Over the 10 seconds Regenerate was active. The system-given shield around me grew a little stronger with each passing moment. My health went from 2 up to 3, then 4, 6, 10, until it finally rested at 16 and the talent wore off. It wasn't exactly safe waters, but I was in a massively better position than I was in before. I activated the talent once more. You have activated Regenerate. You will gain 14.3 health over the next 10 seconds, 34.3 stamina cost. Your stamina is 33. The wave of healing washed over my body and repaired more of the damage the poison had done. I also felt exhausted at that point, my stamina now at a third of what it had been seconds before. But my health was at 30, and I'd bought myself more time. My stamina would regenerate more quickly than my health too, so I'd be able to activate the talent again soon. Part of me wanted to re-enter the meditative state while I waited so I could choose an upgrade for time loop, but I was still in the middle of enemy territory, and closing my eyes like that for an entire 10 minutes would be too much risk for something that in the end wasn't going to do anything until midnight came. For now, I just needed to wait and keep an eye out. I could choose an upgrade once Irani came back. Hopefully she'd come with good news. What you find? I asked Irani after watching her climb the hill to meet us. Nothing much as far as people who can cure poison or heal. Apparently all those people have been needed so badly in other areas to heal the wounded from this whole demon fiasco that it's basically impossible to get a hold of them. Shit, I cursed, my head falling back and hitting the tree trunk behind me. Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 36. The prick of venom just added insult to injury. There's still something though. There was one guy in there who could help. He had a dryad with him. Dryad? Yeah, it's actually an evolution of nymphs. She gestured to our nymph, who was sitting next to me, petting a squirrel which had settled in its lap. You know how tribute works. Other monsters can sacrifice their own levels to give a nymph a portion of their own power. Normally this is just something small, like the whip on this one, but certain, more powerful monsters can actually induce an evolution in the nymph. And when they get tribute from a fairy queen, nymphs evolve into dryads, gaining access to mana and spells of their own. And one of those spells just so happens to cure poison. Great, so we just need to get help from that guy's dryad. Well, he had a small clinic where he helped some people with poison, so I went in to talk to him. I kept my eyes low for the most part when going through the city, so most people didn't recognize me, but I had to speak with him for a while and I think he might have realized who I was. Or not, I don't know. All I know is he randomly asked me to leave and wouldn't hear a word otherwise. I came back here right afterwards since I was worried he'd call the authorities. I don't think I was trailed. Damn it, I cursed. So they're useless. Well, they would be, but where do you think that dryad came from? What do you mean? I mean I found a flyer in the Adventurers Guild. It asks for volunteers to go to the nearby fairy village and try to build better trade relations with them or something. Point is, there's a fairy queen nearby and we have a nymph. I blinked. You know, that's a long shot, right? Yeah, but it's our only choice. I swallowed, then laboriously pushed myself to my feet, lamenting my dangerously low stamina from the many regenerates I'd used. All right, I grunted. We've got a nymph to evolve. The walk to the fairy village was tiring, especially when I was forced to spend all of my stamina on regeneration in order to keep myself alive. Despite the extra health from the talent, I was still net losing health every hour, just not as dramatically. It was coming up to midnight, and my health had dropped to 19. As Irani helped me walk along, I also decided to go ahead and look at my options for what was called a time loop upgrade. I had the time while we walked, and whatever it entailed might end up helping us on our mission. It was hard to meditate while moving since I had to keep my eyes closed, but Irani was already helping me walk, so I just had her guide me as I tried my best to sink into my own mind. Before I looked at my upgrade options, I first looked at time loop itself. Time loop rank 10. Type activated. Go up to 11 minutes back in time, resetting your health, stamina, mana, and other talent cooldowns as well as the rest of the world, but preserving your memories and the rest of your status. This talent activates at will, or automatically when you would die. This talent may only be activated twice per day. The time loop usage increase was true. I could now use time loop twice per day instead of just once. Of course, I couldn't reap those benefits yet, but after midnight came, it wouldn't be too long. At this point, it'd essentially be twice as good. That was an incredible increase in power. Then I looked at my time loop upgrade choices. Choose one upgrade for time loop, extended loop. Time loop now goes back up to 1 hour in time, rather than 11 minutes. Further level ups will increase the amount of time loop goes back by 30 minutes rather than 1 minute. Invigorating loop. Upon activating time loop, when you arrive in the new timeline, you gain 40 strength, endurance, and dexterity for 1 minute. Incrementing loop. Whenever you activate time loop and arrive in the new timeline with more XP or spell XP than you had before, increase the amount you gained by 100. So it was like a spell upgrade I mused. 3 options, each of which added a new, unique ability to the talent, and they were all incredibly powerful. Extended loop would make it take me much further back in time. Invigorating loop would give me a temporary boost in physical strength every time I used it, and incrementing loop would give me extra XP whenever I went back in time after killing a monster. Invigorating loop was the first one I looked at. It was an intense increase in power, just about tripling my endurance and quadrupling my strength and dexterity, but I actually didn't like it that much, regardless of that insane enhancement. Especially with recursive growth, as time went on, that upgrade would get worse and worse, since the amount it increased my stats didn't actually go up at all. Sure, it'd quadruple my strength for now, but once I was level 20, would it even double my strength? Eventually, it'd barely do anything at all. Besides, it actually had a surprisingly limited range of uses, even now. It wouldn't be much help in the situations when I didn't go back right into the middle of a fight, because of the extremely limited 1-minute time limit on the stat increases. Even if I went back to redo a fight, if I gave myself any time beforehand to rest and think, the buff would wear off by the time the fight started. And even if I went back into the middle of the fight, if it dragged on too long, I'd also lose out on the buff. Incrementing loop seemed incredibly useful. Over the course of, say, a year, it could easily gain me enough extra XP for multiple additional levels. If I killed something and got 100 XP, then went back in time, I'd arrive in the new timeline with 200 extra XP plus, I'd still get to kill the monster again. Given enough time, I could end up way ahead of the curve. But venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 18. I wasn't sure if I'd survive to see the next year. Or the next month, week, even day. I'd been burned many times now for getting too greedy and taking options that didn't do anything at all in the immediate future. And now I needed help more than ever. So taking an upgrade like incrementing loop that would do absolutely nothing now, even if it would work incredibly well later on, felt like a mistake. Extended loop felt like the perfect in-between. It didn't explicitly gain me more XP, but by going back an entire hour, I could fit more time into a single day and still end up getting some extra XP. It had an immediate use of multiplying the amount of time I could go back by a factor of almost 6, and with its benefit only increasing as I leveled, I could soon find myself with more time than I knew what to do with, rather than scrambling for every second. Plus, that much extra time would only become more powerful as I continued to get more time loop usage increases. effectively multiplying the amount of time I could go back for everyone I got. It felt like a reasonable in-between of the short-term benefit of invigorating loop while not giving up on the long-term strength of incrementing loop. It had helped me now and later, so I picked the upgrade. Time loop has gained the upgrade extended loop. But before I could even process the change, I was suddenly shaken out of my mediation by Irani. I opened my eyes and looked around. We'd stopped, and I was currently leaning against a tree, squished between Irani and the nymph. Once I started, but Irani interrupted me with a shush. She nodded her head in a direction around the tree, and I leaned over to see what she was talking about. I realized that we weren't just leaning up against a tree, we were hiding. A group of armored soldiers walked through the forest on the other side, examining the area and looking for something. It was obvious who they were searching for. That guy with his dryad must have snitched to the guards about us, I thought. They obviously weren't those royal guards from before with the blue and silver plate armor. Instead, they seemed like normal city guards. They had simple swords and spears, and some leather armor with the most important bits covered by small pieces of metal, an emblem of a sword and hawk's feather blazoned on their chests. Normally, I'd be confident we could take them. But venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 17. My health was abysmally low and wouldn't be going up anytime soon. If I even got poked, my health would drop dramatically, and even if the strike didn't kill me, it'd put me in a position to be killed much sooner by the venom. I was incredibly thankful to have Irani to keep me out of danger there, but now I wasn't sure what we could do. It didn't seem like Irani knew either. We were close enough to the soldiers that if we ran, they'd immediately see us and attack, and if we stayed, they'd eventually find us anyway. The nymph seemed to have its own ideas of what to do, drawing its whip from its side and pulling it taut in its fingers, but we couldn't fight. If we did, they'd only attack me and… Well, actually, maybe the nymph was on to something. If it was the only one to come out, the soldiers would just think it was a random monster attacking them. It hadn't been tied to us yet, according to the flyers we'd seen posted around the area, and if they were distracted by the fight, Irani and I could flee without being seen. After that, the nymph could safely disengage and follow us, and the soldiers would think it just ran away. I wasn't sure how I could actually communicate this to the nymph. Not only could I not speak due to the nearby enemies, but it didn't even understand my language anyway. I just have to hope it could figure it out as it went. Who knew, maybe it had the same idea we did. The nymph tensed, readying its attack, and Irani put up a hand to stop it, but I grabbed her wrist and held it down, shaking my head. She seemed to understand that I intended for it to attack. I pointed to us, then pointed in the opposite direction of the soldiers. She nodded. I watched as the nymph waited a few seconds, took a breath, and dashed out from behind the tree, thorny whip held tightly in its hand. The moment I heard the soldiers shout in surprise and draw their weapons, I dashed off, Irani's hand held tightly in mine, and didn't look back as I fled. I didn't want to slow down for even a second. The sounds of battle became quieter and quieter as we ran into the night. Once we were far enough away that it was totally silent, I stopped, hands on my knees, to catch my breath. I'd been spending so much stamina on regenerate that I barely had enough to move around. Where'd they come from? I asked Irani. No idea, she said. We were just walking along and I randomly saw them walking through the tree line, obviously looking for us. I nodded. Think the nymph can handle them? Yeah, hopefully. Seems strong enough that it can handle its own against some simple town guards. I guess I furrowed my brow. Think we should just wait for it to come after us. Seems like it. We waited for a while for the nymph to come back and find us, Irani and I glancing around and making sure we were relatively hidden from sight. If there were any more enemies around, we needed to see them before they saw us, especially when we were so far from one of our allies. 30 seconds passed, then a minute, then 2. Once a few more minutes had passed, I knew something had to have been wrong. The nymph was a quick fighter, and its combat shouldn't have taken longer than it took for us to even run to where we were, much less even longer. We need to go see what's going on, I said. It could be in trouble. It's too risky, Irani shook her head. If they're powerful enough to give the nymph trouble, they're powerful enough that we can't go after them. But if all it needs is a bit more help so it can escape, we can't just leave it to die. What if it misunderstood what we intended to do and thought we would have its back? We can't just abandon it. Irani pursed her lips, taking a moment to think. I'll go ahead, you trail behind and yell if anything happens. If I wave my hand like this, she demonstrated, it means it's too dangerous for you, go back. I didn't like feeling like dead weight, but I guess that was pretty much what I was at this point. Yeah, I said, sounds good. We cautiously made our way back, with me a couple dozen paces behind Irani as she crept her way forward, glancing around as she did so. It was eerily quiet as we approached. Had the soldiers really captured the nymph and taken it off somewhere? After a few excruciatingly long minutes, both mentally from anticipation and physically from the poison, Irani arrived at the area of the fight. I was too far back to see, but she stopped and stared ahead, looking shocked and afraid. She didn't wave her hand though, so I kept approaching. What was up there to make her look so fearful? Some sort of calling card, or a ransom note? When I got there, I understood. Scattered throughout the woods was red. The trees were painted with blood, the leafy ground fertilized with intestine. A bone here, flayed skin there. Though it all obviously came from humans, there were no recognizable bodies in sight. Still, it was less likely that they had been taken away, and more that they were all around us. A crushed heart lying alone on a stone, a lung inside a log. In the dark, it was somewhat difficult to see, but it was obvious that the humans that were once here had been completely obliterated. The entire location was completely unrecognizable from what it had started as. And sitting inside this cathedral of chaos, the only green thing in these red woods was the nymph, alone and unharmed, cleaning off its bloodied weapon. It looked up and saw us, smiling and running forward. It handed me a piece of metal, one that I belatedly recognized to be the emblem of sword and hawk feather from the armor of one of the soldiers. It was offering me a trophy from its hunt. What the freak Irani was clearly at a loss for words. Well, at least the nymph was okay, I exhaled. We continued on our way after that spectacle, leaving the reddened battlefield behind us. I fought to keep the contents of my stomach inside my body as I tried to forget the sight and the stench. The smell from back there was so nauseating, the sight so horrible still. It wasn't so bad as to make me faint or anything. Ironically, the abstract nature of the scene, the fact that I couldn't really even recognize anything there, as coming from a human body, made it a bit easier to stomach. Still, I couldn't stop thinking of the nymph. I glanced over at it as we walked away from the scene. I knew nymphs were powerful monsters. I'd experienced their strength myself, but it still put things into perspective to see that power turned on a group of people like that. I'd never seen what the nymph had done to my body from an outside perspective, either. But what if the nymph decided to turn that power on me and Irani? Would it be able to destroy us in the same way? I kept side-eyeing it as we walked, afraid it would suddenly turn on us. I mean, it was obviously upset at these humans and demons for attacking its home, so what would happen if it knew that I was the one to bring the demons to it? My mind was filled with thoughts of betrayal and plans in case it did attack us. The nymph was a monster, I reminded myself. It didn't care about humans. I felt like I'd slowly allowed myself to get attached to it and gotten complacent with my guard. It could kill humans and not give a damn afterward. The fact it was skipping alongside me with such a cheerful expression was proof enough of that. Sure, the humans it had just killed were our enemies, but I doubted it cared about that. It was a bloodthirsty beast, and I couldn't let myself forget that. Eventually, as we walked, I finally felt a sudden change in my mind, like something had been unlocked. It was the familiar feeling of time loop coming off its cooldown and becoming available to use again. Only this time it was slightly different, like a second lock I didn't know was there had been unlatched as well. It was my second use of time loop, added by the usage increase, so I had 2 1-hour redos now in case anything went wrong. Of course, if I died to the poison, there wouldn't be much I could actually redo my mistake. There was a day in the past, not an hour ago, so I'd have to do everything in my power to remedy it soon. My health continued to tick steadily downward, and as it got to the low single digits, my stamina also finally got high enough for another activation of Regenerate, and I eagerly did so. You have activated Regenerate. You will gain 14.3 health over the next 10 seconds, 34.3 stamina cost. Your stamina is 2. Dropping my stamina down to 2 wasn't a very comfortable sensation, to say the least, but I had to do it in order to stay alive. I fought the urge to drop to my knees. If I'd just give it some time, my stamina would regenerate a bit. After the 10 seconds, my health was up to 19. I'd done the math though, and my totally exhausted stamina wouldn't recover fast enough for it to get to 34 before my health reached 0. In other words, that was my last activation. I had 19 health left, and I'd either use that timer to cure myself of the poison, or I'd die trying. As I trudged along, completely drained by the sudden loss of almost all of my energy, I realized my ability to figure out this cure would be put to the test sooner than I'd thought. Because just off in the distance, I could see thatch roofing come into view, colored a pale blue and purple from some magical lights set up in the nighttime. We had arrived at the fairy village. The fairy village was surrounded by a strong-looking wooden palisade. It was made of thick logs and connected by ropes strung of green plant fibers. Roofs of thatch poked out from the top of the walls guarding the village, and I could see floating orbs of light strewn throughout the air above, illuminating the area in a soft blue and purple glow. At one side of the wall was a huge gate made of the same wide logs, with a simple turnwheel to raise and lower it. It must have taken an immense amount of strength for a single person to turn it hard enough to lift so much weight. Next to the gate was the person I assumed did that manual labor, a muscular man in tight-fitting green clothes and simple sandals. And of course, most notably were the 4 distinct eyes on his face. I hadn't done much research on fairies in my time. I was much more interested in the monsters I'd more likely have to fight, but I at least knew enough to recognize their most notable trait. The man's four almost diamond-shaped eyes blinked all at different times as he looked around, guarding the gate. Fairies themselves had many different shapes and sizes between their subspecies, some of them coming smaller and with wings on their back, while others were more human-shaped like this one. But what all of them shared were the four eyes. I set myself and approached alongside Irani and the nymph, unwilling to waste any of my limited time. The nymph, oblivious to our plans of diplomacy with the fairies, had a hand on its whip, which I had to grab and remove, trying to get the point across that we were not, in fact, slaughtering these ones. The fairy man quickly noticed us walking forward and immediately grabbed a dagger from his belt, holding it out at us and calling out, "Hold." You are approaching Nujiuk village, a guarded fairy settlement that is closed to outsiders. Turn and leave. He spoke with a clear accent. Fairies didn't usually speak any human languages, so it was clear that he had learned it at some point. Irani had mentioned that this village used to trade with the nearby city, so maybe he had learned it to speak with them. I took a breath, choosing my words carefully. We come with a humble request. We would not bother you if it were not urgent. Irani nodded. We are willing to do what we can to help you in return for any help you can offer us. The fairy stood and looked at us for a moment, particularly at the nymph's spiked whip that was on display. Maybe we should have hidden that somewhere before approaching. Weapons didn't seem too diplomatic. I stood, trying to be patient, but silently wishing he would just hurry up and say something. We were acting on borrowed time. What do you request? He finally asked. And what would you be able to offer in return? Why must you bother us in the first place? Could you not ask your fellow humans for help? And how did you find our village? Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 18. I fought back the urge to sigh in frustration. I didn't want to have to explain our circumstances to a guard, just so I could go and talk with the queen and explain it all over again. Would it be possible for us to discuss specifics with the queen or someone else of influence? I asked in as polite a manner as I could manage. We are unfortunately pressed for time, and I am the right hand of the queen. The man who is apparently not a guard scowled. I can assure you I am someone of influence. Oh, I'm sorry, I stuttered. I just assumed, since you were standing out here guarding the gate. Guarding the gate is one of the most prestigious jobs afforded to an individual. I assure you I take the duty of protecting the lives of each and every one of our citizens incredibly seriously. Now, if you are finished with your insults, you may leave. I apologize for his rudeness. Irani put a hand on my shoulder. My companion is just ignorant of your culture. I assure you he meant nothing by his presumptuous statements. We are honored to speak with someone of your stature. We can offer to do anything you request of us, provided it is within our ability, and we ask that your queen give this nymph, she gestured, a single tribute. What is your name? A tribute, the man asked. That is not what humans normally ask for. My name is Onkin the Stalwart. As for whether we can give you what you ask for, we have skilled enchanters and powerful spellcasters. That much I can offer. But a tribute from the queen, fine. I understand why you would request to speak to her directly. How can you prove you are worthy to receive such a blessing? Worthy? What did he mean by that? I wasn't sure if it would be polite to ask him to clarify. We were already not off to a great start of a conversation, so I just guessed. I assure you we are virtuous individuals, and mean no harm to your village in any way. We simply have medical complications that could be solved by the healing powers granted to the nymph by a tribute. The buff man Onkin the Stalwart apparently looked at me with all 4 of his eyes skeptically, before saying, fine, if you're having medical problems, that would be the way we could help. I will take you to see Her Majesty. Simply open the gate and I will guide you in. I looked down at the simple hand crank used to pull open the massive door. We just use this, I asked. Yes. Is there any trick to it? Just turn the wheel and the gate will open. Taking a breath, I stepped up and grabbed the crank, which was currently set upward, and started pushing down to try and lift the gate. It didn't budge against my venom-weakened body. Irani stepped forward and helped, pushing down on the wooden handle. Combined, we could just barely begin to move it. Nymph put its hands down, crowding the crank further, and pushed, and with that it began to slowly turn, each of us pushing our entire combined weight down on the handle. Once it was in a downward position, the gate had been pulled up enough that I might be able to fit an arm inside if I squeezed. We started to pull back up, which was a bit harder, and then push it back down, trying our best to synchronize our movements. Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 17. Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 16. After a few minutes of effort, we managed to get the damned gate open. While we held it, Onkin stuck a metal pole through the turning mechanism to lock it so that it wouldn't fall back down when we let go. Passable effort. I guess I didn't technically say you couldn't use outside help, and the 3 of you are requesting our assistance as a group, so I will allow it. You have proven your strength and may enter Nujiuk village. That was a test, I panted, hands on my knees. Why do you need us to prove our strength? How could we trust you to use the queen's power responsibly if you were not strong? If you are weak, people can take advantage of you and use the power we give away. Before we can begin negotiations, we must know you can't be exploited by our enemies. It is only logical to do so. Ah, right, of course, I said and followed him into the village. What the freak was he talking about? Since it was nighttime, there weren't many people out, but those I did see had incredibly diverse appearances. There were the humanoids and the winged ones, but there were also short, bearded creatures that I recognized as gnomes, golems made of stone lumbering throughout the village, and even a literal tree rooted in the ground, and everything all living together and socializing. And all had the signature 4 eyes, of course. They watched us as we walked through the dirt roads and past the clay and thatch huts but didn't say anything. Or if they did, they said it in their own language, not ours. In the center of the village, even as far away as we were, I could see a huge building pierce the sky. It was the only multi-story structure in sight, and at least as wide as 10 of the huts side by side. We headed toward it, led by Onkin. As we moved through the few crowds of varied fairy forms, the nymph, trailing behind, yelped and stumbled back from one of the fairies upon seeing it. I looked around, trying to see if anything was attacking us, but there was no movement, and the nymph didn't actually seem to be damaged as it ran back and behind Irani, hiding from the fairies in the crowd. They were all clumped together, so I wasn't actually sure which one it was that the nymph was scared of, though. Our guide just continued walking, though I thought I heard him scoff at the nymph's actions, which irritated me. Poor thing had no idea what was going on, exploring some place full of unfamiliar monsters. Of course, it'd be on guard. The last time it saw a monster it didn't recognize was probably when it had been attacked by the demons, and that didn't exactly go well for it. As I thought that, I also reminded myself of the people the nymph massacred back in the forest. How could something act so vicious in one moment and then act so afraid in another? Maybe Onkin was onto something, laughing at that disparity. Not that he knew what this particular nymph had done, of course. Other than the light scoff, Onkin was silent as he led us along. I wasn't sure if his silence worried me or put me at ease. I wouldn't have as many chances to mess things up in conversation, sure, but I also had no idea what he was thinking. What worried me for sure was that he never put away the dagger he drew when he first saw us. The curved weapon was still in his hand as he walked. By the time we got to the main building, my health had dropped another point, down to 15. I'd gotten good enough at masking my winces whenever the poison hit my heart, but it was still hard to move around with such low stamina and health. I didn't want the fairies to know that I was in such a desperate state, though if they knew that, they'd know just how much we needed their help. My life was on the line theoretically. They could charge me the price of being their eternal slave, and it'd still be a better deal than dying, so I'd effectively be forced to take it. So I couldn't let them know just how much power they had over me. Not to mention, this Onkin the stalwart seemed to hold power in high regard. If he knew just how weak I currently was, I wasn't sure if I'd be able to hold his respect. The door to the main palace was the exact same as the one that led into the village itself, a huge gate made of thick logs that was attached to a simple hand crank. Thankfully, Onkin didn't force us to raise it this time, instead gripping his meaty fist around the handle and cranking it himself single-handedly. We entered. The building was a single room that was emptier than I'd have assumed it would be. There were pillars scattered throughout the structure that seemed to be there purely out of necessity. The roof would surely collapse without them, and not much else. Well, other than the fairy queen, of course. She was by far the largest fairy I'd seen in this place, her body taking up at least a fourth of the massive floor space of the palace. She was so large, in fact, that she had to lie down on her side so that she didn't hit her head against the ceiling that towered far above my normal-sized head. Proportionately, she was similar to a human, just 20 times bigger, and of course with the classic 4 eyes of the fairies. She wore a dazzling dress of gold, sewn together with too many threads to count, and leaned her head against her hand as she lay, looking ahead at us as we entered. Her massive eyes locked onto us, and she opened her mouth, speaking, "Why do you bring humans here, Onkin the stalwart?" Onkin held out a hand to stop us from approaching any further, the dagger pointed directly at me. He responded, "They wished for an audience with you, your majesty. They do not seem to be aligned with the other humans." I looked sideways at Irani. "What other humans? They passed the trial of strength," Onkin continued, "and so I allowed them passage. They will now speak their request." He stepped aside. I assumed that was my cue to speak. I stepped forward. We humbly request a tribute from you to our nymph, your majesty," I bowed, trying my best to act regally when I had no idea how to do so. "We can offer." "Why do you ask humbly?" she boomed out. "I beg your pardon. And why do you beg?" I blinked. I was trying to be polite. I do not care for human niceties. Humility is for those too weak to flaunt their power, and begging is for those too weak to take what they want. Those traits are unbecoming of a trade partner, human. You want tribute, yes, and yet you refuse to prove yourself as one worthy of respect, much less tribute. If you wish to be below me, that is fine. In the case that you wish to be below me, my price is that you give up your life and I give tribute. Well, I suspect that is not what you wish, though. Her voice was so loud that it consistently drowned mine out. I could only be heard once she decided to stop speaking. I suspect that you in no way believe yourself to be truly below me. I suspect that you coded your words in courtesy in order to get what you want without ever having to fight for it. I suspect that you come here wanting more, but unwilling to act as though you do. I suspect you come here with the assumption that I would sink myself to act your equal without you ever earning that privilege. In the case that you wish for my respect without working to earn it, then leave and do not come back. That's not. But while I suspect those things to be true, I do not want them to be. I want you to come to my domain and offer me the respect of proving that you are my equal. I want you to ask for what you want without politics or kindness or charm. I want you to show me that I am not wasting my time by saying these words to you right now. In the case that you wish to truly speak to me on a level that we both deserve, then prove yourself to me. She finally stopped speaking, allowing me to do so. The third case is true. I want to prove myself. I didn't have much of a choice, truthfully. Hopefully, whatever test of power she cooked up wasn't going to be too difficult for someone in my state. Good. The test begins now. Okay, what do you want me to? You have been stabbed, 29 damage. Your health is 0. A dagger poked through the front of my chest. Onkin's dagger. I fell to the ground. I could barely hear him say so he was a weakling, after all, before my vision faded to black. You have died. I came to consciousness in the all-too-familiar black void of time loop. The first thing I realized was that I had died. God's damn it. The second thing I noticed was that I had many, many more choices being presented to me than last time. 60 choices, to be exact. After a moment's confusion, I remembered that time loop could now take me up to a full hour back in time, instead of the 10 or so minutes that I used to be able to go back. I could already feel myself fading. It took me a good moment to get my bearings after the surprise death and the overwhelming feeling of having 6 times as many timelines to choose from. So I selected the furthest back option of 60 minutes. Why not have more time? After all, and felt my consciousness be pulled from the space, and then I was back, walking through the forest toward the fairy village alongside Irani and the nymph. I stumbled, unready to return to such an uncomfortable and pain-riddled body. You all right? Irani asked. Need help walking? No, I'm fine, I said. Time loop. Oh, I explained what happened in the previous timeline, so he just stabbed you in the back. No warning. Well, there was kind of a warning. She said something like, the test starts now and then. Unkin stabbed me, so I guess that was my warning. But before she would even begin to negotiate, she was pretty insistent that I somehow prove my strength. No clue what all that entails, but whatever it is, it somehow involves a knife going inside of my body. Maybe you were supposed to, anticipate it and dodge or something, and that would prove you're aware enough to avoid attackers. Maybe I was supposed to just tank the damage to show I'm survivable. Well, I'd hope that isn't the case. You aren't really in a state to do that. Think you can take it from me. Angelic shield should protect you. Yeah, it could, but I'd rather we come up with a plan that involves none of us getting stabbed. Besides, we don't even know if that's the whole test. Maybe they just wanted us to fight, and if we won, we'd prove ourselves. Irani sighed. We can speculate about what might happen all we want, but it probably won't be very productive. We need to make a plan. Okay, what's the plan? I don't know, I thought you'd have won. I rolled my eyes. Not very helpful. Fine, she laughed. Despite the circumstances, I still felt a little smitten whenever I saw her smile. She sighed, obviously thinking hard on a solution to our problem. Well, they let us open the gate together, right? Called that our test of strength. Think they'd let us all fight that Onkin guy together. That could work. She looked over at the nymph. Think the nymph will realize that we aren't attacking the entire village. That queen sounds like she could just step on us and we'd die, not to mention whatever other nasties they have tucked away in their village. If the nymph just starts fighting random people, we'd definitely get in trouble. Not sure. After that incident with those soldiers from before. Yeah, I'm beginning to recognize the downsides of having something that can't communicate with us on our side. If it misunderstands our goals, we could end up down to one last try at this. We'll just have to keep an eye on it and step in if things get out of hand, I shrugged. I didn't like the solution, but communicating complex ideas with absolutely no shared language, no shared culture, and not really any basic knowledge on what the nymph could or couldn't understand was out of my depth. Glad to have the extra firepower, though, Irani said. I nodded. The nymph may be difficult to understand, but it was also a beast in combat. Both of those were proven in that encounter with the soldiers. The poison in my veins reached my heart and pinged me for another point of damage, making me flinch. I still hadn't gotten used to it. The extra hour I went back was certainly useful for planning, but it made for a hell of an uncomfortable time, walking all the way back to the village. I sighed, swearing to myself that I better not have to go through this a third time. By the time we got back to the fairy village, I was tired and covered in sweat. Again, hold. You are approaching Nujiuk village, a guarded fairy settlement that is closed to outsiders. Turn and leave. Onkin said his spiel again when we approached. Hi, I said, trying to remember what I'd said before, what had worked and what hadn't. Acting all humble seemed to be a bad look to the fairies, so I tried to be more casual this time. We're just travelers, not looking for trouble, just to trade. It's a bit urgent, otherwise we would have sent notice ahead of time. Onkin looked us over, once again taking note of the nymph's whip. This time, though, I realized that he probably wasn't doing so because he was afraid of an attack. He was assessing our strength, like the tests they'd done before. "We need a tribute," I continued, "from your queen. We would be willing to pay you back in a fair trade. I understand that guarding the village is a job for an influential person, but it may still be necessary for us to speak directly with her about this matter. And how can I know that you are worthy enough for an audience with Her Majesty? We are powerful individuals," I said, remembering the values of this culture. "We will use whatever you afford us responsibly, and will never allow it to unwillingly fall into the hands of others." Ankin looked at me for a long moment, to the point where I almost got convinced that I said something wrong. Just before I began backpedaling, though, he nodded. "Fine, open this gate and I will show you to Her Majesty." He stepped aside to reveal the same hand crank that we'd struggled with before. I walked forward, along with Irani and the still confused nymph, which obviously wasn't in the know of what was going on here. Irani and I gripped the handle and prepared to go through the arduous process of raising the gate. This time, though, I had a plan that might make it easier. Together, the two of us pushed our weights down on the lever just like last time, beginning its slow rotation. Once our weights were down on it, though, I activated Gravity Well, targeting both of us. My muscles tensed in surprise as my entire body suddenly became 40% heavier, as did Irani's. It was harder to hold myself up, to move, and generally to exist. But that wasn't the only thing the spell affected, though. The lever sustaining our weights immediately moved much faster by the sudden and intense increase of force being put upon it. It would have been even easier if the nymph was helping, but the poor thing still had no idea what we were trying to do. Of course, once the lever reached the bottom of its rotation, we had to pull it back up, which Gravity Well wouldn't help with at all. I shut it off, feeling a sudden relief at the weight literally being taken off my shoulders, despite the fact that it was only for a couple seconds. It still wouldn't be as bad as last time, though, since the momentum carried with the lever and helped us along for the first bit of the upward rotation. Still, it was hard to do, and about halfway through our effort to pull the lever up, the nymph seemed to understand what it was we were doing and grabbed on to help. We got it to the top and I reactivated Gravity Well, starting our cycle again. It was hard to get used to, though, putting my body under such sudden and intense weight, taking it off, then putting it back on again, over and over under such a short period of time. It was awkward, and I'd occasionally accidentally turn on or off Gravity Well at the wrong time, ruining our rhythm and slowing the process. As we worked, though, I was surprised by a system notification. Threshold reached. Gravity Well XP has reached 45. Gravity Well rank has increased to 6. Due to Gravity Well rank reaching 6, it has undergone the following changes: mana cost, from 11.5 to 11.8. Gravity increase, from 41 to 45. Due to Gravity Well rank increasing to rank 6, Gravity Well has reached a soft cap. Spell XP gain for Gravity Well is 50 times slower until your level increases past the soft cap. Increase your level to 12 to increase your soft cap. I lurched slightly as the gravity pulling me down suddenly got a bit stronger. At first I was confused. I didn't have nearly enough spell XP to be due for a rank up in any of my spells soon, but when I read the soft cap notification, I was reminded. I'd increased my soft cap when I got to level 10. I'd completely forgotten about it because of the poison, but my soft cap was 6 now. That meant Ray of Frost could be ranked up too. I looked around. Not exactly the best time to shoot off deadly beams of energy, with the village guard, who'd literally already killed me, standing right next to me, so I guessed I'd just have to rank that one up later. I felt like I'd forgotten about another of my leveling benefits too, but I was too focused on trying to work with Gravity Well to take the time and remember, or even read through my status. I had to make sure I did everything perfectly in front of Ankin, and distracting myself like that would just mess me up. Anyway, by the end, once we got the hang of using Gravity Well and started truly making solid progress, we got the heavy log door to the top of the wall, finally creating a passage inside. Even though I'd seen the village already, I still felt a bit amazed at the sight, most likely due to the sheer amount of work I had to go through to open that damned gate. Like my mind was making up reasons just to excuse the exertion it had gone through to see the place. Ankin showed us through the village just like last time, dagger still in his hand. If he was at all impressed by our much more efficient opening of the gate, he didn't show it. Though I guessed he didn't see the improvement between both tries, just the final product. That was sure to make any accomplishment feel a bit less substantial. Not that it made me any happier about the fact that he didn't at least comment on our unnaturally fast speed. I'd hoped it would make trade discussion go a bit faster. Halfway through our walk across the village, the nymph had that same scared reaction at one of the monsters in the village, yelping and retreating to hide behind Irani. This time, though, I was watching it and saw what it was that the nymph was afraid of. It was a creature that could best be described as a sentient pile of goo, slopping around by tumbling over itself. It had the 4 fairy eyes floating around inside its jelly-like form. I shrugged. Guessed there weren't too many slimes in the forest area that the nymph lived before. Wasn't much I could do about it anyway, and there weren't any slimes in the palace, so it wouldn't be an issue. We continued on. By the time we got to the palace, my mana had regenerated a bit from the casting of Gravity Well, back up to around 300, and my health had of course fallen down to 18. Onken opened the doors and revealed the familiar room inside. Despite having been there just an hour before, I still felt myself a bit taken aback by the imposing sight of the queen. I prepared myself to try and give off a strong veneer in front of her demanding presence. "Why do you bring humans here, Onken the Stalwart?" she asked. "They wished for an audience with you, your majesty. They do not seem to be aligned with the other humans." There was that mention of the other humans again. Were they the people from the city we found out about the village from? Irani mentioned the job being to go here and repair trade relations, whatever that would entail, so they had somehow damaged their relationship with the fairies. They passed the trial of strength. Onken continued and stepped aside, and so I allowed them passage. They will now speak their request. I took a breath, trying to muster my courage. In just a bit, a fight was going to break out. Trying to show strength while also not being rude, I spoke. "We wish to trade with you for a tribute. If you give a tribute to our nymph, we are willing to give you goods or services of equal value." The fairy queen stared at me for some time with her eyes that were at least as large as my entire head. "You may have passed our basic test of strength, but that, on its own, does not prove to us that you are trustworthy enough to trade with. If it isn't insulting to ask, why do you require your trade partners go through such a rigorous testing process?" I asked. Part of it was because I wasn't mentally ready to be stabbed again, and so I just wanted to stall a bit, and the other part was because I genuinely wanted to know. If we did have to do this again, the more information we had, the better it would go. I understand you need to test their strength, but wouldn't it be beneficial to have as many trade partners as possible, instead of turning so many away? Well, for the record, yes, it is insulting to ask, but I'll answer anyway. This was the first time I'd seen the fairy queen smile, so maybe that was a good thing. You humans seem to think that hoarding relationships and connections is the most effective way to become stronger. That is incorrect. Connections are also liabilities and can cost much more than they gain. To use a human saying, we follow a quality over quantity policy with our trade relations. If someone cannot prove their strength, they are not a high enough quality for us to communicate with. Strength is the most important aspect of a trade partner, more than how much they can stimulate our economy or how polite they are. That is why I answered your question. No matter how impolite it may be, curiosity begets strength. I respect that. Meh, an irritated look flashed across her face. They refused to treat us with respect, constantly sending in different ambassadors that we had to test over and over again, asking insulting things of us like to come and live inside there. "May I know what I stopped myself, remembering what the queen had said about may eyes and politeness. "I mean, tell me what the test is," she snorted. "You're learning. Your objective is to survive by any means necessary. Do not hurt non-combatants. Go," and a knife flew at my back. "Your objective is to survive by any means necessary," the queen said. "Do not hurt non-combatants. Go." I immediately ducked as a knife flew over my head, right where my back would have been. I turned and stepped back from Onken, my attacker, and raised my hands to cast a spell. The queen's words were permission enough to fight back, so I went ahead with it. "You have cursed level 29 fairy champion with crippling chill." For the next 15 seconds, he loses 7.76 health and 6.21 stamina each second, and his dexterity score is lowered by 15.5. 56.2 mana cost. Your mana is 252. Onken stumbled at the effect and chuckled. "So you were hiding some magic from me. Strange, I had you pinned as a melee fighter. Seems I underestimated you." He lunged forward much more quickly than he'd been when he stabbed at me before, despite the fact that his dexterity was lower. He must have been holding out on me. His knife was held out, ready to strike again, but Irani stepped in and blasted him with an explosive firebolt, shaking the entire building. He stumbled back, coughing and fanning away the smoke. "Two magic users. I understand your struggle with the test of strength now. Still, think a couple spells are enough to kill me." He lunged forward again with an excited grin on his face, dodging another firebolt shot by Irani, which flew past him and impacted the walls of the palace, blowing a hole straight through so that I could see the night sky outside. He continued rushing at me, but I shot him with a couple rays of frost, the fast-moving beams of cold much more difficult to evade. "You have struck level 29 fairy champion for 39 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 29 fairy champion with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, his dexterity score is lowered by 6.38, 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 228. You have struck level 29 fairy champion for 50 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 29 fairy champion with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, his dexterity score is lowered by 6.38. 22.6 mana cost. Your mana is 206. Onken stopped and rotated his shoulder, stretching as he no doubt felt the effects of the two stacking curses. He looked behind him at the hole in the wall. You two are packing some firepower, huh? You sure you're okay with us attacking you? I asked. I don't want to tear down your palace by accident, or kill you for that matter. We can build a new palace, the queen spoke up, spectating our battle, and I can get a new champion. You're okay with dying just like that? Irani asked Onkin, obviously taken aback. No, Onkin laughed, stretching his arms as he spoke. My spirit is hundreds of years old. Every time one of my bodies dies, I just possess the most worthy champion vessel that lives in this village. They train every day in hopes that I do. Honestly, I've been meaning to get a new body soon. This one's getting a bit rusty. The champion vessels, they're conscious, I asked, and they're all right with you just taking over their bodies. Of course, who wouldn't want to be chosen as the strongest candidate in the entire village? The nymph looked back and forth between me and Onkin as we talked, no doubt confused at the sight of Onkin and I, who were fighting just moments before, standing around and talking albeit still on guard. Truthfully, it wasn't like I was only asking questions for the sake of curiosity. No, I also just needed a break. Despite the fact that I'd only moved a small amount, my incredibly low stamina reserves were begging me to just lie down and take a nap. I depleted them almost fully so that I could keep myself alive with regenerate, and I was really feeling that cost now. Well, seems like that curse you put on me has worn off, Onkin said. Let's get back to it. Oh, he was stalling too. The muscular fairy dashed toward me once again, forcing me to step back as I shot off another ray of frost, bringing my mana down to 183, but he anticipated it and dodged right as I cast the spell. Before he could slash his knife across my chest, though, Irani leapt in the way, blocking his strike with her body. A flash of light blinded me, the matrix of angelic shield's protective wires blocking the knife from piercing her. It was then that the nymph seemed to decide that, yes, we were fighting with this guy, and leapt into the fray. It lashed its whip from behind Onkin, striking him hard with the thorny vine and ripping his shirt with the tiny spikes covering the weapon. He turned to face his new enemy, and Irani and I took that opportunity to flee further away from him, exiting his melee range. Nymph struck at him once again, but he caught its weapon in his hands, seemingly ignoring the thorns covering it, and yanked hard. The nymph didn't let go, but it seemed its strength wasn't close to Onkin's, and he pulled the nymph toward him. He flung the whip through the air, the nymph's relatively small body flying across the room and slamming into one of the pillars holding the roof of the palace up. It crashed straight through, destroying the pillar and causing the ceiling to suddenly sag and threaten to collapse. The fairy queen, watching this unfold, smiled amusedly. I know I said it was okay if you broke the palace, but don't try to. Here she looked over, through the hole Irani had made in the wall, and called out to someone outside. Ungik the sturdy. Yes, you, get some others and come repair the palace. A sentient puddle of goop that was sludging through the street responded, a low hum creating a voice that spoke in a language I didn't know. Its 4 eyes floated freely in the muck, rotating to look inside at us. Yes, I know there's a fight going on in here, the queen responded, just not sure that I care. Come on, get moving. The slime Ungik apparently glopped its way through the hole in the wall, splatting on the floor, and continued forward toward the pillar. I turned my attention back toward the fight in front of me. Onkin had turned back around and began rushing back toward me, knife still held in his hand. Irani stood between us, prepared to protect me with her body. It was strange having to be the one in the back. Noxious grasp was useless, and I still hadn't been able to find a time to use gravity well effectively. Its fairly limited range was much more restrictive when I wanted to be as far away as possible from my enemies. Regardless, I knew my role, and kept back while Irani kept Onkin occupied. I wasn't able to get a clean shot from back here with Irani so close to my enemy. How did she ever find times to shoot our enemies with firebolt? Especially when her spell exploded. Regardless, her angelic shield did most of the work there. She had basically no melee training to my knowledge, so her ability to dodge and parry were next to none. She ducked and weaved, trying her best to keep out of range of the knife, but Onkin was simply more experienced. Flash of light after flash of light blinked at me as Onkin slashed his knife against Irani over and over. She was fine for now, but I knew her mana couldn't hold up forever. A huge explosion enveloped them both as she cast a point-blank firebolt, blasting Onkin away and leaving Irani standing in the flames. She was breathing hard. I stepped forward now that I had a good shot on our enemy and fired off a few more rays of frost at the stunned fairy. 48 damage, 51 damage, 49 damage. With each ray came another notification and another layer of sleet that covered Onkin. I got a notification that Ray of Frost had ranked up and that it had hit my new soft cap of rank 6, but ignored it for now. It started to seem like we could actually win, and once the nymph could get back up and rejoin the fight, I felt like my confidence would cement itself. We outnumbered him and just needed to get in enough pokes of damage to get him down. My mana was getting a bit low, falling down to 114, but I truly felt like we could do this. I looked over at the nymph to see how it was doing. It was only just then getting up from the rubble of the pillar, sitting up after the hard fall and rubbing the dust from its white eyes. It blinked and glanced around, its sight landing on the pile of goop that was still slowly approaching. The nymph shrieked and backed away, kicking its feet to distance between it and the innocent Ungik. It grabbed its whip, preparing to strike at the pile of goo that was moving in its direction. Shit, I glanced over at Onkin, who was slowly getting up from the ground. I shot him with another ray of frost and turned, running to the nymph. The fairy queen had explicitly said that we could not hurt any non-combatants, and the nymph was definitely about to do that. The queen herself was watching with a smirk on her face as I rushed over. She'd definitely done this on purpose. How did she even know the nymph was afraid of these things? I reached down to the nymph, restraining the arm that had the whip. It flinched when I touched it, but calmed down when it saw it was me. I helped it get to its feet, after which I let go of it, pointing at Onkin, trying to communicate that he was our enemy here. It looked at me for a moment, then turned back to the still approaching Ungik and raised its whip, preparing to strike. Crippling chill has worn off of level 29 Fairy Champion. You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 116 damage and drained 93 stamina over the course of 15 seconds using Crippling Chill. No, I shouted and grabbed the nymph's arm once again, restraining it from killing the slime. I wished I could just tell it what was going on. An explosion blasted out from behind me. I turned to see another hole blown in the wall. Onkin must have dodged another one of Irani's firebolts. He rushed forward and slashed at her with his knife once again, much faster and harder than he'd been doing before, and I heard a distinctive shatter and watched as the glowing lines of angelic shield ripped apart and were flung into the air. Freak, I'd forgotten about Crippling Chill. I got a notification that it had worn off while trying to keep the nymph from attacking the slime and had completely forgotten to refresh it on Onkin. With his suddenly stronger dexterity, he was able to dodge her firebolt and break her shield. Irani was pushed back from the force of his strike, landing on her back a few paces away from him. Then he turned toward me, who was still trying to keep the nymph from mutilating this pile of goo in front of us. You don't have your protector anymore, he laughed at me. Let's dance. Onkin rushed forward at me. It was at that point that the nymph noticed him and turned to strike, but he was too fast and too late. He arrived right in front of me and stabbed out with his knife. I ducked and cast Crippling Chill, trying to trip him up with that, but he'd already gotten used to the effect, and it obviously didn't surprise him to have it ray-enabled. I tried to stand back up from my ducking position as Onkin prepared to swipe at me once again, but my tired legs gave out on me, unable to lift me back up, and I collapsed back on my butt, completely open to attack. Onkin grinned, lifting up his knife for a stab, but the nymph leapt onto him, wrapping its whip around his throat and strangling him with the thorny vine. His eyes bulged and he elbowed back at it, trying to push it off of him, but its small stature helped it here, allowing it to easily dodge his frantic strikes. With my mana barely above 30, I couldn't do much to help but back away to make myself a harder target if Onkin did break out of the choke hold. I looked behind them as Irani just began struggling back to her feet. Once she was up and able to continue, we could finish this guy. The fairy queen grunted as she watched the spectacle in front of her, her loud voice echoing through the damaged palace. That's too boring an ending. Ianwak the brave, Unwit the speedy, come in here, she called through the holes in the walls once again. 2 more piles of goop came tumbling through. One of them moved slightly faster than the other, at more of a tortoise's pace than a snail's. I guessed that one was Unwit, judging by its name. Ungik, the first slime, had only just then arrived at the pillar. It began slowly, incredibly slowly sucking up stones into its body, sloshing over to the pillar, and excreting the stones back onto it. Ungik the sturdy, Ianwak the brave, and Unwit the speedy, the queen commanded. I order you to, and then her speech changed, no longer speaking a language I understood, but instead humming in a low tone in the same way the slimes had spoken to her. Her loud voice resonated throughout the room, causing minor tremors until she was done. Immediately the 3 slimes changed course, now heading directly for the nymph, who was still busy trying to strangle Onkin to death. Or not to death, really he'd just get a new body. Strangle to rebirth. Anyway, it was trying to cut off his air supply until his body stopped functioning, so it thankfully didn't have time to look around and see the group of slimes slowly encroaching. And the slimes moved slowly enough that they probably wouldn't reach it for another hour, maybe in 50 minutes, for Unwit the speedy. The queen sighed as she seemed to realize the same thing I had. That won't do. Let's see, she pondered, looking off in the distance at nothing in particular. Could you just let the fight go on without interfering and cheating on your champion's behalf? I asked as I struggled to my feet. Bending the rules in your favor doesn't show off your strength that well. Oh, but it does, she smiled at me. It is precisely because I'm stronger that I can cheat. Otherwise, you'd just kill me for cheating. But you can't do that, can you? See, I'd say that shows off my power very efficiently. Oh, I know, she said suddenly, looking back at the nymph. Then she began speaking in another, new language, one that I also didn't understand. Only no, it wasn't entirely new. I'd heard it once before. Back when we'd first met the 2 nymphs, when they were speaking with each other, was this the exact same language that the queen was speaking now? The nymph's head snapped over to look at the queen. As she spoke, I'd be surprised, too, if the first person in days spoke a language I could understand. The queen finished whatever she was saying and watched smugly as the nymph suddenly looked around itself, obviously searching for the slimes. The moment it saw them, it yelped once again and backed away, weakening its grip on the whip it was strangling Onkin with, allowing him to finally escape from her and push her away. Finally, he rubbed his bleeding neck, thought that'd never end. Anyway, he marched up to me, knife raised. I tried to back away, but my exhausted body could still barely move, and he quickly got a hold of my shirt, raised his knife, and struck. You have been stabbed. 29 damage. Your health is 0. You have died. And then I was back, reawakening in my body as we walked the all-too-familiar trek to the fairy village, an hour before I died. That freaking idiot. I cursed the moment I had a mouth again. Irani looked at me wide-eyed. Sorry, no, not you, I sighed. God's freaking damn this shit. Wouldn't be surprised if that idiot crawled her way up from the bottom hell. That's a lot of blasphemy you're doing over there. Something going on. Time loop. I thought you just got back from the last timeline like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, shit went down. I took a breath, trying to calm myself. The queen seriously had to interfere. We were there. We were about to win. How were we even supposed to pass this dumbass test of hers if she refused to play fair? And really, she spoke the nymph's language. Of course, don't use that to help us communicate better with it or to establish better trade connections. Purely use that to kill us. Great. Freaking phenomenal. While I continued to mentally curse the queen, Irani went on guard at my confirmation that something had gone wrong. She looked around and raised her hands, preparing to cast a spell. What is it, an attack? No, I clarified. I'm from an hour ahead. Nothing right now. Oh, what happened? Did you die again? I sighed, frustrated with the fact that I had to explain the events of the most recent loop when I'd just gone through explaining everything. Irani hadn't done anything wrong, though, so I tried not to direct any of that frustration at her. It seemed like I'd ended up going back to a few minutes after I'd gotten back before, so Irani did know about our first attempt, when I was stabbed in the back, but didn't know about our second attempt, when we actually fought Onkin. This day felt like it had gone on forever, which it had been a couple hours longer than temporally possible, so I guessed that was appropriate. Yeah, I died again, I finally said. The plan we made didn't work, teaming up on Onkin with the nymph. The nymph was kind of the problem, I said, and went on to explain what had happened in the previous timeline. By the time I was done, Irani had her lips pursed. So if we lose, we die, but if we're winning, she'll just make sure we lose and die. That's unfortunate, pretty much. And it's not like we can even tell the nymph what's gonna happen and have it react better to the slimes. I gestured to the nymph, who was entertaining itself by weaving together a rudimentary doll out of sticks and leaves as we spoke. It can't understand us. So no matter what, the queen can always distract it. And you're sure we can't handle Onkin without the nymph's help? Well, that's part of the problem, but even if we can kill him without the nymph, the queen can just do something else. Who's to say she won't just throw in a few more soldiers if we do too well? Or that Onkin won't just be reborn and come and attack us again if we kill him? Wait, what? Reborn? Oh yeah, I didn't mention that. Apparently Onkin doesn't even care if he does die, because he's got a dozen more bodies waiting for his spirit to take them over or something. So if we kill him, he'll just possess a new person and be totally fine. Yeah, a bit of a freaking predicament. No, I think we can use that. What? Come on, let's get walking. I'll explain while we go. By the time we'd arrived at the fairy village once again, I'd heard Irani's plan and was on board with it. It was risky, especially for her almost uncharacteristically so, to the point where she was the one who had to convince me to go through with it. But maybe it wasn't that it was risky, and more that we had no truly safe options. I mean, what else could we do? Just try the exact same thing once again and see if it worked. Still, I wasn't a fan of it. I just have to trust that we knew these fairies as well as we thought we did, and I really didn't like putting my life in the hands of strangers. I contemplated how much I didn't like our plan as I scaled a tree at the edge of the village. At this point, I'd got to the point where the branches were almost too thin to hold my weight, and I looked down at the unaware Onkin who was still guarding the gate. My boosted strength and dexterity helped me climb, the action much easier than it had seemed when I'd still been on the ground. Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 19. The poison definitely added some challenge to the climbing, though. The ascent had taken enough time that my health had fallen pretty low, and I was beginning to feel anxious. That anxiety may have just been coming from the ground that was far below me, though. I hoped the plan to break my fall actually worked here. Damage dealt from falling was generally pretty consistent, as long as you understood how to minimize it. As long as you took the correct steps and landed with your legs bent, rolling out of the impact, it wouldn't be too severe, even if you were falling out of a tree. Considering the height, I was pretty confident that I could survive this, even with my current health. Plus, I had something to cushion the impact. We had to do it this way, otherwise we were doomed to fail. We knew that Onkin was an even match if not the favored combatant against the 3 of us, and if things took too long, he'd just get reinforcements. It would be quick, dirty, and dangerous. I looked behind myself and from my vantage point saw Irani and the nymph, who were both waiting far back out of Onken's sight so as to not blow my cover. I held out a hand in the signal we'd agreed on, meaning I'm about to go get ready. She nodded. I took a breath. I really did not want to do this. Okay, just let go, I muttered to myself. Just let go of the branches and let your feet slip. Just. I fell. I looked down as the wind whipped across my face and through my hair, trying to ignore the urge to scream. I was headed straight down toward Onken, hurtling downward at a speed I did not want to be going at. But I could go faster. I activated gravity well, targeting myself, and suddenly found the air pulling on me much harder. My speed increased faster and faster as I fell downward at the unsuspecting fairy champion until... You have crashed into something. 14 damage. Your health is 5. You have struck level 29 fairy champion for 19 damage using your body. Your leg has been broken. My body impacted Onken's and a sickening crack sounded alongside an intense pain in my left shin, sending an electric jolt through my entire body. This time I did scream, which harmonized with Onken's own shouts of surprise and pain quite well. With my body fully entangled with his, I activated Noxious Grasp and cast Crippling Chill on him, trying to add to the disorientation he must have been feeling right now. You have cursed level 29 fairy champion with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, he loses 7.76 health and 6.21 stamina each second, and his dexterity score is lowered by 15.5. 56.2 mana cost. Your mana is 519. He groaned and tried to swat at me, but part of me was under him, part of me was on top of him. My arms were entangled with his, and my leg was bent in a couple different directions, freaking ouch. By the way, so he obviously wasn't sure where I was. Hells, even. I didn't know where my body was. The intense pain from my leg enveloped my mind. I knew it would be possible for something like that to happen when I agreed to the plan. My health was so low that just about any serious impact could break a bone, but the feeling of nails in my muscle and lava in my marrow was not something I had quite understood beforehand. I located my hand and put it up against him, gritting my teeth as my body shifted and caused another spike of pain to shoot through my leg. My palm pressed firmly against his head. I cast Ray of Frost. You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 54 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 29 Fairy Champion with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, his dexterity score is lowered by 6.7, 23.2 mana cost. Your mana is 526. With my hand already touching my target, there was no beam, just a layer of rime that rapidly spread across his face, and a sudden drop of temperature in the surface I was touching. My newly ranked up spell lowered his dexterity even more, and I could both see and feel his flailing movements slow. I shot Onken again and again, each ray dealing the maximum 54 damage it could deal due to the perfect aim that came with point-blank range, and each one causing him to yell and try to get me off him again and again. And of course, since we were outside the walls of the village, there was no queen here to interfere. Eventually, once my mana dropped all the way down to 270, Onken managed to draw his knife from its sheath, which was my cue to head out. My health was, in fact, at 5, so it definitely wouldn't be a good idea to stick around when my enemy had a weapon in his hand. I quickly untangled my body from his, once again fighting the urge to scream in pain as I dragged my limp leg out from under Onken's large body. Once I got away from him, I got a notification. You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 204 damage and drained 206 stamina over the course of 12.6 seconds using Noxious Grasp. 59.2 mana cost. Your mana is 211. And as I got to my feet, or foot really, my broken leg not allowing me to put any weight on my left foot, I got another notification. Crippling Chill has worn off of level 29 Fairy Champion. You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 116 damage and drained 93 stamina over the course of 15 seconds using Crippling Chill. With all the damage added up, I'd done close to 1,000 damage to Onken. Just how much health did he have? I recast Crippling Chill, bringing my mana solidly below 200, and looked over to thankfully see Irani and the nymph arriving on the battlefield, ready to fight. I was much too low on health and mana to continue on my own. An explosive firebolt blasted the stamina drained, dexterity sapped champion away, smacking him against the wooden palisade. And then the nymph got a hold of him, lashing over and over at the man cornered against the wall, the whip cutting into his skin now that his health was too low to protect him from the high-speed strikes. I almost felt bad for him. But then Onken made a sudden movement, batting away the whip as he finally seemed to get over his confusion and stumbling to a standing position. He shook his long hair out of his face, which revealed a large grin. Finally, a true challenge. He slammed his fist into his hand. I haven't felt like this in decades. Let's go. Yeah, never mind. I didn't feel bad for him. He sprinted forward, somehow invigorated after taking so much punishment, and slammed a fist into the off-guard nymph, sending it stumbling back and falling to the ground a few paces away. Irani shot a firebolt at him at the same time that I shot off a ray of frost, but he ducked and dodged them both. He adjusted his grip on his knife and took a wild swipe at Irani, but she blocked with an arm, the blade glancing off the glowing matrix of angelic shield that protected her. I shot twice more with Ray of Frost as Ankin was thrown off balance by the unexpected wall preventing him from hitting her, and these rays hit, renewing the dexterity draining effect and slowing him down to a more manageable level. You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 48 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 29 Fairy Champion with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, his dexterity score is lowered by 6.7. 23.2 mana cost. Your mana is 109. You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 52 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 29 Fairy Champion with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, his dexterity score is lowered by 6.7. 23.2 mana cost. Your mana is 85. He must have had some sort of talent or ability that raised his stats when he was at low health. Berserkers had talents like that, and even swordsmen had paths they could go down to get those types of effects, so it wasn't a surprise that a monster could get one too. But if that was the case, then it must have meant he was close to death too, and with Venomous Grasp causing the double stamina draining effect, there was no way he could keep up with this frantic melee fighting style, either. Irani backed away, taking advantage of his stun from the 2 spells impacting him, and shot off an explosive firebolt of her own. It punched Ankin away, sending him tumbling back to the ground, and as he tried to get back up, slowed by the multiple curses and low pool of stamina, she shot him again. And again, using the same method to keep him constantly stunned and off his feet that she'd used on the animerecaps all those days ago. It wouldn't have worked on him at the beginning of the fight. His health pool would be too large to allow him to be thrown around like that, and his stamina would be high enough to allow him to move away before the next firebolt hit him, but now he was finally weak enough for it to work. After many echoing booms and ground-shaking explosions, I finally got the notification I was waiting for. You have offered moderate contribution toward the slaying of level 29 Fairy Champion. You have earned 377 XP. Your XP is 633. Threshold reached, 600 XP. Your level has increased to 11. Due to achieving level 11 in the Minute Mage class, you have been granted the following benefits. You have gained 1 Endurance. You have gained 2 Conjuration. You have gained 1 Intelligence. You have gained 3 Stat Points. Recursive Growth has activated. You have gained 1 Strength, 1 Endurance, 1 Conjuration, and 1 Intelligence. Time Loop Talent Rank has increased to 11. Intelligence Threshold reached, 12 Intelligence. Your Intelligence Information rank has increased. Due to increasing your Intelligence Information rank, you have been granted the following benefits. When choosing spells, you may now see the spell schools of the spells that will be offered to you the next time you get to choose one of them if you pick any given option. I took a breath as I looked over the level up notification and subsequent intelligence threshold notification presented to me. But before I had time to celebrate, I heard a creaking sound as the gigantic wooden gate began to open. Someone must have been turning the wheel from the inside after hearing the many sounds of our battle with Ankin. We'd completed step 1 of our plan, kill the guard. Here came the hard part. Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 4. I walked up to the opening gate, arms held out wide as if asking for applause as I approached the many citizens staring at me from within. I tried to hide my intense pain and exhaustion and the fact that I was limping on a broken leg. "Hi there," I announced with a fake confident smile. "We just killed your champion." I stood in front of the newly opened gate leading into the fairy village, facing the diverse crowd of citizens within, staring at me. None of them attacked, at least not immediately, but they didn't do much else either. I wasn't even sure if they could understand the language I was speaking. At the very least, they seemed intimidated enough by our show of power that we were safe for now. "I'm going to speak to your queen," I said, and pointed to the palace. "In there." The fairies all looked sideways at each other without responding. Of course, some of them couldn't speak at all, but even the ones with mouths kept them shut. I took that as permission and marched forward, flanked by Irani, who was helping me walk on my broken leg, and the nymph, who had its whip out in preparation for another fight. "We mean none of you any harm," Irani said as we moved through the crowd which parted before us. "We just want to talk." I suspected the words rang empty to the crowd that was looking at the corpse behind us, but they obviously respected and feared us more than they hated us, and they allowed us through. That was part of the plan. Ankin could come back, and the fairies knew that. In their eyes, we hadn't actually killed anyone, just proven we could beat their champion in a fight, but who knew if the queen would be as forgiving. I passed through the village, walking the all too familiar route from the gate to the palace, as I saw the same reactions from my companions. Irani looked in wonder at the magical lights, the nymph flinched at the sight of a slime, and so on. Despite the fact that I was doing my best to mitigate the discomfort in my leg by basically hopping along on one foot, leaning hard on Irani, My forehead still ended up covered in sweat from the pain radiating throughout my shin by the time we got to the huge palace doors. I took a breath, preparing myself to enter. Then I realized that the doors were closed, and I looked over next to them at the manual hand crank that Onkin normally operated to open them. We usually would have proven our strength at the entrance to the village, and he'd escort us here and open these doors himself. But now we had to open them, and it would be just as hard as it had been in the past to open the palisade doors, and my leg was broken. You said she was in here, right? Granny asked, how are we getting through? God's damn it, I sighed. I completely forgot about this. You forgot. She turned to look at me, taking care to continue supporting me so I wouldn't fall to the ground. How could you forget about two gigantic doors blocking our way into literally the one building here that we actually need to enter? Onkin normally opened it, I said. Didn't cross my mind that we'd have to do it this time. Irani pursed her lips. You said they want us to prove our power, right? Yeah. Got an idea? Maybe. Step back with me. Irani guided me backwards, pulling the nymph along with her, away from the doors that were at least twice as tall as I was. The small crowd that had gathered around us backed up too, obviously cautious of what we were planning. Then Irani held out her hand and shot off a barrage of firebolts. Deafening explosions filled the silent air, the ground shook with each blast, and most importantly, the fiery detonations completely destroyed the gate, splintering the wood and metal into thousands of pieces. I was showered in shrapnel, as was everyone else nearby. And then, once the smoke cleared, I looked up and saw no more doors. Through the walls was a self-made passage into the palace, and through the passage was the familiar face of the fairy queen. She looked remarkably unsurprised at the sudden explosions. The only sign in her face that she had just seen something unusual was a pair of quizzically raised eyebrows and a slight smirk. We walked in, careful not to burn ourselves on any of the smoldering rubble as we stepped through the hole. Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 3. I tried to control my breathing. If we messed up and I'd misunderstood their culture, that was it for me. No more retries. Well, you've certainly made an entrance for yourselves, the queen said in her booming voice as we approached. We wanted to get your attention. I forced a confident smile once again through my pain and worry. I hope we haven't insulted you. Not at all. You've proven yourself quite worthy of an audience at the very least. What you want from us is another matter, though, so enlighten me. We want a tribute from you to our nymph. I'll have you know that I've worked hard for my levels, and giving one away so that your nymph can become more powerful is quite the cost. Perhaps there is something else you could receive in the tribute stead. Unless you have a way to cure magically inflicted poison. No, I said. We need a tribute. We would be willing to compensate you for your trouble, however. Well, before we begin truly discussing a trade deal, I must have you prove your SDR. Prove our strength? How will you do that? Have us fight your champion. I believe we've already fully established our strength in that regard. The queen set her jaw, a slight smile on her face. It is still necessary for you to. I refuse. I've already proven my strength to you, and I'm not keen on doing so again. So my offer is that you give our nymph a tribute, and we'll do a favor for you as long as it's within our power. The queen stared at me for a moment, and then that moment turned into a few seconds, and then those few seconds turned into a full minute of her looking through me. Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 2. I tried to keep my face steady and to keep myself from resorting to begging on my knees. No weakness, I reminded myself. I could feel Irani glancing over at me, her faith that I could pull us through with pure bullshittery obviously wavering. And then, cutting through the silent air of the village, I heard a stomping from outside, quickly approaching the building. The queen didn't look away from me, so I didn't look away from her, trying my best to beat the impromptu staring contest she was apparently putting me under. But then, a massive explosion rang out as one of the walls of the palace burst open. Those things were apparently not very sturdy, considering how many times they'd been destroyed. Standing in the newly formed hole in the wall was a fairy I didn't recognize. It was a humanoid with a muscular body, sort of like Onkin's but still different, standing proudly with a grin on his face. He stepped into the large room. That was a good fight, humans, the fairy said. I had a suspicion I knew who it was now. I am interested in a rematch. The queen finally broke eye contact with me, looking over at the newly reborn guest. Ah, Onkin the stalwart, you've already chosen a new body. That normally takes longer. I couldn't wait, your majesty, he bowed. If the humans left before I chose, I may have never been able to fight them again. Perhaps a rematch would be on the table after we have received the tribute, I said as patiently as I could. Your majesty, I humbly request and advise that you give the nymph tribute, Onkin bowed. You just want me to do that because you want to fight them again. The queen rolled her eyes. It would also be beneficial to build positive relations with individuals capable of beating me, would it not? He asked. The queen looked at me for another moment. Venom is coursing through your veins. 1 damage. Your health is 1. No more time. I walked toward her massive form, feeling utterly dwarfed by her body and trying not to limp on my leg as I approached. She just watched me curiously. Then once I was near her, I held out my hand to shake. Take it or leave it, queen, right now. She took a breath, looking at me. Oh, fine, I've got plenty of levels anyway. The queen placed her hand onto mine, although it would be more appropriate to say that she hovered her hand in the air while I moved mine up so that we were touching, and we shook. I instinctively cast Noxious Grasp to calm myself when I touched her, but she just chuckled and winked at me at sight of the damage. You have struck level 81 Fairy Queen for 10 damage and drained 10 stamina over the course of 0.6 seconds using Noxious Grasp, 2.8 mana cost. Your mana is 131. I tried not to show a facial reaction to the sight of her level as I stepped back from her. She looked over to the nymph, who was still standing with Irani, eyeing the different fairies in the room warily, and spoke something in the nymph's language. It looked at the queen, obviously surprised that someone had finally spoken words that it could understand. The nymph walked forward and placed its hand on the queen's gigantic head. I hadn't personally seen a tribute happen before, but I'd read up on monsters in the library enough that I knew this was generally how it went. The queen's head lit up in a soft glow that transferred to the nymph, quickly enveloping it in the white light that seemed to get absorbed into its eyes, and then it suddenly got a pained expression on its face as its body began to morph. At first, it was only slight change as its hair grew longer, going from the messy ear-length mop it had at first to a much cleaner set of locks that passed beneath its shoulders, and its skin shifted to a much smoother, tamer green than the deep forest color it had before. Its whip changed, the thorns growing longer and sharper, and the whip itself growing in length as well, in addition to decreasing in thickness so as to create a razor-thin wire that would be dangerous to touch even without the needles covering it. But then larger changes began cropping up. It grimaced and collapsed to the floor, and I noticed it get taller only a bit at first, enough to bring its head up to my shoulders, but then it grew even faster, its spine and legs cracking and expanding until it was at least as tall as me, maybe even taller. Its body's shape shifted, too, becoming more distinctly feminine than the more genderless form of a nymph. After a few seconds, it perfectly resembled the drawings I'd seen of dryads in the monster manuals I'd read in the past, with the long brown hair, light green skin, and body resembling a human woman. In fact, most of the manuals explicitly said that dryads were female monsters, counterparts to the more masculine naiads, which were guardians of the lakes and seas. The newly formed dryad stood from the floor and looked at me with a shocked expression on her face. I could tell that she was just then starting to piece together that Irani and I were trying to get this tribute for her ever since we got to the village. Up until then, she must have had no idea why we were here. She also seemed to piece together the reason for us working so hard to turn her into a dryad, and walked over to me, guiding me to lie down on the floor and placing her hand on the original stab wound where the Banestinger had pierced my leg when it poisoned me. The hole was a mix of skin tinted an unnatural purple and green, red insides, and a yellowish pus that seeped out whenever the dryad touched it. Despite the mess of the wound that even I didn't like looking at for too long, the dryad fearlessly put her hands over it, pressing gently, and closed her eyes, focusing in what I could tell was a similar way I always had to focus in order to cast a spell I'd just learned. After a moment, her hands glowed a brilliant green and I could feel my body repairing itself. Not just the venom, either. While my veins seemed to clear up, pain I didn't even know I was still feeling left my body. All sorts of injuries closed across and under my skin. The fractured bone in my leg painlessly shifted and reconnected with itself. The various minor cuts and scrapes covering my skin closed up, and I could even feel the ribs that I'd fractured all those days ago and that I thought had healed by now finish repairing themselves into perfection, as though they'd never been touched. You have been touched by the grace of nature. All status afflictions have been removed, 50 health restored, your ribs are no longer fractured, you are no longer envenomed. Your leg is no longer broken, your health is 51, everything felt better. It was as if hundreds of thousands of nails, needles, and other nasties I'd been living with inside of me for weeks had been simultaneously and instantly removed, leaving nothing but a better body. I was finally cured. I would have collapsed to the floor in relief had I not already been lying down. Trying to calm myself, I took a breath. I was safe. So rematch, are you ready for it now or? Gonna have to wait a bit on that one, I interrupted Onken. Actually, I had another favor in mind that you could do for us in payment, the Fairy Queen said with a smile. Oh, why didn't you mention it before? I got to my feet reluctantly, wishing I could have stayed lying down like that for a good couple weeks. You never said I needed to tell you what I'd want you to do, she shrugged, the movement shaking the entire building. Well, what is it? We'll help out if we can. There are some human soldiers coming our way, a couple dozen of them. Take care of them for me and you're free of your debt. Oh, and feel free to be extra brutal with them. I believe they're from that nearby city that disrespected us, and those humans could learn a lesson or two in humility. Wait, soldiers, coming this way. Yes, I'm not sure why they're coming for us after so long of nothing, but they're obviously geared for war. Must have decided they couldn't live without our goods after all. I met Irani's eyes. Humans coming over here now. The timing was too perfect. They weren't coming after the fairies, they were coming after us. They must have tracked us somehow from the massacre the nymph did in the woods while we were on our way here. If they knew the previous troop they'd sent out had been killed that badly, they'd almost certainly send out a much stronger battalion for us. And by the sounds of it, the Queen had said there were dozens of soldiers coming our way. But we now had something they didn't know about. Dryads weren't just good for healing, after all. Anything with a tribute from something as strong as a fairy queen was bound to be much, much more powerful than a normal nymph, and I was interested in testing out that power. "Where are the soldiers coming from?" Irani asked the fairy queen. "Near the entrance. They'll be here in a few minutes. We have some spies currently tailing them." "Oh, so the spies will be helping us in the combat?" "Absolutely not. I hired you for help, and I'll be getting my value on that." I set my jaw, trying not to say anything at that. She was technically right that we agreed to do what we could to help, but the queen refusing to assist us when it was completely possible for her to do so, it just left a bad taste in my mouth. But I agreed to the deal, so I'd carry it out. "Show us the way," I said. Irani, the dryad, and I all stood together on the top of the wooden palisade, prepared to attack at any sight of the enemy soldiers. It was dark in the late hour, though, and our only light came from the soft glow of the blue and purple magical mites that dimly lit the village, so it was difficult to see. We waited for some time, looking out into the tree line from our vantage point to try and locate any sort of movement. Minutes passed, and I began to suspect that they weren't coming. By the time half an hour had passed, I was getting truly antsy, and once the hour mark had been reached, I'd gotten to the limit of my patience. Was the Queen's intel wrong? Maybe they just saw some soldiers on a routine patrol and assumed they were coming to attack. The fairies obviously didn't hold a very high opinion of these people, so it would make sense if they just assumed the city was coming for them. I looked back behind me, down to the ground below in the village. Onkin was down there doing stretches and routine exercises, getting used to his new body. "Can you go talk to the Queen and ask if she's gotten any new information on the soldiers and what they're doing? They should have shown up by now if they were attacking." He muttered something about being an errand boy, but still turned and did so, walking back to the damaged palace to speak with the Queen. By the time he got back, another few minutes had passed. I'd seen some more wisps of movement out in the tree line, but it was all too far away and too dark to tell if it was a person or animal. "Okay, so," Onkin said as he walked back up to us, reading words off a piece of magically inscribed parchment. "She said that where was it? Yes, here. They are currently building a ballista about 100 paces away and have been for half an hour. They'll be done in a couple minutes. Oh, they also have explosive munitions." I looked at him. "Why didn't you tell us before?" He shrugged. "Didn't ask, I guess." I shook my head as I hurried to scale my way down the wooden walls, mentally cursing those damned fairies. Probably just another test of strength, to see if I could survive getting a bomb getting shot through me. "Come on, we need to get to them before they finish," I said to Irani, who helped visually communicate to the dryad that we needed to go. The fairy queen, despite being fully capable of communicating with the dryad, had outright refused to do so for our sake. We landed on the ground from our climb down the walls and started sprinting through the woods, heading to the place I had seen those flickers of movement before. We crashed through trees and bushes, with me and my newly rejuvenated body leading the charge, searching for the soldiers. I was acutely aware of the dryad running with us and what she'd likely do once she found our enemies, but I didn't really have a choice. Sure, I could technically refuse to fight and pull the dryad away, but not only would that most likely lead to the insanely high-level fairy queen killing me, but she'd probably just order someone else to go and kill these humans. Their fates were effectively sealed, and at some point I just had to accept that some humans would die by my hand. There were plenty of people trying to kill me, and the main way I could stop them from doing so would be to kill them first. Simple survival. A colder, more calculating part of my mind considered how much of a shame it was that you couldn't get any XP from killing members of your own species if I was going to be killing humans. I'd at least want to be rewarded for it. But I pushed those thoughts from my head. It would always be a shame to see people die, people who really just wanted things to go back to the way they were before the demons attacked. The demons were my foe here, and they'd be the ones I'd be smiling at when I killed them. After a few more moments of running, we leapt through the tree line into a clearing full of armored soldiers. The dryad had a glint in her eye that told me she would not be hesitating here. I resolved to allow her to do most of the fighting here, even if I was healed of the venom and my injuries. My health was still low, and I wasn't about to jump into the fray while in my current state. The group of soldiers in the clearing had just finished assembling their siege weapon as we arrived, the gigantic, swivel-mounted crossbow loaded with an explosive payload. There were, as the Queen had said, at least 30 of them, all wearing leather armor branded with the familiar logo of their city and wielding various weapons on their backs and waists. They must have been sent out right when the city got word of the first squad being killed. I knew that they were just doing their jobs, but I was just surviving. We were two groups with opposing goals, and I intended to achieve mine. Right as we crashed into the clearing, I held out my hand and shot the 3 closest enemies with rays of frost. You have struck level 6 human swordsman for 46 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 6 human swordsman with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, his dexterity score is lowered by 6.7, 23.2 mana cost. Your mana is 622. You have struck level 7 human berserker for 47 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 7 human berserker with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, his dexterity score is lowered by 6.7, 23.2 mana cost. Your mana is 599. You have struck level 5 human wizard for 44 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 5 human wizard with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, his dexterity score is lowered by 6.7, 23.2 mana cost. Your mana is 575. Immediately, spells from the magic types, arrows and bolts from the ranged types, and a charging horde of melee types came speeding toward us. The white lights of Irani's angelic shield flashed to my left, deflecting any damage that came her way. And to my right, the Dryad used her signature whip to cut through the arrows and push back the melee types that got too close, while she utilized her quick reflexes to dodge the spells that would have managed to connect with her. I, on the other hand, didn't have as many defensive options. You have been shot with magically hardened stone. 21 damage. Your health is 36. You have been pierced by an arrow. 17 damage. Your health is 19. Even with my relative cover behind trees and bushes, a stone managed to find my head, and an arrow grazed my shoulder. I ducked beneath a swordsman's swing. I at least knew how they fought, having trained for years against a much more talented mentor. But still, my health had fallen right back into the danger zone, and I still didn't have any uses of time loop to fall back on. I took a step back and held a hand out as if to cast a spell at the young man in front of me, who instantly ducked back and raised his buckler to block. But no spell came out of my hand. You have activated Regenerate. You will gain 15.5 health over the next 10 seconds, 35.4 stamina cost. Your stamina is 21. I'd faked him out, buying myself some much-needed time to heal back up with Regenerate. I fought back the urge to laugh. Pretending to cast a spell was one of the oldest tricks magic types had at their disposal. Once the soldier realized what was happening, seeing my wounds close, he grunted and charged again. A swipe to the side and I stepped back, easily dodging the amateur strike. Then in his follow-through, I stepped close to him and grabbed his arm, yanking him forward so that I was too close for him to use his sword effectively, and activating Noxious Grasp. But that didn't mean it had to be fair. The moment he tried to pull free from my grip, I cast Crippling Chill on him. You have cursed level 6 human swordsman with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, he loses 7.76 health and 6.21 stamina each second, and his dexterity score is lowered by 15.5, 56.2 mana cost. Your mana is 519. Now, one thing to note about the swordsman class was its relatively all-rounder progression path. Every level, a swordsman would get 1 strength, 1 endurance, and 1 dexterity along with the standard 3 stat points, of course. The way an individual would spend their stat points was, of course, up to them. But if there was anything I'd learned from spending so much time around Irani, it was that there were normally only a few ways to make these types of choices that were considered optimal. And for swordsmen, the optimal way to spend stat points was generally seen as mostly strength, some endurance. I had personally planned on doing 2 in strength, 1 in endurance, with maybe 1 or 2 extra in endurance as I saw fit. Those 2 stats were just seen as the most important to the class. Strength determined your damage, and endurance kept you alive. Sure, dexterity might have helped you land a couple more blows or dodge one here or there, but what did it matter if you could tank all that damage anyway, and dealt enough that you only needed to hit once to be effective? And so, most notably about that, almost no swordsman put any extra stat points into dexterity. As a level 6 swordsman, this man would have gotten 7 total points in the stat 1 from level 0, and 6 more from his subsequent level ups, putting him at 17 total. And combined with the Ray of Frost I'd shot him with when the fight had first started, I drained away over 22 of the stat. And so, the moment I cast Crippling Chill, the man collapsed, completely paralyzed until one of the 2 curses wore off. I shot him with another Ray of Frost to make sure that wouldn't happen anytime soon. I also let go of him, getting a notification that I dealt somewhere around 30 damage with Noxious Grasp. Looking around the battlefield, I realized just how much work Irani and the Dryad could get done in such a short amount of time. With my build being much more geared toward dominating a fight against a single individual, I could take down my enemy without too much effort, sure, but with Irani's massive explosions and the Dryad's long-range whip, this was their prime environment. Irani was blowing up entire crowds of soldiers, forcing them to spend time on making sure they weren't grouped up, rather than on attacking us. She was to thank for the fact that I hadn't had to deal with any more projectile attacks ever since the initial barrage, and the Dryad was even more effective, tearing through anyone and anything that got in her way. I watched as she flung her whip in a wide arc at 3 people running at her. One of them managed to leap back just in time for the swipe to miss, but the other 2 had their legs cut clean off by the razor wire, blood spewing across the ground as they fell down, the soldiers screaming in pain at their sudden dismemberment. A woman with a spear ran up and tried to stab her in the back while she wasn't looking, but before the soldier could react, the Dryad spun around with her whip, decapitating her enemy. She turned to look behind herself once again, this time at the massive ballista that'd been constructed before we'd arrived. One of the soldiers had managed to run over and man it, loading in an explosive bolt and readying it to fire directly at her. She was too far away for her whip to reach, and apparently had no options for ranges past that, so it took a ready stance, waiting for the massive, tree-trunk-sized bolt to fire. With a loud thunk, the ballista bolt left its launcher, flying at high speed directly toward the Dryad. She bent backward, allowing the bolt to just barely fly over her, and then, as it was away behind her, she turned around and lashed her whip out with it, wrapping her weapon around the explosive ballista bolt, turning and flinging it back to its launcher. The bolt collided with the ballista and the person manning it, and the resulting explosion rocked the ground around us, causing the battle to come to a screeching halt. The 5 or 6 remaining soldiers saw how much their numbers had been thinned, and how ours hadn't changed at all, looked at each other, and ran, retreating back into the forest they came from. I watched them run. With my pitifully low stamina from having used regenerate so much, I sure as hells couldn't chase them. Granny's dexterity of 10 probably couldn't keep up with the soldiers, and the Dryad wasn't chasing them either, though for what reasons I didn't know. She could have just not wanted to kill a retreating enemy. Hells, I wasn't sure if I'd have wanted to. Even if I could, it was one thing to fight for your life, and another to kill someone fleeing for theirs. I took a breath and looked at my 2 companions. Whatever the reason, a few of them got away, and would definitely be informing the city that we were out. We could probably expect some more serious reinforcements to arrive soon. Granny and I went back to the fairy village, taking the Dryad with us to inform them of the job we'd completed. I didn't mention that the Dryad was the one that did most of the work. Good, the fairy queen said. Feel free to stay a while. I'm sure Onkin the stalwart is still itching for a rematch. After all, we were back in the palace, which was very, very slowly being repaired by a crowd of slimes. I had no idea why the queen would use them as construction workers. It must have taken months to get anything done. Honestly, she probably just found it funny. Onkin was also in the room with us, still doing his workouts to get used to his new body. I didn't know how he expected to perform. If we did do a rematch, he was apparently so unsteady in his new form that he felt like he needed to train constantly just to get back to his old level of power. Is he even ready to fight right now? I asked. I'll be fine within the month, Onkin said as he dropped to the floor and began doing push-ups. Those champion vessels try to get their bodies into top shape before I possess them, but there's always a bit more tuning that can be done. I looked back at Irani. We'd had good luck fighting against the last 2 squads of human soldiers that the city had sent out, but who knew when they'd send in a group we couldn't beat. I was worried about sticking around for another hour, much less an entire month. And with neither Irani nor I earning any XP from killing our fellow humans, there was no reason to stay here fighting the infinite waves. Besides, they were probably just stalling us until they could send in the truly powerful infernal commanders, those we couldn't beat for sure. We actually need to be leaving, I said. I didn't mention anything about the demons hunting us down. Of course, if they knew that we were the ones who drew the soldiers to them in the first place, the queen would surely not be satisfied with our payment being to solve a problem that we created. And I wasn't too worried about them with the queen's incredible level, looking to head to a neighboring empire. I don't suppose you could offer any help during our travels. You would suppose correctly, she said. I have no current interest in aiding or following you, but do come back someday. I'm sure Onkin would enjoy the company. I nodded. Maybe one day when we weren't being hunted, I could get Onkin that rematch, but not now. For now, we had to leave them behind. Irani yawned as we left the fairy village. It was past midnight, so we were all pretty tired. Hells, from my perspective with time loop freaking with my inner clock, it had been midnight for over 3 hours, so I was especially so. But we couldn't rest yet. With the city knowing where we were, they'd no doubt scour the entire nearby area once they realized we'd left. We walked through the pitch-black forest as the moon moved across the dark sky. About an hour had passed and we were all exhausted. Even the Dryad looked tired, despite getting an entire new body to play with. Irani and I still practiced our spells as we walked, though hand in hand so that my noxious grasp would trigger her angelic shield. How are the headaches going? I asked her as we went, still refusing to die down. A bit better, she said. It's more that I've gotten used to it than that they've stopped completely, but it does feel a little less intense. I nodded. At this point, I was aware that my situation with noxious grasp seemed different from anyone else's. I seemed to have formed some sort of dependency on the spell at this point. I suspected it had something to do with me relying on it to occupy my mind when I was in so much physical pain from dehydration, back when I had first got my class. But I also knew that I'd at least gotten to the point where I could cast my other spells without much discomfort, so hopefully that aspect of the practice could be replicated with Irani. It was obviously just taking a while. I really wish this would just hurry up, she continued. I knew it would be bad, and I do feel used to it, but it still kind of sucks. Well, one of the things that helped me a lot was once I started casting Noxious Grasp in my sleep. I'm not an expert, but I feel like the 8-hour break your mind gets from casting every night resets a bit of your progress getting used to the sensation, since it goes so long without it. Right, but how do I cast in my sleep? It's a passive, so I wouldn't be able to, even if I had control over what I cast when I was unconscious. You're exactly right that it's passive. So, as long as something triggered it while you were asleep, it'd get cast automatically without you ever having to do anything. Okay, I guess. What are you suggesting? If I already cast Noxious Grasp in my sleep, then it's totally possible for us to rig it so that you cast Angelic Shield in your sleep too. Yeah, but that would mean. I think we're well past getting embarrassed about sleeping in the same bed, I laughed, pulling her closer by the hand. Besides, it's a functional thing, for practice. I could feel her fingers shift between mine. Right, for practice. We walked in silence for another minute. Listen, she said, I've been meaning to ask you. What exactly are we? I suddenly felt a lot more uncomfortable. These types of serious, definitive conversations weren't my thing. Not really sure. Allies, Irani gave me a look. She was obviously wanting a bit more from me than that. Allies with benefits, that got a chuckle from her, but she still seemed serious. You know, I'm not asking for a joke. Besides, I don't think we're actually at that benefits part. It's just, we've been doing some more romance-adjacent stuff, and I'm not really sure what you mean by it all. I sighed. Yeah, sorry, I won't deny that I have feelings for you. I'll put that out in the open. But I'm sure you'll agree that we can't really be focusing on that. We're running from the entire underworld, so I don't even know how to respond. In a primary sense, in my mind, you're someone who helps me stay alive. Everything else comes behind that. I guess I agree that we have priorities, but well, I can't just ignore my own emotions. I can't really leave this stuff unsaid. Well, what do you want to say then? I don't know, she blinked, then took a breath, seeming to try and collect her thoughts. I understand our situation. I agree that it's not like we can go out on dates and get to know each other like that. But I also want some sort of acknowledgement of us as an item. I mean, we're going to be sleeping together, for the god's sake. I don't want to be sitting around guessing at intentions. Yeah, sorry. I know I was sort of the one who initiated this, back before all this demon shit started. And I guess the demon shit is my fault too. I laughed and shook my head, but I'm just sort of a single-minded person. I take things one at a time, most important to least important. So pretty much everything except for survival left my mind the moment I realized what was happening. Sorry for leaving you hanging like that. I could tell she was still a bit disappointed by my somewhat non-committal answer, but we'd have to leave it at that for now. I was completely exhausted, and I was sure Rani was too. We needed to sleep. By that time, we just had to take the risk of being found. We wouldn't be able to continue either way. We walked a bit further until we found a decent clearing and set up camp there, going through the process that become routine by that point. Find flat ground, remove rocks and sticks that poke us in our sleep, set up a basic shelter in case it rained during the night. The Dryad, of course, didn't do any of this. I'd learned over the course of our journey that nymphs could sleep pretty much anywhere in the wilderness, and that seemed to be true after evolution as well. She snuggled up on top of a large rock, totally ignoring the sharp jut she was lying on top of. Yeah, I was pretty jealous. Irani and I got ready to sleep like normal, except now we were lying right next to each other instead of apart like we usually did. The physical contact between us made me feel a bit awkward, especially right after our previous discussion. We had our bodies pressed together to ensure that any movement either of us made in our sleep wouldn't remove the required contact between us. I could see the Dryad's glowing eyes through the dark night. She apparently wasn't quite tired enough to sleep, since she was still looking around. Her bright white eyes stared at me, and Irani, curiously, she was probably wondering what happened to change the way we slept. What do you think her plans are? I asked. What? Irani responded sleepily, facing away from me as we lay down. The Dryad, I mean, what's this like from her perspective? A group of monsters comes and attacks her home. A couple of random humans come in and save her. She tags along for some time, and now they just actively work to get her a tribute and evolve her. She doesn't know where we're going, why the Infernals attacked, or who we are in relation to all this. I just can't imagine what being so out of the loop would feel like. I have no idea if she's gonna stick around, leave the moment she thinks things are safe, or attack us at any moment. Irani yawned. Honestly, I kind of feel like that sometimes. What do you mean? She laughed. How do you think it feels when you suddenly come back from the future, knowing all of this extra stuff while I know none of it? It was jarring back when you only came back from a couple minutes ahead, but now you're coming in and informing me of an entire hour's worth of events. Hells, you technically had to fill me in on 2 hours worth since you came back 2 separate times. Oh right, I mean sometimes you come back and basically tell me, we're fighting these people you didn't even know existed, come with me, and I'm immediately dragged into some shit, just having to trust that you know what you're talking about. That's bad enough. But other times when you have the time to explain to me exactly what happened, it's even worse. I don't think it's really possible for me to express how strange it feels to hear you recap events I didn't even know happened, while you explain what I did during those events, and I know that I would have done those things. It's like you're reading my mind. I never really thought of it like that. It's even worse when you tell me I did something, and I don't think I'd have done it. It's like a mini crisis of identity. Do I just not know myself well enough? Did I experience something in that hour that radically changed the way I make decisions? And now I just won't experience that potentially life-changing thing. Am I doomed to be a fundamentally incomplete person now that I won't go through whatever thing happened? It's a really weird string of thoughts to explore. Yeah, I said after a moment. I remembered her mentioning that type of stuff before, during moments when I told her I had to use time loop, and she talked about feeling like she was about to essentially die. I guess I'm the odd one out here, since I'm the only one who actually has all the information. Yep, I still feel a bit bad for the Dryad though. Maybe one day we could learn how to speak her language so we can thank her for her help in saving you. Maybe one day, I nodded. A couple minutes passed, and from her breathing I could tell that Irani had already dozed off. I was having a bit more trouble though, after the terrifying experience of being poisoned. I tried to calm my racing mind through meditation, essentially putting my mind through the same steps I took to be able to access my status. After a few minutes of that, I finally felt a bit less panicked. Subconsciously, I automatically opened up my status into view. Noxious Grasp 10 XB 24 461 plus Venomous Grasp. I blinked, looking at all of the things that had changed since the last time I'd seen it. And where did those stat points come from? Wait, I thought, I'd leveled up. Back when I fought and killed Unkin, well, not really killed, I'd gotten enough XP to get to level 11. In all the chaos of trying to get myself cured, I'd completely forgotten. 11 wasn't a huge milestone or anything, but the extra stats were always wanted. But still, that only accounted for 3 of them. I had 6. Had I not assigned the stat points from my previous level either, I wanted to dig my face into my hands. I must have been so preoccupied with the venom that I'd completely forgot. I could have put them into endurance and bought myself some time. It wouldn't have made a big difference. Getting points in endurance wouldn't increase my current health, only my maximum, but the extra health minute would have been nice. At this point, though, I didn't need the extra endurance. Regenerate offered quite a bit of extra health as a buffer in case things ever went wrong, and I wasn't going to make any stupid mistakes because I was in withdrawal from Noxious Grasp anymore. With it directly increasing my main method of dealing damage, Conjuration still seemed like my best option. I went ahead and assigned the points. You have used 6 stat points to increase Conjuration. Your Conjuration value is now 64. After that, my mana minute had risen up to 13.47, and my maximum mana was 705. I was well on my way to 1000 mana. Despite the danger we were in, I actually felt a bit happy, finally glad to stop worrying about the poison. Things were finally looking up, and it wasn't like being with Irani was making things any worse. So I went to sleep, hopeful that the day to come wouldn't be as bad as this one had been. A devil sat at a desk in a damp, dark room. On top of his desk was a miniature illusion of the kingdom of Koinkar. It had all provinces, territories, borders, roads, notable monster locations, and just about any other piece of information that the devil might have wanted to know. It had been meticulously put together by the squads of diviners assigned to him, since the humans had essentially taken over for the diviners' jobs. When the devil and King Koinkar had their discussion about the details of their agreement, what they decided was that the humans would use their own divination magic users to track Arlen Noda, which left the demonic diviners free. So the devil asked them to craft this. It was certainly useful, but after seeing the performance of the humans as allies, he regretted having them do so. The humans had apparently found Arlen Noda, sent in a squad of elites to kill him, and they returned empty-handed. He remembered who was on that squad. The royal guard woman who was hostile to him, Camilla, was one of them. He was less than confident that she didn't have something to do with returning with no explanation as to why they hadn't caught him, but that wasn't all. After that failed mission, the humans located him once again and sent in a bulk squad of soldiers from a nearby city to kill him, and they were all mysteriously slaughtered. And the squad sent in after that was almost completely wiped out too. It was obvious that, despite Koinkar's reassurances that his men were the best of the best, the devil could not rely on the humans. They hadn't even notified the demons that they'd found Arlen Noda until the second squad of soldiers had been killed. That was infuriating. Why wouldn't they tell the demons that the main target had been found? Infernals were constantly on standby to be sent in the moment he was located, and had the humans said something, they would have been there in moments. The more the devil thought about it, the angrier he got. He had already spent so much of his valuable time trying to create this mutually beneficial relationship with the human leadership, and apparently that entire connection was useless. If the humans were going to act like this, they weren't worth working with at all, at least not as equals. So Hagdul, what do you plan on doing? The devil blinked and looked back at the other person in the room with him. Expression of apology, wasn't listening. What you want? The devil's superior glared at him from across the desk. She was wearing the same smooth black clothes that were uniform for all devils, except hers were much neater than the devil's. Compared to hers, his were old and wrinkled from lack of proper care. He was too busy to take the time to clean them. You will refer to me by my full name when apologizing, Hagdul, she said in a low growl, and do so formally. Do not forget your manners. The devil fought back a frustrated sigh. He brought a finger up to his mouth and bit down, filling his mouth with the familiar taste of blood. His fingers were covered in scars by now, the habit obviously having grown out of control, but at the point he was now, some simple bodily harm was the least of his worries. Formal expression of apology. Superior quinmoreta qualticular udadmias mamanamamamu dutemu quenquimjindakukiaquaquin kimamin and mujardin maniquikinu kenquikakenki. Good, and listen to me this time. I hope you do not need to be reminded of your place. The devil bit the inside of his lip. Yes, superior quinmoreta qualticular udadmias mamanamamamu dutemu quenquimjindakukiaquaquin kimamin and mujardin maniquikinu kenquikakenki. Now, what I said to you was that Arlen Noda has been at large for many overworld days now. Your current strategy is clearly not working. What changes to your plan are you going to make? The devil looked at his superior. Seriously, that's what this meeting was about. She just wanted him to explain what he was doing to her. All this would accomplish would be to waste his time. Why couldn't she just let him work? He'd be able to get this stress over with much more quickly if he was allowed to do his job without these constant interruptions. Well, he said, I have recently made contact with the human leader of the Koinkar Kingdom, and I convinced him to call a ceasefire with our troops. On top of that, he has lent many human soldiers to our cause. I believe that this will greatly speed up the... Wait, Koinkar Kingdom, what is that? He fought the urge to roll his eyes. She really didn't know the location Arlen Noda was in, and she was trying to make judgment calls on what the best course of action would be. How out of touch could she be? It is the human-controlled territory in which Arlen Noda is located. And you got them to stop attacking our units. Well, the kingdom-controlled soldiers have stopped, yes. Some adventurers are still causing us problems, but the vast majority of adventurers, the devil was having a hard time keeping himself from audibly sighing. Classed humans that operate outside of the strict legal system. They usually do odd jobs, or go outside walled areas to cull the nearby monster population in order to increase their strength and keep the area safe. Some of them are still hunting demon forces, despite the ceasefire. So you couldn't even get the humans to stop attacking you, she sighed in anger. Do you understand how much this is costing us? The devil glared at his superior. The absolute freaking moron had no idea how much work he's doing. She had no right to spit all over his efforts. He didn't say anything, though. You obviously need to be putting more time into this, she said, absent-mindedly picking at her nails. Arlen Noda has not yet been captured, despite the ample resources you have been provided. Superior, the devil begged. I've been putting all the time I have into the capture of Arlen Noda. It might take a bit longer, then I will show results. You should have shown us results within the first minutes of this operation. You have given us nothing but failure time and time again. I maintain that you need to put more effort into this case. I don't have any more time I can commit, he said, bordering on shouting. Every waking moment I have, I spend arranging units, writing requests, directing the infernal commanders. I can't do any more. The devil's superior sighed, obviously unimpressed with his pleads. Then perhaps it is not time that you need, but motivation. How about this? You're demoted, starting now, and more demotions will come if you do not catch Arlen Noda within a timely manner. The devil leapt from his seat. Superior, no, please. This is not up for discussion. He fought to control his breathing, so I'm losing a syllable. The devil's superior tilted her head at him. Oh, perhaps you do not understand. You are not being demoted once. She pointed out the door into the room where the devil's subordinates worked. You are out there now, one of the office drones. He stumbled back, feeling his chest tighten. That's... You are being demoted 14 times. Your name is no longer Hagdulin Itharababiaduk Nesentapadun Torberg Your name is now Hagdulin Itharababiaduk. I will no longer be calling you Hagdul. I will be calling you Hag. The devil couldn't believe the words he was hearing. I will find someone to promote and replace you. Is that person going to take over for me on the Arlen Noda case? Oh, absolutely not. You will still be solely in charge of that. If you want your old position back, kill Arlen Noda. The devil's heart was beating so hard he couldn't feel anything else. Please, you can't do this. Just give me more time. I promise. We're done speaking about this, Hag. I expect you to be fully moved out of your office within the next 8.5 minutes. Goodbye." The devil didn't have a moment to get even one more word in before his superior stepped out of his office, slamming the door shut behind her. Well, not his office, the office. The office that wasn't his anymore. The devil simply stood in the room, staring at the door in shock. By the time 8.5 minutes had passed, he was still frozen in the exact same spot, staring at the same door when it opened again. A gargoyle walked in, the devil's new boss, apparently. It was one of the office workers that used to be below him. "Expression of greeting, ex-hag," it said in its gravelly voice. "This wasn't right. It didn't get to call him that. I heard about your demotion. I got a new name, tu plindikin porbind de plan demoniasian dor compendindindodin dipapanasin. 24 syllables, same number as you used to have. You'll have my old desk down in the back. I'm sure you'll be able to find it." Greeting, the devil muttered. He definitely wasn't supposed to be speaking to a superior like that, but he couldn't muster the energy. "Guess I'll get going." The gargoyle looked around itself at the room as the devil moved to leave. Long-forgotten papers scattered the floor, and droplets of blue blood stained the table from when the devil would bite his fingers too hard. "Lord below, you really messed this place up, huh? I'll have to call in a cleaner to fix it up. Ex-hag, do you know how to call?" The gargoyle was cut off by the devil leaving the office and closing the door behind himself. He looked out at the room in front of him, desks for the office drones packed together, each worker with stacks of papers surrounding them. He couldn't do that. He couldn't just sit at a desk and copy low-level documents or write up supply requests. That was not his place. He couldn't do it. No, he was still on the Arlen Noda case. He still had to do that. Not only would he need to work on this monotonous bullshit, he also had to single-handedly run an invasion in the overworld. Oh, and manage diplomacy with the humans. A freaking course. He bit down on his index finger, applying pressure until he felt the familiar sensation of blood seeping from his skin onto his tongue. He shook with rage, the calming habit obviously not working in this case. Those damn superiors, they pin all of this responsibility onto him, totally overwork him, and then get upset when he can't do his job properly. It wasn't only the superiors either. Those freaking humans, incompetent freaking species. Could they not do anything right? That king's job was to catch one man, one freaking person, and he couldn't do it. Apparently this Arlen Noda was so powerful that he could just slaughter entire squads of soldiers on a whim, and that other squad. Those elite soldiers, nothing, couldn't find him. Who was it that led that squad? That Camilla woman she'd been against working with the demons to begin with, and now she conveniently happens to lead the only squad that doesn't find Arlen Noda. The divinations had pointed to that exact location and somehow they missed him. No, there was foul play involved, no doubt about it. Whether it was just that woman or it was the entire squad, they'd betrayed him. And the king. How'd those humans have the time to send out multiple squads of soldiers when they'd found him near the city, but not to tell the demons that they'd found him? No, something wasn't right with the humans. It was their fault, not the devil's. How could he have ever trusted them to do a satisfactory job? The devil thought back to the conversation with his superior. What had she said? She'd said that he needed to change something about his strategy. Thinking about it now, the devil agreed. There was one weak link here, and it wasn't in the underworld. Gazing across the large room that housed the office drones, the devil spotted the desk that was now his, shoved between the desks of a couple ember mites. He scowled. His new office job could wait. Right now, he needed to have a word with the humans. A devil walked through the streets of a loud, bustling city. He was being escorted through, of course, by the same crowd of weapon-wielding human guards that ushered him through before. This time, though, it made a bit more sense that he'd be assigned such a massive guard. He wasn't in the weak body he'd been in before. This time, he'd made sure to find a projector demon that could more efficiently transfer his power. He technically didn't have the authority to strongarm his way into that anymore. Many projector demons would actually rank above him now, but his demotion was recent enough that word hadn't been spread around yet. Definitely against the rules, but freak that. He needed to do something. They'd get over it. He was much more powerful than he was before, but still not at complete capacity. Where his old vessel transferred about 4 of his power, this one transferred about 40. Still, that would be more than enough for what he wanted to do here. Sure, he wasn't quite as powerful as he should have been, but he wasn't too worried. Devils were known for their cunning, but they were still incredibly proficient in combat. With unnaturally powerful arms and speedy reflexes, they were put in charge of the other demons for a reason, after all. And that wasn't even to mention their magic. Still, the devil was frustrated with the treatment he was getting. The humans were supposed to be allied with the demons, weren't they? He should have been welcomed into the king's chamber, not threatened the moment he appeared. Whatever, perhaps it was just in the nature of humans to be afraid. Truthfully, they could have also noticed his demeanor, and that was what put them on guard. The devil was not in a good mood. These humans were the reason for his demotion, and he was here to make them aware of his dissatisfaction with their performance. So perhaps the amount of hostility shown to him was completely appropriate after all. He was showing twice as much back. Once he and the humans escorting him reached the pathetic castle that held the sniveling king, the guards stopped, one of them holding a hand out to the devil. Wait here while King Koinkar finishes his current meeting. We will notify you when. No, we're speaking now. The devil shoved the guard out of the way, making use of his new body. As a devil, he stood head and shoulders taller than most of the people around him. Another guard stepped forward, spear pointed at the devil. You may not enter. If you do not stop now, we will be forced to attack. If you freaking touch me, the demons will be forced to resume the assault on your cities. Want to single-handedly cause the deaths of thousands of innocents? Try me. The devil threw open the castle doors and stormed inside. It seemed like the king was in the middle of a meeting with some other nobles. They all sat around a long table with the king on his throne at the head of it. The nobles were all dressed in fancy clothes, all sorts of vibrant dyes covering them and their hair put up into exotic styles. They looked like they hadn't suffered a day in their lives. I understand casualties were high, one of the nobles was saying, but I don't see why we must acquiesce. Koinkar, the devil shouted, you and I need to talk, right now. Demon, the king struggled to his feet, his frail body barely supporting him. This is hardly the time. Guards, seize. No, the devil shook his head. We have some things that need to be discussed immediately. He looked over and saw that, as they'd been before, the royal guard was standing off to the side of the room. Each of them was wearing their signature silver and blue armor, with that damned woman Camilla standing at the front. There was no way she didn't have something to do with Arlen Noda escaping their grasp. This is exactly what I've been talking about. The same noble that was speaking before stood up. He had a bushy mustache that wiggled whenever he spoke. We cannot allow these demons to bully us into submission. Ranganlin, quiet down. The king half croaked, half shouted. And would someone kick this demon out? Many other voices rose up as well. Nobles yelling at the guards, guards yelling at the demon, and generally everyone shouting simultaneously. Slam. Everyone fell silent, staring at the devil who had just slammed his hand into the table, cracking it beneath his fist. You humans have failed to uphold your end of our deal, his voice echoed across the room. And you clearly need to be shown your place. What are you trying to say? Koinkar said. We have used divination to find your fugitive and sent out soldiers to try and kill him. Just because they weren't successful doesn't mean we didn't do what you asked. If you failed, it means you weren't trying hard enough, the devil scowled. You were not invited here, demon. Camilla finally spoke up. The devil could tell she'd been wanting to for some time now. Leave now and take your threats with you. Oh, the gallant woman speaks, the devil said. Say you ran into Arlen Noda yourself, didn't you? Mind telling me how it was that an entire squad of the kingdom's elite managed to let a single person escape? Camilla glanced at the king, hesitating to respond. Go ahead, Camilla, the king said to her. Explain to the demon what you told me. Maybe that will calm its anger. She looked back at the devil. When we arrived at the location where the divinations detected Noda, we couldn't find him. We searched for some time, but he was nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found him. The devil walked toward her until he was standing an arm's length away. So the divination was wrong then. I do not know that, but we couldn't find him. So you just couldn't find him. How unfortunate. He looked back to the king. Hear that, Koinkar? All's well, just an honest mistake. Nobody has faced any sort of serious repercussions for this, after all. Demon, please, the king said, if you would just listen. Oh wait, the devil interrupted. It's not that nobody's faced any repercussions, it's that no. Humans have faced any repercussions, us demons sure have. Would you consider that fair, Koinkar? That is hardly. Would you consider it fair? The king just stared at the devil. How about you, Camilla? The devil turned to the soldier in front of him. Would you consider it fair that I have to suffer for your mistakes? Yes, I absolutely would. She had rage in her forced calm voice. You caused the humans to suffer because you allowed your fugitive to escape, and now the humans have caused you to suffer in turn. Oh, the devil laughed. She's smart, so snappy. Makes me wonder even more how she let a kid escape from her, especially when she's being backed up by an entire entourage of subordinates just as capable as her. And what exactly are you implying with that, demon? She spat. Demon, please, the king took a shaky step forward, putting one atrophied leg in front of another. I am sure there is a reasonable explanation for her failure. Oh, there is a perfectly reasonable explanation. The devil was shaking in anger now. She let him go. She found him and could have killed him, but didn't. The only thing unreasonable about this is that she thought I wouldn't know. Vile fiend. Camilla shouted at him, putting a hand on the spear on her back. If you do not cease your baseless accusations and leave immediately, I will be forced to strike you down. Oh, you'll strike me down. Okay, let's fight. The devil drew his fist back, and before Camilla could react, threw a full force punch. You have struck level 27 human spearman for 3.72 thousand damage using your fist. You have slain level 27 human spearman. The mutilated body that was once Camilla flew back, slamming into the back wall with a wet splat. The entire room shook from the impact. Her head was completely separated from her body, and it rolled across the ground, tapping into the devil's foot. The entire room stared in shock. Oh, look, you're dead. You are freaking dead. The devil shouted at the corpse. Great freaking idea you had, huh? Let the fugitive go, save the life of some random person, and you lose your own in return. Real freaking smart. You freaked me over, you freaked yourself over. Nobody wins, moron. The devil snapped his head back to the king and shouted at him, Koinkar. Did you know she let Arlen Noda go? He hastily shook his head. No, that would have been entirely against orders. I would. The devil stopped listening and looked back at the 3 remaining royal guardsmen who stared at him in fear. Did any of you know? Were you in on this plot to let him escape? They all shook their heads. No, one of them with a sword and shield said Ragavan. Camilla had called him before. We had no idea that. You have struck level 23 human swordsman for 3.19 thousand damage using your fist. You have slain level 23 human swordsman. The devil withdrew his bloody fist from the corpse of Ragavan. Did any of you know? Do not lie to me. The remaining 2 stood frozen, looking at him in silence for a moment. They were both wearing full plate armor that concealed their faces, but the devil could smell the fear coming from them. One of them had her hand on a massive battle axe strapped to her back, but she didn't draw it. She'd die if she did, and the devil's expression made sure she knew it. After a moment, the other woman with a bow on her back spoke, bowing her head. Yes, we knew. We were there when she told us to withdraw and let him go. I tried to convince her not to, but she was in charge. Please forgive us. The devil stared at her for a few more seconds, snarl etched on his face as he considered whether or not to kill these 2 remaining guards. Eventually, he huffed a breath from his mouth and turned away from them. He'd gotten most of the anger out of his system at this point. Koinkar, he said to the king, what methods of torture does your kingdom implement? The king blinked. Our main technique to interrogate prisoners is by tearing limbs from the body and then reattaching them using healing magic. But there is also... No, that's fine. I want you to do that to these 2 guards for, say, a week. That should be enough to teach them their place without killing them. The devil heard a gasp escape the mouth of one of the 2 remaining royal guards, the battle-axe woman. He wasn't sure what they were so afraid of. A week of torture was nothing in comparison to losing their lives. One of the previously silent nobles leapt to his feet. You do not get to order King Koinkar around as though he is your puppet. Our kingdom is mighty, and you demons are but a temporary scourge. One more word and I kill you too. The noble fell quiet. I don't get to order Koinkar around, huh? Who says? One of you gonna stop me? I just killed the 2nd and 3rd strongest people in the room, moron, and the 1st is me. I quite literally do get to order you guys around. That's how power works. He sighed and started walking up to the king. Stupid freaking lesser beings. It's no surprise you couldn't catch Arlen Noda. You're all completely brain dead. What have you done specifically to catch him? Koinkar cast a fearful eye as the devil approached, and answered, now, listen. We tried our best. I set out a sizable bounty for the cities to catch Noda. Any of them whose soldiers accomplished this capture would be afforded a massive sum. Just because they failed does not mean I did not instate an appropriate incentive. You did a bounty, a freaking bounty. The devil brought his palms to his face. What do you think that incentivizes them to do? If they tell anyone else whenever they find Arlen Noda, that just lowers their chances of getting the bounty, because the infernals will come in and kill him before the city's soldiers can. Do you even think for 2 seconds before you act? You need to incentivize for Arlen Noda to die, not for them to be the specific ones to kill him. And how would you say we do that? King demanded, obviously defensive after being insulted so much. It's not as easy as you seem to think it is. Take all the mayor's families hostage and only give them back when Arlen Noda dies. There's some incentive, or threat to take away their political positions if Arlen Noda isn't killed in a certain amount of time. Freak, you could just give a life-changing sum to all cities when Arlen Noda dies, not just the one that killed him. We don't have the resources to spend on that kind of thing. You have a throne made of solid gold. The devil pointed behind the king. Sell it. Sell all of your possessions. Sell your entire kingdom's food supply. Let the citizens starve. Freak if I care. This is the most important thing you could ever spend your resources on. The devil took a shaky breath, trying to restrain himself from killing the king on the spot. You do not lack resources. You lack incentive. I assure you we have incentive enough. No, you obviously do not. The devil glanced around the room. Guards had rushed in from the commotion, but weren't taking any obvious moves. They were probably too scared for their lives to do anything. Most of the nobles were still frozen around the table, though it seemed some of them had fled. How about this? You obviously care about your kingdom, I mean. You've artificially extended your life quite a bit just so you can rule it for longer. So maybe you'll work a bit harder if we take some of it away from you. Koinkar's frail face twisted in anger. No, you cannot do that. I have worked with you for now, but I will not hesitate to declare war if you try to steal our land. No, I will not be stealing your land. I will be destroying it. Pointless destruction. That is your answer, not pointless. You still know Arlen Noda's general location, yes. Yes, perfect, so we know the area we should destroy. I do not agree to this. Find some other way to catch him. You know, it's insane to me that you think you still have a choice, the devil laughed. We're going scorched earth on that entire area. The fugitive will either die in the chaos or be chased out into a predictable location where we can have infernals lined up to kill him. The The king seemed to finally stand down from his defiance. If Noda dies, you'll leave us alone. You'll leave the overworld, gladly. Fine, destroy the area and get out of my kingdom. The devil grinned. Good, let's get to work, Koinkar. We have a city to burn. A devil walked with some humans in a dirty, overgrown forest. The humans were obviously unhappy to be traveling with a demon, especially that one. They walked with a wide berth around the devil, and he could see them constantly glaring sideways at him. The devil hardly cared about their hostility, though. He was much more focused on his environment. Specifically, he was focused on the mud in the ground that splashed onto his feet, the leaves and branches on the trees that thwipped into his face, the noisy calls and sounds of various animals in the forest, and the general chaos that was the wilderness. How freaking disgusting, he thought. Why was there so much living stuff out here? The trees moved, the animals were bothersome. Couldn't everything just stay still and stop being so wet? Really, he was doing the humans a favor in burning this place to the ground. At least then it wouldn't be so gross. He really didn't want to be out here in the overworld, but after the fiasco that had happened with the humans before, the devil had no trust that they'd pull this off without his direct supervision. Of course, this wasn't the only group working on the current plan, but it was one of the more important ones, and there was only one of the devil. The group's job was simple: start a forest fire. To do this, they'd use some specialty incendiary bombs that the kingdom had on hand. Now, was it completely necessary for him to come alongside them to do this? No, and he knew that. Really, a big part of him coming along was that it almost felt nice out here in the overworld. Not because the realm itself was pleasant really, did it have to be this wet out here, but instead because of the company he was there with. These dumb, pathetic humans were the perfect punching bags he needed to relieve some stress. He just couldn't go back to the underworld now. Losing his personal office, going out and working with the freaking gargoyles and ember mites, it would kill him to do that. Out here, at least he held a semblance of power. Sure, that power was held over a few pathetic humans, but he just needed to boss someone around and get it out of his system before going back to the soul-crushing abyss that was his new job in the underworld. Really, he muttered to himself as he walked alongside the soldiers in the forest, what kind of stupid freaking superior pins an impossible amount of responsibility on someone, then punishes them for not being able to keep up. Doesn't that show the superior's incompetence at managing their underlings, and not the incompetence of the underling themselves? I mean, what a freaking. Sir, a soldier interrupted him. Are you saying something to me? He scowled over at the voice. It was coming from a familiar suit of armor, one of those two royal guards that he spared the lives of. He'd made sure both of them came along with him on this little expedition. He wouldn't have them fleeing the kingdom while he was gone to avoid their punishment. They were getting that week of torture. He'd make sure of it. As for which of the two was speaking right now, he had no idea. He couldn't really keep track of who was who here. This one was the one with the bow on her back, but her name escaped him. No, he eventually said to her, I'm not talking to you. I would never voluntarily speak to you. Yes, sir. The devil just sighed and rolled his eyes. Freaking humans. This one's name was Asmo. He remembered she was the one who admitted their wrongdoings to him. He disliked her a bit less than the others, since she seemed to at least know her place. He didn't care if she actually liked him or not, only that she at least recognized that it was no use struggling against him and the demons. Seemed she was the only one around with some common sense. You're sure these will work? The devil asked her after a moment. Yes, sir, they will. They've been specially made to spread fire. What about the other group, sir? What about them? Okay, yes, stop calling me sir. That shit's annoying. The devil sighed. Humans had the strangest conventions for talking to their superiors. Sir, what the freak did that mean? If she wanted to respect him, she should call him by his name. But he could never expect someone as stupid as a human to be able to remember his name. That was what was so nice about being around them. He knew he was so much better than them all that he didn't even have to try and keep up appearances around them. No matter what, he'd always be better than the humans. Anyway, to answer your question, the devil continued, the other group's going to be in charge of directly confronting Arlen Noda and making sure he doesn't make it out of here alive. He's got someone with him that uses fire magic, so the other group won't be using the highly explosive incendiary bombs, will they? No, sir, they won't. Their bombs have been enchanted to resist fire and other forms of tampering. We normally use them to deal with dragons, but they should work just fine here, too. The devil nodded, looked away, and kept walking. He'd make sure the humans didn't freak this plan up, too. Before long, the group got to the first planting spot. They'd set off explosions in a half-circle around the area Arlen Noda was suspected to be in, effectively funneling him into an ambush that the second group was in the middle of setting up. They had to be careful about how far away they set off the explosions, though if the fugitive heard them go off and fled too soon, he could get through gaps in the fires before they completely took over. So they took great care to set them off a good deal away from where they suspected him to be. It was the middle of the night, so he should have been asleep anyway. The devil watched the soldiers plant the circular gray explosive device no larger than his head. Human ingenuity was certainly interesting how they fit something so powerful into something so small. He didn't know, but he knew it to be nothing more than a curiosity. Who needed craftiness when you had power? The devil didn't participate in the planting process, of course. He was there to supervise and step in if anything went wrong, so he just watched. The bombs themselves were metal spheres and seemed to be magically operated and activated. Contained within the spheres was an explosive powder, and etched onto the inner walls were ignition enchantments that, when mana was poured into them, would go on a short timer before activating, causing an explosion. It really was a creative way to effectively give the ability to create fire to those who didn't naturally have it. This would be blasphemous to the demons. Of course, if a race of demons couldn't naturally do something, it was because they weren't meant to do it. Going against nature would only end in disaster, but it seemed to work well enough for the humans. Once it was set and armed, the group fled, eager to get away from the soon-to-explode device. The devil took more of a leisurely stroll away from the bomb since he knew such a small blast wouldn't be able to harm him. About 30 seconds later, a massive explosion rocked the forest, and the devil found himself surrounded by fire. As a devil, he wasn't bothered by fire, of course, but it was still a bit startling. Once they ensured the explosion had gone off, the group moved forward to the next planting spot. They were on a time limit. Now the fire would be constantly spreading, and they needed to get all of the bombs down before Arlen Nota became aware of the danger. The devil went along with the group. It seemed like they were trying to move quickly, but to the devil, it just felt so slow. Part of him regretted coming along and supervising these people. It was just so boring. But then maybe boring could be good, taking a break, as the humans called it, a period of not working. At first, the entire concept seemed completely ridiculous, but now he sort of understood. At least for beings as stupid and incompetent as humans, it made sense that they'd need to rest their bodies, so it made sense that they'd need to do that. The devil would never need to take a break. But he still felt the beneficial effects of it, just walking along and doing nothing. It almost felt nice. After about an hour, they got to the next spot. They planted and detonated the second bomb as the devil watched, setting fire to another patch of forest. The blast echoed throughout the wilds, scattering birds and other animals into the dark night, and then they went off to the third spot. There were about a dozen of the bombs in total, forming a circle around Arlen Nota's location, so it would take a while. During their hurried journey to Area 3, though, the devil noticed a rustling in the nearby woods. He narrowed his eyes at the strange sound. It could have just been the wind or a small animal. He still wasn't very accustomed to what it was like out here, but he couldn't shake the thought that it was something else. He looked over at the battle-axe-wielding woman Ripley Tennant that was next to him. "Do you hear that?" She scowled at him. "Hear wha?" Being crashed through the tree line, slamming a blade into one of the human soldiers and knocking him to the ground. The figure stood tall, raising his knife-wielding fists in preparation for a fight and facing the entire squadron. "I am Onken the Stalwart, and you will not destroy our home," he shouted. The figure was tall and muscular and looked human-like. The devil would have thought he was a human, in fact, if it weren't for the being's 4 eyes staring at him. The devil stood and looked at the thing that just killed the soldier, then at the humans surrounding it, staring at it in shock. "What the freak is with this guy?" he asked. 3 of the human soldiers drew spears and rushed forward, but the Onken thing ducked beneath their simultaneous stabs, then leapt over at one of them, stabbing his knife into the soldier's throat and pushing them to the ground to bleed out. Another took a swipe at its back, but he reached over his shoulder and caught their spear, flexing its hand to break the wooden pole in half. Then he fully spun around to punch the soldier hard across the face, sending them tumbling back. Ripley Tennant and Asmo began drawing their weapons, but the devil held out his hands to stop them. "No, no," he said, "stay here. I want to watch." The scene of the humans' slaughter was pretty amusing. The devil was technically on the humans' side, but it was always entertaining to see them squashed, especially after all the frustration their species had caused him. After a few humans had died, the devil looked back and saw the fire from their bombs creeping up on them. He sighed, supposing that this little diversion had gone on long enough. He didn't want the mission to be compromised just because he'd gotten bored after all. No matter how funny it was to see those little humans explode into blood and guts. "Hey buddy," the devil walked forward, "let's cool it. Go ahead and skedaddle." Crunch. Onken stomped a foot through one of the humans' heads and looked over at the devil. "Ah, another challenger. Tell me, why do you destroy the forest? Perhaps we may depart on amicable terms if you remedy your blaze and promise to never return." No," the devil laughed. "I think I'll just kill you instead." Onken smiled at the challenge. Strange, the devil thought. He was used to people cowering in fear. No matter, really. He stepped forward and Onken charged, swinging his knife in a wild swipe across the devil's torso. The devil stepped back, the knife cut through nothing but air, and the devil threw a swing at Onken's head. "You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 2.81,000 damage using your fist. You have slain level 29 Fairy Champion." The devil huffed a breath, straightening his mildly ruffled clothes back out. There was a speck of blood on his left pant leg. He pursed his lips. He'd have to get that cleaned out later. Okay, the devil announced, keep moving. It took a moment for the humans to start marching again, but eventually he led them off in the direction they'd been heading before, the soldiers squelching over the corpses they left behind. Nobody said anything, obviously stunned into silence at the devil's show of power. Though he could hear some muffled sobs that the other soldiers tried to shush after he glanced in their direction. That was more like it, he grinned. Another half-hour later, and another detonated bomb behind them, the soldiers and the devil were on their way to the next planting site. But once again, the devil began to hear another rustling sound out in the trees. This time, a few of the soldiers seemed to hear it too, glancing around and looking for the source of the noise. But before anyone could do anything, a being crashed through the trees, yet again attacking the humans in his entrance with the tear of a knife. He looked similar to that Onkin one from before, with his solid build and 4 eyes, but he was still different enough that he was obviously not the same person. I am Onkin the Stalwart, and you will not kill me so easily, he said. Clearly the devil was mistaken. How did you survive? The devil took a step forward, eyeing Onkin curiously. He'd seen the butchered corpse of this thing from before. No way he could have lived through that naturally. Onkin chuckled. You clearly do not understand my might. Yeah, of course I don't understand, dumbass. That's why I'm asking why. You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 3.25 thousand damage using your fist. You have slain level 29 Fairy Champion. The devil frowned down at the reddened corpse. Still level 29, still a Fairy Champion. Seemed like he really was the same monster. Cut off his head, he ordered the nearest soldier. He wasn't sure how Onkin came back, but he didn't want another distraction like that again. Half an hour later, another bomb had been detonated, and the devil was glancing around suspiciously. It had taken about that long before Onkin had reappeared the previous time, and if he was coming back, it'd be around now. And just on schedule, the trees rustled and a figure burst from them. Once again, the figure was somewhat similar to the Onkins of the past, but not quite the same. He had different height, hair, and skin tone, but despite those differences. I am Onkin the Stalwart, and you will cease your destruction of our home. This time, Onkin seemed to have a target. He rushed at one of the soldiers near the back, stabbing his knife straight through the man's throat. A sack on the soldier's back fell to the ground, metal balls rolling to the ground. The bombs, the devil realized. Onkin had targeted the soldier tasked with holding the explosives. The fairy clenched his fists, raising them up to slam down on the bombs. The devil scowled. It was one thing to kill a few humans, but he would not allow this Onkin to ruin his mission. He rushed forward, but he was a bit too slow, and Onkin's fists crashed into one of the metal balls, crunching it and bursting one of the sides open, the explosive powder within spilling out, and the magical sigils inscribing it becoming useless. Just as Onkin broke one of the explosives, though, the devil arrived and slammed a fist through the fairy's skull. You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 2.98 thousand damage using your fist. You have slain level 29 Fairy Champion. The devil frowned, looking down at the dead enemy. He'd broken one of the bombs. It wasn't like that fully prevent them from completing their mission. Of course, they'd brought extras, but it was annoying. And it seemed like somehow this thing could come back from the dead. So Onkin would likely be able to destroy more if they gave him enough time. Where did he come from? He asked. None of the soldiers answered, instead solemnly looking down at the dead human. Right, the devil remembered. Humans seemed to get severely distressed if they saw another human die. So strange. He looked around and found the nearest human near him. He grabbed the soldier's arm and squeezed. Snap. You have struck level 7 human swordsman for 71 damage using your fist. The soldier fell to the ground, clutching her broken arm and screaming in pain. The devil rolled his eyes. Do I have your attention now? He asked. The soldier just groaned, trying to push herself back to her feet. I asked you a question. Tell me where Onkin came from. She didn't seem to hear him. He rolled his eyes and reached down to grab her other arm. Hey, Ripley Tennant, that berserker girl from the Royal Guard, grabbed his wrist. You said you wouldn't kill any of the humans. We had an agreement. She looked over at the other soldiers and called out, Do we have anyone left who knows healing spells? Someone help her. The devil chuckled. And what exactly will you do if I break that agreement? She stared into his eyes. I'll kill every soldier here, then kill myself. You can have fun doing this on your own. The devil clenched his jaw. Did this freaking human seriously just threaten him? But then she was pretty high level. She probably could kill most of the humans here before he could kill her first. He scowled. Just tell me where Onkin came from. She pointed without looking away from him, off in a direction in the forest. Over there, he came from that way every other time too, right? She nodded slowly, frown not melting away from her face. Good. I'll go solve the problem that you can't seem to figure out. You go ahead and finish setting this forest aflame. Fine, go. The devil scoffed and left. It was good that he was going to go and kill something because he really needed to let some anger out. A devil dashed through the trees of a dense, dark forest. The nighttime light made it difficult to see, but he was still able to weave through the trees and obstacles scattered throughout the hilly landscape. He sprinted through, eager to find that place Onkin kept coming back from. He was coming from the same direction each time, so if the devil just followed that same trajectory backwards, he'd find the place. Part of him was annoyed that this dumbass was interfering with his plans, and the other part was furious that he had to go out of his way to protect those humans after that Ripley Tennant woman threatened him to his face. The main thing those two parts of him agreed on was that he was angry. In his mood, he was eager to kill anything, not just Onkin, and that wasn't to mention the demotion he'd recently suffered. He had to admit that he'd thrown a bit of a temper tantrum about that, killing so many of the royal guards back in the throne room and acting so aggressively toward the king, but it had all worked out in the end. Well, mostly. He sure would have liked to have some more powerful soldiers working on this job, then he wouldn't have had to be chasing after this Onkin thing in the first place. He could have just sixed them after him, but here he was, facing the consequences of his own actions. Truthfully, he knew of many demons that would seriously disapprove of him going out like this to fight Onkin. Just killing the intruder when he came to attack them was one thing, but now the devil was actively seeking out a fight. As a devil, he wasn't supposed to be a fighter. That wasn't what his race was meant for. So for him to go out and seek out a fight like this, it was borderline blasphemy, but he wouldn't think so. In a way, he was still technically fulfilling his management duties of the Arlen Noda case, just using a more hands-on approach. Besides, those stuck-up demons that were above him didn't know shit about his job anyway. Who were they to judge his method of getting things done? If it accomplished the goal, it accomplished the goal. He was beginning to think that some of the rules and regulations put in place may not have been totally necessary. His thoughts were interrupted by a branch thwipping him in the face. Stupid trees, he thought. Stupid nature, stupid overworld, stupid freaking demotion. Stupid superiors dumping an entire division's worth of work onto a single demon and expecting him to do it. Stupid underlings unable to pull their own weight. And stupid freaking humans making his already stressful job infinitely harder. With hate in his heart and a scowl on his face, the devil sprinted through the forest, glancing around for any sight of where Onkin might have been coming from. But as he was searching for Onkin, he found something just as interesting. He stopped in front of a set of imprints in the ground, 3 pairs in total for 3 people walking through the forest. The demons had long since collected all information they could find on Arlen Noda, and that included his footprints. They knew his foot size, his shoes, and his stride length. And looking down at these prints now, the devil recognized them immediately. Arlen Noda and his 2 companions had been here. And judging by the direction they were headed, they'd been going in the exact direction the devil had been toward Onkin. The devil grinned. Not only would this help lead him to his fairy opponent, but it was also an interesting addition of context. Just what was Arlen Noda doing over there? The devil continued forward, now following the sets of footprints to his destination. Within minutes, he found something that seemed exactly like he was looking for. A circular wooden palisade cropped up through the tree line, and the devil slowed to stop. In front was a closed gate, guarded by nobody. In the dark night, he could see multicolored lights coming from inside the walls. Blues and purples illuminated the area. He walked up, examining the place from the outside. He didn't hear anyone moving around or saying anything, so whoever dwelled inside must not have known he was there. That changed soon. He approached the log gates. There seemed to be a hand crank that he could turn to open them. He rolled his eyes. Who would ever need to use that? Rearing back, he closed his fist and then struck. A devastating boom shook the land and the gates flew apart, scattering splinters everywhere. The entire area bustled into motion, the sudden sound apparently waking up all the sleeping residents. There were primitive tents and huts dotting the pathetic village, out of which gross-looking monsters stumbled, blinking wearily and looking for whatever caused the explosion. The devil just rolled his eyes and shoved his way through. The diverse group of monsters quickly realized that he was the intruder, but they couldn't really do anything about it. They certainly tried. They shouted at him in some language he didn't understand, and when he didn't react to that, tried to poke at him with spears and other toys, but he just kept walking. He made such a scene on purpose. Whoever Onkin was, he clearly cared about his home, and if he lived here, there was no way he'd let this go without appearing to at least see what happened. There was a big palace-looking thing in the middle of the village. Maybe the devil would go and check that place out to see if Onkin was hiding there. But as he made his way over there was a stomping sound coming from the distance. He stopped and listened to the familiar sound. "Oh," the devil asked. "Come to see me again?" Onkin ran from a side alley into the main street, glaring at the devil. At least the devil assumed it was Onkin. He looked like a different person once again, but still had those same base features. He was panting, obviously having sprinted here. "Leave here, demon," Onkin shouted. "This is your last warning. I do not care if it takes my body dying 100 times. I, Onkin the Stalwart, will strike you down. And so you don't consider it to be you dying, but rather your body," the devil muttered to himself. "And you got here pretty quickly, so you were probably already here when I broke in." I last killed you when 15 minutes ago, so if you regenerated immediately, you'd have already taken off into the forest to attack the bomb group again, but you were still here, which means you already knew I was coming here. No, you'd have intercepted me in the forest. Maybe it takes you that much time to come back. It takes you about 15 minutes, and why? Devil was interrupted by the swing of a knife from Onken, who had run up and attacked in a fury. The devil leaned back to avoid it, and when Onken swung again in a follow-up attack, he raised his arm to block the blow. Man, you are eager. Think you're gonna wear me down. The devil grabbed Onken's wrist and yanked him closer, grabbed his skull between his fingers, and slammed it against his knee. You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 3.71,000 damage using your leg. You have slain level 29 Fairy Champion. The devil kicked the corpse away from him, looking around at the fearful throng of fairies surrounding him. They backed away. Now, where are you gonna come from this time? He mused. The devil moved through the town, checking inside the various huts and tents for any sign of Onken or how he might have been coming back. The people in the village had long since fled away from him, so most rooms he checked were completely empty. He slowly made his way toward that palace in the middle of the village, too. Onken hadn't come from that direction before, so the devil didn't think he came from there, but it was possible that Onken had taken a deliberate detour to throw the devil off. As he searched, he heard the familiar footfalls of Onken and turned around to see the fairy leaping toward him, another knife in hand. He dodged the strike, drew back his fist, and struck. You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 3.06,000 damage using your fist. You have slain level 29 Fairy Champion. So you came from that way again. About 10 or 15 minutes again, too. He looked in the direction that Onken had come from that time and the time before, and headed off, listening carefully for any more suspicious sounds. So far, Onken was the only one that made any serious effort at killing the devil, but who knew what else might have resided in here? Ideally, Onken would be the strongest being in the whole village, but he had to be on guard just in case that was false. Another 10 minutes into his search, he finally found a building that looked a bit different from the others. This one was more decorated, like a place of worship, and it was located more closely to the palace than most of the other buildings. There were paintings lining the outer walls of this one, each depicting people fighting against each other, against animals, and even against nature. There were a few pictures of a person punching a boulder in half or kicking a tree down. It was much larger, too, taking up enough space to fit half a dozen of the normal buildings in its place. The devil opened this door. Inside was even weirder than the other buildings. Instead of the normally deserted interiors that he was used to, he found a mass of people that all looked suspiciously like the bodies Onken always came in. They were all sitting on the wide, empty floor with their eyes closed, seemingly in some sort of meditative state. The room was packed, too. There were easily over 100 of these motionless people in it. None of them reacted to his noisy entrance. He looked over the group of people, brows furrowed. Was this related to Onken's ability to regenerate? As he watched, though, one of the men seemed to stir. He was closer to the front, so the devil could get a good look at the previously still man twitch. His eyes flicked around beneath his eyelids, and his hands randomly clasped and unclasped. His breathing quickened, and then his eyes suddenly opened with a spasm of movement. The being took a deep breath, not yet noticing the devil watching him. I hate going through that so soon after I've done it already. Looked like Onken, acted like Onken, and now the devil could hear it sounded like Onken. He smirked. Hey bud, nice place you got here. Onken's head snapped over at him, eyes wide. While he glanced at the bodies surrounding him and without further ado charged at the devil with a raging war cry. He was obviously eager to chase the devil away. The devil ran to meet him and Onken raised his fist to slam it into the devil. The devil raised his fist at the same time, though, and slammed it into Onken's. You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 997 damage using your fist. The devil destroyed Onken's entire fist and arm, but the fairy still survived. Blood splattered across the room, sprinkling across the faces of the still unconscious others. So these are your other bodies, huh? The devil asked. This is how you kept coming back. Freak, you jerk. Onken clutched his mutilated arm, breathing heavily. Interesting choice of last words, the devil chuckled. If I kill the rest of these bodies, you're gone for good, right? Onken just stared at the devil. Well, I suppose you won't answer me whether I'm right or wrong, will you? No matter. I'll just have to find out the old-fashioned way. You have struck level 29 Fairy Champion for 4.11,000 damage using your fist. You have slain level 29 Fairy Champion. The devil took a breath and looked around the room. If he wanted to kill Onken for good, all he had to do was kill all of these things, presumably. He reared back and hit one of the bodies. You have struck level 11 Champion Vessel for 4.11,000 damage using your fist. You have slain level 11 Champion Vessel. It flew back, completely destroyed by his strike. Still, none of the others seemed to react. He looked across the wide room, packed full with the creatures. It would take some effort to kill them all, especially if he didn't want Onken to come back, and he was going to kill that nuisance. Well, time to get to work. A devil walked across some corpses in a big, bloody room. You have slain level 9 champion vessel. You have slain level 14 champion vessel. You have slain level 6 champion vessel. He'd killed at least 100 of the champion vessels at this point, and it was really starting to get tiring. There were only a couple dozen left, but still. He was so exhausted that it had started taking him 2 hits to kill them instead of 1, and that definitely didn't speed things up. You have slain level 12 champion vessel. You have slain level 8 champion vessel. Just as he was getting to the last few bodies to kill, one of them that was across the large room began to stir. He groaned and walked over to the body, but before he got there, Onken had awoken, getting to his feet with a gasp of breath and fluttering of his eyes. He looked around the room at the carnage that surrounded him. It wasn't like the devil didn't understand Onken's surprise at the scene. The entire room had practically been painted red by the blood of the bodies he'd killed, and the corpses of them scattered across the floor, broken little things bent in too many places. You really did it, Onken said, staring at the devil in horror. I mean, yeah, of course I did it. Did you think I was lying? Freaking idiot, he rolled his eyes. Please let me live, I'll serve you. You have proven yourself above me. I'll gladly serve you, please. Oh wow, I get to have you serve me now. Guy who's so freaking weak I can kill him 15 times over. Lucky me. The devil smashed his fist into another of the champion vessels. You have struck level 11 champion vessel for 3.8 thousand damage using your fist. You have slain level 11 champion vessel. Onken's face flushed white. You know, I may just let you live actually, the devil said after remembering something. Just give me some info. Yes, of course. Anything. Did you get anyone coming through here named Arlen Noda? Onken blinked. Yes, we did. Great, tell me why. He wanted a tribute for his nymph. After she became a dryad, she healed him of some sort of malady. That is all I know. And the devil took a breath. Then he crunched another champion vessel beneath his heel. You have struck level 10 champion vessel for 3.55 thousand damage using your foot. You have slain level 10 champion vessel. That left no more vessels in the room. Onken was the last one. If he died, he'd be dead for good. His breathing quickened in what the devil recognized as the primal fear one felt when confronted with powerlessness. Are you sure you don't know anything else? The devil asked, because I'd really like to know a bit more. He departed out in that direction, Onken pointed. I already know that, dipshit. Anything else that he said about where he was going? We know the direction, but not the destination. An empire. He said they were going to a neighboring empire. Didn't say which. That's good, the devil mused. It was useful if Onken was telling the truth. He'd have to consult his maps and try to figure out where Arlen Noda was heading. Maybe they could set up an ambush or blockade. Still though, I really do not like how much you don't know here. Please, I'll do anything. Tell you what, is there anyone who might know more about all this? The devil asked. Point me in their direction and I'll leave you here. The queen, she's in the palace in the center of the village. She spoke with them more so you can talk with her. Onken had a strange look in his eye when he said that, like he knew something the devil didn't. The devil didn't care though. Probably just thankfulness for what he assumed was mercy on the devil's part. Gratitude, the devil nodded and walked toward Onken. So you let me live? I didn't say that, moron. I said I'd leave you here. What does that? You have struck level 29 fairy champion for 4.33 thousand damage using your fist. You have slain level 29 fairy champion. Goodbye, dumbass. The devil shouted behind himself as he left Onken's corpse in the room. He opened the door and stepped outside, taking a breath of air from a place that wasn't full of blood. Okay, queen, let's see what you know. The devil stood in front of the massive double doors to the palace. He hadn't seen any citizens on his way there. They'd probably all hidden off somewhere, so it was a relatively peaceful walk, especially peaceful now that the pest was gone. Hopefully the devil could get some more useful information out of this queen character. Ideally, she'd be honest about what she knew. Well, most people got pretty honest once their lives were on the line. The devil shrugged and pushed open the doors. As he walked into the palace, he was greeted with a different sight than he'd expected. When he heard Fairy Queen, he thought of a little girl with wings, not that. The queen laid her gigantic body down on the floor, covering up almost the entire back wall of the room. Even in her prone position, her head was so massive that she still looked down on him. She bore her eyes into him without any sort of surprise. Rather, she just looked incredulous. So, her voice boomed across the room, making the devil jump. You blow up my forest, break into my village, and destroy my champion, killing him for good. What are you getting my attention for? The devil shook his head, trying to rid himself of his shock. She was different from what he'd expected, but he was adaptable. Hello. Normally, the queen interrupted. I think I would let you speak. You've proven yourself to be at least somewhat notable, so you probably have something of note that I might want to hear. So I would normally be interested in hearing you out. Not this time, though. At least, not for now. I think that you would highly benefit from hearing what I have to say first, actually. You see, I just don't think you know what's happening right now. I don't think you know who you're talking to or where you are. I think you're remarkably ignorant currently. And ignorance is weakness, so perhaps you could allow me to enlighten you. The devil squinted. Listen, I don't think you know who Ooh, I don't know who you are, do I? That's an incredibly interesting statement. Maybe I should let you speak, just because it sounds so entertaining to do so. But no, I'm not currently interested in wasting my time, I don't think. The devil set his jaw. Was she bluffing? What? I know that your name is Hagdulin Athara Babiadukne Sentapaduntorberg Sixunxhaxentep, she said with perfect pronunciation. Then she grinned a cruel smile. Or wait, no, I think I was slightly mistaken. That was your name, wasn't it, Hagdul? Don't you freaking? I believe that your name is currently Exhagdulin Athara Babiaduk. Ah, so short, I'd almost call it cute if it wasn't so ugly. Listen, the devil raised his voice. I don't know how you know my name and I don't really give a shit. Very impressive, I guess. Nice party trick. Now I think you'll find this pertinent. There's something you have, and it's the one reason why I have not freaking killed you yet, and I want you to give it to me. I want you to tell me everything you know about Arlen Nota and his companions, or... Do you want me to, or are you ordering me? Or maybe you need me to, or perhaps pleading. Hagdul, I'd like you to be a bit more clear, because to me it seems like you're trying to threaten me, and quite frankly, I'd like to know whether that's truly your intention, because I'd like to know how hard to laugh. He stared at her. I don't think you understand the predicament you've put yourself in. Now, I wouldn't call myself angry because you've wronged me or because you've killed my champion. Annoyed, yes. But not angry. No, truthfully, I respect the strength it takes to do that. And specifically, it is that strength you showed me today that is, how did you put it? Ah, yes, it is the one reason why I have not freaking killed you yet. The devil frowned. He obviously hadn't gotten through to her. No matter, just a simple situation of putting someone in their place. Seems we disagree about who has the power here. Would you like to fight? Maybe prove yourself. No, not particularly, but if you insist. The queen's eyes flashed. You have been inflicted with arcane blight. For the next 8 years, you gain the following effects. Your strength, endurance, and dexterity have been reduced by 81. You lose 81 mana every minute. You lose 810 health every hour. You are in extreme pain. The devil gasped and fell to the floor, hands clenching and fingernails digging into his palms. He could barely feel that, though, over the sensation of agony that racked over his entire self. He'd often heard people describe sensations of abstract pain as though it felt like something was happening to them. Something felt like getting stabbed 1,000,000 times, or like your eyes were filled with magma. This was not that. This pain did not feel like anything. It felt like the part of his mind that controlled pain was being electrocuted. That was what it felt like. Nothing more and certainly nothing less. It felt like suffering. He screamed in pain as black tears leaked from his eyes. His strength had left him, he could barely move, and his mind racked him with misery. The queen mused through his wails. Looks like I win. You put up a good fight, though. Most people just die instantly. Not that you'd actually die, of course. You've got a body down in the underworld too, right? He didn't respond. He could barely decipher language at this point. You're less talkative now, I notice. It's much nicer. Unfortunately, I do want to finish this conversation with you, so I'll allow you to speak once again. She lazily waved a hand. The arcane blight has been lifted. You no longer suffer from the effects of arcane blight. The devil sat on the floor, panting in exhaustion and fear. He looked up at the queen. What do you want from me? What do? I want, interesting question. I think I'd be willing to settle for you calling off this little invasion of yours. I suspect it has something to do with this Arlen Nota person you're so keen on knowing about. He got to his feet and brushed the dirt from his clothes. If she called off the curse, she was obviously open to discussion. He just had to be careful. I am not the one in charge of whether or not we try to catch Arlen Nota, so I do not know if the demons can call off the invasion. Then put me in contact with someone who is in charge of that. I can discuss it with them. The devil shuddered at what she must have meant by discuss. I'm afraid that may be difficult for me. Oh, you're afraid already. I strike fear into your heart. How flattering, she grinned. He grit his teeth. It will be difficult for me to do that. I was demoted, so I cannot call meetings with my superiors, not the ones that matter directly anymore. I'd have to wait for them to schedule a meeting with me, or I'd have to send in a request. I'd take quite a while. Then do that. There is no guarantee that it'll be possible, much less one of timing. Then how about I set a time limit? If I continue to see demons destroying my forest by the end of, say, 2 weeks, I will personally find and kill you, and it will be much worse than what you just experienced. The devil took a breath. He had no idea if she was bluffing. Could she really come to the underworld and kill him? Would she do it, even if she could? He hated himself for coming here. Why couldn't he have just left after killing Onkin? Or for freak's sake, he could have just fought Onkin off whenever he attacked the soldiers. Would it have been so hard to do that? But no, he just had to come picking around where he didn't belong. This was the second time that those bastard higher-ups had screwed him. First, they demoted him, and now they wouldn't let him just cut his losses and pull out of the overworld. And he knew they wouldn't let him just leave. What would they care that the queen was threatening his life? They'd more than proven him to be disposable. Threats like that may not be necessary, the devil said. I can personally promise you that your forest will no longer come under harm by the demons after this operation. And how would I ever trust your promises if you cannot back them up with strength? Your word is as useless as your body. She gave a weighty sigh, her lungs blowing wind throughout the room. I have said what I have to say to you, and you seem to have nothing of substance to say in return. So I believe our business is done here. I will send you away. No, no, you will not remove yourself, she said. The devil froze, confused. Hadn't she just told him to leave? The devil was left stunned by her massive figure. It was very different to look at her when she was standing, compared to when prone. Her head blocked out the moon from his perspective, a silver halo forming around her head. The queen bent down and reached a hand toward the devil, who yelped in surprise and scurried away from her grasp. Amused, she quickly caught him and clasped her hand around his body, lifting him off the ground. Trying to shake himself from her grasp, the devil looked down to the ground far, far below him. He could see the tops of the trees out in a wide expanse around him, a perspective he'd only ever seen in birds' eye perspective illusions down in the underworld. Don't worry, she brought him closer to her face. I will simply put you back with your human friends. No harm done. Or well, the only harm done will be to your body. What do you mean by? The devil was cut off by a sudden whipping of him through the air. The queen pulled her hand back him along with it, and he realized what was about to happen. He braced himself for an impact. The queen reared back fully and said, by Ex-Hagdal, don't come back. She threw him. The devil soared through the air at breakneck speeds as he quickly left the form of the queen behind him, zipping toward a far-off spot in the trees. He screamed as the wind's speed felt like it threatened to tear off his skin. The trees and ground got closer and closer and closer until... Crash, the devil was in a crater. His body felt broken and folded against itself in the hole he'd bored through the dirt. The trees around him had shaken from the impact. Freak, the devil groaned, another voice said. He looked up, blinking wearily, and saw that he had been thrown directly into the bomb squad he'd come from. The soldiers stared down at him. He shakily got to his feet, trying not to wince in pain as he did. I got rid of the Onkin problem. Now come on and finish planting these bombs. We're under a new time limit, and we are going to freaking kill Arlen Noda. After a full night's sleep, Irani, the Dryad, and I all woke up to the sun rising fully into the sky, finally casting illumination around us. Hells, it was probably already past noon. It felt like it had been much too long since I'd last seen the world cast in light, which was technically correct, since I'd spent an extra 2 hours in midnight using time loop the day before. I stretched and sat up from my position lying with Irani. We'd spent the night sleeping next to each other so she could practice her angelic shield, and it seemed like it had worked. At least, it seemed like we'd sustained contact throughout the night. I knew I'd been casting Noxious Grasp while I slept. Its spell XP had risen from 24 to 89 since I checked the previous night, so it should have triggered her spell too. How'd you sleep? Irani yawned as she sat up next to me. Fine enough, I said. So did it work, angelic shield? Oh right, she rubbed her eyes, obviously still trying to pull herself out of her sleepy stupor. Looks like it did, getting close to rank 10 at this point. And at that point, all we have left is getting you a spell crystal. Holy right, yeah, no idea where we'd actually find one though. Our only real option would be sneaking into a town, and I don't think that'd be a good idea. It wouldn't work to put one of the free spell ranks that come every second level for your class into Angelic Shield, would it? No, the spell ranks are only free in terms of XP. The 10th will always need a crystal. Damn, what level are you at this point anyway? I got to 12 recently. Put the rank into Firebolt as usual. It's not close to rank 20, but once I get there I'll need 2 spell crystals to get its upgrade. Cost goes up each time. So we'd need a spell crystal for both of them, huh? We're getting close to Kingdom's Edge, and settlements aren't common out here, much less ones that are stocked up on valuables like spell crystals. Wait, we're already close. Yeah, I laughed. Did you forget where we were going or something? No, I guess I just got lost in the stupor of travel that I forgot we were actually trying to end up somewhere. Yeah, we have been going for about a week now, haven't we? I nodded. Mountains should come into view soon, she breathed. Finally. Hard part's almost over then, I guess. Yeah, I looked around the area. Where's the Dryad? Irani blinked, turning around to search. I don't know. She was just here, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. We walked around the nearby area, searching for her. With her green, vine-covered skin, she had a bit of natural camouflage that made her difficult to see even when she was standing right next to me. But now I realized just how effective it truly was. I found myself searching around random trees and piles of leaves, thinking they were her when they really just resembled her natural look. Find her? Irani said, looking around on the other side of our makeshift campsite. No, do you think she? I was interrupted by the Dryad suddenly bursting through the trees, sprinting as fast as she could with her arms full of something. I stared at her as she passed through and across the other side of our campsite. It was animals. In her arms I could barely make it out, but it looked like she had her arms full of animals, a wood spirit, a rabbit, and maybe one other. What the freak? I said as I looked at Irani. The Dryad was already long gone, having passed through into the forest on the other side of our site. Was that? Yeah, what's going on? I looked over in the direction she came from. At first, I didn't see anything interesting, some trees, bushes, grass, a couple hills off in the distance, but then I noticed something else. Over the horizon, the sky looked strange, a mix of gray in the air and orange coming from the tops of the far-off trees. It was like freak forest fire, Irani shouted, looking at the same sight I was staring at. I looked back in the direction the dryad had fled into. There was fire coming from everywhere almost in a perfect semicircle around us, but in that direction there was none. Was the dryad saving those animals? She'd seen the fire or sensed distress from the nearby monsters and run off to take them to safety. We need to go. Irani grabbed my hand and ran off. We headed in the same direction the dryad had gone. The way the semicircle of flame was shaped, we only really had one option of where we could go anywhere else, and we'd either be headed straight into the fire, or skirting close enough to the edge that it could easily spread into that area by the time we got there. As we sprinted through the forest, I began to see many other animals and monsters fleeing for their lives as well. Even the normally hostile ones completely ignored us, seeming to understand the dire situation if they attacked us. They'd only delay their flight from the flames, not to mention they could get seriously wounded and doom themselves to be consumed by the inferno. A wood wraith bounded through the forest past us, whimpering in fear of the approaching heat. A pack of 3 animerecaps swung through the branches above, their long, spindly legs stabbing into tree trunks and flinging them far forward. I glanced through the forest as we ran and soon spotted the dryad, who'd stopped to help a day owl that had gotten its foot stuck in a fallen log. She got it free as we passed, and it flew off. She looked over at us and said something frantically in her own language, forgetting that neither of us had any idea what she was saying, but she seemed to remember halfway through and stopped, twisting her brow in frustration. I watched her pure white eyes glance around, trying to figure out how to portray what she wanted to tell us. Eventually, she seemed to settle on hand gestures, waving wildly to try and communicate something I couldn't understand. She kept pointing to the fire, then to me, then to the fire and back at me. Was she trying to tell me that the fire would kill me if I stayed here? I knew that already. Whatever, I shook my head. I'd just woken up and was suddenly fleeing from a forest fire. Now wasn't the time to be deciphering impromptu sign language. I took off running again. Every moment spent stationary was another moment the fire crept closer. We need to go, I said to Irani, who was looking at the dryad with her brows furrowed. We can figure that out later. She hesitantly nodded, and we ran off, shortly followed by the dryad, who also seemed to figure out that her efforts were fruitless. As we weaved through the trees and leapt over rocks and fallen branches, I looked around us at the distant fire. It wasn't incredibly close at the time, but I knew how quickly forest fires could spread. In no time, the ground we stood on would be charred and lifeless. The semicircle it formed around us was closing in, forcing us forward. I was very glad to have 2 things during our flight: a dryad that seemed to know the forest like the back of her hand, and a set of physical stats that were higher than an unclassed would be. Every point in dexterity helped a great deal to keep my legs limber and helped me find my footing any time I stumbled over a root. Strength helped me make longer strides and push off the ground even harder. And of course, my relatively exceptional endurance kept me from tiring out as quickly as I should have. All of that combined with the dryad's expert guidance helped us move more quickly than we ever would have otherwise. She led us through the frantic forest, taking us across in winding directions, seemingly to get the best, clearest path possible, though some of those detours seemed to also have the purpose of allowing her to free a stuck animal or two. Whatever, we were moving faster now than if we didn't have her, so she could have a few moments to do what she felt she needed to do. Irani was a huge help, as well. Occasionally, we'd come across a huge fallen tree that blocked the way, and she'd just hold out a hand and blow it to pieces with an explosive firebolt. It seemed like the dryad didn't know the whole forest. Then if a tree fell recently enough, she probably hadn't seen it yet, but it could have also been that the dryad was taking Irani's firebolt into account when finding our path. But then the dryad suddenly stopped, and Irani grabbed onto the back of my shirt to keep me from continuing forward. Shit, Irani cursed as I blinked and got my bearings. We were standing in front of a chasm, one that ran at least 10 paces wide and was so long I couldn't see either side. The ravine split the ground before us, leaving a deep line in between. It wasn't so deep that we'd get too hurt if we fell in, but the walls were steep enough that we wouldn't be able to get back out. I glanced around, trying to figure out how we could get across. I didn't like the run in one direction along the edge and hope we find the end before the fire finds us plan, but I wasn't seeing many other options. What do we do? I asked Irani, who looked just as lost as I was. We looked to the dryad, who was busy at work, rushing across the ground and grabbing things to carry with her. At first, I was hopeful she had an idea to get us across, but then I realized what she was doing. With a great toss, she lobbed a small rabbit to the other side of the ravine. Then she scrambled over to help a wood wraith across. Seems like she doesn't have any ideas to save us either, Irani said. Or if she does, she can't tell us what they are. I took a breath, trying to calm my nerves and assess the situation. The chasm was obviously much too wide to jump across, and it didn't seem like we could swing across with a vine or anything else like that. The dryad wasn't strong enough to throw people as big as us across, either, plus it'd still leave her stranded on the other side. We needed a way to get all three of us across, preferably as quickly as possible. I blinked. Could that work? No, surely not. If it didn't, it'd freak us over big time. I looked behind myself, back at the smoke rising from the distant burning trees. Forest fires moved fast depending on how windy it was. They could even move faster than we could run. If the fire caught up to us, even if we made it across in time, it could take us over even as we ran away from it. We needed to move as soon as possible, and that meant not spending an hour coming up with the perfect idea of how to get across a hole. Sometimes, you just had to use the first thing that came to mind. Hey, I pulled Irani over. I have a plan. Grab the dryad. 2 will need all the people we can get. Irani and I climbed up the oldest, most brittle-looking tree I could find. This was all part of our plan to get across the wide ravine that split the earth in front of us, preventing us from escaping the forest fire that slowly encroached at our backs. We weren't going to jump from it, even as high up as we were. We wouldn't be able to get enough distance on a straight leap, but getting as far up the tree was still a key part of the plan. I'd already explained the plan to Irani, but she still wasn't incredibly optimistic about the future results of my idea. This is insane, she said. We're all going to die, or break our legs, then burn to death. I straddled a branch and reached down my hand to help her up to the next one. Well, we can't really afford to be picky now, can we? She just shook her head, and we made our way up to the next branch. As we climbed, I looked up at the dryad, who had long since gotten to the top of the tree and was looking down at us, kicking her legs as she waited. She didn't know what we were doing, of course, but seemed receptive to Irani's mimed request to climb up the tree with us. She just bounded straight up to the top once she understood what Irani was asking. Sometimes I really envied her dexterity. Minutes passed as we slowly climbed up to the top of the tree. With my new vantage point, I could clearly see the surrounding fire creeping toward us, the time limit on my plan ticking steadily down. The plan technically could have worked with us lower down, but it wouldn't work as well, and I wanted the best odds I could get on this. Eventually, we made it up, and the fire was closer than ever. You ready? I asked Irani as she, the dryad, and I all sat at the top of the half-dead tree. We were straddled without legs around one of the sturdier-looking branches that was attached to the trunk. Absolutely not, Irani said. I laughed and nodded. Let's go, and then I activated Gravity Well, targeting all three of us. At rank 6, it increased gravity by a crushing 45, and I gasped from the sudden pressure that crashed down on me. Irani had a similar reaction, and the dryad, who had no idea what was coming, almost fell off the tree entirely. But we held on and then enacted step 2 of the plan, possibly the dumbest step of them all. Pull. I shouted, and we all leaned back, away from the trunk of the tree. The dryad, thankfully, just copied what Irani and I were doing. She seemed to understand that we had a plan. With the combined weights of all three of us, each of which had been increased by almost an additional half, I began to hear the brittle tree crack. We tried to push it down the old-fashioned way, but with no tools to get the job done and a very limited timetable, we had to resort to this. It could have technically been possible for Irani to blow a tree down with a firebolt, and we could cross that, but we didn't really have any way of controlling how it fell, and so it would have likely taken quite a bit of trial and error and thus time. We would have chopped one down with the dryad's whip, but neither Irani nor I knew how to use it like she did, and the dryad herself didn't really seem to get what we were asking her to do when we tried getting her to help us. What we had done, though, was use her whip to at least saw a gash in the tree's trunk. We couldn't lash out with it like she could, but with a bit of effort and teamwork between me and Irani, we'd pushed and pulled to create a sizable cut in the wood facing the ravine. It had taken a while to even get that much, though, so we knew we wouldn't be able to get the whole thing down in time purely with cutting, and that was where this plan had been born. Another crack interrupted my thoughts, and this time I could feel the entire tree shift under our weights. With our leverage coming from the very top of the tree, even our relatively small collective weight could be enough to sway it, and when it was boosted by my spell, it seemed to be getting the job done. Another crack. This time it was an even bigger shift. On. Freak, I screamed as the entire tree came down from under us. I hurriedly shut off Gravity Well as I felt a complete weightlessness under me, the tree that was once supporting me now tipping down to the ground. I could barely process the screams of Irani and the wide eyes of the dryad before I crashed into the ground. You have been crushed. 51 damage. Your health is 59. I coughed and opened my eyes. Arlen, Irani yelled. She was knelt by my side, trying to lift something off my chest. It was a branch, one from the tree we'd felled. I looked around. It had fallen well and created a bridge across the ravine. We'd landed on the other side anyway, of course, so it wasn't like a bridge was necessary for us to get back to the place we'd just worked so hard to get away from. But I watched as a flood of animals ran across the newly formed connection, fleeing to safety. So at least we'd saved them. That probably make the dryad happy. I grunted and tried to help Irani lift the branch from my chest. It was heavy, though, still being attached to the entire tree itself, and I couldn't get it. Freak, I groaned. The pain in my chest from the branch landing on me was not helping my efforts, to say the least. I watched as the dryad ran over from the side, having only just then gotten up herself. Seeing the predicament, she reached for her whip and drew it out, the sharp thorns shining in the sunlight. I felt a pang of fear when I saw her grab her spiny weapon. Was she just going to put me out of my misery here, to avoid me feeling the pain of burning to death? I struggled harder to get out from under the branch, and she drew her whip back and lashed down, severing the tree branch from the trunk. The branch fell to the dirt with a thunk. I sighed. She was just helping me get out. Irani rolled the branch off my chest and helped me up. Belatedly, I realized I had the regenerate talent now and could use my stamina to help recover my health. I activated it right away. You have activated regenerate. You will gain 15.5 health over the next 10 seconds. 35.4 stamina cost. Your stamina is 74. Come on, let's get moving, Irani said. We don't have much time. We ran off, further into the forest and away from the fire, just barely outpacing its quick spread. I glanced behind me to see that the flames had got close enough for the smoke to actually be in view behind us. The black wall overtook the place we'd just been, covering the trunk we'd worked so hard to fell and certainly suffocating any animals that were still stuck on that side of the ravine. Soon enough, it'd all be charred to a husk anyway. I worked to run even faster than I had been before. Regenerate wore off, leaving me at 75 health, still below what I had without a class. I had enough stamina to activate regenerate one more time and did so without hesitation. As important as stamina was, I didn't want to get blindsided by some frenzied monster out of nowhere and die in one hit. You have activated regenerate. You will gain 15.5 health over the next 10 seconds. 35.4 stamina cost. Your stamina is 38. We kept running as it took effect, eventually raising my health to 90, which while low was much better than before. And with the major roadblock that was the ravine out of the way, we slowly increased our distance from the wall of fire. We didn't slow our pace, though, continuing through the forest and gasping for breath in the thick smoke, we all pushed ourselves to the limits. We moved for hours upon hours, with me continuing to activate regenerate whenever I got enough stamina, and the quickly setting sun soon moved the time to night. When I looked behind us, I could see the soft glow of the distant fire, slowly growing more and more intense. Ironically, our life and death flight from the blaze quickly grew boring, becoming more of a test of constitution than a high-stakes, fast-paced race through the wilderness. We took brief breaks to catch and eat things in moments when we felt we couldn't continue any longer without sustenance. Whenever we found an animal that was severely wounded and had no possibility of truly escaping and living on its own anymore, I'd kill it and we'd eat that. I mainly did this because it was easier and faster to finish off a wounded animal than fight down one at full strength, but I also didn't want to upset the dryad. I had a feeling she wouldn't appreciate me going around and killing the same thing she was doing so much trying to help. Eventually, enough time past that time loop once again came back to me. I'd already used it that day because of the fairy village, having waited until midnight for it to refresh back then, too, so it was good to finally have it back. It put me slightly at ease now. Even if we were overtaken by the fire, I'd still be able to go back a few hours with the two uses of it and make things right. We continued through the night. Eventually, the fire could burn itself out and we wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. As long as we didn't run into any major roadblocks, it was possible we'd be home free. But then we reached a clearing, and I realized we quite literally couldn't go on. In the middle of the clearing was a blockade. Tents formed a long line across the seemingly endless field, and throughout the barricade of tents were scattered ballistas and cannons, all aimed toward our side of the forest. And of course, manning this machinery were demons. Infernals stomped through the campsite with their ugly, angry faces, staring off into the tree line in obvious search. And what made me even more furious was that the demons weren't alone. Standing among them were humans, regular humans, soldiers and common folk, colluding with the underworld to man the blockade and ready the siege weapons. It was obvious who they were here for. And judging by the positioning of this blockade and the positioning of the wildfire behind us, it was obvious how they knew we'd cross through this exact place. I looked over at the dryad, who was staring at the humans and demons alike with an expression of pure rage and malice. I remembered what she'd been trying to tell me before, back when we'd first noticed the fire. She'd pointed to me, then the fire, back and forth between us. Now it was obvious. She was trying to tell me that the fire and I were connected. She knew it was unnatural. She'd probably figured out based on the timing of it, or the shape, or the nature of its spread. She was a guardian of the forest, of course she'd know an authentic fire when she saw one. I sighed, frustrated with myself for brushing her off in my panic. It would have been very helpful to know that we would be running right into a trap, but here we found ourselves. Hundreds of demons and soldiers in front of us, armed with weapons and explosives, and a wild blaze behind us, forcing us ever forward into the hands of those very enemies. We were completely and totally freaked. Rani, the Dryad, and I stood at the edge of the clearing, the blockade of tents and soldiers in front of us and fire behind. They were so well manned that it was incredibly unlikely we'd get through undetected, and they were well equipped enough that I doubted we could just charge through. Shit, I muttered, glancing around to try and find some way through this. Unfortunately, this situation wasn't like the ravine with the tree before there were no clever solutions. Only an impenetrable wall in front of us and an unstoppable force of nature pushing us into it. Think we could go around? Irani whispered to me. Doubt it, I shook my head. Look to the sides, it goes on further than I can even see. And I doubt that, if they went through all this effort, they'd make it short enough for us to just walk around. The Dryad seemed similarly frozen with indecision. What could we even do? Before I could decide on anything, though, I heard a distant blast and then saw a projectile hurtling toward us. The huge metal sphere came from a nearby cannon, its operator yelling to get the attention of the others. We'd been spotted. Duck, I shouted and leapt aside to the ground. Irani and the Dryad seemed to understand too, dodging out of the way just in time. A blast shook the ground and deafened my ears as the bomb impacted a tree behind us, creating a massive explosion to rival Irani's firebolts. Apparently their ammunition was explosive. Shit, run, Irani shouted and sprinted out into the clearing. She was right. We'd been spotted, and now there was little to do but rush forward and try our best to get through. The Infernals and human soldiers quickly drew their weapons upon spotting us, preparing for a fight. We were still about 100 paces away from them, but we were quickly closing the distance. Humans from the back drew their shortbows and notched their arrows as the Infernals turned their ballistae and prepared them to fire. We were still out of range for any of my spells to reach them, so I simply had to prepare myself to take the fire head-on. In an instant, they all shot. Arrows sped toward us, ballista bolts launched forward, and bombs shot from cannons. I ducked beneath an arrow and shot another with a ray of frost, the magic disintegrating the wood before it could reach me, but the cloud of projectiles was too thick and I couldn't dodge all of them. An arrow stuck itself into my stomach and another grazed my cheek. You have been stabbed by a point. 62 damage. Your health is 188. You have been sliced by a point. 12 damage. Your health is 176. I wheezed from the pain. It seemed like my high pool of health helped keep the wounds from damaging my body too much, with the arrow that struck my stomach not actually impaling me. Instead, it just pushed into my skin and bounced off. Still, it hurt like the hells regardless, and I wasn't confident in my now lowered health pool's ability to brush off a hit like that again. Irani, with her lower dexterity and fewer options to fight back against the arrows, couldn't prevent them from hitting her. So instead, she stood still and let them, and the pointed steel tips of the arrows simply glanced off her skin, the glowing wires of angelic shield repelling the projectiles. Before I could get my bearings after the barrage of arrows, the ballista shots and bombs came. I ducked as a gigantic bolt flew right over where my chest had been and looked up to see the explosion of Irani casting a firebolt at one of the approaching bombs. Didn't detonate the bomb midair, they must have been enchanted against fire, but it still did push the bomb back, where it landed safely in the field in front of us. The firebolt's blast flung away many of the other projectiles that threatened to hit us too, leaving me with a brief moment of much-needed solace before the next wave of shots. We continued sprinting forward, slowly closing the distance between us and the barricade. My furthest reaching spell, Crippling Chill, had a range of 40 paces. We were still around 80, maybe 75 paces away, though, so it was still effectively useless. It was times like these that I wished I had some better movement options. But it was okay, we'd proven that we could survive their long-range attacks, so all we had to do was keep approaching, and eventually we could get in range to start doing some damage. But just as I thought that, as our enemies were reloading, a group of Infernals stepped out of their campsite, looking at us with angry eyes. I noticed they had an accessory that most Infernals didn't have, too. Normally, Infernals were naked, they didn't wear anything on their humanoid bodies, but these Infernals each had a shining bronze ring on their finger. It was clearly magical, but what did it do? Before I had time to figure that out, they charged. Our enemies clearly didn't want to give us the time to get within our effective range to their heavy weaponry. The Dryad surged forward at the sight of the approaching squad of Infernals, far surpassing me and Irani in speed. She had a look of rage on her face that told me to be worried for the demons, not her. Just as the Dryad got within about 50 paces of the line of tents and weapons, and only a few paces from the Infernals, something happened. She stepped on the ground and pushed off to leap up at them, but just as her foot impacted the dirt, an explosion came from right under her, shaking the earth and blasting her backward. She tumbled through the tall grass and came to a stop near us. I slowed to a halt, trying to see what blown her up. Nobody had shot a bomb at her or cast a spell. I would have noticed that. It was like the explosion had come from under the ground. I blinked and looked down. Could it have been? Irani, stop, I said. I think they have explosives planted in the ground. She halted and glanced around. Freak, you may be right. Another barrage of projectiles launched just as the Dryad began getting to her feet. I shot a couple more arrows with Ray of Frost and backed away as a bomb impacted the ground. The infernals continued approaching, and this time I wasn't sure how to handle them. How were they not triggering the explosives? If they were weight-triggered, the infernals were obviously much heavier than her, so they should have blown themselves up many times by now. I didn't know if I could approach or if I needed to fall back. Was where I was standing even safe? Regardless, I could at least fight from a range. Right when the infernals entered my effective radius, I cast Crippling Chill on each of them. There were 6 in all, which was a hefty drain on my mana, but by now my conjuration could handle it. You have cursed level 27 Infernal with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, it loses 7.76 health and 6.21 stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 15.5, 56.2 mana cost. Your mana is 354. You have cursed level 25 Infernal with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, it loses 7.76 health and 6.21 stamina each second, and its dexterity score is lowered by 15.5, 56.2 mana cost. Your mana is 298. With the curses laid on the infernals, they immediately stumbled and slowed from the dexterity drain. However, even though they stumbled, they were noticeably less affected by the spell than the other times I'd cast it on their type. Even the level 21 Infernal, relatively low for its species, was much less disoriented and slowed than the higher-leveled infernals I'd fought before. They very quickly recovered from my spells and continued their charge. I looked at the notifications. It had drained them the exact same amount of dexterity as it should have if they had something that lessened that drain. It would have told me so what was going on. I felt completely unprepared. The Dryad was still nursing her wounds from being blown up. She hadn't been severely crippled, but the burns from the fire, cuts from the shrapnel, and bruises from the fall were obviously more than trivial. I was left having effectively wasted over 300 mana on something that clearly wasn't as effective as I'd anticipated it to be, and we still had no idea what blown up the Dryad. I wished I could have directly asked her what had happened. She'd probably seen whatever it was that exploded when it happened, but she had no way to convey to us what it was. At the very least, I could try my best to take out or at least temporarily occupy these infernals. She nodded. I charged at the group of demons, who seemed excited to finally get a chance to kill me. I resolved to make them regret their excitement, at least a little bit. When I got close enough, I shot one of them with a Ray of Frost. You have struck level 21 Infernal for 49 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 21 Infernal with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.7, 23.2 mana cost. Your mana is 275. I shot the lowest level one intentionally. I planned to pick them off one by one, focusing on each infernal until it died, then moving to the next. I'd start with the weakest. The 6 demons surged toward me, and I tried my best to stagger them back with rays of frost so that they wouldn't all get to me at once. This didn't work too well. The damage from the spell wasn't high enough to give them pause on its own, and the dexterity debuff still wasn't doing much to them for some reason. Whatever it was that made them resistant to it, it worked on all spells, not just Crippling Chill. I rushed up to the level 21 Infernal, who looked eager to get a shot at killing me. It lifted his hands, preparing to slam them down on my body, but just as it moved to attack, I slid across the ground in between its legs. Then, before it could turn around, I leapt to my feet and up onto its back, activating Noxious Grasp the moment my skin touched its. It roared in pain and irritation as the spell sapped its health and the curse of Venomous Grasp took hold, draining its stamina. The other Infernals approached once they saw me clinging onto their comrade, ready to tear me off. I held out one hand to shoot off a couple rays of frost, trying to fend them off for as long as possible, but it didn't delay them long. Soon enough, I was forced to jump off to avoid them. You have struck level 21 Infernal for 139 damage and drained 140 stamina over the course of 8.6 seconds using Noxious Grasp. 40.4 mana cost. Your mana is 186. I rolled across the ground, getting to my feet and facing off against the 6 Infernals snarling at me. My back was to the barricade, so I could see Irani helping the Dryad to her feet. She looked up and saw me with the 6 Infernals rushing toward me and lifted a hand to shoot off explosive firebolt. 3 balls of flame launched out and impacted the Infernals' backs, causing the hit demons to stumble under the weight of the blast. In fact, the 3 that were hit did more than stumble. They flew forward and fell completely flat on the ground. I blinked, surprised. That was way more of an effect than what I normally saw when they were hit. Normally, they'd just stumble and look a bit irritated, but now it was similar to when she shot a firebolt at the smaller, lighter animals that we'd sometimes fight. They were punched to the ground, as though their body offered much less resistance than normal. Before I could ponder on this irregularity, though, I felt a sharp pain in my back and stumbled forward at the force of something hitting me. You have been stabbed by a point. 49 damage. Your health is 127. I turned and saw a barrage of arrows flying toward me from the soldiers. One of them had pierced right into my shoulder. Freak, I quickly ducked and avoided one aimed straight for my head, then looked back at the infernals, 3 of which had approached and were preparing to attack. I leapt forward, rolling across the ground and snapping the arrow shaft that was still stuck in my back in the process. You have irritated an open wound. 15 damage. Your health is 112. I got to my feet and shot a few rays of frost at the closest infernal, which, if I'd been tracking them correctly, was the level 21-1. My mana fell to 93, and I dealt something like 200 damage to it, which seemed to be enough to injure it and slow it down. I heard an explosion behind me and turned around again to see the next barrage of projectiles. This time the cannon shot bombs and the ballista bolts flying toward me. The bombs soared over my head and toward Irani and the Dryad. I didn't dare look back to see how they fared. I'd just have to trust that they'd make it out. As for the half-dozen ballista bolts, those seemed to be all aimed at me specifically. I took a step back, wary of the demons behind me, and just as the bolts were all about to collide with me, I leapt up to jump over them. One of the bolts caught my foot, though, tripping me mid-air and flipping me around so that I crashed into the ground head first. Another damage notification informed me that my health was now in the 30s. But then I heard the gory sound of impalement and turned around to a grisly but fortunate sight. The level 21 infernal had been standing in just the wrong place and caught 2 of the ballista bolts to its chest. They'd sunken halfway through before wedging themselves to a stop, poking through its back and causing the infernal to spurt blood from both its front and back, through both of the newly created in its upper body. It groaned and breathed raggedy breaths, falling to its knees, as the other infernals stopped to look at it in shock. Sensing my opportunity, I aimed my hand and shot off a couple more rays of frost straight at the near-dead infernal. You have struck level 21 infernal for 49 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 21 infernal with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.7, 23.2 mana cost. Your mana is 70. You have struck level 21 infernal for 49 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 21 infernal with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.7, 23.2 mana cost. Your mana is 47. You have offered moderate contribution toward the slaying of level 21 infernal. You have earned 282 XP. Your XP is 348. I took a breath. With my mana so low, I wouldn't be able to handle these 5 remaining infernals, much less the entire blockade of soldiers, and I still wasn't even sure how to get to them if I could fight them off. I had no idea what had blown up the Dryad when she'd tried to cross over the clearing to get to them, or how to avoid it happening to me. I backed away from the approaching infernals as I looked back at Irani, who was still working on getting the injured Dryad to her feet. Were any of us in shape to fight past these enemies? I felt like it was time to cut my losses and activate Time Loop, and I almost did right then, but then I had an idea. If I accepted this timeline as doomed, then there was no reason to get a bit more information out of it before I went back. It'd suck, sure, but being dead because I didn't know enough would probably suck more. So, lesser of 2 evils. I backed away from the infernals more and more, then turned around and broke into a full sprint toward the soldiers in the barricade. My enemies manning the ballistae and cannons looked at each other, obviously surprised and cautious at my sudden decision to charge at them, but mostly just looked excitedly at me, like they were anticipating a victory. Of course they'd expect a victory, though. I was running straight into their trap. I looked down as I ran, trying to peer through the tall grass and find whatever it was that had blown the Dryad up. I searched the dirt for the answer until... Clank, I stepped on a small metal plate. About a second after I put my full weight on it, I felt the enchantment inside activate, and... You have been blown up, 208 damage. Your health is 0, you have died. Well, now I knew what was causing those explosions. I awoke in the in-between place and shivered. Well, not really shivered, still didn't have a body in here. I knew what I was up against, now I just had to surpass it. I would come back to a raging forest fire, run from it, and arrive at the line of soldiers that were prepared to block my path. I considered trying to go around them, but rejected the idea after a moment's consideration. I'd seen no end to that blockade the time before, and would only be wasting precious time by taking the detour. There was no reason to believe they'd set it up so that we could just walk around. Why would they? Considering the man-made forest fire and copious amounts of explosives, they were obviously willing to expend massive effort on killing me. Besides, at least in the area we'd fought before, I had precious information about what was waiting for me. If I went to a different area in an attempt to find a way around them, what if the types of enemies changed as well? They could be using different weapons, or on a different landscape that I had less information about. I only had 2 more tries at this, and I couldn't waste one on taking a chance that relied on the demons only setting up the blockade in a random, small section of land for no reason. I had to get as much information about this specific area as I could. That would give me my best chance of winning. I felt myself beginning to be ejected from the dark space, and hurriedly chose a time to go back to 1 hour and 30 minutes ago, back before we'd even known about the blockade. And then I was back, fleeing through the forest next to Irani and the Dryad. I shuddered, breathing heavily and glancing around. The exhaustion from our constant running flooded back into me even if I was just there for a moment. The solace not having a body provided me was well appreciated when I was this tired. And of course, coming back after dying was always a bit disorienting, to say the least. I took a breath, pausing to collect my thoughts and calm my nerves. I knew who we were fighting and what tricks they could pull. They had the advantage in numbers and firepower, but I had the advantage in information. Well, they undoubtedly knew most of what I could do at this point, actually, so it was more like I'd finally evened the playing field in terms of information, and was outmatched in most other ways. But still, I at least had a simple goal to complete. All we had to do was walk forward a couple hundred paces. They had to kill someone who could travel through time. Irani looked over at me. She'd walked a bit ahead of me since I'd stopped to try and figure things out. "What is it?" she asked. "Time loop," I said, feeling a bit bad for alerting her like this, especially after we just resolved my poison crisis. "There's a blockade ahead of us. Demons." Her eyes instantly sharpened. "How close?" "We've got about an hour and a half of travel before we get there. So not too near, but we'll have to get through them." What ended up going wrong? I explained what exactly had happened as we continued on. "Landmines, huh?" Irani sighed once I was done explaining. We'd continued our familiar trek through the forest by now, the Dryad having no idea of what laid ahead of us. Yeah, that seemed to be what they'd done. No idea how many there are, but I'm gonna assume it's a lot. "What's the plan then?" I shrugged. "Get past them, I guess." She laughed nervously. "Not much of a plan." "Yeah, well, I'm not sure what else we could do. There are too many demons to beat them all in fair combat, not to mention all the human soldiers. Even if we don't count the reinforcements that'll be coming from the other sections of their encampment once the fighting starts, there are dozens of them in that one area. I literally don't have the mana to beat them, and I doubt you do, either. And the Dryad'll run out of stamina eventually." She pursed her lips, obviously thinking the situation over and trying to figure something out herself. "And you're sure the demons that fought you out there weren't triggering the mines at all? They weren't just avoiding stepping on them? Because we could try luring them into the field and pushing them onto the explosives to blow them up. I'm pretty sure the things just weren't activating from them. I didn't see any of the infernals looking down as they crossed the minefield, at least. And they didn't seem incredibly cautious about it. They could have been remotely detonated, honestly. Maybe they just had someone activating them manually when we got close to the mines. Could have also been those rings I mentioned before. I never figured out exactly what they do. That makes sense, I guess. Not sure how they'd know when you stepped on one of them, though. The mines were small and hidden in the grass, right? As for the rings, who knows? Could be an exemption enchantment or something, but that seems a bit too expensive to pull off even for them. Yeah, I'm really not sure. We continued through the forest, discussing possible strategies to try and get through the blockade ahead of us until we eventually arrived at the clearing. We stopped short of revealing ourselves, keeping concealed in the trees. "Holy shit," Irani muttered when she saw the encampment ahead of us. "You weren't joking. That's a lot of soldiers." "Yeah, it certainly is." I looked behind us. The smoke was still approaching, closer now than it was before. We had time, but not much. "Still think the plan'll work. It's not that I think it'll work, it's more like I think everything else won't." "Well, that's confidence building," she muttered. "Hey," I said, "would you rather I build your confidence or tell the truth? Preferably you could do both." "Not happening," I grinned. "Now get ready to go. This plan hinges on you, remember." "Oh, I remember all too well." "That's why I'm asking you to build my confidence in it. I believe in you." "That's not very confidence building and also probably not truthful." "Yes to both," I laughed. "All right, let's go." We both sprinted forward into the clearing, followed shortly by the Dryad, who seemed surprised at our sudden charge. She quickly caught up to us with her superior speed, though. The soldiers in the lined-up encampment soon noticed our charge and prepared to attack, the humans drawing their bows and the infernals manning the cannons and ballistae. By the time we were about 70 paces from the barricade, they unleashed their fire. I ducked and weaved between arrows while still sprinting forward at full speed. Irani blew away the cannon fire with a couple explosive firebolts, and the Dryad gracefully leapt over a speeding ballista shot, leaving it to impale a tree behind us. While the soldiers reloaded their fire, the 6 infernals left the encampment to block our approach. They had been the main thing preventing us from getting any closer the time before, keeping us occupied while the soldiers in the back continued to shower us with projectiles, and keeping us too distracted to safely navigate the minefield they'd laid out before themselves. Not to mention, 6 infernals were an incredibly daunting set of foes to fight in the first place. But this time we had a plan to get past them. Once we passed the 50-pace mark, where I'd noticed the landmines cropping up before, Irani and I began scanning the ground, keeping an eye out for any metal plates. Now that we knew they were out there, it wasn't too difficult to avoid them at least. It wasn't difficult to avoid them when the infernals were out of reach and the soldiers were reloading. Whenever I spotted a shine in the grass, I simply averted my course, or stepped off to the side to keep myself from touching it. I had to pull the dryad out of the way of stepping on them occasionally, but she seemed to get the idea of what we were avoiding after a couple times, and began keeping an eye out herself. It seemed like the devices weren't remotely triggered, considering how long I'd been around them without them going off. Instead, it looked like my initial suspicion of them being triggered by contact was correct. How the infernals avoided triggering them, I still wasn't sure, but my suspicion that it had something to do with the rings on their fingers was growing stronger by the moment. Maybe it was, as Irani had said, a simple exemption enchantment. I didn't know much about that type of magic, but I knew that some alarm enchantments could be bypassed by having certain enchanted items that specially designated the owners as exceptions to their triggers. But that wasn't something to worry about now. Our 6 opponents approached and prepared to engage. We didn't plan on granting their wish, though. "You're sure this is safe?" Irani asked me as we ran. "I saw the damage numbers myself. I should be fine, and I've got you to keep me safe, remember." Yeah, it's the operative word, should there, that worries me. Well, you know what they say, action is the enemy of anxiety. So let's stop thinking and just do it. I held out a hand to block the dryad from moving forward, which seemed to get the idea across to her that I'd be going ahead without her. And then I rushed forward, straight into the crowd of infernals. Grinning, they stepped toward me, completely surrounding me on all sides the moment I got within reach. Before any of them could attack, however, I glanced down one last time. I spotted a nearby landmine sitting a few paces in front of me. It was between one of the infernal's legs. Now that I'd found it, though, I didn't avoid it. "Now," I yelled back to Irani as I leapt forward and stomped directly on the thin metal plate. The magic within activated, gathering mana from the surrounding air. I knew from experience that these things took about a second to go off after you triggered them, so I instantly dove ahead into the ground, now behind the group of infernals that were left standing around a bomb about to go off. Irani, upon hearing my call, launched off an explosive firebolt, aimed at the landmine. Or really, it was aimed slightly ahead of the landmine, so it would impact the ground between me and it. Just as I hit the ground, Irani's firebolt impacted and blasted the landmine further away from me, straight into the middle of the group of infernals. And then, a second had passed, and it exploded. The detonation shook the ground and blasted back all of the infernals in the fiery inferno. 5 of the 6 stumbled backward and landed on their butts, and the 6th was launched all the way off its feet, bouncing to the ground a dozen paces away. I'd noticed that Irani's firebolt had pushed them away an extra distance in the previous timeline, so logic would dictate these landmines would as well. Seemed my bet was on point. In the infernal's disorientation, Irani was now free to run ahead, and she dragged the dryad with her. We'd cleared the path to the main blockade now, but we hadn't won, not by a long shot. Not only would we have to fight our way through the line of tents and soldiers, we'd also have to get through the minefield. Sure, the infernals were dealt with for now, but the rest of the soldiers still very much had their weapons, and moving through the field while dodging the barrages of arrows and other projectiles was more than deadly enough. Irani arrived and stood next to me as I readied myself to charge forward, but just as I did, I heard a noise behind me. Glancing behind myself, I saw as the dryad jumped up onto one of the infernal's backs and then leapt off, launching herself up and ahead of me and Irani. And then I felt a tug on my ankle. I looked down to see that the dryad's whip had been wrapped around my foot and Irani's too. The spikes seemed like they'd been retracted into the vine when the freak was the dryad able to do that. With a sudden yank, she flung her hand forward, pulling the whip and thus us with her. She launched us through the air with the momentum she'd gotten from her leap, as well as a freakton of manual strength, and I found myself screaming and tumbling through the sky, no idea which way was up. There were apparently a lot more differences between nymphs and dryads than I'd originally thought, but just as I was reflecting on my ignorance, I hit the ground, slamming into the hard dirt and rolling to a stop. "You have been slammed against something. 24 damage. Your health is 226, but I didn't sit still. The moment I found which way was down, I scrambled to my feet and raised my hand, shooting off rays of frost at basically anything nearby that looked capable of movement. We were in the middle of the encampment, soldiers on every side and infernals bearing down on us. Green tents peppered the surrounding area. Damage notifications flooded my view as the already panicked backliners were hit with spell after spell, and eventually my mana dropped down to 473. Irani stood soon after, and I watched the familiar white lines of angelic shield's protection fade away while she shot off explosive firebolts of her own at humans and demons alike, prioritizing those that manned the expensive, fragile-looking cannons and ballistas. It seemed like they were enchanted with some basic protection spells to keep them from breaking too easily, but that didn't mean they were indestructible. The dryad landed gracefully between us as Irani, and I shot off our many spells at the surrounding soldiers. I appreciated the help getting across the minefield, but I also probably would have preferred some forewarning. Not that she could give us any, though, I sighed to myself. With the nearby soldiers disoriented or maimed by our attacks and our position in the enemy lines relatively secure, I prepared to take off and flee into the other side of the forest, getting away from the barricade and the fire and finally being home free. But just as I began to move, I looked down and realized there were still landmines surrounding us. Those bastards had filled their own base with explosives. I glanced around, trying to figure out the best path forward. Soldiers surrounded us. Infernals were getting to their feet. Burning rubble from Irani's firebolts blocked any straight shots out of the camp, and the rest of the ground was covered in those damned metal plates. How did they even move around in here? I glanced at the nearby soldiers who were still recovering from our attacks. They all had those rings on their fingers. It had to be that any remaining doubt about my theory had been washed away at this point. Those rings, in one way or another, made them exempt to the triggering mechanism of the mines. How else would they have avoided blowing themselves up? The soldiers had begun to regroup at this point, the humans taking up their bows and pointing them at us, and the infernals taking point, approaching us cautiously. There had to be at least 50 enemies, all with their full attention trained on us. Did your plan go past the getting into the enemy base point by any chance? Irani asked. No, not really, I said. Thought I'd figure it out on the way in. Didn't think we'd get here so fast. Well, your preparation is really showing itself off. Don't worry, I took a breath, preparing for a fight. I'm making another plan as we speak. Ah, another plan. Those have historically worked out so well for us. I grinned. This one will. We're getting out of here, and that's a promise. Okay, I thought. Let's do this. We were surrounded by armed soldiers, standing in the middle of the mine-covered camp of the enemy. Nearest to us were a handful of infernals, looking bloodthirsty as ever, and further away were the bow-wielding humans aiming straight at me. And of course by our feet were the countless metal mines, ready to explode the moment our feet touched them. Our enemies somehow weren't triggering them, something I suspected was related to the copper rings they all wore. One of the humans shot, and the arrow soared toward me with a blue magical force. Surrounding it, they probably used a martial art or an enchanted bow. I ducked down just before the arrow pierced my head and ran forward. Then all the hells broke loose. The infernals charged, and the rest of the humans loosed their arrows. 4 infernals seemed specifically intent on attacking me, and so I decided to enact my plan on them. I scanned the ground for the nearest mine. This was either a great idea or total suicide. I stomped on it, starting the 1-second timer until it exploded. Then I let my foot slip off and used my toes to flick the thin plate of enchanted metal up into the air. And then I spun around and kicked it. It shot straight at the infernals and exploded almost immediately after. It didn't quite have the time to get to them before blowing up, so its blast didn't hurt them much. However, it did blow up near another mine, and its explosion set off a chain reaction, blowing up that mine and another that was near that one. The string of detonations rocked the ground and sent the infernals stumbling back. Yes, I laughed, excited and relieved that my plan didn't kill me. You have been stabbed by a point. 29 damage. Your health is 197. Freak, I winced at the arrow that'd been shot straight into my shoulder. I turned around to see 2 more arrows flying from my head. I quickly shot a ray of frost at each, but one of my rays missed, and the arrow it was aimed at continued forward and cut my cheek. You have been sliced by a point. 14 damage. Your health is 183. Shit, I stumbled back, still taking care to avoid accidentally stepping on a landmine. I could hear the sound of explosions and fighting coming behind me from Irani and the Dryad, no doubt fighting their own battles, but I didn't have the freedom to help or even look. One of the infernals that hadn't been hit by my explosion stepped up and swung at me. Its foot landed right on one of the landmines as it did, but the device obviously didn't go off. I stepped back to avoid the hit and had to avert my step from hitting another of the explosives, almost causing me to fall to the ground because of the awkward movement. I frowned in frustration. It was so unfair that they could just ignore those. That was the whole point of them putting them here, sure, but that didn't mean I had to like it. It seemed insanely risky anyway. Sure, they wouldn't accidentally set them off by themselves, but as had already been shown, they were so close together that they could set off chain reactions when activated and set off even more of the mines. It didn't look like Irani's firebolts set them off. They were probably specially designed to only go off from their own explosions. But still, that just seemed even more reckless. What if there was a massive explosion that blew this whole place up? But well, I guess that if that happened, it'd probably kill me too. And that was their goal, wasn't it? The demons were no doubt willing to kill as many people as necessary to get rid of me. The infernal swung again, but because of the mines surrounding me, there wasn't any way for me to step out of the way. Instead, I put up my arms to try and parry the blow. Surprisingly, that seemed to work better than I'd expected it to, and the infernal's attack was repelled as though it was half as strong as it should have been. I shot off a few rays of frost at the infernal to distract it as I carefully backed my way through the mine-covered area. You have struck level 23 Infernal for 48 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 23 Infernal with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.7. 23.2 mana cost. Your mana is 404. You have struck level 23 Infernal for 50 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 23 Infernal with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.7. 23.2 mana cost. Your mana is 381. You have struck level 23 Infernal for 51 damage using Ray of Frost. You have cursed level 23 Infernal with Ray of Frost. For the next 5 seconds, its dexterity score is lowered by 6.7. 23.2 mana cost. Your mana is 357. I was trying to get to the edge of their camp. The moment I got out of the camp in the minefield, I'd be able to flee at full speed and get away without worrying about the explosives or the fire. The problem was getting there. I was only about 15 paces away from being free, but those were 15 long paces. I stepped through, occasionally ducking or shooting a ray of frost to avoid an arrow, and also trying to move fast enough to keep out of the Infernal's reach. I was making good progress until I looked over and saw a human soldier sprinting at me, sword drawn. I dodged another swing by the Infernal and shot another ray of frost at the demon, bringing my mana down to 288. Then the soldier stepped up to me, once again ignoring the mines littering the ground, and swung his sword diagonally down so it would cut across my chest. I couldn't step back to dodge not without looking away to make sure I'd be stepping in a safe place, so I once again had to resort to raising my arm to parry the strike. You have been sliced by a blade. 34 damage. Your health is 149. The sword cut into my arm, but the angle kept it from going in too deep. Still, my health was getting low enough that it wasn't protecting me from hits as much anymore, and I could tell that another hit like that could do some serious damage. I managed to keep the blade from hitting anything vital, though, so in the short term I was okay. I stole a glance at the ground to check if it was safe to step back. It seemed clear for a pace or two, so I moved back to get some distance from my 2 attackers as I clutched the wound on my arm. My shoulder still hurt from the arrow that was stabbed into it, too. The soldier took another swing at me, grunting with effort, but with the little bit of space I'd bought myself, I could just barely maneuver around it. I cast Crippling Chill on him as I dodged the blade, hoping to trip him up in the middle of his attack. You have cursed level 9 human swordsman with Crippling Chill. For the next 15 seconds, he loses 7.76 health and 6.21 stamina each second, and his dexterity score is lowered by 15.5. 56.2 mana cost. Your mana is 298, but he, like the Infernals, seemed relatively unfazed by the spell. He definitely moved a bit slower and seemed a bit less coordinated, but normally I saw people tripping over the weight of their bodies the moment the spell hit them. Sure, he was a level 9 melee class, so his dexterity would be pretty decent, but it should have been enough of an impact to much more noticeably impair him. So I resorted to taking another careful step back and shooting him with a ray of frost, lowering his dexterity even more and covering his dominant shoulder with a layer of frost. With the extra debuff, even with whatever was helping resist it, he was obviously feeling the effects of his sapped dexterity. As he struggled to lift his sword back up, I stepped forward and punched him across the face. You have struck level 9 human swordsman for 15 damage using your fist, but then the Infernal I'd been trying to keep away from caught back up to me, now that I'd focused my magic on the soldier. Before I could do anything else to the man, the demon stepped up and swung its massive fist down at me, forcing me away. It swung again with a grunt, and I was forced back even further. I didn't have much room until I was in danger of stepping on another mine. Shit, I muttered and glanced around the battlefield, looking for help. The Dryad was fighting with the archers, zipping between them and making use of both her speed to dodge their shots, and her close-ranged fighting style to disrupt them anytime they started to organize themselves. Judging by the dismembered bodies and buckets of blood that covered the surrounding ground, she was winning, but she was too far away at this point to help me. Instead of sticking with us in our goal to get to the other side of the camp and escape into the forest, she'd gone off hunting down the enemies throughout the entire camp. Hells, she probably didn't even know what our goal was here. She might have thought that Irani and I really were here to kill every last demon and human in the entire blockade. Irani, on the other hand, was much closer. She was hunkered down behind a broken-down ballista, using it for cover from a group of archers that the Dryad hadn't yet killed. She was holding back a few Infernals and swordsmen from attacking her using her explosive firebolt, which seemed incredibly effective at blasting them back whenever they got too close. I ducked under another attack by the Infernal as the soldier got back to his feet. Soon enough, I'd have to face off against both, and I wasn't confident in my ability to do that when I couldn't even move around without looking directly downward. Irani, I shouted back at her. She looked over and saw my predicament. I ducked down and hoped she saw what I wanted. Moments later, I was proved to have hoped correctly, and a firebolt slammed into the Infernal, blowing it back and sending it tumbling over itself. I immediately lunged at the soldier, tackling him to the ground and activating Noxious Grasp. He yelped in surprise and pain when I toggled the spell on, and he fought to throw me off. He had a higher strength stat than me for sure, but mine wasn't abysmally low. It had been increased to 15 by the random stat increases I'd gained from recursive growth, so I could still put up a fight. And with his still lowered dexterity, the quick drain of stamina from Noxious Grasp and Crippling Chill, and Venomous Grasp doubling it all, he was growing weaker and weaker by the second. As we fought, he managed to wrestle one of his hands from my grasp and punch me in the face with a gauntleted fist. You have been hit with a fist. 22 damage. Your health is 127. Crippling Chill has worn off of level 9 Human Swordsman. You have struck level 9 Human Swordsman for 116 damage and drained 124 stamina over the course of 15 seconds using Crippling Chill. It also seemed like Crippling Chill's 15 seconds were up. I noticed the stamina drain on the spell was much higher than expected. It was normally smaller than damage, not larger, but then I remembered that, for some of the spell's time, the soldier had been infected with Venomous Grasp, which doubled stamina drain. So it had increased Crippling Chill's effectiveness for that time too. Still, despite his lower stamina, my opponent got a new light in his eyes now that the dexterity debuff was no more. It was like a massive weight had just been lifted off of him. He swung at me again with renewed ferocity, but I managed to move my head out of the way at the last moment to avoid being hit. I needed to end this soon. I pulled back and wrapped a hand around his face, palm touching his nose and eye, and cast Ray of Frost some number of times that I didn't bother counting. The beams shot straight into his face, dealing a perfect 53 damage each time. He screamed in pain as his face was covered in ice from the repeated impacts of the spell in the exact same spot. He may have had the stamina to punch at me another time, but he obviously didn't have enough to fight me off entirely. After the last ray, he stopped moving, and I got a notification. You have struck level 9 Human Swordsman for 180 damage and drained 181 stamina over the course of 11.1 seconds using Noxious Grasp, 52.2 mana cost. Your mana is 63. You have slain level 9 Human Swordsman. Due to killing a member of your own species, you have earned 0 XP. I sighed. I didn't like killing my fellow man. I didn't know his circumstances, whether he truly hated me or if he was being forced into this by the kingdom, whether he was fighting to protect a family, nothing. But it had to be done. When he attacked me, we entered an agreement that we were going to try and kill each other. He knew it was possible he would die. I didn't like killing people, but if they forfeited that right to safety by attacking me, I would do what I had to. I glanced over. The infernal that Irani had blown up was getting back to its feet. I'd have to hurry. I'd killed that man instead of just fleeing from him for a specific reason, and I hoped it would pay off. Examining the corpse's hand, I saw it had what I needed, so I slipped the bronze ring off his finger and then hurriedly stuffed it onto mine. It didn't fit perfectly, but it didn't need to in order to take effect. You are now using Enchanted Item, Ring of Buoyancy. You have the following effects. While wearing this ring, your weight is decreased by 70. I immediately felt the enchantment's effects. My entire body was lighter. I could move more easily, my feet dug less into the ground, and I generally felt less dragged down by the world around me. No wonder these guys didn't react as much to my dexterity debuffing effects that would pretty much only cancel out the effects of the ring. Right now I felt incredibly agile and like it would be trivial to move from one place to another, so if my dexterity got lowered, it'd probably just feel like it was back to normal. And it was also no wonder why they kept getting blown back so far from Irani's firebolts. If they weighed so much less, they'd obviously be much more susceptible to the force of explosions. But that still left the question of why they didn't activate the mines. There wasn't anything on here about not triggering enchantments on other items, which would have been said if it had been the case. If the mines triggered on contact, how were they avoiding getting blown up whenever they stepped on them, unless they weren't triggered on contact at all? I looked down at the corpse of the man next to me. Sorry, buddy, I thought. Your body's being involuntarily donated to scientific experimentation. I grabbed the body and lifted it up into my arms, the action slightly easier due to the weight of my own body being so much less. Then I turned to face the infernal, which had got to its feet by now and begun charging at me. I took a step forward, right up to a mine that lay between us, and dropped the body. Then I turned and ran. About a second later, just as predicted, the mine blew up, throwing the infernal back and me off my feet and into the air. That proved that, even if it didn't explicitly say anything about it, these rings were what prevented them from triggering those mines. And it also proved that they were the reason they were so affected by explosions, as I found myself thrown much further back than I should have been. My semi-weightless body flipped through the air and tumbled uncontrollably into the ground, and I found myself slamming into multiple of those enchanted explosives along the way. I braced myself, but nothing happened. No explosions, so I was immune now too, and I was pretty sure I knew how at that point. The mines weren't contact triggered, they were weight triggered, and they seemed to be tuned so that they would only trigger upon being pushed on by the weight of a person at normal gravity, not someone with the rings. But now that I was wearing a ring, I could walk freely across the mines. It was time to finally get out of here. I stood in the middle of the bloody battlefield that was the enemy's barricade camp. It was our barrier to getting away from the wildfire that was slowly approaching, and absolutely crawling with infernals, human soldiers, and most importantly, weight-triggered explosives. Those thin metal plates had been scattered from end to end of the camp, and if I stepped on any of them, they'd explode and kill me. Except now, they wouldn't. I'd looted an enchanted ring from one of the soldiers I'd killed, and it reduced my weight by 70. Now I could step on the mines all I liked. Still, that was only one of the obstacles here. I ducked under a massive swinging fist. The other obstacles would be the enemies themselves. The infernal that had run up to me after seeing my fight with the others stomped and roared as I scrambled away from it. I was getting low on health, at a threatening 127, and my mana was also incredibly drained at 63. Winning a fight against an infernal in my current state was pretty much impossible, but I didn't have to win, I just had to escape. I glanced beside me. Irani wasn't too far away and was currently running away from a couple of Swordsman-class soldiers. She vaulted over some rubble and turned around, shooting off a firebolt and blasting them back into the ground. "Mana," I shouted across the battlefield at her. She looked back at me. Not much. She glanced at the ground and adjusted her footing, seeming to make sure she wasn't stepping on one of the enchanted metal plates. I needed to get her one of those rings so we could get out of here. The Dryad was pretty far off at this point, and it'd be difficult to communicate to her to put one on, but she seemed to be doing just fine without a ring, honestly. When we took off, she could just notice and follow. There were no dead soldiers in our immediate vicinity that we could take one from, so we'd just have to make one. I looked over at the duo of soldiers she just hit back with her firebolt. They were already getting back to their feet, but seemed damaged enough. The sound of stomping behind me grew louder as the chasing infernal caught up. I leapt to the side just in time to dodge a mad swipe, and then ran straight for the two swordsmen. I wasn't so insane as to think I could take both of them on in my state, but someone else could. They got to their feet and raised their blades, preparing to fight me as the infernal stomped in pursuit, ready to catch me between the two fronts of attack. But the infernal was still right behind me, and it hadn't been slowed much. But as I ran, I realized something. If these mines were triggered by my natural weight, and the rings only decreased weight by 70, that meant the infernals, which were much bigger than me, must have been just barely towing the weight limit, even with the rings on. So if that was the case, I activated Gravity Well, targeting the pursuing infernal. Normally, given the abysmal state of my current mana, wasting the limited supply on a costly spell like that would have been a terrible idea. But with our unique circumstances, it was uniquely effective. The moment I toggled the spell on, I heard the infernal's footsteps come to a screeching halt, as it no doubt struggled to avoid stepping on the explosives littering the area. Once the infernal stopped, I toggled the spell off to save mana, and it instantly charged at me again, and so I switched the spell back on. I kept toggling it off and on in half-second intervals to make sure the infernal could never move freely, but still my mana couldn't last for long. "Irani," I called over and pointed at the two soldiers. "Grab a ring from one of them." She seemed to understand, and sprinted to the tent they crashed into while I backed away from the infernal. I'd need to buy myself more time with Gravity Well, so I had to let it off for now, and only use it when absolutely necessary. The infernal immediately charged and swung, but I managed to sidestep and back away safely. Normally, it'd be much harder to avoid its strikes, but the ring gave me a much freer range of movement, and I didn't struggle too much with the infernal's attacks. Of course, that'd only last until another of our scattered enemies decided to join the foray, so I needed Irani to hurry. I glanced over, and saw that she seemed to be having trouble approaching the soldiers. They were lying in the wreckage of the tent they crashed into, but Irani seemed unable to climb into that wreckage for some reason. She kept trying to step into the mess of canvas and wood, but withdrawing after failing to find a place to stand. Was there something there preventing her from placing her feet down? I looked more closely, still taking care to dodge the infernal's wide swings, and saw the problem. Apparently that tent was a storage depot for more explosives. Mines absolutely covered the ground and wreckage. I could see more steel plates than grass in that entire area. There was no way Irani could get through without triggering at least one of them. And even if she did trigger one and managed to get out of its blast radius in time, the chain reaction made by the hundreds of explosives in that area would probably decimate this entire section of the blockade. Everyone would die, us included. I gripped my teeth. Seemed like I'd have to retrieve it. "Cover me from the infernal." I yelled and ran to the tent where Irani was. She turned and faced the demon as I arrived at the crashed tent with the unconscious men lying on the canvas. The explosive plates really were everywhere. A blast came from behind from one of Irani's firebolts impacting against the infernal. "Only a couple shots left," she said back to me. I hurriedly climbed into the wreckage and waded toward the soldiers lying inside. Even with the reduced gravity, it was difficult to get through. I tripped over loose canvas and broken tent poles, and even if I wasn't triggering them, the hundreds of mines got in the way too. Eventually, though, I got to the two unconscious soldiers, bending over and grabbing the hand of the closest one, a woman with messy hair spilling from her helmet. I lifted her up and began tugging the ring off her finger. It was slightly too small, it seemed, and I had a bit of trouble getting it off. But as I pulled, her eyes fluttered open. She looked around, confused, before locking her eyes onto me. She sputtered in shock and hurriedly reached for a knife on her side. But before she could swing it at me, I grabbed the ring on her finger and let go of her hand, so I was only holding onto her by the bronze. Then I lifted my foot up and stomped down on her chest. She coughed in pain and was shoved down as I held tightly onto the ring. With that force, she fell and the ring popped off. She tumbled to the ground, narrowly missing a nearby mine. Now that she no longer had the ring, she'd trigger them if she put too much of her weight on any. I kicked the piles of nearby explosive plates around her as she got to her feet, creating a thick circle of deadly traps that she couldn't get through. "Step on any and you die," I said. "Wait for someone else to come by and let you out. Don't kill yourself trying to stop me." I heard another explosion as Irani shot at the Infernal another time. I turned and went over to her where she was standing guard and protecting me. She looked over. "You get it. What do the rings do anyway?" "Lower your weight," I said as I grabbed her hand and slipped the ring over her finger. "You shouldn't trigger the mines anymore." Oh, thank the gods. Those things almost killed me half a dozen times by now. I glanced around at our surroundings. The battle that proceeded thus far had cleared out most of our enemies. The Dryad had done the majority of that work, I suspected. She was off in the distance, still running through the camp and bringing the hells to earth for her poor enemies. Must have been nostalgic for the demons, I thought, but there were still plenty of infernals and humans near us, recovering from the various scuffles we'd had with them. And the Dryad was only covering us from one side. From the other, reinforcements were still arriving. I could see a few such reinforcements approaching, now a squad of yet more infernals. Seemed like at least 10 of them. "Come on, now that we can move around, we need to get out," I said. Irani nodded. The camp itself was only about 20 paces across, with the minefield extending about 50 paces further in either direction. So now that the mines weren't a problem anymore, we didn't actually have much in between us and freedom. Just a short distance and we were out. I grabbed Irani's hand and pulled her along with me, heading for the forest. "What about the Dryad?" she asked. "She'll figure out that we're leaving." No real way to tell her. Irani looked over at the distant Dryad, off fighting against the humans and demons that technically had nothing against her. Her only crime was allying with me. If she knew that the reason they were fighting her was because of me, would she be angry, try to kill me? I supposed I couldn't worry about that for now. The squad of infernals continued in their approach toward us, and there were even more that were approaching even closer. We ran, bounding freely across the field and toward the forest's edge. With the help of the rings we wore, we could move much faster and outpace the chasing infernals. And Irani used her last few firebolts to blast back anything that got too close, using their own rings against them. I eyed the depot of explosives as we ran. There were even more of those tents scattered throughout the camp. If I could get one to explode from a distance, I could take out this entire camp. We wouldn't have to worry about pursuers or anything, and the XP gain would be massive. But I couldn't figure out a way to do that. Irani's explosions wouldn't trigger them, I'd already seen that. It seemed like they were specially enchanted to only trigger by weight or by the explosions of other mines. So the only way to start a chain reaction like that would be to get something heavy to drop on them. And if we were close enough to drop something heavy, we were close enough to die in the following explosion. Of course, there was the possibility of gravity well. But now that our enemies were alert to our presence, there'd be no way they'd stray so close to those depots that I could use it to force them to set it off. And even if I could, everyone was so spread out now that it'd barely even do anything. But I couldn't stop thinking about the amount of XP that would come from this, and the devastation of the enemy forces. Dozens of infernals would die in the explosion, maybe more. We could push away the enemy from immediately pursuing us. We'd dissuade the humans from working with the demons because of the catastrophic failure. We'd get rid of a decent chunk of enemy forces. And of course, I'd probably get enough XP to get to my next level if I could somehow pull it off. At level 12, I get a new spell choice, increase my soft cap hells. Maybe the XP would even be enough to push me all the way to 13 too. The only way to do this right would be to go back using time loop, my last usage of the day. If I freaked it up, I'd be dead for good. But then, where was the guarantee that we'd survive if we ran now? I looked back as we retreated from our enemies. They knew how to find us, obviously they did, if they could pull this shit off. And even if we escaped now, what was the guarantee they wouldn't just do it again? I couldn't fight off a force like this every day, hells. My health was so low, I'd barely be able to survive a fight with anything. Our enemies were upping their game, and we needed to as well. We were close to freedom from this damned blockade and the fire behind us. In fact, we'd pretty much gotten it already. But with the information I'd gotten here, maybe I could get something a bit better than a successful retreat. It had cost my last use of time loop for the day, but if I didn't do this now, I'd most likely end up using it up on escaping our pursuing forces a couple hours in the future. And when that happened, even if I ended up escaping, I'd find myself just as weak and powerless compared to our enemies as I always had been. But here, I was looking at a massive opportunity. Use my safety net now, and I'll end up not having to even need it in the future. If I played my cards right, I could demolish the enemy forces and get myself a couple levels along the way. I'd have to do this once more, but this time I had a plan. This time I knew exactly how I could win. There were no more variables. The extra levels, the demolition of our enemies, this would be a huge blow to them. Winning a war starts with winning a single battle, and I was about to get myself on that victory streak. I activated Time Loop. Granny, the Dryad, and I stood at the edge of the forest, looking over the campsite that was our target. I watched the storage depot that was full of explosives, trying to find a time when the most infernals were nearby. If I blew the whole thing up, it'd certainly hurt everyone within a wide radius, but it most likely wouldn't kill any infernals that weren't close by. I knew from experience just how much damage those things could sponge up. From activating Time Loop, my health and mana were reset. That much was needed for this plan to go off smoothly. I needed mana to get the explosion to go off and health to survive it. Ideally, I'd be far enough away to prevent myself from taking the bulk of the damage, but I still needed as much of a shield as possible. Gravity Well's range was okay, but not far enough to totally avoid the damage. Irani, when I first explained it to her, was disapproving, not that I blamed her. It probably didn't sound good to say, we escaped, but then I went back to do it again because I want XP. But I truly felt like it was the only way to survive in the future. We were simply outmatched as is, and I needed to even things out between us and our enemies. Truthfully, my main worry didn't actually have anything to do with the plan itself. It was the fact that I was trying to be stealthy while I had Dryad right next to me. I was sure she had the capacity to stay hidden, but I wasn't too confident in my ability to convey that to her. How was I supposed to tell her that the way we were dealing with these enemies was not going to be the same as how we killed the other enemies? Thankfully, Irani agreed to help keep her back if anything seemed like it would go wrong. I trusted her ability to do so out of the two of us. The Dryad seemed to get along with Irani more. I wasn't quite sure why, though. Must have been a difference between our personalities. I knew the Dryad could read emotions, so maybe she just liked what she read from Irani more. How are we going to know when you're done and it's safe to come out? Irani asked me as we looked ahead. You'll know when the entire place blows up, I said without looking over. I was focusing on crafting my plan. My first step would be actually getting close enough to the depot without being spotted. I wished I could just use Irani and the Dryad as a distraction, but if they tried to pull attention away from that area, they'd also be pulling our targets away from the blast source, making this entire thing pointless. But there were still methods to do what I needed to do. I needed to stop stalling. The fire was creeping up behind us, however slowly, and this wouldn't be any easier if I waited longer. Going out, I said. Irani just pursed her lips and nodded. I got down to the ground, lying prone so my belly was on the dirt, and began slowly crawling into the tall grass in front of me. The field was thick enough that it should have hidden me well enough, as long as I didn't make any sudden movements or make much noise. Within a few seconds, I was fully into the vegetation and could no longer see around myself. I continued crawling in a straight line, navigating using my general sense of direction. It was itchy and uncomfortable to be in such a position for so long, but I shook off any desires to stand up and get a nice stretch in, and kept moving. Minutes passed as I continued to make my snail's pace through the field of grass, wriggling my way through. Enough time passed that I began to worry I'd somehow got myself turned around in my blind crawl, but soon enough, I finally made it to a new milestone, the minefield. There were a total of about 100 paces between my starting point of the tree line and the mine depot. 50 of those paces were made up of plain field, and another 50 were of this explosive-ridden ground. All I needed to do was get within 30 paces of the depot, so if I'd got to the mines, I only needed to go 20 further. Of course, this second half would be much more dangerous to traverse than the first. I didn't have that enchanted ring anymore. I'd left that in the previous timeline, so I was vulnerable to blowing myself up again. Fun, but I wasn't being chased or anything, so I just had to take things slowly and I'd get through. I kept moving, gradually pushing through the grass and revealing bits more of the path ahead of me. Anytime I saw the signature shine of those enchanted plates of metal, I veered away and took a wide arc around it. Didn't want any accidents happening. As I got closer and closer to the camp, my nerves got worse and worse. I was only getting easier to spot as I neared the guards, and the longer I took, slowly weaving through the mine-ridden ground, the higher the chances. But I calmed myself and reminded myself to stick to the plan. Nervousness would just make me sloppy. I had no real way to gauge my distance from the depot, not without popping up for a look, which would have been a terrible idea, so I had to estimate. Once I felt like I'd gone at least 20 paces into the minefield, I stopped and took a breath. I'd gotten within 30 paces of my target. Next, I had to clear the mines out of this area. That'd be a bit harder than moving in a straight line. The reason I had to do this was out of safety. I was about to create a massive explosion. It seemed like these mines weren't triggered by other random detonations, but they were triggered by each other's. So if I was about to blow up an entire depot's worth, I definitely wouldn't want any extra lying around me. So I spent the next few minutes gently kicking and pushing all the metal I could see as far away from my home base as I could, while also moving as little as I could so I didn't get caught. With that, I was finally in position and ready to begin what I deemed the action phase. It was named that because things were going to get a bit hectic. The reason for that was simple. I was gonna leave cover. I had to. For this plan to work, I would need line of sight on that depot, and there was simply no real way to do that while staying hidden from sight and also keeping close. Unfortunately, I'd just have to deal with it and do everything quickly once people noticed me. There was one more thing making me hesitate. I was eager to get rid of these demon bastards. But the humans, sure, some of them were probably perfectly sympathetic with the demons, but others weren't. They could have had their lives threatened or the lives of their families. Some of them didn't want to be here. But then neither did I. It was us against them, no matter the reason. Either I died or they died, and I sure as hells wasn't going to let it be me. Okay, I whispered to myself, we're doing this, and go. I popped up from the grass, my head peeking above as I quickly scanned the area for my target. I'd slightly overshot my distance, landing closer to 25 paces from the depot than 30, but overshooting was fine, as long as I was within range. It didn't take long before our enemies saw me. Humans manning the siege weapons shouted to each other and began hurriedly loading ammunition into their ballistas and cannons, and the Infernals saw me and grouped up, preparing to move forward as the frontliners. I kept an eye on the Infernals. All I needed was for one of them to make a single, fatal flaw. One of the Infernals manning a ballista put a hand on the release handle, gripping it and readying itself to release the massive bolt flying in my direction. Just as I saw its arm flex to pull and launch it, the weapon exploded. I glanced back to see Irani behind me, hands up after she shot a firebolt at that ballista. She'd bought me a couple seconds, but she couldn't take down everyone who wanted to shoot something my way, especially once the archers loosed their barrages of arrows. But I just needed one of the Infernals to take a single wrong step. I kept my eyes on that depot. They were scrambling about, but none had passed by it yet. Damn demons and their dumb luck. But after a couple seconds, one of them looked me in the eyes, punched its fist into its palm with a sadistic grin on its inhuman face, and took a step forward, right where I needed it to be. Its foot headed down toward a mine that was lying directly next to the depot. Before its foot fell on the plate of metal, I cast Gravity Well on the Infernal. I watched its eyes widen as it suddenly fell forward at a much faster pace. 45 faster, to be exact. These mines worked on weight, and the bronze rings reduced the weight of the guards enough so that they wouldn't trigger the mines. However, they still needed the mines to trigger for me. With the rings only reducing weight by 70, those massive Infernals had to be skirting the line pretty closely. So even though Gravity Well didn't increase their weight back to its original value, for an Infernal, it was certainly enough to pass that trigger point for the mines. Its foot impacted the enchanted sheet of metal hard, and I saw it look around in a panic for exactly 1 second. After that 1 second, I went completely blind and deaf. You have been blown up. 138 damage. Your health is 152. The shockwave felt like it had to have been felt around the entire world. I was blasted back by the massive explosion, my vision spinning as I tumbled through the air. My ears rang from the deafening noise that came with the shockwave. And then, of course, there were the notifications. System notifications tapped straight into the mind, relaying information directly into the consciousness of a person. I'd heard about notification sickness before being so overwhelmed by such a huge amount of system information being pumped into the mind at the same time that it caused physical pain and disorientation, but I'd never experienced it. Until now, that is. You have struck level 21 Infernal for 1056 damage using Explosion. You have struck level 7 Human Archer for 377 damage using Explosion. You have struck level 9 Human Swordsman for 849 damage using Explosion. You have struck level 24 Infernal for 751 damage using Explosion. You have struck level 27 Infernal for 913 damage using Explosion. You have struck level 8 Human Archer for 235 damage using Explosion. You have struck level 25 Infernal for 601 damage using Explosion. You have struck level 10 Human Archer for 318 damage using Explosion. You have struck level 7 Human Swordsman for 922 damage using Explosion. You have struck level 26 Infernal for 360 damage using Explosion. I received easily over 100 damage notifications, detailing who I damaged, what level they were, and how much damage was dealt. All of this within a fraction of a second. And of course, all of this at the same time that I myself was flying through the air from the explosion that damaged them. By the time I finished tumbling through the same grass I'd just spent the past quarter hour crawling my way across, the damage notifications stopped, too. But that wasn't everything the system wanted to tell me, of course. You have slain level 9 human swordsman. Due to killing a member of your own species, you have earned 0 XP. You have slain level 21 infernal. You have earned 421 XP. Your XP is 769. You have slain level 6 human archer. Due to killing a member of your own species, you have earned 0 XP. You have slain level 10 human archer. Due to killing a member of your own species, you have earned 0 XP. You have slain level 8 human swordsman. Due to killing a member of your own species, you have earned 0 XP. You have slain level 23 infernal. You have earned 463 XP. Your XP is 1232. The kill notifications were, of course, less plentiful than the damage notifications. Most of them were made up of human kills that didn't give any XP too. But even with only a handful of infernal kills, my XP rose astronomically. I needed 700 XP to get to level 12. After the first infernal killed, I'd already reached that goal. Next, I'd need 800 for level 13. I felt the information beam into my skull that yes, that too had been achieved. After that, I'd need 900 for 14. At first, I thought I might get halfway there. Maybe I'd end up with only 100 more needed XP, and it'd be a cakewalk to get to level 14. But as the kill notifications were dying down, I felt the last bit of XP trickle in to reach that goal too. After the last infernal kill, I was left at level 14, with an extra 341 XP left to go toward the 1000 needed for level 15. All of that happened in an instant, the same instant that I rolled to stop at the ground. I opened my eyes to see vomit on the ground in front of my mouth. Evidently, all that information had been too much for my stomach to handle. That, or maybe it was the rolling from the explosion. Probably both. But despite the disgust and pain, I couldn't help but smile. 3 more notifications rolled in the 3 I was waiting for. Threshold reached. 700 XP. Your level has increased to 12. Due to achieving level 12 in the Minute Mage class, you have been granted the following benefits. You have gained 1 endurance. You have gained 2 conjuration. You have gained 1 intelligence. You have gained 3 stat points. Recursive growth has activated. You have gained 2 endurance, 1 dexterity, and 1 conjuration. Soft cap has increased to rank 7. Time loop talent rank has increased to 12. You may choose a spell to learn. Threshold reached. 800 XP. Your level has increased to 13. Due to achieving level 13 in the Minute Mage class, you have been granted the following benefits. You have gained 1 endurance. You have gained 2 conjuration. You have gained 1 intelligence. You have gained 3 stat points. Recursive growth has activated. You have gained 1 strength, 2 conjuration, and 1 intelligence. Time loop talent rank has increased to 13. Threshold reached. 900 XP. Your level has increased to 14. Due to achieving level 14 in the Minute Mage class, you have been granted the following benefits. You have gained 1 endurance. You have gained 2 conjuration. You have gained 1 intelligence. You have gained 3 stat points. Recursive growth has activated. You have gained 1 endurance, 1 dexterity, 1 conjuration, and 1 intelligence. Soft cap has increased to rank 8. Time loop talent rank has increased to 14. My soft cap increased 2 separate times. Time loop ranked up 3 times, and of course the stats. I didn't have the capacity of mind to count it all, but 3 levels worth of stats, plus the stat points, plus the 12 random stats from recursive growth. It was a lot. A huge amount. I could physically feel myself growing more powerful, literally. The strength, dexterity, endurance, all of it coming in so suddenly made me feel materially stronger. The endurance helped with the pain, too, which was nice. And on top of all that, I got another spell choice. 1 more tool to add to my arsenal. I couldn't wait to see what my options would be. And now that I was at level 14, my next step would be leveling to 15 something that would get me a new talent and another spell to add on top of the one I already got. But then I felt another notification come in. That was strange. It felt different from all the others. It wasn't a damage notification, not a kill, not even a level up. I tried to calm myself down and focus on the information the system was telling me. Feat of excellence performed. You have gained 3 or more levels over the course of a single minute. You have gained the Devastator title. I mentally stared at what I was being told. A title? A freaking title. Most people didn't get a single title over the course of their entire lives, but apparently I now had 2. Sure, the Trailblazer one wasn't really through any achievement of my own, but this I'd actually earned it. I couldn't focus enough on pulling up the full description of what the title did, though, what with the massive explosion I'd just survived and the insane headache from the notification sickness. For now, I needed to focus on getting out of here alive. If I died, this would all be for nothing. I had no more uses of time loop left, after all. I heard myself groan and cough, something I wasn't even aware I was doing. My mind was so occupied by the system's information overload that it seemed I'd somewhat blocked out my surroundings. But with the barrage of notifications over, I was slowly recovering. Arlen, I heard a voice. Something hoisted me to my feet. I blinked wearily and saw Irani looking at me with worried eyes. Are you okay? MMPGH, I replied. Okay, maybe I wasn't recovering as much as I thought I was. We need to go, now. She lifted my arm around her shoulder, supporting me in my unsteady stance, and turned me to face the camp we'd need to go through to get to the other side of the forest. Or rather, what was left of the camp. It was completely decimated. Wreckage. Actually, wreckage wasn't even an accurate descriptor. A better word would be crater. There was nothing left behind after the explosion but a massive hole in the ground. Blackened dirt smoldered. Dry grass burned. There were no signs of life. I looked over to see the dryad kneeling by the edge of the crater. She was doing something, but my blurry eyes couldn't make it out as we approached. The battle wasn't won just yet, so I needed to focus up. We may have destroyed that section of camp, but the blockade was long, and we'd certainly made enough of a commotion to get the attention of the soldiers further down in the line of tents and weapons. They'd be on their way, and we needed to flee. Fast. No time for delays. Irani led me through the wreckage left behind by the explosion. There weren't even any recognizable bodies left behind, just a massive hole in the ground with some suspicious piles of black. As we passed the dryad on the edge of the crater, Irani grabbed her shoulder and lifted her up, urging her along with a gesture. I could see now that we were closer, that she was kneeling by the crater in order to try and put out the various small fires lining the edge of the explosion site. But at Irani's request, she stood and came along, glancing back only once to look at the destruction left behind. As I began to hear the distant shouts of soldiers approaching the blast site, we passed through the tree line and into the forest. We'd finally made it through, and despite my battered state, I was happier than ever with the results. 3 levels, 3 freaking levels, and on top of that, a new title. It was time to look through everything I'd just gotten. Once we were a good distance away and sure we hadn't been followed, we sat down. The moment I was no longer wrapped around Irani's shoulder, she collapsed on the ground. I didn't realize just how exhausted she obviously was and felt bad for burdening her so much. But I was just as tired, so I lay on the dirt, rubbing my eyes in an unsuccessful attempt to remedy my headache. It reminded me of that stress I used to feel from my rigorous practice with noxious grass back when I'd first been lost in the woods. The dryad seemed to understand that we were taking a break and sat down next to us. She closed her eyes, seeming to meditate in a similar way Irani or I would in order to manage our level-ups. It was strange I'd never seen her do that before, but now wasn't the time to ponder what our monster ally was doing. I had level-ups of my own to manage, and I was excited to see what I got. First, I opened up my status. Just about everything had increased, and by a lot. My mana minute was at 16, making it quicker than ever to get spell XP. My health minute had finally surpassed 0.1, so I was officially gaining a point of health every 10 minutes, still incredibly slow, but much better than before. My stamina minute was approaching 1, which would make my regenerate talent much more efficient. And of course, my maximum health, stamina, and mana had all increased by quite a bit too. That milestone of 1,000 mana was approaching more quickly than ever. In addition to all that, my intelligence had also passed 16. I'd noticed that my intelligence information ranks increased at every 4 points of intelligence, so I must have gotten something and missed it in the flood of other notifications. Intelligence threshold reached. 16 intelligence. Your intelligence information rank has increased. Due to increasing your intelligence information rank, you have been granted the following benefits. Trailblazer title has begun collecting data on holder. All future thoughts, decisions, actions, emotions, and movements will be logged. Logged data will be used as intelligence information rank increases further. I read through this notification once, then again. What? It definitely wasn't the same as the other intelligence information ranks I'd gotten in the past. Those all had a definitive, noticeable effect, telling me what I may be offered in the future depending on my choices. But this. What did it mean by collecting data? Thoughts, decisions, actions, how would it keep track of them? Could I see the log it was keeping? I tried to coerce the system to pull open this log of my thoughts, but couldn't. Seemed like that wasn't for my eyes, but would it really include everything? I knew the system had access to my mind, how else would I be controlling it, but it felt a bit intrusive for it to so explicitly say it could read my thoughts. And what was it even doing with them? Presumably for now it was just keeping track, but it said that in the future the data would be used. Used how? How could it even help me by knowing what I thought? I also knew what I was thinking. It wasn't like it could give me any extra info in that regard. I was incredibly intrigued to see what may happen with this title in the future. For now, it effectively did nothing, but I was suddenly extremely conscious of what I thought. What if I felt the wrong emotion and suddenly changed how this log thought of me? Was there someone out there reading through this log to determine if I was worthy of some great weapon in the future? Or maybe it was keeping track for some completely different reason. Either way, I couldn't really do anything about it, for now. Without any knowledge of how the log would be used, I wasn't even sure how I could change my behavior to make sure I was being logged in the way I wanted. Did I want to seem kind and righteous, powerful and ruthless? Or maybe it didn't matter. I tried to mentally move on to the realm of spells, talents, and titles. There were a few big improvements. Of course, there was the notable spell choice and Devastator title flashing out at me, but time loop ranking up as much as it did was also a big deal. I suspected my sleep schedule would suffer even if my body only experienced the regular length days. My mind didn't. It already felt strange adding on an extra couple hours, and now that had doubled. I just have to get used to it, but that was a worry for another time. For now, I wanted to get straight to the meat of my gains. First was my Devastator title. After that weirdness with Trailblazer, part of me was a bit nervous to see what this one did, but I ignored that feeling and looked over its description. Devastator. You have taken a risk and killed enough enemies that in a single minute you have gained 3 or more levels. For many, gambles like that cost them their lives. For you, it paid off. Greed is good. All enemies you contribute to killing provide 25 more XP. That was good, incredibly so. With this title, the rate I leveled would be increased an intense amount. And it wasn't just me. The title didn't say that. I earned 25 more XP. It said that the monsters I contributed to killing provided 25 more XP to everyone. So if Irani and I killed a monster together, we'd both earn the extra XP. This title would help my allies just as much as it helped me. And help it did. 25 more XP may have been small in the short term, but after some time, it could be equal to an extra level or two, and only increased more and more as time went on. And of course, in my situation, every point of XP was incredibly valuable. I'd never heard of this title, but that wasn't surprising, really. There were thousands of documented titles enough to fit in entire dictionaries of the things that filled the shelves of libraries, and more were discovered every year. People theorized there were millions of them, some for general achievements, and some for much more specific, niche things. I was sure that a title like this had been found before getting 3 levels at once was uncommon, of course, but this probably wasn't the first ever time something like that had happened, especially when compared to other titles that existed. There were things like a title for learning a spell of every single spell school, or one for single-handedly killing 1 million monsters in your lifetime. Those had been discovered by people who literally dedicated their lives toward accomplishing those goals, just to see if there was a title for doing it. So I was sure that someone had gotten a few levels at once before, but getting the title was still incredible. An extra 25 XP forever. I could practically feel the power crackling at my fingertips. And speaking of power at my fingertips, I still had a spell choice to go through. This was one of the biggest benefits of leveling, I'd noticed. While learning a new spell wasn't technically a strict numerical increase to my power like getting stats was, the additional options were just as if not more important. A single new spell could mean the difference between a sure victory and a swift defeat. So with thoughts of maximizing this new boost in power as much as I could in my mind, I opened my spell choice and looked over the options. Choose one spell to learn, Ethereal Armor. School Arcane, Summoning. Type Activated. Cost 150 mana. You summon one of 2 sets of magical armor, Dark Plate or Light Plate. You may dismiss it at any time. It will be automatically dismissed after 60 minutes. While wearing Dark Plate, you cannot take more than 50 of your maximum health and damage in a single second. 155 damage. Preventing damage this way breaks the plate, making it unusable for 60 seconds. While wearing Light Plate, your other spells cost 10 less, though still gain spell XP as though they weren't discounted. Intelligence Information. If you choose this option, your next spell options will be Embergale School Fire, Expedite School Alteration, Heartstone School Alteration Summoning, Abrupt Decay, School Nature. Type Activated. Cost 75 mana. Choose a being you are touching. If it has less than 300 health, it dies. Intelligence Information. If you choose this option, your next spell options will be Damnation School Demonic, Monocism School Arcane, Contaminated Bond School Curse Nature, Stasis School Curse Arcane. Type Activated. Cost 280 mana. Freeze time for a single being that you are touching for 10 seconds. The being cannot move, think, or otherwise perceive the outside world for the duration, and its body cannot be forcibly moved or damaged. Reduce the duration of this spell by 1 second for each 10 endurance the entity has. A being with 100 endurance is completely unaffected. Intelligence Information. If you choose this option, your next spell options will be Chain of Vapor School, Aqueous Arcane, Killing Wave School, Arcane, Luminous Bond School, Curse, Divine. I could tell by now that my options were aimed toward higher-leveled individuals. Between Ethereal Armor and Stasis, these options cost quite a bit. Even Abrupt Decay was up there, at 75 mana. Compared to my first few spell choices, their costs were enormous. Even Gravity Well's 10 per second was pretty up there, but with their high mana costs came high power too. Ethereal Armor was flexible, essentially allowing me to choose between better survivability against high damage attacks, or cheaper spells provided I was willing to pay its upfront cost of 150 mana. Abrupt Decay was interesting. It would let me deal 300 damage to anything I was touching for the relatively minuscule cost of 75 mana, but only if that damage would kill them. Otherwise, it'd do nothing. And Stasis could freeze someone in time for up to 10 seconds, a great effect paired with a suitably great cost. But of course, I'd have to choose the best from among them. I just had no idea which one that was. Choose one spell to learn Ethereal Armor. School Arcane Summoning. Type Activated. Cost 150 mana. You summon one of two sets of magical armor Dark Plate or Light Plate. You may dismiss it at any time. It will be automatically dismissed after 60 minutes. While wearing Dark Plate, you cannot take more than 50 of your maximum health and damage in a single second 155 damage. Preventing damage this way breaks the plate, making it unusable for 60 seconds. While wearing Light Plate, your other spells cost 10 less, though still gain spell XP as though they weren't discounted. Intelligence Information. If you choose this option, your next spell options will be Embergale School Fire, Expedite School Alteration, Heartstone School Alteration Summoning, Abrupt Decay, School Nature. Type Activated. Cost 75 mana. Choose a being you are touching. If it has less than 300 health, it dies. Intelligence Information. If you choose this option, your next spell options will be Damnation School Demonic, Monocism School Arcane, Contaminated Bond School Curse Nature, Stasis School Curse Arcane. Type Activated. Cost 280 mana. Freeze time for a single being that you are touching for 10 seconds. The being cannot move, think, or otherwise perceive the outside world for the duration, and its body cannot be forcibly moved or damaged. Reduce the duration of this spell by 1 second for each 10 endurance the entity has. A being with 100 endurance is completely unaffected. Intelligence Information. If you choose this option, your next spell options will be Chain of Vapor School, Aqueous Arcane, Killing Wave School, Arcane, Luminous Bond School, Curse, Divine. I looked over the 3 spells being offered to me, trying to decide on which would help the most. Out of the 3, it was difficult to choose a best option. Stasis's flashy effect drew my eyes immediately, of course. Who wouldn't want the ability to completely freeze someone in time for 10 seconds, presumably longer, if ranking the spell up also increased its effect length? Even if I couldn't damage them while they were frozen, I could very easily turn the tide of battle purely through positioning in that time. If I was up against a melee-focused enemy, I could get plenty far away with 10 free seconds. They couldn't even perceive the world around them, so I could even freeze them and then go off and hide somewhere before they came back. It sounded incredibly useful. Of course, it needed contact, so it wouldn't be as good against ranged enemies, but that didn't mean it was totally useless. However, that last clause made me wary of it. If I was up against someone with a decent bit of endurance, the spell's effect would be shortened accordingly. Even if it was used against me, with my relatively low endurance stat, I'd still cut off 30% of its length right there. How much endurance did the Infernals have? If it was above 100, the spell would do nothing to them. Still, it was a great option to have, and of course, I couldn't forget the fact that its length could increase with rank ups, making it much more effective against those high-endurance targets. Ethereal Armor was also interesting. Immediately, I recognized the usefulness of the Dark Plate. Especially in my circumstances, I could face death at any moment. It had happened multiple times now that I'd been completely surprised by an attack that dealt my entire health's worth of damage in a single instant. And with Dark Plate, it'd at least take 2 hits to kill me like that. Even if that didn't save my life, the extra time it bought could allow me to gather a bit more information about my situation and succeed in the next timeline. It really synergized quite perfectly with Time Loop. And of course, it was also useful in the middle of combat too. Light Plate was a bit less intuitive. I'd spend 150 mana to get a 10 discount on spells for an hour. But in reality, it'd be difficult to actually profit mana off that deal. Even if I spent the entire rest of my mana after summoning the Light Plate, I'd only save 75 mana, half what I spent. So I wouldn't actually be saving any mana at all. The only way to actually save mana using Light Plate would be to also spend all the mana I regenerated during the entire hour it was summoned. If I had 830 when I summoned it, spent all my remaining mana, and then continued to spend all my mana for the entire hour afterward, I'd end up saving 182 mana. Minus the mana I spent on the spell itself, I'd have saved 32 mana. Not much reward for so much work. The only other way Light Plate could end up benefiting me in its current state would be if I cast it, regenerated my mana like normal, and then got into a fight with full mana, plus with Light Plate equipped. That would end up effectively allowing me to enter the fight with 10 extra mana. But then, it was also completely possible for me to cast Light Plate and instantly find myself in a fight, and thus enter the fight with less mana, so it was a bit risky to use. Still, as the spell ranked up and I got more mana as I leveled, Light Plate would become more and more viable. But for the immediate future, I couldn't see myself having too much of a use for the spell outside of Dark Plate, so that was important to note. Still, it wasn't like Dark Plate was bad. Anytime I felt like I was in danger, I could just put on the Dark Plate and instantly be immune to one-shots. Hells, thinking back a bit, I could have gotten through that barricade from before by donning the Dark Plate, stepping right on the depot of mines myself, and kill everything nearby while only taking half of my health and damage myself. Moments like that made the spell seem very attractive to me. Abrupt Decay seemed good, too. Killing anyone with less than 300 health in a single instant was unbelievably good. It could make any encounter with a lower-level opponent as trivial as touching them. And of course, if they had too much health, all I had to do was hit them with my other spells until they were within that threshold. It wouldn't be too great on Infernals, sure, but even in that previous fight at the barricade it would have been good. I could have used it on the human soldiers, especially the archers, who would have had less health than any of the others, though I wasn't sure I wanted to use the spell on people. The name Abrupt Decay made me envision something that wouldn't be pleasant to see another person go through, not that I could really afford to be making decisions based on what I thought was gross. My situation was a bit too dire for that. Still, I was aware that there were other downsides of the spell. The main thing I noticed was that there was, of course, no actual way to tell someone else's exact health. The only method would be trial and error. Sure, when the spell worked, it would be a very efficient source of damage, but if I was even a single point off in my estimation, it'd be 75 mana completely wasted. That, especially if it happened multiple times during a fight, could mean the difference between life and death. But then again, it worked uniquely well with Time Loop. Sure, I wouldn't know how much health they had the first time in a fight, but as long as I made an effort to remember how much damage an enemy took when I fought them, if I went back to do it again, I could use that knowledge to know how far they were from 300. But all that mental stress from trying to calculate and memorize health totals could make me perform worse in fights. Arg, it was just too hard to decide. Hey, Irani, you mind helping me choose a spell? I asked, keeping my eyes closed so as to not break my mediation. Yeah, what's up? I heard her respond. Once I was done reading the choices out to her, I heard her hum and thought. Yeah, those are weird, all right, she said. Spells normally get more complex as you get into the higher levels, so it makes sense. Which are you thinking? Well, I'm not really sure. Stasis seems good, but maybe a bit conditional, especially for its cost. Abrupt Decay is super efficient, but it's also a bit conditional. And Ethereal Armor seems interesting, but well. Conditional, she laughed. Yeah, I mean, you have your main arsenal by now, right? You figured out the basic way you fight, and probably aren't looking for a dramatic change to it. So you'd probably want to take something that enhances the style that's already there with some pinpoint usefulness, rather than something that's just generically good like Ray of Frost. That's what the experts say, at least. So normally at this level, you want to find a spell that shores up on a weakness, rather than a spell that does something you're already good at. Yeah, that makes sense. I guess in that case, Abrupt Decay doesn't seem as good as I thought, especially if I'm in a position where I can physically touch them. Noxious Grasp already does its job. Sure, it's not quite as efficient in certain situations, but I guess I shouldn't just take a bunch of effects that all do the same thing. Yeah. That's something that us sorcerers have to watch out for a lot. Since we don't get many spells, we have to constantly make sure that the ones we take aren't redundant. Right. With the other two, though, I don't really see them being redundant with my other effects. I mean, other than Ethereal Armor's Dark Plate. It protects me just like Regenerate does, I guess. Well, they both protect you in different ways. I'd say they're even synergistic. The Dark Plate helps you survive any hits that would kill you instantly, and then Regenerate brings you back above that halfway threshold so that you aren't quite so close to death afterward. Once the Dark Plate comes back online in a minute, Regenerate can help you survive another hit worth half your health. If you didn't heal, you'd just die anyway. I guess that makes sense. Besides, you also have the Light Plate aspect of it, right? Yeah, but what's that even supposed to do? I did the math, and it won't really save me much mana, when factoring in that it takes 150 to summon in the first place. Well, first off, that discount will probably get better as the spell ranks up, so I imagine you'll start saving a good bit once you get into the double digits of spell ranks. Second, I don't think it's supposed to be used in fights. If anything, you'd get the best use from Light Plate out of anyone around. I frowned. How? I think the key phrase you're forgetting in Lightplate's description is that you still gain spell XP as though the spells weren't discounted. So, if you profit 100 mana, that's 1 extra spell XP gained, totally for free. You're right, so I'd say ethereal armor has two main facets of usefulness. Light plate for the more long-term practice angle and dark plate for short-term protection. And I guess the extra spell XP will only get better as I rank ethereal armor too, I said. Then I shook my head trying to get back on track. Well still, we need to compare it to stasis. What do you think about it? Oh, I don't know. I haven't done much research on melee combat, so I couldn't tell you how helpful an effect like that would be. You're the fighter, right? Seems like it might be useful, might not be. Depends on your combat style. Well, I guess I'd say I also don't know how to feel about it. I've only got 800 mana, so spending 280 on a single 10-second spell is dubious. It could certainly be used to get a positional advantage on someone, or to run away from something chasing us. But if they're strong enough that we're running away, they're probably strong enough to shrug off the effect. Yeah, that's what I keep coming back to. Seems like it'd be absolutely phenomenal in a one-on-one match of even strength, but I feel like I already do just fine in those. With Crippling Chill, Ray of Frost, and Gravity Well, I can normally limit someone's mobility just fine without freezing them in time. It seems great, but well, redundant. Right, that makes sense. I kind of want to take it anyway, though. You said spells are dependent on previous choices, right? So if I turn down stasis here, wouldn't that mean I won't get more time-related spells in the future? I'm kind of a time mage. Feels silly to turn down a time spell when I see one. Not particularly. The spells you're offered are based on your previous spell choices, but it doesn't mean you'll only ever get spells that do the same thing as the ones you've already taken. They'll just synergize with your previous choices in some way. So by turning down stasis, you aren't telling the system that you don't want any time-related spells. You're telling the system that you don't want spells that, for example, prevent you from damaging your opponents, or spells that only work based on touch. It's not really a single choice that'll influence the system like that on a broad scale, but more a series of choices. It wouldn't stop offering time spells to you just because you turned a single one down. Alright, so what do you think? I think that settles it. I went ahead and chose my spell. You have learned the spell Ethereal Armor. Your next spell options will be Embergale School Fire, Expedite School Alteration, Heartstone School Alteration Summoning. And while I was at it, I assigned my stat points. I was tempted to put some in other stats like Endurance, but with Ethereal Armor, Conjuration was looking more attractive than ever. Dark Plate helped shore up my problem with occasionally getting killed in a single hit during a surprise attack, so Endurance wasn't quite as integral, and with Light Plate, every point I put into Conjuration translated to even more spell XP, so I put my stat points into Conjuration, all 9 of them. You have used 9 stat points to increase Conjuration. Your Conjuration value is now 83, and with that I opened my eyes, blinking at the morning light. Irani was half sitting, half lying against a nearby tree, obviously getting some rest, and the Dryad was still meditating with her eyes closed. I wondered what she was doing. Well, I guess I should go ahead and get to ranking my spells, I said. I got 2 more soft cap levels, plus the new spell, of course. But just as I was about to try out Ethereal Armor, the Dryad's eyes shot open, and I heard a voice in my head. Can you hear me? It said, you too, can you hear me? The Dryad looked back and forth between me and Irani, as if awaiting a response. The voice echoed through my head, can you hear me? It had said, or not really. It was more of a feeling, like an abstract concept that I happened to recognize as having the same meaning as the words, can you hear me? What the freak, I stood and looked around. When I didn't see anything, I glanced over at Irani. Did you hear that? She nodded, standing scanning the area as well. Who was that? Teehee voice spoke again. Me who is speaking, sitting in front of you. I looked in front of me. It was the Dryad sitting there and staring at us with a certain intensity in her pure white eyes. Are you the one doing that? I asked her. Cannot understand your language, the voice echoed in my mind. Speak to me using mind, not hole in your face. I stared at her, wide-eyed. Holy shit, Irani muttered. She can talk to us. Why'd she wait so long? The Dryad just looked at us expectantly. Right, I blinked. We need to talk to her in our minds. How do we do that? Freak if I know, I pursed my lips, trying to will my words to the Dryad. I was trying to say, can you hear me? But it didn't seem to be working. I also wasn't sure how I could translate my thoughts into communication in the first place. The Dryad wasn't speaking in words per se, but rather in abstract concepts that carried the same meaning as those words. It was weird, and I wasn't totally sure how she was doing that. The way she spoke was strange, too. Even if I had to translate the communication she was sending out back into words, the way things were communicated was just odd. Like that term, hole in your face, was a literal translation for what she said. Did she not know what a mouth was? How did she not have a concept for a mouth when she literally had one? The bad guy's not near. Safe to close eyes. The bad guys, she must have been talking about the demons. I closed my eyes like she said, trying to enter into a similar type of meditative state I had to go into to make changes to my status. But no matter how much I mentally searched around my head, I couldn't find any one thing that could allow me to telepathically pass messages to another person. Normally, it'd be easy to use a system-granted ability, but it seemed it was different when it came to things that didn't come from your status, but rather someone else's. Not to mention that it was a monster's ability I was trying to use. The Dryad seemed to sense my struggle. I felt the voice again, saying, "Contact me through passage opened by my speech." "Huh, you're hearing all this?" I asked Irani. "Yeah," she said, "telling you how to talk to her too. Think it's safe. Not sure I trust random instructions being beamed into my mind. I guess we have no idea. I don't see why she would betray us after all this time though. Seems trustworthy enough. Well, there's no danger posed if I can never figure it out." I laughed and focused inward again, trying to find this passage the Dryad was talking about. "Walk to my words," the voice spoke again. I couldn't exactly do that physically, so it had to be a mental thing. I could tell she was getting a bit antsy by our inability to talk back. When the voice spoke into me, though, I did notice something, like a tiny hole in my mind that hadn't been there before the message was coming through it. I mentally examined it, feeling similar to the way I always did whenever I tried casting a new spell. Poking and prodding around with my mana sense, I tried my best to figure it out. The hole was clearly magical and seemed to slowly close off a few seconds after I received a message through it. Just as the hole was closing this time, I made an effort to squeeze my consciousness inside. The hole widened easily with my effort, becoming much larger than it had ever been before. Instead of a tiny pinprick that I could barely sense through, it was now a hallway I could freely walk across, connecting me to something or someone else. Finally, I tried saying something. I didn't say it verbally, of course. I also didn't think it like I would anything else. It wasn't me just imagining an internal monologue that approximated speech. It was more like I willed a concept through the hallway, an abstract thing torn straight from my mind and put into the hole. I did it like the way the voice had spoken to me, not with language, but with direct mental contact. "Can you hear me?" I said. "Yay," the voice responded, or maybe it was hooray, or yippee. Anyway, it was obviously some sort of expression of excitement. Seemed like my message got through. You're the Dryad, right? Not something else." "What is Dryad?" "The person sitting in front of you is me." I opened my eyes, making an effort to keep the mental connection present as I did. It seemed like it was much easier to keep open than it was to open it up in the first place. The Dryad was still sitting on the ground, staring up at me. I willed another thought through the connection. Pat yourself on the head." It tilted its head to the side. "Why?" "To prove it's you. If I'm really speaking to the Dryad, she'll be able to hear me and will pat herself on the head." Hesitantly, the Dryad raised her hand and placed it on her head. She looked at me and I got another message like that. "Holy shit, it's really her," I muttered aloud. "Wait, are you talking to her?" Irani turned to me. "I still can't figure this shit out." Yeah," I said. "Just it's like, there's this hole in your head." "There's a hole in my head." Irani reached up and rubbed her forehead, alarmed. No, I reassured her. I was still thrown off by this whole thing. The Dryad could freaking talk, not a hole in your head, a passage in your mind. A little place that the voice is coming through. If you find it and open it up a bit more, you can send your own thoughts back through. You are guiding your lover in how to contact me. The Dryad's voice passed into my head again, startling me. Yeah, I guess. Just trying to figure things out. Also, we're not really officially lovers, yay, please hurry. Hey, I think I got it. Irani interrupted my mental communication. I looked over to see her brows furrowed over closed eyes. It's like a pit in the floor of my mind that I can drop a message through. There was a silence, and the Dryad looked over to Irani, seemingly responding to whatever it was that Irani said. It didn't seem I could hear what they were saying to each other, in the same way Irani couldn't hear me when I spoke to the Dryad. "Your lover has contacted me," I received from the Dryad after a moment. Yeah, seems like it. You can just call us by our names, though. Do not know your names." "What I call you?" "Oh, right. I'd forgotten she wouldn't know that." "Well, my name is." I stopped. How could I say my name through this form of communication? Names couldn't really be broken down into concepts. The entire point of them was that they were arbitrary sounds we made and assigned to each person. Effectively, the meaning of my name was just me. It was circular. "What's your name?" "I'm not really sure how to say mine." I am what followed was something that couldn't really be translated to my language or any language, I suspected. It was more of an image than a sound. A tree, a small one sprouting out of a hard boulder. It was covered in nicks and wounds that it was in the process of healing from, but seemed to be vibrantly growing nonetheless. Surrounding it was a field of wild, long grass, striped green and blue, but in the distance, the grass was beginning to turn a dark, shadowy black. Yeah, I don't think I can pronounce that out loud," I said. "I think we're just gonna have to stick with the Dryad. Still do not know what Dryad is." "Oh, it's your species. Like I'm a human and you're a Dryad." "You are a you and I am a me." Yeah, there was clearly some sort of communication error going on between us. We'll get back to the name thing. For now, back on topic. You can talk to us. Since when? Communication just made available to me. A level up happened. New power. Communication. It was hard to decipher exactly what the Dryad was saying. Not only was the translation difficult, but she generally seemed to think in a strange way. Still, I could get a basic understanding of what she meant. She'd apparently leveled up, and as a Dryad, got the option to take a new ability to communicate telepathically with people. Why are bad guys attacking? Another message came from her. Oh, let me talk to, the other human. I still didn't know how to say out names through that communication method, so I had to speak without saying them. Hey, Irani, I said aloud. The Dryad still couldn't understand our actual speech, so we could talk privately. Are you talking with her right now? She jumped at my voice, startled out of the stupor of the telepathy. After she recovered, she said, yeah, I am. What have you said to her? The Dryad looked back and forth between us. She looked a bit suspicious, but she'd just have to deal with it. We didn't know much about her, despite our travels together, so I wanted to be safe with what we said. Nothing much. Just introductions, basically, she said, still trying to figure out how to say stuff. I nodded. She just asked me why the demons have been invading the overworld. Should I tell her the truth? Yeah, that's a hard one. Irani glanced at the Dryad, who was eyeing us warily. I'm thinking yes. I mean, we could always say we have no idea. Yeah, but if she ever finds out, she'll know we were deliberately hiding something from her. That's much more likely to make her hostile than us saying up front that they're here because they're hunting you. It's not like you've done anything wrong anyway. But that's only if we get caught. If we don't let her know we lied, we're in the clear. If we tell the truth here, we could very well still catch a whip to the face. Not something I'm very keen on happening. She'll almost certainly find out. With her new ability, she could talk to anyone without us knowing, maybe even the demons. And when she does, knowing we lied to her will pretty much guarantee she'll attack, or at least ditch us. If we tell her, we can come off as truthful. We can ensure she doesn't get the stream of lies and propaganda the demons are probably spreading, and we can tell her in a controlled environment. I pursed my lips, thinking. After a moment, I sighed. Yeah, I guess you're right. I turned back to the Dryad and braced myself for an attack. To tell you the truth, they're here because they want to kill me. If I was gone, they'd probably leave too. But I didn't do anything wrong or... Yes, I know that, the Dryad said. I could sense impatience in her tone. Oh, I blinked, surprised. How'd you find out bad guys had bad emotions coming from them? Anger at you. Only you. Only reason they had anger at me because I in the way of getting to you. Ah, right, her empathy. She could sense the emotions of everyone near her. I hadn't thought it was that specific. Still, it didn't explain everything. Why'd you stick with us then? If you knew you were only being attacked because you were with me, wouldn't it make sense to just leave? I am for protecting forest creatures. You live in forest. You are forest creature. Bad guys do not live in forest. Unnatural, not forest creatures. Bad guys. You kill bad guys, so I help you kill bad guys, even if you're a mean person. I struggled for a moment to translate what exactly the Dryad was saying. I supposed it made sense I'd been out here for a while and wasn't doing anything to harm the environment. At least I'd done nothing compared to the demons clearing out of all monster wildlife, burning down forests, and destroying habitats. So if the demons were the bad guys, according to the Dryad, she wanted to help me take them down. I would be the one who'd most want them dead, after all. One thing did stick out to me in her explanation, though. Why are you calling me mean? You have bad emotions like bad guys. Anger at me, fear at me. When you first met me, you nice, wanted to help. Now you not. You think I am below you. You think I like other things you kill. Something to use. You do not want to kill me, but you would not save me if I dying like you did before. If save me would hurt you, you would not do it. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure what else to say. I had no idea her empathy was so strong, even. I wasn't fully aware that my perspective of her had shifted so much. I'd been so focused on my own survival. Maybe I'd stopped thinking about how my actions affected her and could shape her life. Sure, I felt like I had a good reason for that. I was pretty preoccupied with trying to survive, but if she was helping me, I could probably spare some thoughts to make sure I at least showed some kindness to her. It is okay. You practice self-preservation, like lots of forest creatures. Your people, lots are mean, and your lover is nice, so it is okay. Still a bit unsure of how I could respond to what the Dryad was saying to me, I went ahead and explained our conversation to Irani about how the Dryad had apparently known all along that the demons were after me. Irani visibly relaxed at that. I looked back at the Dryad and saw her glancing between us. So she said, we're going where this whole time? Irani walked through the greenery of a hot, humid forest. She, Arlen, and the newly communicative Dryad had recently gotten up from their brief rest and headed off once again, eager to get further away from the destroyed barricade. She was still reeling from the Dryad's sudden ability to speak, or not speak really, but rather telepathize. To be able to communicate with a previously unknown creature was absolutely amazing, really. There was just one problem with that communication. So how much health do you have exactly? Do you have any talents or martial arts? What is health? What is talents? What is martial arts? It seemed that for the Dryad, her system was formatted differently than it was for a human. Things had different names, were arranged in different ways, and some aspects seemed to be missing or replaced altogether. This made it very difficult to figure out anything about her capabilities. She'd gone through most of the different terms the system used, asking the Dryad about each to try and find some sort of baseline from which they could figure out the rest, but had no luck. Irani absent-mindedly opened up her own status. She couldn't help but feel proud at the extreme growth that was shown on her status window. Over the first 3.5 years she'd had her class, she got to level 9, and now she'd grown by almost 50 up to level 13. Most people slowed down as they got higher in level, but for her, things only seemed to be speeding up. Of course, that speed wasn't exactly random, and it wasn't free either. The time she'd spent on the run from demons and out in the wilderness was a series of some of the hardest days of her life, and really, she didn't consider that struggle to be worth it in terms of the few extra levels she'd gained. At least, she would have rather just done it the slow and easy way. But what had happened, so now she'd just have to roll with the punches. She still somewhat lamented her picking of Angelic Shield. It was definitely the right choice. She probably would have died a few times without it, but that didn't mean she was happy it was the right choice. Not only did Angelic Shield drop off in usefulness the moment you joined up with a party that contained a high-endurance melee type to protect you from the monsters, but giving up on the other two options for her second spell Ray of Frost and Mana Geyser meant giving up on so many other options in the future. Objectively better than what she had with Angelic Shield, but it would have been nice to have options. It was also nice to have research, and Angelic Shield was the least common level 10 pick, meaning it also had the least amount of research done into its future options. Not that she could even access that research in her current circumstances. Still, it wasn't totally unbearable for her. Arlen was a good motivator, with his borderline obsession with growing stronger. She still felt like he took it too far at points, but seeing him do something still made it a hell of a lot easier for her to convince herself to do it. The extensive spell training, the killing of extra monsters for their XP, even the basic plan of fleeing from the kingdom, she wasn't sure if she'd have been able to push herself to do it all if she hadn't had someone else to help her along, and she supposed his company was nice as well. Speaking of company, she needed to get back to talking to the Dryad. She'd gotten distracted, so when you got access to your communication, was it a choice between 3 options? Or did you get it without having to choose? There was a pause. Choose. Okay, Irani thought, so that meant it was either a spell or a talent, or maybe some other thing was offered to Dryads as a choice that humans didn't get. Do Dryads get this type of choice very often? Unknown to me. Have been Dryad for short time. Ah, right, Irani thought. What about for nymphs? Have also been nymph for short time. Wait, what? Nymphs weren't an evolution of anything, they were born as nymphs. What were you before you were a nymph? Not alive. Okay, so it was a translation error. She just meant she hadn't been alive for much time. How long have you been alive? There was a new sensation sent to Irani's head, not one she could immediately translate into words. It seemed to be the concept of passing time, the sun and moon flying by overhead, seasons changing. It made sense that the Dryad would have to communicate this in a more abstract way. They probably didn't keep track of time in the same way humans did. But when she worked to figure out how long the Dryad meant with her message, Irani felt like she must have gotten something wrong. If she translated that correctly, no, that couldn't have been true. I'm sorry, could you repeat that? How old are you? The same message came in again, and Irani pursed her lips incredulously. It seemed like the Dryad kept track of time in terms of the passing seasons, with each one that passed making her 1 season older, and the number she gave just felt wrong. So then what stage of life are you in as your species? I am child. I am 9 seasons old. She was only a bit over 2 years old. Sure, maybe nymphs matured more quickly than humans, but it couldn't be that fast. Even the Dryad admitted she was only a child by her species standards. So then, when we first met you, was the other nymph with you? What is nymph? Right, pretty much anything with a name couldn't be translated through the link between them. At least, it wouldn't retain any meaning if you tried, so Irani had to explain any named word she intended to use. It had proven quite difficult to do. Arlen had tried to explain a few definitions to the Dryad before, but quickly resigned himself to not being a teacher and gave up. It was the first time she'd actually seen him give up at something. Originally, Irani had assumed this difficulty in explaining things was simply due to their method of communication. Things must have been getting garbled in translation, or there was some difference in culture that made things not carry over properly, but now she understood things a bit better. Maybe there were still some translation errors, but she suspected the main problem was that they were explaining things in the same way they would to an adult, rather than to a kid. This Dryad was obviously smarter than a human 2-year-old, but the age still put a good number of things in context. She'd always seemed a bit childish, but it also explained why she would become so attached to Irani and Arlen in the first place. Wanting to stick around so she could help kill all the demons was a pretty naive way of thinking to begin with, and Irani suspected that wasn't all of it. At her current age, the dryad probably desperately needed some form of companionship in lieu of parents, and even if the dryad didn't realize it, she was grasping for someone who could take care of her in some way. Maybe that was a stretch, but the poor thing had just lost her mom, for the gods' sake. Irani was hit with a pang of guilt, even if she hadn't really done anything in particular. "You are thinking about me." Irani was startled by a sudden message in her head. She looked over at the dryad, who was staring at her expectantly. She'd always known the dryad had her empathy that could detect the emotions in other monsters, but it was still strange to see it at work. She'd always assumed it didn't work on humans, or at least, worked at a very diminished intensity, since she never felt her own emotions changing from the two-way empathy. But it seemed like, even if it didn't work as much in the direction that affected her, it still worked just as well in the direction that affected the dryad. "Yes, I'm thinking about you," Irani responded. To answer your question about what nymph means, you know how I told you that what you are right now is a dryad. What you were before you were a dryad was a nymph. When we went into the village with the other people and the sludge monsters, where you learned to heal, that was when you stopped being a nymph and started being a dryad. Irani could feel a general aura of fear and disgust come from the dryad the moment she mentioned sludge monsters. It also made sense that the dryad was so irrationally afraid of those. Even if she was obviously powerful, kids were scared of random things sometimes. "Okay," the dryad responded, "what you were asking." Right, Irani got herself back on track. "I was asking whether that other nymph that was with you when we first met, the one who's gone, now she was your mother, right?" There was a moment of silence before the dryad sent a saddened yes. Irani nodded somberly, before remembering that the dryad didn't know what a nod meant. At least the dryad would probably be able to sense her solemnity. "I'm sorry that happened. Arlen and I will do our best to help you as much as we can. If you ever want to talk to anyone, or just want to kill bad guys," Irani blinked. "Oh sure, we can do that too. We'll kill all bad guys, all of them." Irani took a breath and kept walking. They'd just killed quite a few bad guys, demons and humans. Well, Arlen had been the one to do most of the killing, but still, she just wanted to get out of here. She didn't want to kill a bunch of people, but demons. One day, she thought, one day they could do that, because she sure as hells wanted to see them dead too. Irani's fully expanded character sheet as of now name, Irani Woes. Automatically casts upon taking damage, spending 2.5 mana to prevent each 1 point of damage. Attempting to prevent more than 35.4 damage this way in a single second breaks the shield, making this spell unable to activate for 23.2 seconds. Primal Might. Type Passive. When a projectile spell you fire would deal maximum damage due to having perfect accuracy, it deals 50 more damage. Firebolt rank 14 plus explosive firebolt. School Fire. Type Activated. Cost 53 mana. Shoots a small ball of fire that travels up to 59.4 paces, exploding when it collides with something. Deals up to 148.5 damage, depending on where it hits on a direct collision with a being. Firebolt explodes upon impact, damaging and knocking all beings within 5 paces, with severity depending on how close they are to the source of the explosion. Expanded capacity. Type Passive. Your mana reserves become more plentiful. Maximum mana is increased by 50. Ripley Tennant laid on the floor of a cold, dark room. She was broken, shattered. After the previous 13 hours, how could she not be? She'd been lying there for at least 30 minutes, motionless, just trying to forget everything that happened. The previous day, that damned demon had stormed into the Imperial Castle, killed Camilla and Ragavan, and strong-armed the kingdom into fighting the Underworld's war, to set up some ambush and kill their oh-so-important fugitive. Ripley, however, never got to know how that ambush went, because the demon decided that she and her squad mate Smo needed to be punished for their insubordination. How one could even be insubordinate to a foreigner, she had no clue, but the demon clearly had enough power to throw around that he got his way, and Ripley had been lucky enough to be assigned a week of torture. A week. The Koinkar Kingdom had refined their methods of torture to a science. In their many conflicts over the past few hundred years, they captured many enemies and successfully extracted valuable intel from a sizable percentage of them, a percentage that had only risen over the course of those years. And the reason for that constantly increasing success rate was because of the absolute agony they were capable of inflicting. The method involved 3 decent-leveled classers, 2 wizards, and 1 cleric. First, the 2 wizards would each use a special spell named telekinesis. This spell allowed its user to move things with their mind. It was clunky and imprecise at first, and could only move objects of a certain weight, but with some practice and spell ranks, it could get much more powerful. One of the wizards would push with pinpoint accuracy along one of the victim's limbs, say, for example, the victim's left arm. The wizard would make cuts perforating a circle around the desired target. They would dig into the flesh with the force-emitting spell, splitting skin and muscle alike, until they finally got into the bone. They would dig into the bone and weaken it, tunneling through and making holes all across, leaking the marrow from inside. And then, while the first wizard destroyed the victim's arm, the other wizard would use their own copy of telekinesis to pull. Weak first, but then stronger. Stronger, 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 all while the targeted limb got weaker and weaker. Until finally it ripped. Once they'd successfully torn the victim's limb from their body, the cleric would step in with that class's signature spell, Healing Hands. It would have to be at least rank 10, which wasn't easy, but at that point, the spell would gain an upgrade that allowed it to reattach dismembered parts of the body, as long as they were taken off recently. So with the spell helping along, they would put the limb back and fix the wounds, setting everything as though the entire process had never happened. And then they'd start again. Ripley Tennant had always been tangentially aware of this process of torture, but never took the time to appreciate the intricacies of the process. For example, she never knew that due to the extreme restorative effects of Healing Hands, the internal mind would never become so damaged as to allow the victim to lose consciousness from the pain. Of course, the psychological effects still remained, but because the spell restored the body, the physical brain would never become used to the effects of the pain. Every time felt like the first. She'd had much time to appreciate these simple but effective enhancements to the method. She'd had 13 hours to appreciate them, in fact. Tears and sweat pooled beneath her heavily breathing body, lying on the sterile stone floor of the cell she'd been thrown into so she could sleep. Healing Hands wouldn't eliminate that need from a person, and they evidently didn't want her passing out and missing out on the next 6 days they had planned out for her, so they had to give her at least a few hours. It was around hour 2 of her planned 4-hour rest that the door was flung open. Ripley raised her head, hair matted across her face and eyes, partially obscuring her vision, to see 2 figures standing at the door. One of them threw the other into the cell, and the haggard-looking person collapsed to the ground. Ripley blinked and brushed the hair from her face to get a better look at her new companion. It was Smo. Slowly, Ripley crawled her way over to her half-conscious squad mate. Smo, she groaned, her throat raw from the screaming she'd done before. Are you okay? The body shifted, and Smo's blonde hair shimmered from the dim torchlight. A rough groan escaped her throat. Please, Ripley whispered, glancing over at the figure that thrown her into the cell. He was still watching, hand on the metal cell door. His helmet obscured his face. You won't really do what that demon said, right? Ripley begged, her expression turning to one of pleading as she looked at him. You just did it the once to trick him, and you'll let us out soon. He was just staring at her. Or maybe he wasn't. She couldn't tell what he was looking at, with the helmet covering his eyes. If you put us back there, I'll find out who you are, she threatened in a shaky voice. I'll freaking kill you. I'll find out where you live. I will. Please, please give us another hour to rest. Half an hour even. I can't go back to that. Ripley gestured over to the still motionless body of Smo. She can't either. Nobody will know if you just give us a few extra minutes. You know I can't do that, a quiet voice echoed from the helmet. If they find out I have a family, the demons, I'm sorry. The soldier turned away from the bars and began to walk away. No, I'm sorry, Ripley sobbed after him. I shouldn't have threatened you. I'm sorry, I don't want to go back, please, but he was out of the room. The only 2 people left in the stone-walled cellar were Ripley and Smo. When the door echoed shut behind the helmeted man, Smo stirred again, and this time she sat up, leaning her head against the wall. Her eyes were dead. They sat in silence for some time. The only sound filling the room was Smo's heavy breaths. What limb did they pick? Ripley eventually asked. For a moment there was silence. Then Smo finally responded. Left leg. Ripley nodded. Left arm. How many times? 42. 41 for me. One of the wizards had to shit. It was a nice break. Smo just nodded at that. A few more minutes passed. I hear some of the torturers like to pick a different limb each time, Ripley said. It takes longer to switch so much, so you get fewer procedures in total, but they say it hurts more each time. I think I'd still want that though. Least you don't have to go through it as much. What about you? You'd want it the same or different? Same, Ripley nodded. A few more minutes passed in silence between the two. Eventually, Smo spoke up this time. Lanny Strom fled the kingdom. Ripley blinked. Freak. Really? Yes, I heard a pair of soldiers speaking about it on my way here. Highest level classer in the whole kingdom, running off, Ripley muttered. What about? The rest of his squad fled as well, in addition to a few other squads, as well as many high-leveled adventurers. What the freak? Why? Koinkar showed weakness. He does not have a plan. He allowed himself to be pushed around and bullied by the demons. Nobody would side with someone like that, and when some left, the others took it as a sign to leave too. That is my guess. But if they're leaving, who's gonna fight off these demons? I mean, we can't just let them run around and do what they want, right? I do not believe. Smo, I can't keep doing this. Ripley didn't wait for a response. Her muscled hands dug her fingers into her scalp, pulling her short hair. I can't. This can't. Someone has to come and break us out. Or kill those demons. Get rid of them. Get us out. If they're all leaving, when will we leave? 6 days. Ripley just shook her head. That's no, please. The Barenruth Empire has cut diplomatic ties with us too, Ismo continued, as have the Karn Kingdom and their vassals. Trade has ceased between us and the rest of the world. Ripley buried her face in her arms, eventually breaking out into sobs of despair. Why couldn't Koinkar just fight the demons? Ismo stayed silent. For a few more moments, the only sound that filled the room was Ripley's cries of despair. After some time of Ripley falling deeper and deeper into depression, Ismo spoke again. It is possible that King Koinkar may be secretly trading with the other countries. What? Ripley raised her head. Perhaps Barenruth and Karn only pretended to cut off diplomatic ties, to trick the demons. The reason so many high-level classers fled was because Koinkar sold them to those countries, so that he could gather funds to hire one last massive army to push the demons away. Ripley's eyes brightened slightly at that. Yes, she thought, that could be it. She couldn't lose hope yet. Help was just around the corner. Give it some time and reinforcements would arrive. A massive army to kill all the demons and save everyone. Just a bit more time. Ismo sat on the floor in a cold, dark room. It had been approximately 1 hour since the guards had come and taken Ripley for her next session. This one would be 20 hours long. Ismo's session would start in an hour, too. She still felt guilty about pushing Ripley into despair with what she'd told her about the soldiers fleeing and the other countries cutting off trade with Koinkar. She hadn't meant to make things worse, just to try and get Ripley's mind off of what was to come. She hoped what she'd said at the end helped Ripley out a bit. It was false, of course. There was no reason to believe anyone was coming for them. By helping the demons, Koinkar had shown himself to be completely powerless. Nobody would ever want to help the kingdom after that. Why would they if they knew the kingdom was too weak to offer anything in return? It was all risk, no reward. But if Ismo could at least make this time a bit better for Ripley, the lie would be worth it. For now, though, she just needed to relax her mind and try to get some sleep before her own next session. Her hope had already been broken. She just needed to survive this hell and pass the time until this was over. It was no use fighting the demons here. She knew it, the kingdom knew it, and the neighboring countries knew it too. Sure, it may be possible, but it was easier to just let them do what they needed to do so they'd freak off and never come back. There was only one thing she could do to give her and Ripley the peaceful life they deserved, one that never involved this torture again. All they could do was give the demons what they wanted, and once she was out of this, she'd do it. She gripped her hand against the cold stone floor, already able to feel the sensation of the hard wooden bow in her hand as she loosed the string, and the arrow flew straight through the man who started this all, and the only man who could stop it. She would stop this invasion. She would kill Arlen Noda. A devil marched through the halls of a pathetic king's castle. He was absolutely furious just after he reprimanded them for failing to kill Arlen Noda. They went and freaked it up again. Morons. He'd even gone as far as to help them set up the plan, came up with the idea for them, and went along with the humans to protect them while they set the fire. And they freaking blew themselves up. Below the devil, the human soldiers guarding the castle had long since learned their place. When they saw the devil marching through uninvited, all they did was avert their gaze. They probably didn't want to be turned into another corpse left in his wake, and he would have done it too if they tried to stop him. Freak, he might have just killed one of them anyway. He needed to let off some steam, but he fought off the temptation. It'd just make a mess. Instead, he marched up to the throne room's doors and took his anger out on them. His fist slammed into the brittle wooden doors, breaking them apart. So cathartic, wooden shrapnel scattered across the marble floor. Inside the room was a stunned, stupid Koinkar and a few greasy advisors that sat with him around a table. The king hastily got to his feet, or at least as hastily as his frail body could move him. "Demon," he shouted in his constantly hoarse voice. "Why are you here? Why am I here?" He marched straight toward the throne. "Are you freaking brain dead or something? You didn't uphold your end of our deal. We allowed you to burn down our forest. What part of that was not up to our word? The part where Arlen Noda is still freaking alive." The king just stared at the devil. "Listen," the devil continued, "we've basically had this conversation before. I walk in, I'm pissed because you failed, I demand you do better. So I'm honestly not even sure what I'm supposed to say to you. Evidently, you're freaking incapable of getting it through your thick skull that this needs to be your top priority. My interests are your interests." Once the devil was finished speaking, the king glanced over to one of his advisors and nodded her over. She stood and walked to the king while he sat back into his throne. Once he was settled, they began whispering to each other, apparently having a private meeting right in front of the party concerned. The devil's scowl deepened as the seconds upon seconds of discussion ticked by. "We feel," the king croaked once they were finally done, "that your attitude and demands are making it difficult to cooperate with the demons. We have lent you what it is possible to lend you, and even more still. Burning a portion of our land was more than enough help for us to give while receiving no compensation. If you..." "Cooperation," the devil interrupted, laughing incredulously. "Is that what you think this is? You don't need to worry about your little patch of burnt land. I'm threatening to burn down your entire kingdom. Holy freaking shit. Are you stupid or something? You are below me. You serve me. We are not equals. We are not peers. We are not best freaking friends. I will grind you to dust beneath my freaking heel if you don't do everything in your power to kill this freaking kid. That is hardly reasonable. I'll tell you what's hardly reasonable, dumbass. You promised me that you can provide explosives and weapons to load the barricade with. You had it handled, apparently. You used these mines to fight back the dragons from Kingdom's Edge, so what could Arlen Noda possibly do? They're enchanted against outside sources of fire. Tamper-proof, you call them. They got tampered with, didn't they? And not just a bit. Tell me, just how many levels do you think Arlen Noda got from slaughtering my troops using your equipment? How much harder is my job going to be because you're so freaking stupid and overconfident as to call a simple flame repellent a tamper-proof design? Your moronic plan isn't only costing us a success here, it's making every single future operation we carry out harder, too. Your stupid freaking plan and your incompetent freaking soldiers you lent us and your broken freaking equipment they used all contributed to total loss, and that's on you. So I'd love to hear what you plan to do to make it up to me. The king waved another advisor over to him, who rushed to his side and began whispering in his ear. The devil groaned and stomped his foot on the tile floor. The force of his strike cracked the tile and shook the room around him. Shut the freak up. Get away from him. The advisors looked fearfully at the devil, who was now marching up to the king lazing in his cushioned throne. They backed away as the devil got closer. I'm asking you, Koinkar, not these lackeys that you have sitting around to do all your thinking for you. What do you have to say for yourself? Koinkar looked to his sides, where the advisors were long gone, having fled from the devil's aggressive approach. He looked back at the devil and stared him in the eyes. What do I have to say for myself? I say that this failure was just as much caused by your mistakes as it was mine. You were the one who proposed the idea of razing my kingdom to the ground, not me. You have no right to speak to me as though I am some underling. I am the rightful ruler of this territory. The devil grinned in a way that made it obvious he wasn't smiling with happiness. He bit his lip hard enough to draw blood and nodded along to the king's little speech. That's quite the defense. Really, I'm impressed. You somehow managed to say the dumbest thing that's ever been uttered in this room. I swear to the Lord below, you could take a chicken, cut off its head, and have a deaf girl listen to the gargling the blood makes as it spouts from the corpse's throat. And whatever gibberish she hears would still be more intelligent than what you just said. I need you to listen to me. You do what I say, or you die. The devil looked back at the table where the advisors sat. They were still there, obviously afraid of making any sudden movements with him in the room. He reached out to them and snapped his fingers. You have cursed unclassed human with inferno. He has been set on fire. You have cursed unclassed human with inferno. She has been set on fire. You have cursed unclassed human with inferno. He has been set on fire. You have cursed level 3 swordsman with inferno. He has been set on fire. You have cursed unclassed human with inferno. She has been set on fire. You have cursed level 5 wizard with inferno. She has been set on fire. Every advisor at the table was set ablaze, and a cacophony of screams filled the room. Koinkar tensed when the devil looked back at him. They both stayed silent as the advisors cried in pain and tried desperately to put out the fire. The devil knew their efforts were hopeless. Of course, you couldn't put out magical fire using mundane methods, but he liked listening to the struggle. Once the howls of agony died out and he got the last of his kill notifications, the devil raised his eyebrows at the king. Oh, look at that. We're alone in the room together. Hey, what was it you said about this whole thing being my fault and how I'm such a failure? I'd really love to hear more about that. Koinkar shakily got to his feet, seemingly unfazed by the display of power. You can barge in here uninvited. You can insult me. You can even kill my citizens. But if you think you can harass me into prostrating before your feet, into becoming your lapdog, you will find I have more pride than you can break. I'm not interested in breaking your pride, old man. The devil stood against the king, getting within arm's reach of him. I'm sure that any you have is misguided anyway. No, I'm interested in getting results, and the fact is that you seem incapable of doing that. You are so freaking stupid and incompetent that I genuinely can't think of a use for you, other than the resources your kingdom has access to. But even then, your soldiers are so weak that I can barely imagine they could do anything even if we put the entire kingdom's worth in a room with Arlen Noda when he has his arms cut off. So I think you see the issue. If you're so dissatisfied with the performance of my men, then why don't you go and kill this fugitive yourself? You seem so confident in your strength as to use it to solve every problem you have. Why not use it here? Oh, why not kill him myself? Why didn't I think of that? The devil laughed and paced around the room before storming back up to the king and slamming his fist into the golden throne behind him. Maybe it's because I'm not a freaking foot soldier. The king tensed and looked at the fist that crumpled the metal beside him. I don't get what you don't understand about this. Your bombs blew up in the hands of your own men, dumbass. That sort of feels like it's your fault. You will get no more of my kingdom than what you've already taken. Koinkar growled through clenched teeth. Oh, I won't, will I? The devil was shaking with anger by now. He withdrew his fist from the throne, grabbed the king's arm, and ripped it clean off. You have struck level 31 human paladin for 356 damage using your hand. He tossed the limb aside while Koinkar gasped in pain from the dismemberment. The king was technically high level, but he was no good at fighting. The devil had done his research on this place, and he knew that this King Koinkar was the same man who founded the kingdom hundreds of years ago. He'd stayed alive by dumping all of his stat points into endurance and neglecting all else, which meant he had great survivability, but old age had still atrophied his muscles and dampened his reflexes. Oh, look. The hubristic king finally shut the freak up. The devil shouted into Koinkar's face. Cat got your tongue, moron. Or maybe a demon. He hurled his fist into the king's torso. He struck again, your arm. He grabbed Koinkar's other arm, his own hands covered in blood from ripping into the man's frail body, twisted around, and flung him across the room. The king tumbled across the floor helplessly, coughing and groaning in pain and fear. He slowly reached out with his only hand, trying to pull his broken body to the exit that lay a couple dozen paces away from him. The devil marched over with a scowl on his face, not bothering to count the damage he'd done to Koinkar somewhere in the thousands. Once he got to the battered king, the devil grabbed him by the collar and roughly lifted him up. Blood covered the floor and the clothes of both of them. You are a freaking insect, the devil growled. You are nothing. The only reason your entire kingdom is still standing is because of my own plentiful mercy. Freak, you, Koinkar groaned. Shut the freak up. Spittle flew from the devil's mouth across the king's face. You're pathetic. He slammed the king into the tile floor, cracking it. You're insignificant. He slammed again, and the crunch of bone told him that the king's face had broken against the marble. You're worthless. He slammed again and dug the king's body through the floor and into the dirt. And most of all, you're pissing me the freak off. He turned and flung Koinkar into a wall with his full strength. The entire building rattled and blood splattered across the throne room. You have struck level 31 human paladin for 4,110 damage using bricks. You have slain level 31 human paladin. The king's corpse fell and impacted the floor. A wet splat echoed through the room. Get up, the devil said to the corpse. It didn't move. Get up, he yelled and held out a hand, then snapped his fingers. You have cursed corpse with inferno. It has been set on fire. The scent of burning flesh emanated through the chamber, but the corpse didn't move. The devil walked over and stood above the flaming pile of flesh and clothing. Get up, he screamed and stomped on the corpse. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. The corpse was disfigured further by his mutilation. Freak, he screamed at himself, rubbing his face with his hands. He was on the verge of tears in a mixture of anger, stress, and frustration with himself. Freak, 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 freak this shit. The devil paced through the room, his voice echoing across the empty walls. The only sound accompanying him was the quiet burning of Koinkar's corpse behind him. He bit down on his finger, drawing blood, and kept biting down harder and harder until it snapped. You have been dismembered. The devil's entire finger crunched off the knuckle in a burst of pain. He drew his hand back, the finger he just bit off still sitting in his mouth. He spat it out and stared down at his now 4-digited hand. Freak it, he said. It's a temp vessel. I'll just get a new one next time I come back. He turned around, looked at the burnt corpse he'd created, and sighed. That was an issue that couldn't be solved as easily. This is going to be so much freaking paperwork.